In the training field, Jing stared at the man in front of her, who was still licking the neck of a milk bottle, undisguised disgust written across her face. Lin Yuan, I can't stand you anymore. Opposite her, Lin Yuan still held the bottle of milk in his hand, the rim only just leaving his lips as he raised it. The traces of milk remaining on his tongue made him unconsciously circle his lips with it, the movement slow, as though he were savoring something rare. What do you mean? Lin Yuan set the milk bottle on his knees and tilted his head as he looked at Jing. From this angle, his expression seemed somewhat brooding, yet at the corner of his mouth there still lingered the faint smile left from licking away the milk. Jing frowned. It was that same gesture again, sticking out his tongue just to drink milk like some lunatic. She took half a step back, folding her arms across her chest, the posture making her seem taller than she really was. Jing went straight to the point. Your behavior these days has already reached the level of the utterly incomprehensible. She paused, her gaze settling on Lin Yuan. And as an A-rank performer, you no longer fit the configuration of our team. From a corner of the training ground came a loud, unabashed snicker. Zhang Mingxian leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, a sneer hanging on his lips. Jing is right. He stepped forward, naturally taking his place at Jing's side. Lin Yuan, I hate to say it, but don't you have any sense of your own limits? For an entire month you've been over there sticking out your tongue to drink milk, your expression swinging from gloomy to cheerful like you're split-minded. Do you have any idea what people say about our squad? They say we're taking a lunatic into the secret realms. He patted Jing's shoulder, his tone dripping with flattery. Jing chose you back then because she thought highly of you. Now that you refuse to improve yourself, who do you think is to blame? Jing did not brush away Zhang Mingxuan's hand. Lin Yuan looked at that hand, then at Jing's face, and silently thought as expected. Jing, this so-called girlfriend of his, had begun to change her attitude a month ago when he awakened an A-rank talent. Fortunately, he had crossed over to this world not long ago and felt little real affection for her. Add to that the fact that Zhang Mingxuan, that rich second generation, might have been coveting her from the side. Around them more and more onlookers gathered. What's going on? Someone murmured. Looks like someone's being forced to quit the team. He's A-rank. If he doesn't leave, won't he drag everyone down? Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. That smile made Jing distinctly uncomfortable. Are you finished? Lin Yuan asked. Zhang Mingxian seized the chance to cut in. Not nearly, he scoffed. Lin Yuan, let's be blunt. The martial exam for the college entrance test is a group competition. You and A-rank taking up a slot will drag down the whole team. Do you really think you deserve that place? I asked Jing, not you. Lin Yuan was irritated by Zhang Mingxian cutting him off, his expression darkening. If not for the fact that his system's reward had yet to arrive, it would hardly be this guy's turn to speak. Zhang Mingxuan's face stiffened. Jing drew in a deep breath, her tone softening a little as though granting him a step down. Lin Yuan, I know you've helped the team. Those 2 secret realm strategies before, those were written by you, right? You planned the routes too. Lin Yuan corrected her. 3 runs, and every time I handled the strategy, the supply lists, before departure, logistics, support, intelligence gathering. Everything was done by me alone. Jing was caught short, a faint flush rising to her cheeks before her voice sharpened again. So what? Who can't write strategies? You can piece them together just by checking information online. But once we enter a secret realm and run into sudden danger, what use is your A-rank talent? Indeed, it's useless. Lin Yuan admitted without hesitation. Jing stared, momentarily stunned. But what about everything I've done? He continued. 3 secret realm expeditions. Each time I wrote the strategy, handled logistics, ran back and forth. You only had to fight, then collect the rewards afterward. Who laid all the groundwork for you? I did. The training field fell silent. The other teammates lowered their heads. They knew what Lin Yuan said was true. Zhang Mingxuan, however, only laughed. So you're here to claim credit. He strode up to Lin Yuan. The 2 were about the same height, but Zhang Mingxian deliberately straightened his chest. Lin Yuan, get this straight. Strategies. Logistics, intelligence. Any random person can do those jobs. But that A-rank talent of yours, that's the part that can't be replaced. He pointed arrogantly at himself. Now that I'm taking your slot, an A-rank Scarlet Blood warrior whose burning blood can double my combat strength within 30 seconds. What about you? What can you do? Put on a little performance. Mingxian is right. Jing's voice sounded again colder than Lin Yuan. I don't want to be too harsh, but the college entrance exam decides a lifetime. I cannot let you drag down my... Lin Yuan looked at her, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. Your score? Jing, who was it that begged me to form a team in the first place? You said we'd known each other for 3 years and asked me to help. Now that you found someone better, you just turn your face. Jing's face flushed completely under the public revelation. Her voice rose once more. I pitied you back then. I thought you might be of some use. Who knew you'd be in A-rank who refuses to improve? Always pulling those disgusting little stunts. Let me make this clear, besides quitting the team, I'm breaking up with you too. Lin Yuan fell suddenly silent. He looked at Zhang Mingxuan's smug expression, then at the system panel floating before his eyes. And then he laughed with genuine delight, as if he had just heard an exceptionally funny joke. Fine, he said. Jing frowned. Fine what? Fine, I'll quit the team. Lin Yuan bent down to pick up his equipment case, stuffing the milk bottle inside as well. He straightened and looked at Qin Jing, his gaze so serene that he didn't resemble someone who had just been dumped. But there's one thing I have to say first. What thing? Don't regret it. Zhang Mingxian burst out laughing first. Regret? Regret what? Regret tossing aside in a rank piece of trash. Qin Jing also laughed, a touch of pity in her smile. Lin Yuan, be realistic. A rank is a rank. You're not going to turn things around. Lin Yuan said nothing more. Carrying his equipment case, he turned and walked out of the training ground. The instant he crossed its threshold, a voice rang in his mind that only he could hear. Newbie mission detected. Portray the Homeland Warrior for 1 month. Mission rating perfect. Reward being issued. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character template Homeland Warrior. Template loading. Loading complete. Lin Yuan's steps came to a halt. He stood in the corridor outside the training ground, his back to the half-open door. Inside, Zhang Mingxian was loudly flattering Qin Jing, spouting nonsense like finally cleared out the dead weight. And Jing, you're just too soft-hearted. He could feel power surging endlessly through his body. His spiritual energy skyrocketed. The bottleneck of first rank, first level shattered like paper, his advancement racing upward until it finally stabilized at first rank 8th level. With a flicker of intent, Lin Yuan's hearing expanded. He could catch Zhang Mingxuan's whispered words 30 meters away. Jing, let me treat you to dinner tonight. At Jushin House to celebrate our team's reorganization. Sure. Hey, do you think that kid Lin Yuan will go hide in the bathroom and cry? Hearing this, Lin Yuan not only didn't grow angry, he even felt a bit amused. Because at that moment, he was wondering whether he ought to stop eating beef altogether. Lin Yuan stood in the corridor, his back to the half-open door of the training hall. The conversations around him no longer bothered to avoid his ears. What a tragedy. Getting kicked at this point in time, his chances of forming a team are probably gone. Tragedy. What tragedy? He's in E-class. It was impossible for him to find teammates to begin with. Isn't this just normal? Inside the door, Zhang Mingxian was still speaking loudly, Qin Jing occasionally chiming in. Their laughter echoed through the empty corridor. Lin Yuan did not leave because the system panel visible only to him was refreshing line after line of data before his eyes. Role template Zhu Guoren rarity legendary compatibility 87 unlocked abilities super strength passive. Strength cap increased to 300 of current level limit super speed passive. Speed cap increased to 300 of current level limit heat vision active. Emits high temperature beams from the eyes, temperature rises with chi output current upper limit 2700 C flight active restricted. Short distance flight each use no longer than 30 seconds. 5-minute cooldown super hearing passive. Controllable. Can actively narrow hearing range maximum radius 500 meters iron body passive. Skin and bones reinforced to 300 of current level limit. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the line labeled flight for several seconds. Restricted. He pressed his tongue against his cheek. Zhu Guoren's flight was locked. At present the ability was barely more than a glorified super jump. Yet as he thought it through, he realized that with a legendary template those passive skills alone were enough for him to walk sideways through one high school. And all of this had taken only a single month. Lin Yuan rested his back against the corridor wall, tilting his head to stare at the flickering fluorescent light above him, suddenly finding the whole thing absurdly funny. A month ago when he woke up, things had been nothing like this. That day when he opened his eyes, the ceiling above him was not the rented room plastered with movie posters, but an unfamiliar classroom. He was stunned for an entire class period. Then the memories of the original body surged forth, allowing him to fully grasp his situation. He had actually transmigrated. As a former drama critic, he had read countless transmigration novels and mocked countless cliched tropes only to find himself running into every single one of them. Lin Yuan had actually laughed out loud in the classroom back, then startling his deskmate. Immediately afterward, the system arrived. Myriad Worlds role template system successfully bound. Innate vocation detected. E-class performer novice mission generated. Portray Zhu Guoren for 1 month mission reward. Zhu Guoren role template rarity legendary mission requirement imitate Zhu Guoren's behavioral patterns in daily life. Progress 030. At the time, he had been secretly grousing. He considered himself an upright above-board person, the sort who would be struck by lightning before he ever did something like riding an old granny across the street. And yet the system wanted him to play that sunshiny and thesurface justice irradiating, inwardly twisted, and dark milk-drinking, tongue-flicking, smile-a-thought makes your scalp crawl, psychopathic superhero. Back then he had made up his mind, he would play the role no matter what. His years of critiquing drama had taught him one thing. If you want to truly tear a character apart, the best way is to inhabit him yourself. All the more so when a legendary template awaited him if he did it well. And so he began to act. The outcome, as everyone now knew, was that his teammates started to despise him, and even that convenient girlfriend Qin Jing wanted to break up with him. It wasn't easy, he murmured to himself. For a month he had lived entirely inside the role branded with every sort of label, schizophrenic drama, queen disgusting. But none of it mattered anymore, because he had received his reward. Lin Yuan pulled up the system panel again. In the previous month he had been too busy acting to study it carefully. In the upper right corner of the panel, a new icon was blinking. Emotion value system unlocked rule explanation. The host may by any means trigger emotional fluctuations in others. The system will automatically harvest emotion values. Amount gained is proportional to emotional intensity, number of targets, and target strength levels. Emotion types unrestricted. Fear, anger, worship, jealousy, admiration, despair may all be reaped. Each 1,000 emotion points allows 1 template draw. 0 emotion points allow a 10 draw guaranteed a class or above when defeating or killing enemies. Additional emotion rewards are granted based on strength in the course of battle. Current emotion value 127. 1000. Lin Yuan stared at the 6th line for a long while. 127. That number made him vaguely uncomfortable. Not because it was too small, but because he knew exactly where it had come from. The disgust, aversion, and resentment his teammates had felt toward him over the past month had all been converted by the system. Looking at the fear and despair embedded in those emotions, Lin Yuan's lips slowly curved upward. As expected, the strong are meant to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. It was the fastest way he could think of to accumulate emotion values, and one whose logic he genuinely agreed with. The rules of a high martial world were even more naked than those of Earth. Talent dictated fate, strength determined status. Chen Jing had abandoned him because he was E-class. Zhang Mingxin mocked him because he was trash. The other teammates had silently accepted his withdrawal, and not one person had spoken a single word in his defense. If the weak did not deserve respect, then fine. He would become the strong. Lin Yuan closed the panel and straightened away from the wall. Qi coursed through his meridians like a stream of warm electricity, surging out from his dantian and spreading through his limbs and bones. His first-year 8th level spiritual energy had now completely stabilized. It was not high, but with the amplification of a legendary template it was enough. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Lin Yuan turned his head to see his classmate, Zhou Ming, arms full of documents, walking toward him and nearly colliding into him. Hey! Zhou Ming looked up and seeing Lin Yuan instinctively stepped back. Lin Yuan knew him. Class talent, almost invisible in the class, the sort who would upon graduation most likely be assigned to some ordinary life support profession. Lin Yuan. Zhou Ming's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yuan realized his expression was probably still stuck in Zhu Guoren mode. He reined in his smile a little, but not completely. He gave a brief reply and stepped aside to clear the way. Zhou Ming hesitated, then lowered his voice. I just passed by the training hall and heard what Chen Jing and the others were saying. Aren't you angry? Do you want to go to the homeroom, teacher, and complain? No need, Lin Yuan cut him off. Zhou Ming froze for a moment. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder, the smile on his face making Zhou Ming's heart crawl. I withdrew on my own. They begged me to quit, so I quit. But, Zhou Ming, remember one thing. Don't worry on behalf of the strong. Zhou Ming's mouth opened then closed again, his expression complicated. Lin Yuan could see what was likely turning in his mind, but he did not bother to explain. In the end, Zhou Ming said nothing. Hugging his documents, he hurried away, glancing back. Just before turning the corner, his gaze a mixture of confusion, sympathy, and a faint hint of fear. Zhou Ming experiences confusion, emotion value 1. Zhou Ming experiences fear, emotion value 2. Lin Yuan glanced at the notifications and smiled. He reopened the system interface, suddenly struck by a question. Did different emotions yield the same amount of value? He lifted his gaze toward the far end of the corridor, the direction in which Chen Jing and the others had just left. A simple idea formed in Lin Yuan's mind, stark and direct. Lin Yuan stared at the emotional value displayed on the system panel when suddenly a new prompt appeared. Current skills available for enhancement, flight active restricted. Enhancement cost 100 emotional points. Expected effect duration 30 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. 100 emotional points is exactly all he has. 120 points, just enough for one enhancement, not even enough for a lottery ticket. The lottery starts at 1,000 and a 10 draw costs 10,000. Should he save up for the lottery or spend it now? Lin Yuan felt that wasting even a second was a disrespect to his flying ability. The flight ability was currently in a restricted state with a duration of 30 seconds and a cooldown of 5 minutes. In practice, this downtime would be enough for his enemies to turn him into a sieve. To be honest, he was quite eager. Who wouldn't want to fly? In his past life, while watching the boys, the most iconic action of his compatriots was not the heat vision nor the super strength, but the perspective of looking down on all living beings from the sky. That sense of controlling everything. Lin Yuan pressed his tongue against his cheek and clicked confirm. Emotional value 100. Flight skill enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Flight active restricted. Short distance flight, single use, not exceeding 45 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile. 100 emotional points had brought about a substantial improvement. He closed the panel and headed towards the dorm. The corridor lights flickered, and as he turned a corner, he ran into a few classmates. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, their expressions noticeably stiffened. Some hurriedly lowered their heads and quickened their pace, while others stepped aside to let him pass. The news of his expulsion from the team had probably spread throughout the entire grade. An A-grade waste was replaced by an A-grade rich second generation, and his girlfriend broke up with him on the spot. But Lin Yuan didn't care. His mind was filled with thoughts of flying. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his roommate was absent, probably at the training ground for extra practice. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of his bed, lights off. The streetlight outside cast a grayish-white rectangle on the floor. He stared at the light spot, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. He had to wait until everyone was asleep to find a deserted place to practice flying. Time passed slowly. Suddenly he thought of Chun Jing and Zhang Mingxian. At his current level of first rank 8th stage, coupled with the legendary template bonus, fighting those two would be like beating up children. But to confront them directly, that would be too foolish. Provoking trouble a month before the college entrance examination would lead to dire consequences. He had to wait for the right opportunity. Leaning against the headboard, a vague plan gradually formed in Lin Yuan's mind. As the night deepened, the sounds from the training ground outside gradually faded, and the footsteps in the corridor turned from sparse to completely silent. Lin Yuan glanced at his phone, got up, and quietly pushed open the dormitory door. The school was located in the northern part of Jiang City. Walking 3 kilometers north led to an abandoned industrial area, half demolished and deserted, with no one around on normal days. Standing in the center of the open space, Lin Yuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement and nervousness. Flying was something he could only do in dreams in his past life. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, allowing spiritual energy to surge from his dantian, spreading through his meridians to his limbs. As his mind focused, his feet suddenly felt light. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his feet lifted off the ground, and he began to ascend. Instinctively, he spread his arms to maintain balance, his body swaying slightly in midair. The walls of the factory slowly descended from his view, and the moonlight cast his shadow on the ground, growing smaller. Lin Yuan glanced down. The pebbles and weeds on the ground were clearly visible under the moonlight. He couldn't help but laugh. He was really flying. This was something entirely impossible in his past life. He focused his mind and began testing his limits. Controlling the output of spiritual energy, he rose higher. Lin Yuan hovered 30 meters above the night sky, the wind brushing against his face. He gazed at the world below, his smile gradually fading. From this angle, at this height, everything on the ground shrank and became insignificant. He suddenly understood why his compatriots loved to fly high in the sky. Looking down from above, people resembled ants. Your problems, your pain, your existence all seemed trivial. This was the thrill of looking down from above. Lin Yuan slowly exhaled, trying to move horizontally. His body tilted slightly, the direction of spiritual energy output changed, and he glided forward as if pushed by an invisible hand. The speed was not fast, just slightly faster than running. Lin Yuan estimated it to be around 30 kilometers per hour. He increased the output of spiritual energy, immediately boosting his speed. The sound of wind whistled in his ears as his clothes clung tightly to him. He flew over an abandoned factory, making a sharp turn in front of a chimney. His body tilted dangerously close to losing balance, but he quickly adjusted. He drew a large circle in the air, returning to the takeoff area. His spiritual energy consumption exceeded half, but he still had a considerable amount left. At the 60th second, Lin Yuan's feet gently landed on the gravel ground, knees slightly bent, steadying himself. Almost simultaneously, the output of spiritual energy automatically cut off, and the flight skill entered cooldown. The system panel displayed a countdown: 180 seconds. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the open space, catching his breath and savoring the exhilarating sensation that permeated his bones. He looked up at the moon, and a smile slowly crept onto his lips. 60 seconds wasn't a lot, but it was definitely enough. With a 3-minute cooldown, although there was still downtime in actual combat, the margin for error was much higher compared to the previous 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Moreover, this skill could continue to be enhanced. Lin Yuan waited in the open space for the cooldown to finish and flew again. This time he was bolder, reaching 40 meters high and flying towards the city, catching a distant glimpse of the school's outline. After landing for the second time, he was more adept at controlling his flight. He checked his phone. It was already 2:30 in the morning, so he brushed off the dust from his clothes and retraced his steps. Lin Yuan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Most of his spiritual energy had been consumed, and fatigue finally washed over him. Yet his mind couldn't stop replaying the flying scenes. This feeling was addictive. He closed his eyes, a smile still lingering on his lips. The system panel quietly floated in the depths of his consciousness, and the emotional value number changed. Current emotional value, 471,000. From the abandoned industrial area to the school, someone must have sensed something. The system automatically collected some scattered values. But that was not a problem. Lin Yuan rolled over, burying his face in the pillow. He recalled the words Chun Jing had said, Zhang Mingxian's mocking expression, and the silent looks of his teammates. There was 1 month left until the college entrance examination. A month was enough for him to accomplish many things. For example, making certain people realize what being a waste truly meant, or accumulating enough emotional points to see what the next template would be. With expectations for the future, Lin Yuan drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the suburban abandoned industrial area, someone was still in shock over everything they had witnessed. The next morning, Lin Yuan was startled awake from a dream. He had dreamed that he had truly become a citizen of his country, only to have his skull cracked open before reaching the pinnacle of the world. He stared at the ceiling, his lips twitching. What a ridiculous dream! It was such an ending would be deemed a miserable failure, even in his past life. His roommate's bed was already empty, the quilt neatly folded, probably having gone to the training ground before dawn. A month before the college entrance exams, everyone was like a tightly wound machine except for him. Lin Yuan walked to the classroom after washing up, encountering several fellow students from the same grade along the way. Their eyes either darted away or shot him piercing glares. The news of his withdrawal from the team had spread, and such gossip traveled faster than a burst of spiritual energy at this school. Whispers floated in from behind him. Lin Yuan maintained his pace, but the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Acquired contempt, emotion value 3, acquired sympathy, emotion value 2, acquired mockery, emotion value 5. System notifications popped up continuously. Among the dozens of people in the corridor, if he could trigger all their emotions at once, the rewards should exceed 100. But he couldn't just turn around and shout, "I'm a citizen of my country." That would be too foolish, and besides, he couldn't reveal his trump card so soon. He entered the classroom and sat down while several classmates instinctively shifted away from him. Lin Yuan paid no mind and took out his phone to browse the campus forum. The homepage displayed several posts about him, each title more outrageous than the last, and the comment section was in an uproar. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The school forum, viewed by all students, was a ready-made harvesting ground for emotions, wasn't it? Just as he was contemplating how to exploit this wave of popularity, his phone suddenly vibrated. A friend request. Applicant and ran. Verification message. I saw that you could fly. Lin Yuan frowned at these 6 words. He had been too careless yesterday, not expecting that kind of place would have someone. As for Ran, she was known throughout the school. In class summoner, her talent was exceedingly remarkable, with looks worthy of the school flower, and her family background was said to be quite solid. Logically, a team with such a configuration should have been disbanded long ago, but he heard that Ran had yet to form a team, and no one knew the specific reason. And Ran was class. If she truly intended to harm him, she could simply expose him. There was no need for private messaging. Her choice to communicate privately indicated she had something to discuss. He clicked accept, and the message box immediately popped up. And Ran, noon, 12 o'clock, rooftop, face-to-face. Lin Yuan replied with one word, okay. He tucked his phone back into his pocket. Plans often fall short of changes. He initially intended to create a stir today to harvest emotion values, but now it seemed he had to deal with this school flower first. However, thinking from another angle, its class summoner approaching him voluntarily was itself suspicious. Was it a threat? Unlikely. A collaboration? That seemed more plausible. Lin Yuan hardly listened during the morning classes, and as soon as the final bell rang, he headed straight for the rooftop. And Ran was already there. She stood by the railing facing away from the entrance, her long hair slightly lifted by the wind. Hearing footsteps, she turned around, her gaze calmly assessing Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also assessed her. She was about 168 cm tall, her looks were school flower level, but her eyes bore an unusual calmness that did not match her age. You're quite punctual, and Ran said. So are you. Speak, what did you see? And Ran did not beat around the bush. Last night I saw you. Lin Yuan's smile remained unchanged, but internally, he was cursing. So what? What do you plan to do with this information? I want to form a team with you. Lin Yuan tilted his head somewhat, doubting whether he had misheard. If I remember correctly, you are class, and I am E-class. You want to team up with me? What for? And Ran did not respond directly. She extended her hand, and spiritual energy gathered in her palm to form a golden human silhouette, but as soon as the silhouette took shape, it began to tremble violently, as if being torn from within. And Ran retracted her hand, and gasped a few times, her complexion pale compared to before. Lin Yuan looked at the dissipating golden light, frowning, floating into a shower of golden light. And Ran retracted her hand, and gasped a few times, her complexion pale compared to before. Lin Yuan looked at the dissipating golden light, frowning. Dark injury. And Ran wiped the sweat from her forehead. Not long ago, someone ambushed me. I forcibly activated my ability to summon a spirit far beyond my capacity, and though I survived, I was also injured. She paused, looking straight at Lin Yuan. And class, who might falter at any moment, no one would want to team up with that. Lin Yuan remained silent. He weighed the pros and cons of teaming up with Ran in his mind. And class summoner, even at 30% of her power limit, far exceeded an ordinary class, and she held his secret. Binding her to a war chariot was the safest choice. But having an extra teammate would limit his actions, and his schemes to harvest emotion values would need to be restrained, plus Ran's dark injury was an unknown factor. However, the biggest issue was not these. Why do you think I would want to team up? And Ran glanced at him. Because you are not E-class. Lin Yuan chuckled. But I am E-class. The talent assessment result clearly states actor. Do you doubt the school's assessment system? But your flying ability last night was not something an E-class should possess. Either you are hiding something or your talent cannot be summarized by just an assessment paper. Lin Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. This woman had a sharp mind. So you are looking for me to team up because you think I have a trump card? And Rand smiled at him. Because I know I need a teammate who won't drag me down, and you need a teammate who won't pry into. This statement hit the nail on Lin Yuan's psychology. He indeed needed a teammate. The martial arts college entrance exam was a group competition and individuals could not sign up. His previous team had been taken over by Zhang Mingxuan, leaving him with a reputation as a waste with an awakened E-class talent known throughout the school. Finding a new team within a month was not impossible, but hiding his strength in a new team while also harvesting emotion values would be excessively difficult. However, Rand's appearance provided him with a new option. This kind of mutually non-inquisitive relationship was much more stable than a hastily assembled team. 2 questions. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on her eyes. Ask, is there a way to heal your dark injury? I don't want to drag an incapacitated class in the secret realm. And Rand fell silent. There is a way, but it requires materials. It can be resolved before the exams. The second question after forming the team, who has command? And Rand was taken aback for a moment, then showed a playful expression. You can fly, you get to decide. Deal. Lin Yuan extended his hand. And Rand hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand as well. Her hand was a bit cold with thin calluses on her knuckles, not the hands of a pampered young lady. We'll handle the team paperwork at the academic affairs office at noon. And Rand retracted her hand and walked toward the rooftop exit. She paused at the door and turned her head slightly. Don't forget. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yuan and Anren stood at the door of the academic affairs office. Lao Zhou, the office director, rifled a team registration form from a drawer. The eyes behind his glasses roved over Lin Yuan 3 times. Anren, are you sure you want to team up with him? Lao Zhou pressed the form to the desk and tapped the column with Lin Yuan's name, his tone full of incredulity. I'm sure. Lao Zhou looked at Lin Yuan again, baffled. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and said nothing. Anren took the form, signed her name in the teammate column, and then handed the pen to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan waved his hand and signed. Lao Zhou put the form away with a sigh. Team information has been recorded. Registration for the selection closes at 3 this afternoon. Go register at the gym yourselves. They walked out of the academic affairs office. Anren glanced sideways at him. What were you smiling about back there? Nothing. Lin Yuan let the curve at the corner of his mouth fade. Lin Yuan watched the scattered increases, and a plan formed in his mind. They were still far from 1,000, but there were many people at registration today. Maybe they could harvest a large swell. The gym lay on the east side of the field. As they crossed the track, the sounds of fighting on the training ground suddenly paused for a moment. Someone recognized them. To be precise, they recognized Anren first, and then noticed Lin Yuan beside her. Isn't that the campus belle, eh? Who's the guy next to her? Seems his name is Lin Yuan. The A-rank waste Qinjing kicked out of her team yesterday. A-rank hanging out with Shrank. What's going on? Whispers drifted from both sides of the track. Anren kept walking without slowing. Clearly she was used to. Lin Yuan paid even less attention. A few scattered notifications of disdain and puzzlement flickered by, adding up to only a handful of points. He suddenly understood why the system encouraged mercilessly humiliating the weak. Scattered harvesting was inefficient, or one needed to manufacture a concentrated spectacle. A long line snaked outside the gym. The queue ran from the registration window to the steps outside the hall. At least 200 people. Lin Yuan and Anren fell to the back. A few students in front glanced back, saw the campus bell, and straightened instinctively. Someone secretly took a photo with a phone and forgot to turn off the flash. After a single look from Anren, they bowed their head. You have quite the reputation, Lin Yuan teased. Anren replied in a flat tone. Wait until you enter the mystic realm. You'll see whether that reputation means anything. Monsters in a mystic realm don't idolize celebrities. Lin Yuan let out a short laugh. She spoke with an amused air, less cold than he had imagined. The line inched forward. 30 meters from the window, Lin Yuan heard a familiar voice. Jingjing, look over there. The trash actually dared to come register. Zhang Mingxian. Lin Yuan puffed his cheeks and held his breath, letting his gaze pass over the shoulders of those ahead. He saw Zhang Mingxian and Chen Jing standing by the registration window, both holding already completed team forms. Chen Jing wore a light blue tracksuit that day, her high ponytail accentuating a striking figure. She followed Zhang Mingxian's gaze, and her expression changed. There was the sort of disgust reserved for something you had thrown away, only to see someone else pick it up and flaunt it in your face. Zhang Mingxian strode forward. Oh, isn't this Lin Yuan? He deliberately sharpened his voice to ensure everyone around could hear. Oh, you actually found a new team. He looked at Anren, forcing a smile. Anren, don't you know he's a rank? Teaming with an A-rank. Aren't you just throwing your college entrance exam into the fire? Students in the queue turned their heads, while watchful curiosity gathered from all directions. Anren glanced at Zhang Mingxian. Just a glance. Then she turned to Lin Yuan and asked, this is your former teammate. To be precise, he was the teammate who kicked me out just yesterday, Lin Yuan corrected. Zhang Mingxuan's face stiffened for a moment before recovering. He was used to being ignored, especially by pretty girls, but Lin Yuan's unconcerned calm irked him to the bone. And a rank loser dumped and kicked. Shouldn't he be hiding in a bathroom crying? Why was he still standing here looking at him like that? Zhang Mingxian stepped closer and lowered his voice. Lin Yuan, am warning you to be sensible. You know what rank Anren is. You're in a rank. Don't you see you're going to drag her down? Lin Yuan tilted his head. The small motion made something jolt within Zhang. He remembered Lin Yuan's sullen expression from the training ground the day before. Who are you to care? Lin Yuan offered a practiced, affable smile. Zhang Mingxian was left speechless. Chen Jing walked over. As well, she cast a quick comparative glance at Anren before turning to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stopped pretending, she said in a tone that sounded like scolding an unruly child. The college entrance exam decides a lifetime. Finding a teammate stronger than you want, change that. And a rank isn't a rank. Why burden others? Lin Yuan looked at Chen Jing and suddenly remembered how she had begged him to join her team earlier. She had smiled so sweetly then. Indeed, women could be fickle regardless of age. Finished? Lin Yuan asked. Chen Jing frowned. If you're done, move on. I still have to register. His calmness humiliated Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian reached out to block Lin Yuan's path. Wait, I want to see what kind of garbage teammate in a rank like you can find. Before he could finish, Anren stepped forward. She merely stood beside Lin Yuan and lifted her chin to look at Zhang Mingxian. He's my teammate. Zhang's mouth hung open, the second half of his sentence lodged in his throat, as if had swallowed a fly. People around began to whisper. The campus belle really teamed up with him. Are they crazy? A rank paired with Srank. What a surreal combination. Isn't Zhang Mingxian a rank? In the campus belle's eyes, he's worse than in a rank. Someone murmured that. The words drifted into Zhang's ear, and his smile vanished completely. Lin Yuan thought to himself that, as expected, a concentrated detonation was far more efficient. Zhang Mingxuan's face flushed from white to red, and then went ashen. If a look could kill, Lin Yuan would have been burned through by now. Zhang glared fiercely, then turned to Chen Jing. Registration's done. Let's go. He led his original team toward the exit, stopped at the door, and tossed back. See you at the selection. I hope your strength matches your mouth. Lin Yuan said nothing. Anren answered for him. Don't worry. He suits her better than you do. Zhang Mingxuan's face drained of color. He slammed the door as he left. The gym fell briefly silent, then erupted. The gossip of the campus belle, Anren defending an A-rank freshman against an A-rank-rich kid, would rank among the school's annual top scandals. The emotion indicators kept flickering, scattered numbers accumulating to nearly 350. Lin Yuan suddenly found that forming a team was not so troublesome after all. At least for harvesting emotional reactions, Anren's presence was an amplifier. He found himself already looking forward to how she would perform in the arena. The selection competition is held in the simulated secret realm north of Jiang City No. 1 high school. Although it is called a secret realm, it is actually an independent space supported by spirit stone arrays roughly the size of 2 soccer fields with terrain generated randomly. The event organizers have set up monitoring spirit arrays in advance, allowing the entire school to view the live footage on the big screen in the gymnasium. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance listening to the roaring sounds inside, tapping his cheek with his tongue. And Ran arrived earlier, already changed into a dark blue training suit, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, standing beside him looking at the schedule. Who was the opponent? Lin Yuan walked over. And Ran handed him the schedule. Group 3 Captain, Zhou Hung class, Steelbone, 2 class members, and 1 class support. Not bad, not too tough. Lin Yuan glanced over. For your trump card, it's indeed nothing. And Ran suddenly. Lin Yuan chuckled without responding. The audience area was already filling up with about 20 participants scattered in the left player zone, while the right side was packed tightly. As soon as Lin Yuan sat down, he felt several gazes piercing into his back. He didn't turn around, his super hearing automatically focused, and several conversations clearly flowed into his ears. Is that Lin Yuan? The E-class teaming up with the school beauty. E-class teaming with S-class, what was the school beauty thinking? Who knows, maybe she pities him. And Ran sat down next to him, opened her water bottle, and took a sip. Are you nervous? Nervous about what? It's your first time competing in front of the whole school. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her. Do I look nervous to you? And Ran scrutinized him for a moment. Not really, you actually look like you're hiding something sinister. Lin Yuan burst into laughter. This woman has quite a sharp intuition. Lin Yuan leaned back against the plastic chair in the player zone, propping his legs up. He rested his arms behind his head, speaking lazily. Whether I compete or not doesn't matter, mainly when will these people learn to keep their mouths shut? And Ran paused while twisting the cap of her bottle. You can hear them. Loud and clear. Lin Yuan gestured towards the audience on his right. That guy in the blue shirt in the 3rd row is calling me an E-class waste, and the girl with twin ponytails in the 4th row is saying you're a saint plus the 5th row. Alright. And Ran interrupted him, stuffing the water bottle into her bag. You seem to be enjoying this more and more, huh? Lin Yuan shrugged. The system prompted at the edge of his vision, but he ignored it. More people gradually filled the player zone. 20 or so contestants were seated on both sides. The left side was for formal competitors while the right side was for substitutes and reserves. Lin Yuan scanned the area, his gaze stopping at the position of group 3 across from him. Zhou Heng was squatting down tying his shoelaces. Once Zhou Heng finished tying his shoes and stood up, he coincidentally locked eyes with Lin Yuan. Zhou Heng paused for a moment, then revealed a relieved smile. He turned to speak quietly to his teammates, but Lin Yuan's super hearing caught every word. Group 3 is going against Lin Yuan, and ran an E-class performer plus a useless class. With this luck, even my grandma could win. The class with the knife frowned. Captain and ran is at least class. A useless class is worse than a class. Zhou Heng waved his hand. With me a steel bone at the front, how can she break through my defense? A mage who can't break through is just a living target. What about Lin Yuan? Zhou Heng sneered. An E-class performer, a first tier 1, are you afraid of him? The class with the knife fell silent. The class support pushed up his glasses. Let's not underestimate them. What if the school beauty has some hidden trump card? She has a trump card. Zhou Heng turned to look towards the front row of the audience, focusing on one person. Rumor has it she has an old injury that was never healed. She's teamed up with an E-class, so the news can't be fake. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. They're underestimating me, but it doesn't matter. Once we get to the arena, I'll show them what it means to do whatever I want. As he thought this, the character state of the patriotic person gradually seeped in, and Lin Yuan's expression turned darker. Lin Yuan. And Rand's voice pulled him back. Don't let them affect you, just go up and perform well. Affect me, eh? Lin Yuan turned to look at her, the cold light in his eyes still unabated. I'm not affected, I'm just thinking. Thinking about what? What expressions these people will have after I crush them. He spoke with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his tone light, as if he were discussing the pleasant weather rather than defeating opponents. And Rand looked at him, her eyes filled with a hint of concern. The way you're speaking right now is just like a villain in a drama. Thanks for the compliment. Not a compliment. The announcement sounded. First round of the selection competition, group 3 prepare entrance in 3 minutes. The noise in the audience suddenly rose to a new height. Lin Yuan stood up, stretching his neck. He wasn't wearing a training suit, hadn't brought any weapons, and was heading to the arena without any preparation. Zhou Heng's side was already checking equipment. And Rand stood up, tightening her ponytail, and with a flick of her wrist, a silver-white talisman slipped out from her sleeve, pinched between her index and middle fingers. Spiritual light overflowed from the surface of the talisman, crawling up her fingers like mercury. But it stopped at her wrist, her brow slightly furrowed as her spiritual power output was evidently stalled. Lin Yuan reached out, pressing down her hand that held the talisman. Don't rush to summon the spirit, and let me take this match first. And Rand looked up at him. By yourself? Of course, after all, I am the strongest in this competition. And Rand remained silent for a moment before retracting the talisman back into her sleeve. Don't go too far. Going too far is my basic character setting. Lin Yuan was the first to walk towards the entrance. The player passage was not long, about 10 meters, with the bright white light of the spirit array at the end. Halfway, their footsteps sounded behind him. Zhou Heng caught up. The two walked side by side. Zhou Heng turned to him and said quietly, Lin Yuan, if I were you, I wouldn't go on stage. Why? Lin Yuan didn't stop. E-class, first year, 0 combat experience, teaming with this glass school beauty. Zhou Heng smiled. What do you think the audience wants to see? They just want to see how you lose. Then what do you think I want to see? Zhou Heng. Lin Yuan turned to look at him, his eyes slightly narrowed, the smile still lingering at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was far from friendly. I want to see you kneeling and admitting defeat. Zhou Heng paused for a moment, his expression stiffening, before he coldly laughed. You've got a sharp tongue. Fine, see you in the secret realm. He quickened his pace, overtaking Lin Yuan and rushing into the teleportation array, disappearing in a flash of white light. Lin Yuan walked slowly to the white light, and Rand followed him from behind. What did you just tell him? Nothing much, just told him this match will be unforgettable for him. In an instant, as the white light engulfed his vision, Lin Yuan felt the ground beneath his feet vanish. Immediately, a sensation of weightlessness followed, lasting less than half a second before his feet were firmly planted once more. He opened his eyes to find himself in a dense forest where the tree trunks were so robust that 2 people could not embrace them. The canopy blocked out the sun, allowing only a few shafts of light to pierce through the gaps in the leaves. The air was thick with the damp smell of decaying leaves. Lin Yuan's tongue poked at his cheek. The terrain generated at random was fortunate. The dense forest was much more accommodating for a single assailant than an open field. And Rand appeared 3 meters to his left. Northeast direction, 300 meters away. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. And Rand tilted her head to look at him. How do you know? I heard it. Lin Yuan pointed to his ear. The footsteps of beasts, at least 4 of them weighing around 200 kilograms or more. They should be iron-armored rhinos. And Rand was somewhat surprised. The iron-armored rhino was a second-tier low-level beast with tough skin and thick flesh. Attacks below level would feel like mere tickles against it. For such creatures to spawn in the secret realm, the designers of the event truly had no fear of casualties. 4 of them, are you sure? Sure. Outside the dense forest, the large screen in the stadium was broadcasting each contestant's footage in real time. Someone whispered, "Did Lin Yuan just say iron-armored rhino? He can't really hear them, can he? What a joke, he's just an A-level player. Do you think he has S-level reconnaissance talent? He's saying iron-armored rhino just to make himself look good. If there isn't a single one later, he can say his judgment was interfered with by spiritual energy." The mocking laughter spread through the audience. Gained mockery emotion value 3, gained doubt emotion value 4. Lin Yuan's lips curled. The match hadn't even begun, and he had already accrued quite a few emotion points. Just thinking about what he was about to do made him want to laugh. "Stop smiling." And Rand's voice pulled him back, her tone filled with seriousness. "The charging speed of iron-armored rhinos exceeds 60 kilometers per hour. If 4 of them charge at once, I can't contain them all at the same time." "Who said you had to contain them?" And Rand was taken aback. Lin Yuan had already begun to walk forward, his steps light, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. "Lin Yuan, stand still, don't let the camera catch you slacking off." And Rand opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Lin Yuan passed between 3 massive trees and suddenly found himself in a clearing. A circular area about 20 meters in diameter lay before him, where 4 iron-armored rhinos were bent over, munching on the glowing moss on the ground. Their sizes were even larger than that of adult rhinos. The closest one lifted its head, its yellow vertical pupils locking onto Lin Yuan. A low growl rumbled from deep within its throat. The other 3 also raised their heads simultaneously. On the large screen in the stadium, the view switched to Lin Yuan's first-person perspective. The audience saw the 4 iron-armored rhinos turning toward the camera like 4 armored vehicles about to charge. The entire venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into even louder laughter. "He's alone. Has he gone mad? Why isn't Rand going up? Is he in a level going to the front to die? It's over. The first match will end in 3 minutes." Laughter erupted in waves from the audience. Gained laughter emotion value 14, gained disdain emotion value 12. Lin Yuan heard the laughter from the audience and the continuous alert sounds from the system. Then he made a move that left everyone baffled. He put his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and tilted his chin slightly upward. This pose seemed extremely out of place in the dense forest. And Rand, watching from behind a tree, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Lin Yuan tilted his head. From his elevated position, he looked down at the iron-armored rhinos, and the slight smile at the corner of his mouth made the light in his eyes appear unfriendly. "What are you looking at?" The iron-armored rhinos, of course, could not understand his words, but their instincts as beasts made them sense something. The closest iron-armored rhino took a step back, its hooves scraping the ground, the sulfuric smell from its nostrils becoming even more pungent. It was nervous. The other 3 began to stir restlessly. The laughter from the audience gradually diminished. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the monitoring array, reaching the entire stadium. "You all see it too, right? Then watch closely." As his words fell, a wave of energy erupted from beneath Lin Yuan's feet. The airwaves surged across the clearing, causing the 4 iron-armored rhinos to let out a simultaneous roar. In the next second, Lin Yuan was no longer in place. The image shook violently as the monitoring array frantically adjusted its focus, finally capturing his silhouette at a height of 12 meters. He hovered above the dense forest, looking down at the 4 iron-armored rhinos in the clearing. This angle, this posture, and this way of looking down made everyone in the stadium forget to breathe. He was actually flying. A feat of short-range flight using spiritual energy that only warriors above the 4th tier could achieve, and he, an A-level student at the 1st tier, had accomplished it. The audience was silent as a grave. Then they erupted. "What the hell? He can fly? A level? Who said he was a level? What kind of talent is this?" Gained shock emotion value 87, gained fear emotion value 76. Lin Yuan took a deep breath in the air. The bony plates of the iron-armored rhino melted the instant they came into contact with the beams like a hot knife cutting through butter. The iron-armored rhino did not even have time to scream before. "So you are iron-armored rhinos." Lin Yuan lowered his head slightly, and the irises of his eyes began to glow. 2 beams of dark red light shot from his pupils, accurately striking the back armor of the first iron-armored rhino. The bony plates of the iron-armored rhino melted the instant they came into contact with the beams like a hot knife cutting through butter. The iron-armored rhino did not even have time to scream before its massive body crashed to the ground, its limbs twitching twice before going limp. The entire venue fell silent. Then the light swept across, and the remaining iron-armored rhinos were almost instantly split in 2. The red glow in Lin Yuan's eyes gradually faded, and his irises returned to their normal black. He hovered in midair with the forest canopy behind him ablaze from the heat of the beams enveloping him in the stadium. No one spoke. And Rand stood behind a tree, the talisman she had been holding slipping to the ground. She had thought Lin Yuan was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. Lin Yuan slowly descended to the ground, his feet landing on the scorched earth. He glanced at the fallen iron-armored rhinos, confirming their demise, then looked up, revealing that iconic smile of a citizen of his homeland toward the sky. Have you seen enough? In the contestant area, Zhou Heng stood at the entrance of the contestant passage, still gripping his entry card. His match had yet to begin, but he no longer wanted to go in. He recalled the boastful words he had spoken and smiled wryly. Could his steel bones withstand that? Lin Yuan stepped out of the forest and returned to Ran's side. Ran looked at him, her lips moving. You said not to go overboard. This doesn't count as overboard. Lin Yuan patted the ashes that had stained his training uniform. Going overboard would mean sweeping through the audience as well. Ran's lips twitched. Lin Yuan turned to look at the sky, his smile still not entirely faded. He raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. A technician in the monitoring room trembled, almost turning off the spirit. In the stadium, everyone watched Lin Yuan's shoo gesture. He tilted his head, looking at the camera with a slightly off-kilter smile on his lips. The audience collectively experienced the emotion of awe. Emotion value 115. Lin Yuan stared at the numbers on the panel, licking his lips. The next awakening template wasn't far off. As Lin Yuan stepped out of the dense forest, the large screen in the gymnasium was still replaying the earlier footage. The moment the iron-armored rhinoceros appeared, the surveillance spirit array showcased it from 3 angles in slow motion. The audience remained silent. Ran emerged from behind a tree, bending down to pick up the talisman that had fallen on the ground. She gazed at Lin Yuan's back, her lips moved slightly, but ultimately she said nothing. What's wrong? Lin Yuan turned to look at her. It's nothing, I just feel like you probably didn't hear a single word of what I said before. I did hear it. You call that listening? Of course. Lin Yuan brushed off the ashes from his training outfit. Ran took a deep breath, deciding not to argue with him about what constitutes going too far. The announcement sounded. The results for the third match, Lin Yuan and Ran's team have concluded. Please prepare Zhou Heng's team. When the mechanical female voice announced the results, the gymnasium finally erupted in reactions. 5 seconds. He used only 5 seconds. That was the iron-armored rhinoceros. A second-tier low-level beast. A grade. This is called a grade. Do these abilities even belong to the first tier? Gained shock emotion value 34, gained fear emotion value 89, gained awe emotion value 42. The system notifications jumped wildly, and the emotion value numbers surged like flipping pages. The points earned in a single match surpassed the scattered gains he had accumulated over the past several days. Ran walked up to him, puzzled, and asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm observing their expressions. Just a minute ago they called me useless, and now they don't even dare to meet my gaze. You know this will create many enemies." Lin Yuan scoffed. "Enemies? Do you think I care?" Ran did not respond. She suddenly realized that this person had no intention of hiding his strength. He intended for the entire school to see how strong he was, compelling everyone who had mocked him to swallow their words one by one. Ran looked at the smile on Lin Yuan's face, suddenly uncertain if choosing this teammate was the right decision. As they walked out of the player tunnel, they came face to face with Zhou Heng. He was still clutching his entry card, the plastic surface creased from being squeezed. Zhou Heng looked up, meeting Lin Yuan's gaze. His lips moved, but he made no sound. His teammates behind him remained silent, some even trembling slightly. "Zhou Heng, I remember you saying at the entrance that even your grandmother could beat us." He tilted his head, searching for someone. "Where's your grandmother?" Zhou Heng's face changed from pale to red, then from red to green. He opened his mouth, his throat felt blocked. "I concede." Zhou Heng's voice was hoarse. Lin Yuan remained silent, just watching him. Zhou Heng took a deep breath and raised his voice. "Third group, Zhou Heng's team concedes." The referee's seat erupted in commotion. The head referee stood up to announce Zhou Heng's team from the third group concedes. Lin Yuan and Ran's team directly advances to the next round. The gymnasium fell silent again, then erupted into an even greater uproar. Zhou Heng experiences fear emotion value 13. The audience collectively experiences shock emotion value 89. Lin Yuan walked past Zhou Heng with his hands behind his back, not uttering another word. As they exited the player area, the voices from the audience began to diverge. Lin Yuan is only first tier, how could he possibly fly? Flight is a privilege for martial artists above 4th tier. Unless the school flower enhanced him, she isn't grade summoner. Summoning a boosting spirit to attach to him makes complete sense. It must be like that. Lin Yuan couldn't possibly have such strength. It must be the school flower's professional enhancement. These voices floated into Lin Yuan's ears. He did not stop his steps, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Humans are truly interesting. When faced with something beyond their comprehension, their first reaction is never to acknowledge the other's strength, but rather to rack their brains for a comfortable explanation. Grade enhancing an grade does sound much more reasonable than an grade crushing a second-tier beast. Ran tilted her head to look at him. "They're saying you're relying on my enhancement, don't you care?" "What do I care? You don't mind being called a freeloader." Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her. "Do I look like some?" "Not really. This person completely disregards how others perceive him. Or rather, he cares about something else, which is to attract more attention, discussion, and speculation from others. And Rand suddenly felt a strange sensation. Lin Yuan's performance today seemed from the very beginning not aimed at winning the match, but rather at capturing the audience's attention. She was unsure if this guess was correct, but she realized that this teammate was far more complex than she had imagined. Just as they reached the edge of the audience, a voice came from behind. "Hey, isn't this our flying master?" Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. He recognized this voice all too well. Zhang Mingxian walked out from another player tunnel, followed by Chun Jing and several members of the original team. He was still wearing his training outfit with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, clearly just finishing a match. "I heard you advanced. Congratulations." He strode up to Lin Yuan, a mocking smile on his face. Zhang Mingxian had been competing in the secret realm earlier and hadn't seen Lin Yuan's performance, only hearing the discussions about the school flowers enhancement from the audience. Thus, he concluded that Lin Yuan's victory had been granted by Ran. "However, Lin Yuan, are you perhaps too early to celebrate?" Zhang Mingxian crossed his arms. "Winning one match relying on the school flowers enhancement does not mean you're capable." Chun Jing also stepped forward, her gaze filled with pity and disgust. "Lin Yuan, can't you have a bit of self-respect? Relying on a woman isn't a skill." Lin Yuan tilted his head. This action made Zhang Mingxian's heart leap. But today, with the entire school audience present and the competition rules in place, could Lin Yuan really take action in front of so many people? With this thought, Zhang Mingxian grew bolder. "What? Did I say something wrong? A grade performer, first-year level, without the school flowers enhancement, could you win?" He stepped forward, his voice filled with disdain. "You and your useless talent are just a joke. What about the next match? Do you think Ran can keep enhancing you?" Zhang Mingxian experiences contempt emotion value 8. Lin Yuan looked at the prompt that popped up on the screen and suddenly burst out laughing. This smile made Zhang Mingxian uncomfortable. "What are you laughing at? It's nothing, just a pity you didn't see my match. That was all in Rand's enhancement. Do you believe that even without Rand's enhancement I could still blow you away?" Lin Yuan patted Zhang Mingxian on the shoulder, leaning closer to his ear, and whispered, "When we meet that day, I will let you see with your own eyes whether I need any enhancement." After saying that, he withdrew his hand and turned to walk towards the exit. Rand followed closely behind. Zhang Mingxian stood and placed the spot where he had been patted felt a bit tingly. He didn't know why, but suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. However, he quickly suppressed that feeling. A mere grade waste. What was he trying to act so tough for? "Act all you want." Zhang Mingxian shouted loudly at Lin Yuan's back. "The next match will be when your true form." The next match would take a long time to wait for. He needed to find a new source of emotion value. Lin Yuan stood at the exit of the contestant passage, leaning against the cold porcelain-tiled wall. The big screen was still replaying his battle. The emotional value indicator on the system panel was scrolling up uncontrollably. Current emotional value 8471000. This number made Lin Yuan unable to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up. He had harvested nearly 700 emotional points from one match, more than the scattered accumulation over the past several days. Fear and shock made up the vast majority, mixed with a small amount of jealousy and confusion, all flooding in from the audience seats, contestant area, and even the monitoring room. It felt really good, but it wasn't enough. The template lottery icon in the upper right corner of the panel was still flashing. It took 1,000 emotional points to draw once, and 10 consecutive draws cost 10,000. His current assets were not even enough for a single draw, let alone a guaranteed grade 10 consecutive draws. Lin Yuan licked his lips. He was 153 short. This gap was neither big nor small. If he flew over the audience area right now and launched a heat vision, he could probably fill it all at once. But the price was that the Martial Arts Bureau's investigation team would invite him for a chat the next day, and he might even lose his qualification for the college entrance examination. It wasn't worth it. "What are you still doing standing here?" And Rand walked up from behind, her ponytail slightly loosened from the earlier battle, sticking to her neck. Her complexion was a bit more flushed than before entering the secret realm, probably because the earlier scene had caused her spiritual energy to unconsciously accelerate. "Thinking about things," Lin Yuan said. "Thinking about what?" "I was wondering if I could fly back to the center of the arena right now and shout to everyone that I am your god." And Rand suddenly looked somewhat speechless. "You're joking, right?" "Of course I'm joking." And Rand stared at his face for a moment, trying to find evidence of his joke on that smiling face. But in the end she gave up. This person looked exactly the same, whether he was joking or speaking the truth. The two walked side by side towards the contestant area. As they passed by the edge of the audience seats, a few students in the front row instinctively shrank back their necks. Lin Yuan's mouth slightly curled up. This was the feeling. Just a minute ago these people were still mocking him as a grade waste. Now, they didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Humanity's instinctive reaction to things beyond their comprehension has never been worship, but fear. Fear was purer and more efficient than worship. He opened the system panel and entered the skill enhancement interface. Currently available skill to enhance flight active restricted. Enhancement cost 500 emotional points. Expected effect duration 60 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. The last time he enhanced flight it only cost 100, and the second time it skyrocketed 5-fold. At this rate of increase the third time might not even reach 1,000. The system was clearly forcing him either to save up for a draw or to madly harvest emotional points. He waited in his mind for 3 seconds. Spending 500 would set back his lottery progress significantly, but flight was currently his only means of mobility. He thought again about that exhilarating feeling of soaring above the sky, and his heart stirred. He clicked confirm. Emotional value 500. Flight skill enhancement in progress. Enhancement completed. Flight active restricted short distance flight, single duration, not exceeding 120 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Lin Yuan took a breath, suppressing the urge to grin widely. 2 minutes of flight time, 2 minutes of cooldown. The practical combat window had compressed from the initial 5 minutes and 30 seconds to now just 2 minutes, significantly increasing his margin for error. If the opponent wasn't strong enough, he could even maintain air superiority throughout, slowly dealing with those unfortunate souls on the ground who couldn't reach him. With his current strength and a 3-fold boost, fighting a second-tier demon beast would be as easy as cutting vegetables. In the future, if he advanced to second or even third-tier combat, would only become increasingly simple. The only thing he was a bit concerned about was that his super strength and iron body had yet to be properly tested in combat. But that issue wasn't urgent. The double elimination format of the tournament was long enough, and there would always be opportunities to find a human punching bag to test his skills. What are you laughing about again? And Rand's voice came from beside him. Nothing, just feeling like I can spend a lot. Spend what? Money. And Rand clearly didn't believe it, but she didn't press further. There were too many mysteries surrounding this teammate, and probing deeper would only give her a headache. She had now learned to directly shift her attention when she sensed something was off to avoid being led into trouble by him. The two sat down in the contestant area. As soon as Lin Yuan relaxed his body against the back of the chair, his phone in his pocket vibrated. A mass notification from the school's academic affairs system. Notification of campus selection tournament. The Jiang Province Campus Selection Tournament is approaching. This competition aims to select outstanding martial artists who can represent the province. The format is a double elimination arena match, and the winners can represent Jiang Province in the national competition, as well as receive preferential treatment in the college entrance examination. It is hoped that all students will actively sign up. Additional note: under the double elimination system, each team has 2 chances to lose, and after 2 losses they will be eliminated. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. The college entrance examination selection tournament mostly involved hunting demon beasts in secret realms, and the audience would eventually adapt to his strength, at which point his emotional points would completely lose their stable source. This tournament was different. The arena match meant he could face opponents directly, and the unwillingness, humiliation, and fear of defeated opponents would all translate into emotional value for him. Lin Yuan turned his phone screen to show and Ran. I want to participate in this. And Ran glanced at it and frowned slightly. Double elimination means we have to fight more matches. More matches mean more audience, Lin Yuan said. Isn't your focus a bit off? What's off? And Ran took a deep breath. Double elimination opponents will become stronger. You might even run into a grade teams, or even stronger. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her. Do you think I can't beat them? It's not about whether you can win or not. And Rand's tone became serious. It's that you shouldn't reveal all your trump cards. Now the whole school knows you can fly, and they will develop strategies specifically targeting you. And then, oi. And Rand frowned. Are you really clueless, or just pretending not to understand? Lin Yuan chuckled. And Rand, have you ever thought about a question? What question? Do you think heat vision is my trump card? And Rand was taken aback. Lin Yuan did not continue. The template from his homeland granted him 6 abilities. So far he had only used heat vision and flight. He hadn't even exposed the other 4. Super hearing was passive and always active, but others couldn't see that. Targeted. Targeting an opponent who was only using 20% of their strength would only result in a more humiliating defeat. He imagined the opponents devising a comprehensive counter-strategy against flight and heat vision, only to find they couldn't even touch him when they entered the arena. That image almost made him laugh out loud. With that thought, Lin Yuan sat up from his chair and looked at and Ran. Let's go. Where to? To sign up. Lin Yuan stood up, patted the wrinkles on his training suit, and wore that smile that made Rand's eyelids twitch every time she saw it. He could already visualize himself standing on the arena. The two arrived at the registration point. The registration area was set up in the main hall of the gym, with a short line of over 10 people waiting. At the other end of the hall, Zhang Mingxian was entering with his team through a side door. He had apparently just finished a match, his training outfit unbuttoned at the collar, followed by Chun Jing and 2 other members from his original team. Upon entering, Lin Yuan was the first person he noticed, causing him to pause for a moment, with a not-so-friendly curve at the corner of his mouth. Oh, Lin Yuan still registering. Zhang Mingxian strode over, deliberately raising his voice. I thought you would be satisfied after winning the first match, but I didn't expect you to actually dare to sign up for the arena competition. Lin Yuan turned his head to glance at him, just a glance, before turning back to continue waiting in line. This reaction made Zhang Mingxuan's smile stiffen slightly. He walked up to Lin Yuan's side, arms crossed. You don't really think you have the qualifications to participate in the selection match, do you? You barely scraped by the first match thanks to the school bowtie support. What do you think you can rely on for the second? Luck. Lin Yuan did not turn back, but he spoke up. Zhang Mingxuan, do you know what you resemble right now, eh? What do I resemble? Like a fly buzzing around, particularly annoying. A few students waiting in line couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Mingxuan's face darkened immediately. And you've misunderstood something. I don't need to seek your approval. If you're unhappy, we'll settle it in the arena. Zhang Mingxuan's anger level rises. 18 Xinjing stepped up from behind Zhang Mingxian and tugged at his. Don't bother with him. He's just a worthless fool relying on women to get ahead. Why waste your time? Lin Yuan glanced at Xinjing. Xinjing. Lin Yuan called her name. Have you forgotten what I said when I left the team? Xinjing frowned. I said I hope you won't regret it later. Xinjing's expression changed for a moment, then she stepped forward, her voice sharper. Regret. Lin Yuan, what if you won the first match? It was thanks to the school beauty. Without her, how long could you last? What can your disgusting performance talent do on the arena besides bring shame? And Ran suddenly stepped out from behind Lin Yuan, standing in front of Xinjing, a half head taller than her. Classmate Xinjing, I have two questions. First, I didn't support him. He fought that match on his own. And Ran's voice suddenly rose. Second, even if I did support him, what does it have to do with you? Xinjing's face turned red as she opened her mouth to say something, but found herself momentarily speechless. Xinjing's anger level rises 15. Zhang Mingxuan's jealousy level rises 22. It was now Lin Yuan and Ran's turn. Lin Yuan took the registration form, signed it, and handed it to Ran. The administrative teacher took the form, pausing for 2 seconds on Lin Yuan's name. You are Lin Yuan. Yes. The administrative teacher didn't say much more, stamped it. Registration confirmed. Wait for the draw and grouping notice. Lin Yuan took the receipt and paused for a moment as he passed by Zhang Mingxian. By the way, Zhang Mingxuan, you said I relied on the school beauty's support. Oh, why don't you guess? Lin Yuan tilted his head, the smile at the corner of his mouth sending chills down Zhang Mingxuan's spine. When will we get to face each other? He patted Zhang Mingxian on the shoulder and walked out of the hall without looking back. Zhang Mingxian stood frozen in place, gritting his teeth. Xinjing followed closely behind him, feeling a bit uneasy, but quickly suppressed it. And a rank, how much ability could he truly have, no matter how well he acted? It must have been the school bowtie support. As the two exited the gym, they bumped into their classmate Li Yang. Li Yang had just returned from the training ground carrying 2 weighted sandbags. Seeing Lin Yuan, he was momentarily stunned, then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Oh, Lin Yuan, I heard you won the first match. Lin Yuan looked at him, remaining silent. Pretty impressive, but the forum said you won so quickly thanks to the school beauty's support. What real skills do you have? Li Yang switched the sandbags to the other hand, his tone laced with evident sarcasm. Does it have anything to do with you? Not really. Li Yang shrugged, lowering his voice. I'm just saying it's not worth it for you. You're in a rank, yet you insist on teaming up with Sranks. When you get on the arena and are targeted, what are you hoping for? We're all in the same class. The arena competition isn't a secret realm. If you get knocked down, you'll embarrass the entire class. Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. Li Yang, do you think being a brank makes you so impressive? Li Yang frowned. Then let me ask you, are you here advising me to withdraw on your own accord, or did someone send you? Li Yang's expression stiffened slightly as Lin Yuan walked past him, and Ran followed, glancing at him. How did you know someone sent him? That guy usually doesn't care about anything except training in class. Isn't it strange he suddenly comes to advise me to withdraw? Lin Yuan paused. And I just saw Zhang Mingxian coming out from the side door earlier and greeted him. And Ran didn't ask further. This teammate was not only strong, but also had a sharper observation than the average person. However, she thought that such sharpness was probably forced out of him. Living in everyone's mockery and disdain for a month, it would be strange not to be sensitive. Thinking of this, a trace of sympathy inevitably appeared in her gaze towards Lin Yuan. As they passed the playground, sounds of fighting echoed from the training grounds. Someone in the crowd recognized Lin Yuan. Hey, isn't that Lin Yuan? That's him. He just took down 4 armored rhinos in the secret realm in seconds. That was thanks to the school. Without her support, what's he worth? The forum has analyzed it in Shrank Summoner's enhancement skill, and he's just in a rank 1st level. Where does that kind of combat power come from? But even if it was support, it's not easy to achieve that kind of result, right? Not easy. Support type skills are passively accepted. If it were you or me, we could do the same. Lin Yuan's lips slightly curled up, not bothering to explain. Go ahead and curse. All your negative emotions will become my source of strength. He suddenly felt that such thoughts were a bit too villainous and adjusted his mindset. But he couldn't help the smile on his face. What are you laughing at? And Rand's voice pulled him back. I was thinking about what expressions my opponents will have when I defeat them. And Rand was silent for a moment, you know. Every time you say something like this, I never know if you're serious or joking. Does it make a difference? If you're serious, it means you're more confident than I imagined. If you're joking, it means you don't see your opponents as human. Lin Yuan tilted his head. And Ran, do you think I should see my opponents as human? This question left Ran somewhat speechless. But she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she thought seriously. At least you should see them as opponents. Respecting one's opponent is the most basic principle of a warrior. Lin Yuan chuckled. Nothing much, just think you're right. The two continued walking forward as dusk deepened. After Ran left, Lin Yuan walked alone on the path back to the dormitory. He pulled up the system panel, staring blankly at the emotional value numbers. No, he was still too complacent. Lin Yuan, how can you rely entirely on the system? At the very least, he needed to work out a bit himself, or rather just enjoy it. Lin Yuan stood before the entrance of the low-level secret realm on the northern outskirts of Jiang City, gazing at the blue glowing teleportation portal, his tongue poking at his cheek. He ultimately couldn't hold back. With 3 days left until the campus selection draw, Ran went to handle the materials for her hidden injuries, while her roommate trained at the training ground all day. In this unmonitored window of opportunity, it would be a disservice to herself not to stir things up. In the management booth next to the teleportation portal, a middle-aged man was dozing off who a simple registration for the low-level secret realm would grant access. Lin Yuan signed his name and stepped into the teleportation portal without looking back. The blue light engulfed his vision, and when it returned, the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy had evidently risen to another level. Before him lay rolling hills overgrown with shrubs, and in the distance sparse woodlands. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur mixed with the stench of beast droppings. The low-level secret realm was mostly home to first to second-tier low-level demon beasts, but even ordinary students needed to tread carefully when entering in teams. To Lin Yuan, this place was merely a testing ground. A wave of air erupted beneath his feet, propelling him skyward. He flew to the left first. 6 horned wolves were attacking a young, iron-armored rhinoceros. The leading one was over 2 meters long, its gray fur riddled with old scars, crouching low and circling, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lin Yuan hovered 30 meters above them, tilting his head. The horned wolf leader suddenly looked up, its yellow slit pupils locking onto the shadow in the sky, letting out a low growl. What are you looking at? Lin Yuan's voice drifted down from above. In the next moment, 2 dark red beams shot from his pupils, accurately striking the horned wolf leader's head. The young iron-armored rhinoceros lay on the ground convulsing. Lin Yuan landed back on the ground and kicked the smoking corpse. At 2,700 degrees Celsius, attacking the young iron-armored rhinoceros lay on the ground convulsing. Lin Yuan landed back on the ground and kicked the smoking corpse. At 2,700 degrees Celsius, attacking a first-tier demon beast was akin to roasting ants with a flamethrower. A system prompt appeared: kill 6 first-tier upper-level demon beasts. Horned wolf 6, emotion value 12. 12 points from 6 beasts was like mosquito legs, but it was still meat. He soared back into the air, flying to the right. A second-tier lower-level rock-scaled python lounged on a boulder, its body thicker than a thigh, its dark gray scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. Lin Yuan stopped 20 meters above it. The rock-scaled python raised its head, its forked tongue hissing out. I've heard you have tough skin. Lin Yuan clenched his fist and dove down like a cannonball. His fist slammed into the python's center. Boom. The scales shattered, and the snake's body was driven into the boulder, fracturing the stone surface with a web of cracks. The rock-scaled python suddenly recoiled, opening its mouth wide to bite at his neck. Lin Yuan did not dodge. The venomous fangs sank into his shoulder, producing a sharp metallic clang. Grabbing the snake's neck, Lin Yuan pulled it out from the rubble. The rock-scaled python thrashed wildly, its tail smashing the ground into a pitiful state, but Lin Yuan's fingers, like iron pliers, clamped onto it, 7 inches, not budging an inch. Is that all? He tightened his grip, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. The snake's body went limp. With one punch and one squeeze, the second-tier lower-level demon beast met its demise. Lin Yuan tossed aside the corpse and licked his lips. The combination of super strength and a steel body exceeded expectations, making him virtually invincible against beasts below the second tier. He even felt a bit eager to have Zhang Mingxian come over now to test his skills, fully unleashing his 11 Crimson Blood Warrior to see if it could break through his defenses. With 40 seconds of flight time remaining, he flew towards a group of humans ahead. Super hearing made the conversations increasingly clear. Ligu, the rock-armored bear's skin is too tough. The wind blades can't break through. Don't retreat. He'll hold on for another round. Captain, our spiritual energy is running low. Lin Yuan flew above to get a clear view of the battle. 3 middle school students with a buzz-cut captain holding a shield were bracing against the frontal assault of a second-tier middle-level rock-armored bear. The shield was already cracking. The wind element girl's wind blades were visibly thinning, and the supportive amplification spirit array flickered erratically. The rock-armored bear was twice the size of an adult rhinoceros, and each of its paw strikes produced a dull sound that shattered the air. Lin Yuan descended. The wind element girl was the first to spot him, pointing to the sky and screaming, "Someone's here." The buzz-cut captain got distracted and looked up, almost dropping his shield, gritting his teeth as he shouted back, "Brothers, help. We can't hold on." Lin Yuan tilted his head. He hadn't planned to intervene, but the presence of an audience made the live effect far better. He landed 10 meters from the edge of the battlefield. The wind element girl saw his face, and her pupils widened in shock. "You are." Her words were caught in her throat. The rock-armored bear turned around, letting out a low growl, its paws scraping the ground, sending fragments of stone flying. As a second-tier middle-level demon beast, its instincts sensed danger, but its brain had yet to process the threat. Lin Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and slightly raised his chin. "Did you say it has tough skin, eh?" His voice was light and airy. The rock-armored bear roared in anger, charging forward, shaking the ground. Lin Yuan did not move, merely lowered his head slightly, and two dark red beams shot from his pupils, converging on the bear's chest. The beams exploded, creating a fist-sized charred hole. The rock-armored bear lunged forward 3 more steps, its front legs buckling, stopping right at Lin Yuan's feet. The entire area fell silent. The buzz-cut captain's shield clattered to the ground. The wind element girl covered her mouth, her fingers trembling. The support mage sat down on the ground, repeatedly muttering, "What the heck?" Lu Yang experienced a fear emotion value 14. Wang Lei experienced a shock emotion value 16. Zhao Xiaoman experienced a horror emotion value 18. The wind element girl's lips moved for a long time before finally squeezing out a complete sentence. You are the one who killed the iron-armored rhinoceros that day. Do you know me? I watched the match replay. The forums are all discussing you. What are they saying about me on the forums?" She hesitated. "They say you can only be that strong with the help of the school beauty." Her voice grew quieter. Lin Yuan chuckled and kicked the charred bear corpse with his toe. "What about now? Where's the school beauty?" The wind element girl couldn't find her words. The buzz-cut captain picked up his shield and walked up to Lin Yuan with a complex expression. "I'm Wang Lei, a level shield guardian. This is Zhao Xiaoman, a level wind mage, and that's Lu Yang, a level support mage." He paused. "Thank you for what you did just now." "No need to thank me, I initially had no intention of helping you. I just wanted to test the bear's defenses, and it turned out to be even more fragile than that snake." Wang Lei wisely refrained from asking further. Zhao Xiaoman cautiously took a few steps closer. "Do you really not need any support?" Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her. "What do you think?" Zhao Xiaoman shrank her neck in fear. Zhao Xiaoman experienced an awe emotion value 12. Lin Yuan's feet erupted with air waves as he ascended. "You all continue, or I have things to do." He flew deep into the hills, leaving the three standing beside the bear's corpse. There were 2 hours left before the secret realm closed. He landed at the edge of the dense forest, leaned against a tree trunk, and called up the system panel. The practical verification of super strength and a steel body had been completed, rendering him virtually invincible against attacks within the second tier. The heat vision was the most agile main attacker, providing almost full air superiority throughout. The only thing he hadn't tried yet was multi-skill combinations. Lin Yuan ascended once more, spending 30 minutes rampaging through the secret realm. The distribution of demon beasts in the entire low-level secret realm was thrown into chaos by his presence. Lin Yuan felt as if he was becoming addicted to this sensation of crushing everything. As a citizen of the motherland, I can indeed do whatever I want. Lin Yuan stood amidst a chaotic pile of rocks deep within the secret realm, 3 charred beast corpses lying at his feet. He glanced down at his hands, fingers trembling not from exhaustion, but from exhilaration. Since entering the secret realm, he had lost count of how many beasts he had slain. Under the heat vision, no beast lasted more than 3 seconds. It felt as if he had activated a cheat code in a mowing game. Yet Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. He had to admit that the heat vision was starting to bore him. In his past life, he was a powerless drama critic, struggling to even kill a chicken, let alone a beast. Now endowed with the strength of a person from his homeland, he found it tedious after just a few uses. But it was the truth. The heat vision was too powerful, requiring no skill, no tactics. A mere glance would suffice to kill. Repeating the same action inevitably led to boredom. He needed something more stimulating. Lin Yuan flew toward the deepest part of the secret realm. The terrain beneath him began to change. A low rumble echoed from a distance, shaking the air. His super hearing automatically focused, and he spotted a beast he had never seen before. A near third-tier beast. Its spiritual energy fluctuations surpassed that of a steel-armored rhino by several magnitudes. If an ordinary student encountered this creature, merely escaping would be a stroke of luck. Lin Yuan licked his lips, his heartbeat quickening. He slowly descended, landing 50 meters away from the beast, gravel crunching underfoot. The beast opened one eye, its yellow slit pupil narrowing to a slit. Lin Yuan brought his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and slightly raised his chin. Standing in the authoritative posture of his homeland, he looked down on the several-ton monster before him. "Time to get up." The beast slowly stood, its claws digging into the stone ground, fissures spreading from beneath. The beast launched the first attack. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it transformed into a dark red blur, its right front claw slicing through the air with a sharp screech aimed at Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan sidestepped. The claw grazed his nose, the wind pressure, leaving a shallow cut on his cheek. It hurt, but it felt even better. Lin Yuan grinned. Finally, it was no longer just a heat vision that killed everything in an instant. This creature could make him break a sweat. The beast's tail swept across the forked bone hammer, crashing toward his waist. This time Lin Yuan did not dodge. He turned to face it, heat in his right fist clenched. His fist collided with the bone hammer. A shockwave erupted, debris scattering. The beast's tail was deflected, and the bone hammer smashed into a nearby stone pillar. Lin Yuan glanced at his fist. The knuckles were unharmed, not even a bruise. He hadn't expected that the full force of a near third-tier beast strike would feel like a mere tickle to him. Is that all? The beast roared, 7 bony spikes along its spine, glowing dark red spiritual energy coalescing into 7 orbs shooting out simultaneously. Lin Yuan shot straight into the sky, 7 beams passing beneath him, a 10-meter deep pit exploding behind him in the stone forest. Now that's more like it. Lin Yuan inverted, crashing down like a cannonball. His right fist struck the center of the beast's spine, the sound of shattering bones ringing clearly as the beast crashed into the stone ground, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Lin Yuan stood up, panting, heavily drenched in sweat. His emotional value increased by 18 points, but he no longer cared about those numbers. What mattered to him was this exhilarating feeling. The sensation of each punch, the adrenaline rush with every dodge made him feel truly alive. Not enough, still not enough. He ascended again, continuing deeper into the secret realm. For the next 40 minutes, Lin Yuan rampaged through the core area until he encountered a third-tier low-grade iron feather eagle, a true third-tier beast spreading its wings to obscure half the sky. The iron feather eagle's feathers were as hard as iron, and the heat vision could only scorch its surface, unable to deliver a fatal blow. It circled in the air, diving with claws ripping through the air, each strike aimed precisely at Lin Yuan's vital points. Lin Yuan fought with it for a full 10 minutes. When the flying time was up, he landed for close combat, cooling down before ascending again. Heat vision, fists, knees, headbutts, he utilized every attack method available. In the end, he brought the iron feather eagle down to the ground, riding on its back, pummeling its head with his fists until they were covered in eagle blood and feathers, finally killing it. Lin Yuan lay back beside the corpse, gasping for air. His clothes were tattered, his body marked with 7 or 8 white lines, over half of his spiritual energy spent, and his muscles ached as if they had been ground down. But he had never felt this exhilarated before. He stared at the sky, suddenly bursting into laughter. The sound echoed through the stone forest. I can do whatever I want. In my past life, I was trapped in a rental apartment, binge-watching dramas and relying on takeout to survive. Compared to now, it felt like a long suffocation. The rules of this world are simple. The strong are respected. And he was strong. Lin Yuan got up, wobbling as he walked toward the center of the stone forest, climbing to the top of a broken stone pillar. The rules of this world are simple. The strong are respected. And he was strong. Lin Yuan got up, wobbling as he walked toward the center of the stone forest, climbing. 2 dark red beams, thicker than ever, shot from his pupils, spreading into a fan shape in the air, sweeping across the entire stone forest. Lin Yuan maintained the output of heat vision, tilting his head, a peculiar smile on his lips. When the output power of the heat vision reached its peak, an unprecedented rush of pleasure surged through him. This pure sensation of releasing power was intoxicating. The mediocrity, helplessness, and neglect that had been suppressed for over 20 years in his past life were all reduced to ashes in this moment by the scorching dark red light. Lin Yuan trembled all over, having reached a state of extreme excitement akin to a cerebral climax. He tilted his head back, the beams of heat vision shooting into the sky, dyeing the entire secret realm's sky a dark red. I can do whatever I want. As the last word left his mouth, the heat vision suddenly extinguished. Lin Yuan's body softened, slipping from the stone pillar, landing flat on the gravel ground. His consciousness remained, but his body completely disobeyed him. Every muscle fiber spasmed, his spiritual energy entirely depleted, leaving him with no strength even to lift a finger. Sweat blurred his vision, yet a smile lingered on his lips. It felt so damn good. Suddenly the system began to flicker, popping up a golden notification box. Detected that the host is highly compatible with the person from the Homeland. Character template compatibility 97. Exceeds the hidden threshold 95. Template synchronization enhancement in progress. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. Was there such a good thing? The person from the Homeland template has unlocked new abilities. X-ray vision active. Able to penetrate non-spiritual energy. Protective solid substances. Penetration depth increases with spiritual energy output. Current maximum depth 30 meters. Rapid regeneration passive. Automatically repairs the body after injury. Restoration speed is 500 of base recovery rate. Spiritual energy can accelerate regeneration. 500 recovery speed. Unless killed in one hit or completely drained of spiritual energy, he was nearly impossible to be dragged down in a prolonged battle. If he utilized these two abilities well, his survival capability would increase several-fold. Lin Yuan lay on the gravel ground, his body still twitching from exhaustion, but his mind was already calculating the next move. He exerted all his strength to raise his right hand, clenching his fist in front of him. Dried blood from the iron feather eagle stained his knuckles, appearing a dark rust color in the setting sun. He stared at his bloodied fist, breaking into a grin. The laughter rose from low to high, from restrained to unrestrained, ultimately transforming into a carefree belly laugh that echoed repeatedly in the empty stone forest. Zhang Mingxian, Chen Jing, all those who had called him useless. See you in the arena. When Lin Yuan stepped out of the spatial gateway, the gatekeeper, a middle-aged man, was dozing off. The azure light of the portal faded, the gatekeeper blinked groggily awake and saw a tattered figure emerge. His training uniform hung in shreds, mere ribbons clinging to his frame, revealing skin unervingly pale beneath. Across it sprawled a chaotic lattice of faint white marks, some nearly vanished, others still tinged with a delicate blush of pink. He rubbed his eyes as if to verify he wasn't hallucinating. He had sat at this secret realm's entrance for 10 years, and never once seen anyone like this. His clothes were reduced to rags, yet not a single proper wound marred his body. As Lin Yuan passed the gatehouse, he nodded with a smile, casual, almost as if greeting an admirer. The gatekeeper stared, mouth slightly agape, but uttered nothing. Streetlights had already flickered on across campus. Dusk stained the main avenue a deep amber hue. Of scattered students strolled back from the training grounds. Someone recognized him, not by face alone, but by that unmistakable ragged silhouette, then inevitably by his features. That's Lin Yuan, isn't it? Why's his outfit shredded like that? He can fly. So why does he look so battered? Whispers drifted toward him, yet he kept walking, lips curving upward ever so slightly. On his system interface, emotional resonance values flickered, 20-odd points scattered and subdued. Compared to the concentrated surges within the secret realm, these numbers stirred no ripple. His phone vibrated as he reached the dormitory entrance. Ran's message contained only 4 characters. Where are you? Lin Yuan glanced down at his ruined attire and replied with 2 outside. Within 3 minutes, Ran appeared around the dormitory corner. Navy blue training uniform, crisp ponytail, tighter than usual, a fine sheen of sweat glistening at her temples. Her gaze swept from his shirt, now little more than frayed strips, to his dust-caked trousers, then lingered on the faint, nearly invisible bloodstain across his cheek. Her expression shifted: confusion, then concern, then quiet resignation. You went into the secret realm? I did. Alone. Alone. Ran drew a slow, steadying breath, swallowing the torrent of words rising to her lips. She pointed to the faint trace of blood on his cheek. How's the injury? Healed long ago. Lin Yuan touched his jaw. Barely wounded to begin with, the slightest abrasions had vanished under hyper-accelerated regeneration. Ran studied his face a moment longer, confirming the stain was visibly fading, and chose silence instead of further inquiry. Go change. Then we eat, and discuss tomorrow's first-round match. At a window-side table on the second floor of the canteen, Ran had already claimed a seat when Lin Yuan arrived, freshly clothed. Before him sat a martial artist's kind-fused meal, tasteless, dry, like chewing stiff parchment. Ran set down her chopsticks. Tell me, what did you do inside the secret realm today? Tested a new ability. A subtle furrow appeared between her brows. Until now he displayed only flight and thermal vision during the selection trials. Now he spoke of new abilities, meaning he'd held back all along. How many ace cards do you truly hold? Lin Yuan tilted his head, offering a wry smile. An excellent question. Even I'm uncertain. Ran paused, then pivoted to something tangible. Who's our first-round opponent tomorrow? Sun Peng, a Brank lightning cultivator flanked by 2 crank close combat specialists, and 1 Drank support, all merely first stage level 4. Lin Yuan glanced at his phone. Sun Peng. Ran repeated the name. Lightning cultivation ranks among the most destructive in the Brank tier, but its fatal flaw is rapid spiritual energy depletion. His 2 crank melee fighters are twins trained specifically to pin opponents down during lightning skill cooldowns. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised. You've done your research. Team formation isn't signed away with a single stroke of ink. You draw fire. I gather intelligence. That's how a real team functions. Suddenly Lin Yuan found this teammate far more dependable than he'd imagined. She meticulously analyzed every potential adversary's tactical habits, an intensity that for an instant reminded him of his past life self, burning midnight oil to compose Tentasan character critiques. Sun Peng's lightning strikes require target locking. Given your flight speed, he'll never acquire it. So you want me to soar up there then? Lin Yuan mimed a sweeping gesture. No. Ran shook her head. I want you to not fly. Lin Yuan arched a brow. In a double elimination bracket, every match is dissected, repeatedly, by every prospective rival. Ran lowered her voice. You've already revealed flight and thermal vision. Sun Peng will certainly prepare lightning net techniques, blanketing the entire arena airspace the moment you ascend. So, fight from the ground, with what he's never seen. Lin Yuan pressed his tongue lightly against his cheek. She didn't know his hidden reserves, yet she'd engineered a tactical dilemma forcing him to unveil them. That sensation of being subtly maneuvered rankled, yet her logic was sound. Fine. Ground combat tomorrow. Ran visibly exhaled, then added softly, don't overdo it. You always say that, because you always do overdo it. Lin Yuan laughed aloud. Around them the canteen gradually emptied. Ran rose to settle the bill. Lin Yuan leaned back, watching her recede. To him, teaming up had been purely instrumental, yet Ran treated it as something real, something to be built and sustained. That earnestness unsettled him, not unpleasantly but profoundly. As they exited the canteen, the campus broadcast chimed. First-round pairings for the campus selection tournament have been announced. All competing teams must report to the gymnasium by 8:00 a.m. tomorrow. Ran pulled out her phone to check. Group 4 Arena 3. Our first match is tomorrow. Lin Yuan glanced at the time, 8 o'clock. His past life rhythm, sleeping at 3 a.m., waking at noon, had utterly collapsed in this world. Nervous? Ran asked. Do I look nervous? She studied him carefully twice. No, you look like you're itching to obliterate someone. Close enough. They parted ways at the dormitory entrance. After a few steps, Ran turned back, hesitated, then simply said, rest well. Lin Yuan didn't head upstairs immediately. He summoned his system interface, current emotional resonance 603-1000. After the secret realm's chaos and template activation costs, just over 600 remained. A decisive victory tomorrow should fill a sizable gap. Spectators' shock and dread would surge his resonance substantially. The dorm room stood empty. His roommate was likely still training. Lin Yuan lay down. His super hearing automatically narrowed focus. Next door voices murmured about tomorrow's match. Lin Yuan's drawn against Sun Peng. Sun Peng's a brank lightning cultivator. How's an a rank possibly win? The forum says he's riding the school beauty's aura, but arenas offer no such buffs. Didn't you see him soaring through the dense forest last time? That presence wasn't faked. Presence doesn't fill your stomach. Their voices dissolved into the night. Lin Yuan rolled onto his forum. Debates about him grew louder, fracturing into factions. Some insisted it was mere aura borrowing, others suspected concealed mastery, still others scoured his entire month of public records, piecing together clues. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow's first-round arena awaited. Zhang Mingxian would be there. Xinjing too. And every soul who'd mocked him. He pictured their faces and smiled. The script might be cliché, but performing it felt damn good. At 8 in the morning, the gymnasium was already packed with people. 3 standard arenas were arranged in a triangular formation at the center, each with a side length of 20 meters, and the ground was covered with specially designed alloy plates. Several spiritual energy detection pillars stood scattered in the center of the scene, capable of detecting the illegal use of props and serving as rock formations. The audience seats were filled with at least 800 people. Lin Yuan stood at the exit of the contestant passage, his super hearing automatically honing in on the discussions from all directions. Lin Yuan against Sun Peng. Isn't Lin Yuan that a rank? He flew up in the last secret realm. It was a hot topic on the forums for 3 days. It must be the school beauty's support, with the Thunder System's natural advantage over flight. Sun Peng is bound to win. Lin Yuan lightly tapped his cheek with his tongue, and Ran walked up from behind, holding information about his opponent, her brow slightly furrowed. Sun Peng changed his gear last night. The output power of his Thunder System is at least 10% higher than before. Just 10%. Still, don't underestimate him. And Ran stuffed the information into her bag. You really don't need flight and thermal vision. Of course the audience wants to see something fresh. It's boring to just fly all the time. And Ran looked at the smile on his face and suddenly had a very bad premonition. Whenever this person shows such a smile, someone is bound to be in trouble next. The announcement sounded. In the first round of the campus selection competition, Lin Yuan and Ran's team will face Sun Peng's team. Please both sides enter the arena. Lin Yuan was the first to walk towards Arena 3, still not wearing training gear and not carrying any weapons, his hands in his pockets, and his steps relaxed. Across the passage, Sun Peng emerged with 3 teammates. Sun Peng wore silver-white metal wrist guards engraved with Thunder System runes, with small electric arcs flickering at his fingertips. 2 crank melee fighters were twins wielding short blades, while the Drank support behind held an amplification flag. Lin Yuan was the first to walk towards Arena 3, still not wearing training gear and not carrying any weapons, his hands in his pockets, and his steps relaxed. Lin Yuan remained silent, leisurely walking onto the arena, and Ran followed closely behind, standing in the... Sun Peng continued, but unfortunately my thunder web covers the entire arena. As soon as you dare to leave the ground, you'll be electrocuted. You're bound to lose this match. You might as well concede now to avoid embarrassment. Laughter of agreement rose from the audience. Lin Yuan laughed as well. He turned to Enran and suddenly asked a question that left the entire venue stunned. In the northeast corner behind the spiritual energy detection pillar, someone is hiding. Enran frowned. What? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. The one behind the detection pillar is a Drank support interfering with the detection pillar's spiritual energy to disrupt the referee's judgment. Sun Peng's smile froze. Enran suddenly turned to look at Sun Peng, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. How do you know? Sun Peng's voice was unnaturally tense. Lin Yuan turned grinning at Sun Peng. Because I can see. See, literally. Lin Yuan pointed to his eyes. I have X-ray vision. At the referee's desk, the head referee signaled the technical team to investigate. 2 staff members rushed over and pulled out a crouching student from behind the detection pillar, clutching interference spiritual symbols. The head referee's face darkened. Sun Peng's team, this is a warning. If you violate the rules again, your qualification will be revoked. The noise in the gymnasium instantly rose to a higher pitch. Sun Peng gritted his teeth, his gaze towards Lin Yuan shifting from disdain to caution. And Ran looked at Lin Yuan from the support zone, lowering her voice. What you said about X-ray vision, is it real? Of course. And Ran's ears turned slightly red as she took a deep breath and said in an extremely calm tone, you'd better only look at the detection pillar. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. This woman was far more interesting than he had anticipated. Sun Peng across the arena had no idea what was happening. He only saw on Ran's face slightly flushed, while Lin Yuan laughed unabashedly. Brother Sun, they're getting distracted, one of the twins whispered. Sun Peng's eyes turned cold, his wrist guards glowing with blinding blue and white light, as 3 lightning chains shot from his palms, intertwining into an electric net and heading towards Lin Yuan. The speed of the lightning strike was incredibly fast, but Lin Yuan's super hearing had already captured the signal of Sun Peng's accelerated heartbeat before he made his move. Lin Yuan sidestepped, and the electric net grazed past his nose, crashing onto the arena and exploding into a charred mess. The twin melee fighters moved simultaneously, one to the left and one to the right, with short blades blocking Lin Yuan's retreat. Lin Yuan did not retreat. He faced the one on the left, heat in his right fist, slamming directly onto the blade, the sound of metal clashing ringing sharply, and the short blade shattered in response. Before the crank melee fighter could react, Lin Yuan grabbed his shoulder with his left hand, tightening like an iron clamp, and lifted him up with one hand, slamming him towards the one on the right. The two collided in midair, rolling off the edge of the arena. Sun Peng's pupils constricted. How could an rank non-combat profession possess such strength? Thunder Spear. Sun Peng gritted his teeth, bringing his hands together as spiritual energy condensed into a tumtor-long spear of thunderlight. This was his strongest single-target attack, capable of piercing through the defenses of a second-tier mid-level beast. Lin Yuan tilted his head. The Thunder Spear was released, piercing through the air with a screech, aimed directly at Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan did not dodge. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, directly catching the spear tip. Electric arcs jumped wildly, the blinding blue light illuminating both their faces stark white. The alloy floor cracked in a spiderweb pattern centered around Lin Yuan's feet. The Thunder Spear could not advance an inch. Sun Peng's expression shifted from confidence to terror. Lin Yuan tightened his grip, crushing the Thunder Spear, scattering electric arcs everywhere. His palm remained unscathed, not even leaving a red mark. Is that all? Lin Yuan's voice was light and airy. Sun Peng staggered back, his spiritual energy depleted, his face pale as paper. The Drank support attempted to raise the amplification flag, but when Lin Yuan glanced at him, his hand trembled and the flag dropped onto the arena. Sun Peng lowered his head, his voice carrying reluctance. We concede. The head referee stood up to announce. In the fourth group, Sun Peng's team concedes, and Lin Yuan and Ran's team advances. The gymnasium fell into a silence even more profound than the previous match. Then it exploded. What the hell did he say? X-ray vision. There really was someone hiding behind the detection pillar. He was right. Do you still believe he's a rank? Have you ever seen a rank crush a Thunder Spear with one hand? Various voices erupted in the audience, with no one knowing the truth, all trying to find an explanation. The technical staff of the referee team whispered to each other, repeatedly replaying the footage of the detection pillar. In the footage, there was only Lin Yuan squinting and stating the exact location, with no recorded fluctuations of spiritual energy in between. If he used an X-ray type skill, the fluctuations of spiritual energy would either need to be extremely concealed or not even be a spiritual energy skill at all. So what on earth was it? And Ran walked up to Lin Yuan, her tone complicated. X-ray vision, steel body, flight, thermal vision. How many abilities do you have that you haven't told me? Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her, smiling as he said, you guess. And Ran fell silent for a moment, exhaling. When you mentioned X-ray vision just now, I just wanted to confirm one thing. What thing? Did you really see me? Lin Yuan suddenly leaned close to her ear, whispering, don't worry, I won't tell you what I see and what I don't. And Ran's fists clenched tightly. She exerted great willpower to avoid punching Lin Yuan in front of the entire school's faculty and students, turning to head towards the exit, her pace noticeably quicker, her ears flushed from light pink to deep red. Lin Yuan followed behind, laughing, unbothered by the discussions in the stands. As Lin Yuan and Ran stepped out of the contestant passage, the murmurs in the gymnasium had yet to subside. The big screen continued to replay the slow-motion footage of Lin Yuan crushing the lightning spear with one hand, each replay sparking a new wave of excitement. X-ray vision. He mentioned X-ray vision. There really was someone hidden behind the monitoring pillar. How did he see it? Catching the lightning spear with one hand, and there isn't even a red mark on his palm. What kind of defense is that? And Ran walked beside Lin Yuan, glancing at the smile on his face, her eyelids twitching. You mentioned X-ray vision on the arena just now on purpose, right? I was stating a fact. You could have told me quietly instead of announcing your abilities in front of over 800 people in the school. And Rand's tone was calm, but the blush in her ears had not faded. Lin Yuan chuckled. Is it more interesting to tell you quietly, or to announce it loudly to everyone? And Rand took a deep breath, deciding not to continue the topic. The two of them walked past the edge of the audience seats. Students in the front row instinctively shrank back upon seeing Lin Yuan. Someone in the back row stood up, wanting to get a better look at his face, but quickly sat down as soon as Lin Yuan's gaze swept past. The emotional value prompt on the system panel bounced continuously at the edge of his retina. An A-level player, a first-tier novice, had just blown apart a B-level lightning mage. The discussions in the audience began to diverge. He can't possibly be A-level. Was the awakening device malfunctioning? How do you explain him flying? How do you explain the thermal vision? And how do you explain the X-ray vision? Lin Yuan listened to these voices, the curvature of his lips unchanged. And Ran suddenly stopped. Lin Yuan followed her gaze. Zhang Mingxian stood beside the railing at the front of the audience, gripping the rail with both hands, his expression terrifyingly ferocious. Impossible. Zhang Mingxian suddenly turned around and shouted at his teammates behind him. How could an A-level player crush a lightning spear? It must be a conspiracy between Lin Yuan and Sun Peng. Chun Jing stood behind him, her face not looking good as she stared at the slow-motion footage on the big screen, biting her lip. Zhang Mingxian strode to the front row of the audience, pointing at Lin Yuan, his voice echoing throughout the gymnasium. Lin Yuan, what underhanded methods did you use? Forbidden drugs? Black market enhancement talismans? Or did Ran secretly empower you in a way you dare not admit? Lin Yuan slowly turned around, tilting his head. Didn't you watch the match just now? The technical inspection results from the judges have already been announced. He paused, his smile widening. Or are you questioning the judge's judgment? Zhang Mingxian's face turned a shade of purple. You must have cheated, using a method that cannot be detected. Otherwise, why wouldn't a level waste like you, Zhang Mingxian? And Ran suddenly interjected, her voice as cold as ice. You said I empowered him, then explain how I did it. From start to finish, he fought against Sun Peng's team, and I didn't lift a finger. The audience erupted into an even louder uproar. The school beauty herself denies it. It's not empowerment. It's really not empowerment. Zhang Mingxian gritted his teeth, his hands trembling, his voice filled with anger. Lin Yuan, you'd better pray not to face me. The arena has rules to protect you, but those rules won't protect you forever. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, I'm stating a fact. Zhang Mingxian stepped forward. Do you think crushing a lightning spear is impressive? My blood flame blade can definitely slice through your defenses like cutting through butter. Lin Yuan suddenly burst out laughing. Zhang Mingxian's voice abruptly halted. You say you can cut through my defenses? Lin Yuan extended his right hand in front of him, palm facing up. Then try it now, no need to wait for the arena or the rules, to do it right now. The gymnasium fell silent in an instant. Zhang Mingxian stood dumbfounded, his anger replaced by confusion. Chun Jing tugged at his sleeve from behind. Don't fall for his tricks, you'll be disqualified if you act here. He wouldn't dare. Lin Yuan looked into Zhang Mingxian's eyes, his smile unwavering. He's not unwilling to act. He dares not because he knows his blood flame blade can't break through my defenses. He's afraid to prove in front of 800 people that a full force strike can't even break my skin, so he's looking for an excuse for disqualification, right? Zhang Mingxian's face was a mix of green and red, his lips moved for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. Lin Yuan gave him one last glance before turning to walk towards the exit, and Rand followed closely behind. The sunlight on campus was blinding. Lin Yuan stood on the steps, stretching lazily, his joints cracking. The previous arena match hadn't consumed much of his stamina. Crushing the lightning spear wasn't even a warm-up. And Rand hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Why did you provoke him on purpose? Because he was too noisy. My hearing is far beyond that of ordinary people, so I heard every voice below calling me a waste and accusing me of cheating, but he was especially loud. Lin Yuan spoke these words in a very calm tone, but Rand saw a hint of enjoyment in his eyes. This person was reveling in everyone's attention. Whether it was admiration or doubt, fear or disdain, he absorbed it all, digesting it completely. Haven't you thought about hiding it a bit? Now the whole school knows you have X-ray vision, and do you know what that means? What does it mean? It means that all the girls will avoid you starting today. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. He laughed for quite a while, before stopping, wiping the corners of his eyes. Then why didn't you avoid me? And Rand's ears turned red again, but her tone was extremely calm. Because we're teammates and trust is necessary between teammates. Trust, Lin Yuan repeated. Do you trust me? At least in the arena, yes. And Rand said this, and walked towards the training ground, turning back after a few steps. The draw is in the afternoon, don't be late. Lin Yuan watched her figure disappear around the corner, leaning against the sidewalk tree, bringing up the system panel. Current emotional value 847-1000. A single arena match had harvested over 200 points, leaving him 153 points short of the first template lottery. The speed of the public opinion's fermentation on the forum far exceeded expectations. Lin Yuan had just finished showering when Rand sent him the trending forum post page. Every single post in the top 10 pages was related to him, discussing strength analysis, thermal vision temperature estimates, awakening device misjudgment discussions, and polls asking if people believed Lin Yuan was a level. Each post was a chaotic mess, with someone even starting a bounty post offering 10,000 yuan to anyone who could replicate any of Lin Yuan's abilities. After finishing the post, Lin Yuan's lips curled upwards. No one had guessed the truth. The louder the chatter and the more intense the debate, the better, the more attention, the better. The emotional value harvesting machine needed fuel, and these people were all rushing to feed it. His super hearing narrowed down to the smallest range, allowing sounds from the neighboring dormitory to seep in. Lin Yuan caught the lightning spear with one hand. What material are his hands made of? Zhang Mingxian was so scared he didn't dare to act. Just think about it. Lin Yuan turned over, his smile barely visible in the dim dormitory. He closed his eyes. Time for a rest. The draw was still ahead in the afternoon. At 2 in the afternoon, the main hall of the gymnasium was set up with an electronic screen for the draw and and Rand sat beside him, holding an unopened water bottle, her gaze fixed on the scrolling matchup list on the and Rand turned her head to look at him. Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes. I couldn't sleep at noon. The dorm next door was discussing what material my hands are made of, and they were noisy for an hour. The hall gradually filled with people. The faces of the participants were marked with varying degrees of tension. Some deliberately walked around behind Lin Yuan's seat, taking the opportunity to scrutinize him. Lin Yuan ignored them, his super hearing automatically focusing as sounds flooded in from all directions. Lin Yuan is over there right next to the school beauty. I watched that match this morning. He crushed the thunder spear with one hand, and the judges still haven't provided a technical explanation. Some say he has dual talents, others say the awakening device was broken, and some say he is from a hidden noble family. A hidden noble scion wearing that kind of cheap training outfit. The emotional value indicator flickered a few times at the edge of his retina. The academic supervisor walked to the long table and tapped the microphone. The second round draw for the campus selection competition will begin now. Please have all team captains come forward. Lin Yuan stood up and stretched his neck. And Rand set down the water bottle, somewhat resigned. It's just a draw. Why are you so nervous? I'm not nervous. You were just sitting with your legs crossed, and now you're suddenly standing up. What else could that be but nervousness? Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her. My butt hurts from sitting too long. Do you want to stand up and try it? And Rand took a deep breath, deciding not to discuss anything related to body parts with this person anymore. Lin Yuan walked to the front of the long table to queue. Over 20 team captains lined up in 2 rows. Some were praying with their heads down, some wore blank expressions, and some were secretly glancing at him. Zhang Mingxian was in the left row, 3 people away from him. He had changed into a deep red training outfit, the collar still open. Chen Jing stood on the side of the line, arms crossed, her gaze scanning the electronic screen. Zhang Mingxian glanced back at Lin Yuan, the corner of his mouth twisting into a not-so-friendly arc. Lin Yuan, do you think we'll draw in the same group this time? Lin Yuan did not look at him. You want to draw into the same group? Of course you said this morning that I didn't dare to make a move. Unless we draw in the same group, I won't be able to show you what regret truly means. Lin Yuan finally turned his head to look at him, letting out a laugh. Childish. Zhang Mingxuan's expression stiffened for a moment. When it was Zhang Mingxuan's turn to draw, he reached into the draw box and rummaged for a while, before pulling out a piece of paper and unfolding it, his smile widening. Group 7 opponent, Zhao Fong. He turned to Lin Yuan and waved the paper. Looks like you're lucky you've dodged a bullet again. Lin Yuan ignored him, casually grabbed a piece of paper from the draw box and unfolded it. Group 4 opponent, Zheng Ku. The electronic screen refreshed simultaneously. Lin Yuan ignored him, casually grabbed a piece of paper from the draw box and unfolded it. Group 4 opponent, Zheng Ku. The electronic screen refreshed. Lin Yuan ignored him, casually grabbed a piece of paper from the draw box and unfolded it. Group 4 opponent, Zheng Ku. The electronic screen refreshed Zhang Mingxian strode back, wearing an exaggerated look of regret. What a pity, Lin Yuan, you've dodged another round, but it's fine as long as you keep winning, you'll eventually meet up. Shun Jing added from the side. Zhengku is a class Ice Mage 2 levels higher than Sun Peng. You should take care of yourself. Lin Yuan folded the paper and stuffed it into his pocket, turning to walk back. Zhang Mingxuan's voice caught up from behind. Lin Yuan, did you hear what the audience was sighing about? They were sighing because they can't see me blow you up, meaning everyone wants to see how you lose. Lin Yuan did not stop. Zhang Mingxian raised his voice. Do you think winning against Sun Peng this morning proves anything? Lin Yuan stopped. He turned around and slowly walked back, standing in front of Zhang Mingxian. The two were about the same height, but for some reason Zhang Mingxian felt as if he had shrunk half a head. Zhang Mingxian. What? Do you know what you resemble right now, eh? Zhang Mingxian frowned. Here we go. You resemble a fly buzzing around me from morning till night, buzzing under the arena in the morning, buzzing in the cafeteria at noon, buzzing during the draw in the afternoon. If you don't find it annoying, I find it annoying for you. Zhang Mingxuan's face turned bright red. You, what about me? Lin Yuan stepped forward. You're in a class, I'm in a class, yet you chase after me and bite. Don't you feel it's degrading? Or do you know deep down that apart from chasing after me and biting, you can't find a sense of existence anywhere else? Zhang Mingxuan's hands trembled. Chun Jing tugged at his sleeve. Don't argue with him, he just talks tough. Lin Yuan glanced at Chun Jing, his expression calm, devoid of any emotion. He merely looked at her for a moment and then turned away. This reaction was more uncomfortable for Chun Jing than any mockery. She opened her mouth to say something, but realized Lin Yuan had already turned and walked away. And Rand stood at the edge of the contestant area, watching the entire process. When Lin Yuan walked back, you just called him a fly, the whole hall heard you. So what if they heard? Aren't you afraid of his revenge? He's already taking revenge. Lin Yuan sat back, down, crossing his legs. He has been taking revenge on me from the very beginning. Has he ever succeeded? And Rand was silent for a moment. Then that settles it. The more he jumps around, the more it shows he cares. What does he care about? This kind of care is not hatred, it's jealousy. And Rand looked at him, her eyes carrying a kind of indescribable complexity. Sometimes you're too calm to be I'm certainly not an ordinary high school student. And Rand thought he was joking and didn't press further. The academic supervisor tapped the microphone again. The draw is over. The matchup list has been fully announced. The second round of the competition will start tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Please prepare accordingly. The crowd began to disperse. Some hurriedly left for the training ground, some gathered in front of the electronic screen studying the matchup list, while others clustered together discussing tactics. As Zhang Mingxian walked past Lin Yuan, his footsteps paused for a moment. In the end, he merely snorted heavily and left with Chun Jing and his team through the side door. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly. He saw the bulging cheeks of Zhang Mingxian when he bit down on his back teeth, and the look Chun Jing gave him before she left. That look contained confusion, reluctance, and a hint of something he himself was not quite sure of. Regret, perhaps, but this regret seemed to come a little too late. And Rand stood up and stuffed the water bottle into her bag. Let's go to the training ground. Rai Jingku is of class Ice Mage. His ice control ability is extremely strong, completely different from Thunder. Sun Peng is explosive. After his 3 moves, he has no follow-up. Zhengku is a slow burn type, but once he establishes his ice domain on the arena, you won't be able to move at all. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. You've done your homework again. While you were napping. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that this teammate was a bit too reliable. The training ground is located 1 floor below the gym, with the air conditioning running at full blast. And Rand projects the opponent's data onto the wall, her finger pointing at Zheng Ke's photo, her tone serious, as if analyzing a college entrance exam paper. Zhengku level Ice Mage, first tier, 6th level, 2 levels higher than Sun Peng. Lin Yuan leans against the wall, arms crossed, his eyelids half lowered. Lin Yuan's gaze shifts from the projection to Rand's profile. The cold white light of the training ground illuminates her face, clearly outlining the bridge of her nose. When she speaks about the data, there is a slight vertical crease between her brows and her lips are pressed tightly together. What are you looking at? And Rand's voice suddenly rises, her fingers still on the projection as her head turns, her eyes clearly filled with anger. Looking at the data, Lin Yuan replies. The data is on the wall. Why are you staring at my face? There's something on your face. And Rand instinctively raises her hand to touch her face, then realizes, lowers her hand, and angrily says, Lin Yuan, are you even listening? I am, he replies. Then what did I just say? Zhengku level ice. It takes time to spread the ice domain. His teammates will buy time. Once the ice domain is established, I'll be frozen solid. And Rand's expression softened slightly. Since you know all this, why do you look so indifferent? Because this information is useless to me. And Rand's expression softened slightly. Since you know all this, why do you look so indifferent? Because this information. What I mean is, it takes him half a minute to spread the ice domain, but I only need 3 seconds to knock him down. He can't hold me back, do you understand? And Rand's brows furrow again. You can't rely on brute force every time. One day you'll encounter an opponent you can't overpower. But haven't I not encountered one yet? It will be too late once you do. And Rand raises her voice. If you think brute strength can win against everyone, it's because you haven't encountered a truly intelligent opponent. Strength is expendable, tactics are sustainable. You and ran. Lin Yuan interrupts her. Moi. I'm using my X-ray vision to look at you. The training ground falls silent, and Rand's expression shifts from confusion to embarrassment, her ears visibly turning from light pink to deep red, and then she moves. She punches Lin Yuan's shoulder. Are you crazy? Lin Yuan rubs his shoulder and laughs. Just kidding, you better not have been. I really wasn't looking. I still have my limits. And Rand stares at his face for a while, seemingly judging the truth of his words, and finally her fist slowly relaxes. That joke wasn't funny at all. Lin Yuan shrugs. I'm serious about the data. Zheng Ke's ice domain is indeed troublesome, but that's only if he can actually spread it. Even if I don't fly, don't use thermal vision, just with my fists, if he can last 30 seconds on the stage, he'll admit defeat. And Rand remains silent for a moment. Do you really not care, or are you just pretending not to care? Care about what? Care about tactics, care about teamwork, care that we are a team. Lin Yuan leans against the wall, not responding immediately. The only sound in the training ground is the hum of the air conditioning. I do care. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly becomes very calm. But I understand one thing even more: in the face of absolute differences in strength, tactics are redundant. Zheng Ke's ice domain counters all close combat, but he can't counter me. This isn't arrogance, it's a fact. So you think tactics aren't necessary? And Rand's voice lowers. It's not that tactics aren't needed, it's that tactics specifically against Zheng Ke aren't needed. Lin Yuan straightens up, his smile fading. I appreciate you gathering intelligence for me, but the outcome of this match was decided long before I step onto the stage. The only thing he can do is admit defeat or get knocked down. Lin Yuan straightens up, his smile fading. I appreciate you gathering intelligence for me, but the outcome of this match was decided long before I step. Lin Yuan tilts his head. Then it'll depend on your tactics. And Rand pauses. Why do you think I want to team up with you? Lin Yuan looks at her, and Rand's lips twitch. This person's way of speaking always mixes seriousness with jest, leaving you unable to discern whether he is complimenting you or mocking you. But she ultimately chooses to believe the first half of his statement. Forget it. And Rand turns off the projection and puts away the data. You can fight however you want to, I won't interfere. Lin Yuan chuckles and walks toward the exit. And Rand picks up her bag and follows. The moment the elevator doors close, Lin Yuan's phone vibrates. Lin Yuan unlocks his phone, clicks on the new message, which automatically redirects to the campus forum. The pinned post title is bold and red, posted 10 minutes ago, and the poster's ID uses his real name, Zhang Mingxian. Title: Official Complaint. Lin Yuan cheats in the arena, please investigate thoroughly. A level actor first tier single-handedly crushes a level thunder gun. Flying. Thermal vision. X-ray vision. Everyone use your brains, these abilities alone are enough to qualify for an A-level talent. How can an A-level possess 4 at once? The answer is simple: ban drugs or black market enhancement talismans. Lin Yuan scrolls down. The comments section of the post is already explosive. I also think something's off. If a level is this strong, then what's the point of talent levels? A month from being useless to crushing everyone, cultivation can't be that fast. Zhang Mingxian is speaking the truth. I support a thorough investigation. Others are refuting. The referee team has tested and found no issues. Are you more accurate than the detection devices? Zhang Mingxian is just jealous. He was shut down by Lin Yuan this morning and now runs online looking for trouble. If you're going to make an official complaint, bring evidence. No evidence means defamation. And Rand stands beside him, frowning tightly as she finishes reading the post. What do you plan to do? Lin Yuan tilts his head. Zhang Mingxian is clever. He knows the arena competition has rules protecting it, so he can't attack off the stage, so he uses public opinion to put Lin Yuan on the fire first. If Lin Yuan continues to crush in tomorrow's performance, Zhang Mingxian will pull out more evidence from the post, demanding the school to conduct an on-the-spot test. Lin Yuan suddenly smiles. He's using the rules against me, that's refreshing. You can still smile at. And Rand raises her voice. I'm not afraid of testing, but if the whole school suspects you're using drugs, do you know the consequences? The results of the selection competition will be questioned, the qualification for the college entrance exam will be scrutinized, and even if you eventually clear your name, such a stigma will stick with you forever. I can't clear my name. What? Lin Yuan turns to look at her, his eyes carrying a calmness and Rand has never seen before. No matter how it is tested, no matter the outcome, as long as I still possess these abilities, his doubts will always hold ground. Then what should we do? Lin Yuan tilts his head again, that not quite right smile reappearing at the corners of his mouth. He wants me to prove I didn't cheat, I won't prove it. He wants me to hold back, I won't. And Rand looks at his smile, and suddenly regrets asking this question. This person's dictionary simply does not contain the word retreat. A system panel pops up with a notification. Zhang Mingxian experiences an elated emotion value 6. Lin Yuan stares at that notification, suppressing the urge to reveal his true self offline. It's not time to reap yet. But if Zhang Mingxian continues to send him emotional points online, he won't mind accepting. Lin Yuan walked from the dormitory to the cafeteria. In the 500 meters along the way, at least 30 people were stealing glances at him. It was not the usual curiosity, but rather a scrutinizing gaze evaluating him from head to toe, as if selecting meat in a market. He sat down with his tray, his super hearing automatically tuning in. Did you see that post on the forum? Zhang Mingxuan's real name accusation. I did. He makes a valid point. How could an 11 person shatter a thunder gun? Wasn't the judging panel already tested? Testing isn't infallible. What if they use something undetectable? Lin Yuan chewed on the bland energy meal, the emotional value prompt on the system panel flickering intermittently at the edge of his retina. However, he noticed that these numbers were adding up slower than before. What was more annoying was that he had already heard the fourth person say, Zhang Mingxian is right. Lin Yuan jabbed his chopsticks into the steamed bun, and Ran sat diagonally across from him, with her tray a faint dark shadow under her eyes. She placed her phone on the table. The screen lit up with the latest comments on Zhang Mingxuan's post. The comments have shifted. Almost half are supporting him now. He doesn't need to persuade anyone. Lin Yuan retracted his chopsticks and took a bite of the steamed bun. Humans don't need evidence, they just need an explanation. If my existence can't explain it, he provides one that is simple and familiar, and everyone believes it. And Ran was silent for a moment. Aren't you angry? I am angry, but you have no reaction at all. What kind of reaction do you want to see from me? Do you want me to rush into the classroom and beat him up? And Ran pushed her phone in front of him, the screen displaying a document densely listing the propagation paths and argument distribution of the post. He doesn't have evidence now, but that doesn't mean he will stop. In the second phase, he will definitely find more witnesses, like Sun Peng whom you hit, and possibly even Qin Jing. Qin Jing won't help him. Why not? She cares too much about her reputation. Helping me would be slapping her own face. So what do you plan to do? Did you not say last night not to take action privately? Lin Yuan tilted the corner of his mouth. I am asking you what to do, not approving you're taking action. And Ran looked into Lin Yuan's eyes, trying to discern whether he was serious or joking. After several seconds, she put down her chopsticks and said with an extremely serious tone, there's a big difference. Lin Yuan met her gaze for a moment before looking away. Don't worry, I won't take action privately, at least not today. This response made Ran's expression subtly shift. But she said nothing, as she knew that once this person made a decision, no persuasion would be effective. After lunch, the two headed towards the training ground, passing by the bulletin board in front of the teaching building, which was surrounded by a dozen people. A printed copy of Zhang Mingxuan's post was pinned on the bulletin board, and someone had circled the title with a red pen, writing a large upvote next to it. And Ran's lips pressed into a thin line. Voices followed behind. It's that A-level guy who Zhang Mingxian said he used banned drugs. Wasn't it said that the judging panel found no issues? There are plenty of banned drugs on the black market, some specifically designed to evade spiritual energy detection, so they might not show up. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart. And Ran's fingers tightened around her backpack strap. What are you angry about? They are talking about me, not you. You are my teammate. Her tone was calm, but her pace had quickened significantly. The two entered the training ground. The air conditioning hit them, and Lin Yuan suddenly stopped at the door. Zhang Mingxian had just finished a weighted squat, wiping sweat with a towel. The moment he saw Lin Yuan, a grin spread across his face. Hey, isn't this our school's figure of the moment? Zhang Mingxian strode over. Did you see last night's post? The comment section is quite lively. Lin Yuan remained silent, moving to the nearest resistance machine to adjust the weight. Zhang Mingxian circled to his side, arms crossed. Not talking. Are you feeling guilty? I've already applied for a formal investigation. Once the investigation team is established, all your abilities will be scrutinized one by one. He emphasized the word abilities. Lin Yuan pulled the resistance machine, his movements steady breath on. Zhang Mingxian continued. The investigation team will reassess your talent level, check your spending records, see if you've ever bought banned items on the black market. All your data will be analyzed by expert teams. Lin Yuan set down the resistance machine and turned to face Zhang Mingxian. Are you done? This response made Zhang Mingxuan's expression momentarily freeze. He waited for Lin Yuan to explode, to panic, to show any sign of being hit in a soft spot. But Lin Yuan merely tilted his head. Zhang Mingxuan, you said I was useless a month ago, but have you ever thought about this? If I was useless a month ago, why did my ex-girlfriend choose me then, and not you? The air in the training ground instantly froze. The smile on Zhang Mingxuan's face vanished, as if someone had torn it off the paper. The towel slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. You? His voice caught in his throat. Lin Yuan did not give him the chance to finish. I've read your post, it's well written. Do you know why it can convince so many people? Because you told a story they were willing, but this world has never been fair. Zhang Mingxuan, you're not stronger than others, you just have one more level talent than them. Lin Yuan neatly folded the towel and placed it on the equipment. And I am an exception. He walked past Zhang Mingxuan, nearly bumping shoulders with him. By the way, when will the investigation team you applied for arrive? Let me know when they do. Oh, I also want to see if they can uncover anything. Zhang Mingxian stood there, his lips trembling. Zhang Mingxian experienced anger emotion, emotional value 28. Zhang Mingxian experienced jealousy emotion, emotional value 34, and Ran quickly caught up, with Lin Yuan lowering her voice. What you just said he will remember, for a lifetime. Which sentence? The one about your ex-girlfriend. The one about being an exception. Lin Yuan tilted his head to glance at her. That wasn't something meant for Zhang Mingxian. His post set a framework. Cheating or not cheating, choose one of the two answers. No matter which one you choose, you fall into his trap. I won't choose his answer. So I won't prove him not cheating, nor will I admit that I am. I tell them there's a third possibility, an exception that breaks all the rules and renders their common sense ineffective. And Ran was silent for a while. The campus broadcast announced, the second round of the campus selection competition will begin at 2 o'clock this afternoon. All participating teams should arrive at the gym 1 hour early for check-in. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the gymnasium was even more crowded than in the morning. Lin Yuan stood at the exit of the athlete passage, his super hearing automatically focused as the sounds from the audience surged in like a tide. Zheng Ku against Lin Yuan, ice-type counters, all close combat. Counter my ass. Sun Peng's thunder gun was crushed by him with one hand this morning. Did you see the post by Zhang Mingxian on the forum? He was reported for cheating. The referee team has checked, there are no issues. Detection isn't omnipotent. Lin Yuan gently tapped his cheek with his tongue. Zhang Mingxian's post had stirred up discussion for an entire afternoon, and now at least half of the audience was debating whether he had cheated. And Ran walked up from behind, not carrying any materials. This was her first time not preparing before a match. Aren't you going to look at Zheng Ke's information? You're right, the outcome of this match was already determined before he stepped onto the stage. You actually agree with my— It's not agreement, it's understanding. People like you cannot be persuaded, so it's better to save your strength to watch your performance. Lin Yuan chuckled. His teammate's adaptability was far stronger than he had expected. The broadcast announced campus selection second round, Lin Yuan, and in Ran's team against Zheng Ke's team. Please both sides enter the arena ring 2. Lin Yuan walked towards ring 2. For people emerged from the opposite passage. Zheng Ku was at the front, tall and slender, wearing ice blue spirit pattern gloves, white cold air emanating from his fingertips, followed by an earth-type shield guard, a wind-type assassin, and a support wielding an amplification staff. Zheng Ku jumped onto the stage, flexing his fingers as frost formed a thin layer on the floor. Lin Yuan, I've studied you. Your battle logic is very simple, relying on overwhelming defense and power to confront your enemies. And then, oi. Lin Yuan leisurely walked onto the stage. Then your weaknesses are also very obvious. Zheng Ke brought his hands together, cold air swirling in his palms. You've never demonstrated any mobility beyond ranged attacks. As long as I pin you in place, you can only passively take hits. Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He did not refute. And Ran let out a soft sigh in the support zone. This person was fishing again. The referee raised a hand. Both sides prepare, begin. Zheng Ke's reaction was much faster than Sun. Before the referee finished speaking, he clapped his hands to the ground. Ice blue spirit patterns exploded from his palms, causing the temperature on the stage to drop sharply, and thin ice spread out from under his feet in all directions. The earth-type shield guard raised his tower shield in front of Zheng Ku, while the wind-type assassin circled to the flank, drawing his short blade, with wind blades coiling around the edge. But Lin Yuan moved the instant the ice domain was established. He exploded with a shockwave from his feet, vanishing from his original position and appearing in front of the shield guard in the next second. The shield guard's pupils constricted, and he lowered his tower shield, causing the yellow light barrier to expand instantly. Lin Yuan's right fist slammed down. Boom! The yellow light barrier shattered into pieces, and the shield guard along with his shield flew out, crashing against the edge of the stage and rolling twice before coming to a stop. Wang Taizhan experienced a feeling of terror, emotional value 16. Zheng Ke's pupils shook. The grade shield guard's full defense failed to withstand even a single punch from Lin Yuan. Ice wall. Zheng Ke gritted his teeth, pushing both hands forward as 3 half-meter thick ice walls rose from the ground. The wind-type assassin had already stealthily approached Lin Yuan's flank, the wind blades on his short knife forming a sharp point aimed at the back of Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan did not turn back. He struck backward with his left elbow, landing squarely on the assassin's chest. The wind-type assassin didn't even have time to let out a sound, his body bending like a shrimp, the short knife slipping from his hands as he flew backward. Xu Feng experienced a feeling of shock, emotional value 14, at the same time the ice walls stood before him. Lin Yuan charged straight into them. The ice walls exploded into a flurry of ice shards, the 3 half-meter thick walls crumbling like paper. Zheng Ke's face finally showed fear. He frantically urged his spiritual energy, doubling the speed of the ice domain's expansion. Biting his tongue, blood dripped onto the spirit patterns as the ice blue glow surged. Ice spear array. 6 ice spears shot forth simultaneously, sealing off all avenues of escape. Lin Yuan stood still, hands at his sides, facing the 6 ice spears heated. The sound of shattering was as crisp as breaking glass. Each spear tip struck his chest and shattered without piercing his clothes. Zhang Ke's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Lin Yuan patted the ice shards on his clothes, tilting his head. Is that all? Zhang Ke took a step back, his legs trembling. He had thought about losing, but never expected that even with full output he couldn't even scratch his opponent's skin. With each step Zhang Ke took back, Lin Yuan advanced, until Zhang Ke's back was against the power column at the edge of the stage with no way to retreat. I concede. I concede. The head referee stood up. Zhang Ke's team concedes, Lin Yuan and Ran's team advance. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting. A punch shattered the tower shield. 3 ice walls smashed Hedon. Hardly withstood the ice spear array. What the hell is this defense? What about the referee team? On the referee's stand, the head referee frowned. 2 technical team members beside him quickly operated the detection panel. The spiritual energy detection column above the stage operated continuously, and Lin Yuan's spiritual energy readings remained stable throughout. There were no abnormal fluctuations and no signals indicating any prohibited items. The head referee took a deep breath and stood up. Students, please be quiet. At the request of some students, the referee team will conduct a recheck on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, please cooperate. Lin Yuan smiled. No problem, how will you test? 2 technical personnel carried a silver metal briefcase onto the stage. The spiritual energy spectrum scan along with a blood test can detect all known prohibited drugs and amplification spirit symbols. Lin Yuan extended his arm. Results popped up one by one. No prohibited drugs, no residues of black market amplification spirit symbols, no spiritual energy pool expansion agents, no abnormal adrenal hormones. All test items were negative. The technical personnel were momentarily stunned, looked over the results again, and nodded to the head referee. The head referee announced, the recheck has concluded all items are negative. Lin Yuan has not used any prohibited drugs or amplification spirit symbols. The crowd was in an uproar. All negatives. He really didn't cheat. So how did he win? Was the talent awakening device malfunctioning? No, he might not even be a grade. After this voice emerged, the gymnasium suddenly fell silent. Not a grade, then what was he? The technical personnel at the referee's stand turned off the equipment, their expressions complex. The facts had proven that Lin Yuan's overwhelming abilities were all his own. And Ran walked up to him from the support area, her voice soft. You did that on purpose, deliberately, not dodging the ice spear array. Yeah. Let them see for themselves. Instead of Zhang Mingxian posting so much, it's better to let everyone witness my strength. And Ran looked at his profile, suddenly realizing that this person wasn't as casual in tactics as he appeared. He didn't care about tactics, because his strength far surpassed the current stage. But he knew how to manipulate public opinion. Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the exit. Suddenly someone in the audience shouted, Lin Yuan. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Then came the second, third, Lin Yuan is awesome. Lin Yuan's footsteps didn't stop his mouth, unable to suppress a smile. The emotional value prompts on the system panel scrolled upward. Those who had doubted him before were now the ones being harvested. When Lin Yuan walked out of the athlete passage, he paused upon seeing the people standing outside. Lin Yuan paused in his steps as he exited the contestant passage, seeing the people standing outside. Zhang Mingxian leaned against the wall opposite the passage's exit, arms crossed, accompanied by Chun Jing and Tu. He had clearly been waiting here for a while, wearing that smile of I have seen through everything. Well performed. Zhang Mingxian clapped, twice the sound echoing hollowly in the passage. Lin Yuan remained silent, tilting his head slightly. Zhang Mingxian took a step forward. Completely negative. All tests passed. Do you think this clears your suspicion? Let me tell you, there are many things in the black market that cannot be detected. Just because the judge's equipment can't find it doesn't mean you are innocent. I am not questioning the school. Zhang Mingxian spread his hands, looking innocent. I am only questioning him. And Ran, you are in strength. Why team up with an rank? Aren't you afraid he will drag down your college entrance exam results? This has nothing to do with you. Of course it has nothing to do with me. I just feel it is not worth it for you. Zhang Mingxian returned his gaze to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, your performance this morning did impress some people, but I have seen through your tricks. What tricks? Lin Yuan finally spoke. The tricks of bluffing. You deliberately did not dodge the ice spear formation. You purposely took it hidden, intentionally letting everyone see your defensive power. But have you considered that the more deliberately something is showcased, the more likely it is to be fake? Other contestants began to emerge from the passage, stopping to watch the spectacle. You have been acting since the first match. Zhang Mingxian became increasingly excited as he spoke. What you are using is not a talent ability at all, but some kind of limited time enhancement item. Use it once before each match, and the effect disappears after the match, so the judges can never find out. Some contestants in the crowd gasped. And Ran couldn't help but want to speak, but Lin Yuan reached out to stop her. Continue. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. Zhang Mingxian took a step closer. Am I right? You feel guilty. Zhang Mingxian was momentarily stunned. The limited time enhancement item you mentioned, when was it used? Before the match. I have matches 2 times a day with a 6-hour interval. What item can last that long? You. Also, you said the detection couldn't find it. How do you know I used it? Do you have evidence? Or do you think you are more authoritative than the detection device? Laughter rippled through the crowd. Zhang Mingxuan's smile faltered. Lin Yuan, stop trying to change the topic. Do you dare to fight me right now? Without relying on props, without relying on the school beauty, just the two of us, let's see how you will act. Zhang Mingxuan, when did you start chasing after me? What? Since the registration for the secret realm, to posting on the forum, to filing a real name complaint, to now blocking me at the passage, you in a rank are constantly chasing in a rank. Aren't you tired? Zhang Mingxuan's hands trembled. Zhang Mingxian experiences anger, emotion value. 22. Zhang Mingxian clenched his jaw. Do you think I am looking for trouble? I am maintaining the fairness of the competition. Fairness. Lin Yuan repeated the word with a smirk. You have been looking for trouble since the day I left the team. When I retorted you a couple of times, you said I disrespected the strong. When I defeated Sun Peng on the platform, you said I used banned drugs. He paused for a moment. Now that the judges have released the completely negative test results, you say that not being detected doesn't mean it is not useful. Lin Yuan stepped forward quickly, closing the distance between them. Zhang Mingxuan, have you ever considered the possibility that your so-called fairness is just your unwillingness to accept the fact that I am stronger than you? The passage fell silent. Zhang Mingxuan's face turned the color of a pig's liver. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. Lin Yuan did not give him time to react. You said you want to fight, fine, but not now. Since you want to prove I am fake so badly, pray that the draw puts us in this. He patted Zhang Mingxian on the shoulder, the gesture light, as if patting a bristling cat. If we draw together, all your doubts will be resolved at once on the platform. At that time, whatever way you want to test, whatever way you want to see my abilities, I will cooperate. Zhang Mingxian suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. You said it. I said it. Lin Yuan walked past him, with An Ran closely following. Lin Yuan and An Ran exited through the side door of the gymnasium. The campus sunset dyeing the ground a dark orange. An Ran was silent for a while before speaking. Do you really want to fight him? I do. Why? His strength poses no threat to you. Fighting him has no meaning for you. It's meaningful. He is too annoying. Since the secret realm, he has been buzzing around me like a fly. If I don't swat him down, he will keep buzzing. So you are doing it for peace. Also for convenience. Zhang Mingxian is in a rank one of the top tiers in the school. If I crush him, others won't bother me anymore. And Ran looked at his profile, suddenly realizing that his logic in handling matters was more straightforward than she had imagined. He didn't care about fairness or honor. He just wanted annoying things to disappear. What you said in the passage earlier about him not willing to accept that you were stronger, was that something you thought of on the spot, or was it prepared beforehand? Thought of on the spot. Well, you are quite good at getting on people's nerves. Lin Yuan chuckled. Thanks for the compliment. Not a compliment. Lin Yuan returned to the dormitory. His roommate had not yet come back. He lay on the bed and brought up the system. Current emotion value 108311000 threshold for lottery reached. Would you like to use 1000 emotion value for a random character template draw from all worlds? Lin Yuan was taken aback. The efficiency from today's two matches far exceeded expectations, with the audience going from doubt to shock, and then to forced acknowledgement. The emotional fluctuations were immense, contributing several times more emotion value than before. He stared at the numbers on the panel, lightly tapping his cheek with his tongue. Zhang Mingxuan's challenge was right before him. If the drawn template could instantly form combat power, it would be a win. But if the drawn template required long-term cultivation, it would instead slow down the pace. He'll hold off for now. Lin Yuan closed the panel and turned to look out the window. The campus broadcast announced for the last time the third round of the competition will start tomorrow at 8 a.m. Please check the draw notification, all participating teams. Another message buzzed on his phone. It was from An Ran. The draw results are out. Tomorrow in the third round, we face Wang Song's team, a Brank Earth Mage defensive team. Additionally, Zhang Mingxian faces another team. You two did not draw into the same group. He posted again on the forum after the match, saying you deliberately avoided him. Lin Yuan chuckled after reading the message. He was beginning to admire Zhang Mingxuan's imagination. This person could twist the fact that he actively challenged into deliberately avoiding, and then turn around and label him as a coward. The logic perfectly closed. The third opponent is Wang Song's team, featuring a Blevel Earth Mage supported by two Clevel melee fighters and a level support. It is a standard defensive formation. The audience is not discussing the outcome. Instead, they are focused on one question: how many punches will Lin Yuan use this time? The answer is 2 punches. Lin Yuan's first punch shattered Wang Song's 3-layered earthen wall defense, and the second punch sent both the man and his shield flying off the edge of the arena. The Earth Mage rolled on the ground for 3 circles, getting up with trembling legs. The level support turned to look at the captain, who was sprawled outside the arena, and put down his amplification staff. I concede. The chief referee announced the result with a tone of weary inevitability. The audience erupted with even more intense cheers than in the previous 2 matches. 2 punches. Wang Song's earthen wall can withstand the impact of a mid-tier second-level beast, yet it crumbled like paper before him. He cannot be a level, it is absolutely impossible. The system panel's emotion value surged rapidly. Lin Yuan stepped down from the arena and stood calmly at the entrance, his expression serene. You didn't even make a move. You solved it with 2 punches, why would I need to intervene? And Rand put away her phone. Why didn't you tell me you could smash through 3 layers of earthen walls with 2 punches? You didn't ask. And Rand took a deep breath, deciding not to discuss the meaning of team communication with him. As they passed the competitor's passage, Zhang Mingxian leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his face darker than yesterday. He said nothing, but Lin Yuan's super hearing caught the sound of his molars grinding. Zhang Mingxian feels anger, emotion value 18. Lin Yuan continued, walking, a slight smirk on his lips. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yuan lay on his dormitory bed, calling up the system panel. Current emotion value 12471000, threshold for lottery reached. Would you like to spend 1,000 emotion points for a character template draw from various worlds? This prompt had been flashing since the end of the morning competition, and he had been staring at it for a full 2 hours. Lin Yuan pushed his tongue against his cheek and sat up. Damn, if he were going to draw, he might as well do it. This little system had been tempting him all day. But not here. During the nap time, someone could come back to the dorm at any moment. He needed a place without interruptions. His super hearing scanned the area, and at the end of the corridor on the top floor of the teaching building, he found an abandoned equipment room with a broken window latch. A minute later, he climbed inside. Lin Yuan found a relatively clean corner to sit down. Would you like to confirm using 1,000 emotion points to draw a character template from various worlds? Confirm. 3 light spots lit up against a pure black void background, beginning to spin faster and faster, trailing 3 arcs of light. Suddenly, they stopped, simultaneously exploding into 3 golden cards that hovered before him. The first card opened. Character template Kira Yashikage, quality epic source JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Killer Queen active. Converts touched objects into bombs, explosion power, increases with spiritual energy output, bites the dust, active restricted. Triggers in despair, rewinds time to 1 hour ago, cooldown of 1 month, heart-piercing attack active. Releases independently tracking bombs that automatically follow heat sources, range of 50 meters, time rewind, is a life-saving technique, but Killer Queen requires physical contact to convert objects into bombs, making it weak against aerial targets. What he needed most right now was not melee output. Lin Yuan looked at the second card. Character template Supreme, Mage, quality legendary source Marvel Universe, astral projection active. Separates the soul, penetrating physical barriers, maximum projection distance of 500 meters, no defense for the physical body, spark portal active. Opens a cross-dimensional portal, maximum distance of 100 meters, cooldown of 1 hour, energy manipulation active. Shapes spiritual energy into energy weapons, supports whip, shield, and sword forms, telepathy active. Reads surface thoughts. Limited to currently considered content, telekinesis active. Manipulates objects with thought limit of 500 kilograms. Lin Yuan's breath paused for a moment. 5 abilities, 5 completely different directions. Reconnaissance, displacement, combat, intelligence, control. Especially the portal, which can fill the mobility gap during flying cooldowns. Moreover, its quality is legendary, on par with the Nationals. The third card opened. Character template Zenitsu Agatsuma, quality epic source Demon Slayer, Breath of Thunder active. Simulates lightning with spiritual energy 6, sword forms, super concentration passive. Increases physical abilities by 50 in combat state, lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown of 10 minutes, unconscious battle special. Automatically fights while unconscious, sleeping, combat power increases to 120. Zenitsu's unconscious battle is quite appealing, but the Breath of Thunder essentially requires a weapon for swordsmanship, and the enhancement is far inferior to the 300 power boost of Nationals. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered between Kira Yashikage and the Supreme Mage. One is a life-saving technique with tracking bombs, the other is an all-purpose spell system with spatial displacement. Choosing Kira Yashikage would mean an additional trump card. However, Killer Queen's attack method is singular, and against a fast melee opponent, its effectiveness may not surpass that of Heat Vision. Bites the dust, although powerful, can only be used once a month, making it unreliable for the current stage. Choosing the Supreme Mage means gaining 5 additional trump cards. All are function-oriented, complementing the Nationals' pure brute force for a balanced offense and defense, effective at all ranges. However, the problem is also evident. All 5 abilities need to be trained from scratch with no existing enhancement skills. Damn, it's still about having a high level. He reached out and tapped on the second card. Confirm selection Supreme Mage. The card transformed into golden light points that merged into his forehead. A cold stream of information surged into his brain, and Lin Yuan almost instantly understood the basic magical knowledge of the Supreme Mage. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if he were to traverse into the Marvel Universe with this learning speed, could he really become a Supreme Mage? He raised his right hand and input spiritual energy into his fingertips according to the formula in his mind. Golden light points overflowed, coalescing into an energy whip. With a gentle flick, the whip struck the opposing jumping horse, which exploded into 2 halves. He retracted the energy whip, reconcentrating spiritual energy at his fingertips and drawing a circle. The golden circle slowly expanded on the wall, sparks splattering at the edges, the inner circle revealing the rooftop of the dormitory building. Lin Yuan stared at the circle, his heart racing. He had truly obtained an extraordinary cheat. He opened the system panel to examine the skill details closely and discovered some issues. Astral projection allows the soul to separate, but the physical body has no defense. If used improperly, it could lead to self-destruction. If discovered while the physical body is vulnerable, it would be fatal. Telepathy can only read surface thoughts. It cannot discern what the other party wishes to hide. Telekinesis has a limit of 500 kilograms, making it difficult to lift a car to smash someone. All abilities are in their initial forms. While the panel data looks good, practical application depends on how well they are trained. However, even in their initial forms, they are sufficient. In the campus selection competition arena, it is a dimensional suppression. He used the spark portal to open the light circle, directly transferring from the equipment room to the rooftop, and pulled out his phone to send a random message. If I draw Zhang Mingxin tomorrow, do you want to see what pose I used to blow him up? Lin Yuan walked from the dormitory to the cafeteria. In the 500 meters along the way, at least 30 people were stealing glances at him. It was not the usual. Lin Yuan smiled, but did not reply to the message. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the rooftop terrace, his attention drawn away from his phone by a notification on the system panel. Supreme Mage, template fusion triggered a resonance of spiritual power. Breakthrough in progress. The spiritual energy within him suddenly surged like boiling water rushing from his dantian to his limbs. No. The airwave exploded from beneath his feet, causing the dust on the terrace floor to spread outward in a circular pattern. His bones emitted a series of crisp cracks, and his muscle fibers tightened and loosened repeatedly before finally stopping. Realm second level first stage. Lin Yuan stared at this line of text for several seconds, then burst into laughter. A single template fusion had propelled him from the first level 8th stage directly to the second level, crossing an entire major realm. What took others months to cross, he accomplished in about 3 minutes. He raised his right hand, golden spiritual energy overflowing from his fingertips, coalescing into a semi-transparent energy whip, more solid than when he was in the equipment room. With a gentle flick, the tip of the whip produced a crisp sonic boom in the air. The breakthrough had expanded his spiritual energy pool, nearly threefold, akin to giving the Supreme Mage's abilities a larger fuel tank. Star projection, spark teleportation, energy manipulation, telepathy, psychokinesis. These 5 abilities, combined with the raw power of his compatriots, meant he now possessed 2 entirely different combat systems simultaneously. The cooldown for the teleportation portal was still 40 minutes. Lin Yuan leaned against the terrace railing, his super hearing automatically honing in. People at the training ground were discussing the afternoon's competition, while the sound of spatulas clashing came from the cafeteria. In the library, 2 students whispered, "If we draw Lin Yuan tomorrow, we might as well forfeit." The numbers on the emotional value panel were still slowly increasing, each increment small, yet continuous. His name was being mentioned repeatedly throughout the school, accumulating little by little. The cooldown bar for the portal finally turned to ready. Lin Yuan stretched his shoulders, filled with energy that had no outlet after the breakthrough. He needed to find someone to test his new abilities. Suddenly, the image of Anran popped into his mind. His super hearing locked onto her location, the training ground, basement, 3rd floor, independent spiritual energy, training room, breathing steadily. She should be meditating. The distance was about 70 meters within teleportation range. Lin Yuan raised his hand to draw a circle. A golden light circle was pulled from his fingertips, its edges sparkling with tiny sparks, gradually revealing the white walls of the training room within. He stepped inside. Anran was sitting cross-legged in the center of the training room, eyes closed, with a faint white glow of spiritual energy flowing around her body. The golden flash of the teleportation portal closed behind her without her noticing. Lin Yuan leaned against the corner and waited for about 10 seconds. Anran seemed to sense something, her brow furrowing as she suddenly opened her eyes, her right hand reaching for the short knife at her waist, the motion freezing in midair. Lin Yuan waved his finger at her. "Hi." And Rand's expression went through a complete spectrum from alertness to shock, confusion, and then anger. "How did you get in here?" "I walked in." "The door didn't open. This training room has a one-way soundproof door. Opening the door would cause a pressure change." And Rand's tone was calm, though her ears were starting to redden. Lin Yuan tilted his head. "Guess." And Rand closed her eyes and silently counted for 3 seconds before opening them. A new ability. Teleportation. And Rand's pupils narrowed. Spatial abilities were among the rarest in all talent systems, as she understood better than anyone what that meant. "How far?" 100 meters, 1 hour cooldown. Needs to be a place I've been to or within line of sight." And Rand fell silent for a moment, mentally calculating the practical applications of this ability. "Where did you teleport from just now, eh?" "The rooftop terrace." "So you opened a teleportation portal, passed through the wall behind me, and then stood there watching me for a while." Not quite a while, just 10 seconds. You look pretty good while regulating your breath. And Rand's fist clenched tightly. Lin Yuan, from now on, when entering the training room, use the door. Teleportation is faster than using the door. Use the door. Lin Yuan laughed and raised both hands. All right, I'll use the door. And Rand relaxed her fist and sat down again, adopting a businesslike tone. You shouldn't have come to find me just to demonstrate your new ability. I've had a breakthrough in my realm. And Rand stared at him for a moment, carefully sensing that the intensity of the spiritual energy radiating from Lin Yuan's body had at least doubled since the morning, the color shifting from nearly transparent to a very light gold. What level? Second level, first stage. And Rand remained silent for quite a while. Transitioning from first level first stage to second level first stage in a month was something that couldn't be found anywhere else in the province. How did you do it? I can't explain it. EY just broke through suddenly. And Rand knew it was pointless to press further and change the topic. Is there anything else? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged opposite her, his smile fading. Tomorrow's fourth round. Oh, do you think he'll draw Zhang Mingxian? The draw is random. There's no way to guarantee it. Today I thought about it. The issue with Zhang Mingxian isn't something that can be resolved just by winning on the stage. He posted online questioning my integrity. The judges all came back negative, yet he turned around and said that just because the test showed negative doesn't mean it doesn't work. This person has a complete logic system, and no matter how I prove it, he can find a new angle. So what do you plan to do? In the next match against him, I not only want to win, but also win in a way he can't explain at all. He already has a self-consistent theory for flying and heat vision, but what if I use my new ability? You want to use Zhang Mingxian as a showcase. Exactly. And Rand lightly tapped her fingers on her knee. But have you thought about it? An A-level talent possessing more than 6 completely different types of abilities can't be explained by a malfunction in the talent awakening device. Sooner or later you'll attract the attention of higher-ups and lose the initiative. Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment. You're right, but holding back isn't my style. With Zhang Mingxian, I want to resolve this in one go. And Rand watched the smile reappear on his face and suddenly felt a strange sense of contradiction about him. Tactically smart, yet completely indifferent to his own safety strategically. Do as you wish. And Rand's ears turned red again. She turned to walk toward the door, stopping halfway. Lin Yuan. Moi. Don't use this teleportation ability on others casually. It can be quite frightening. She pushed the door open and quickly walked out. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall and chuckled. Even S-level talent holders found teleportation frightening. The intimidation factor of this ability in actual combat exceeded expectations. He stayed in the training room for an additional 10 minutes, trying out all 3 energy weapons. His phone vibrated, and Rand's message read, I've reached the cafeteria, come have dinner. Followed by use the door. On the second floor of the cafeteria, and Rand had already secured a window seat, and Lin Yuan sat down opposite her. When do you plan to make the teleportation portal public? And Rand asked. When I draw Zhang Mingxian. As the two left the cafeteria, the campus broadcast rang promptly, and Rand pulled out her phone to refresh it, then froze. Fourth group, Lin Yuan and Rand's team versus Zhang Mingxian Qinjing's team. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth slowly lifted. Well, didn't we just draw it? The moment the lottery results lit up on the big screen, a muffled sound came from the windowside seat on the second floor of the cafeteria, and Rand fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan. Is your mouth blessed? Lin Yuan tilted his head, looking at the phone screen, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up to his ears. The cafeteria erupted in excitement, with discussions buzzing all around about the same topic. Lin Yuan and Zhang Mingxian had finally drawn together. Some were banging on tables, some were frantically posting online, and others stood up to look in his direction. He leaned back in his chair laughing, and Rand's eyelid twitched. She put her phone back in her pocket and softly advised, remember to have some restraint. Don't worry, I've always been very restrained. And Rand lightly tapped the edge of her plate with her chopsticks twice before finally getting up to pay. She understood his temperament. Zhang Mingxian had crossed too many lines, and he couldn't be dissuaded. The two walked out of the cafeteria. The twilight enveloped the main road, and groups of students brushed past each other. Some recognized Lin Yuan and nudged their companions to turn and look. Super hearing automatically honed in, snippets of conversation flooded in. Tomorrow group for Lin Yuan against Zhang Mingxian. A level versus a level, thrilling. What a level! Which a level can shatter a 3-layered earthen wall with one punch? Zhang Mingxian is still claiming he cheated on the forum. Isn't it stubborn to deny it when the negative test results were all published? I think he's just feeling guilty. Lin Yuan's footsteps suddenly halted. Right across from the cafeteria entrance, Zhang Mingxian leaned against a sidewalk tree, arms crossed, with Chen Jing standing next to him, looking down at her phone. And Rand instinctively took half a step forward, but was stopped by Lin Yuan's hand. Let me handle this. Zhang Mingxian raised his head, a smile on his face, but it lacked the exaggerated pride from before. Tonight he controlled his expression, well, as if he had rehearsed. Finally we drew lots. Zhang Mingxian stopped not far from Lin Yuan. Indeed, we finally drew lots. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Zhang Mingxuan's smile faded a bit. I've waited a long time for this day. You mentioned in the corridor that all doubts would be settled on the arena at once. Tomorrow we will be on stage. Lin Yuan did not respond, merely watching him. I know what you want to say. Zhang Mingxian spread his hands. Chen Jing turned off her phone, looking up at Lin Yuan, her expression so complex that even she couldn't articulate what it meant. Zhang Mingxian took a step forward, rapidly closing the distance. Chen Jing turned off her phone, looking up at Lin Yuan, her expression so complex that even she couldn't articulate what it meant. Zhang Mingxian took a step forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. But you don't understand, Lin Yuan. You don't know what it feels like for an A-level to be suppressed by an A-level. You don't know what it feels like when the entire school is discussing you while a person who should be in the forefront is overshadowed. You took my place, Zhang Mingxian said through gritted teeth. Since the day you withdrew from the team, everyone has been discussing you. Zhang Mingxuan fought 2 rounds on the same stage, yet there's not a single post discussing me on the forum. Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. This person didn't question his cheating this time. It turned out he was driven mad by jealousy. I previously thought you were annoying, and I was wrong. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly became very calm. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. Chen Jing was also stunned, and Ran, standing slightly behind Lin Yuan, furrowed her brows for a moment. What did you say? Zhang Mingxuan's voice sounded somewhat unnatural. I said I previously thought you were annoying. Lin Yuan took a step forward, leaving only half a meter between them. He tilted his head slightly. That smile, which made Ran's eyelids twitch, reappeared at the corner of his mouth. Because I can't even imagine how satisfying it would be to beat you. Zhang Mingxuan's expression instantly shifted from shock to rage. Crimson spiritual patterns erupted from his collarbone, and bloody chi overflowed from his body. His right hand's knuckles crackled ominously. Zhang Mingxian experienced an angry emotion value 41. Do you think winning a few crushing matches means? His tirade was abruptly interrupted by a group of people rushing out of the cafeteria. 7 or 8 students burst through the door with their phones raised, the screens filled with live forum posts, the lead one shouting, Lin Yuan against Zhang Mingxian. There's a spectacle to watch. Within 3 seconds, the entrance of the cafeteria was packed to the brim. Zhang Mingxuan's outburst was cut short, the crimson spiritual patterns flickering uncertainly. Lin Yuan took a step back, hands in his pockets, the angle of his smile widening. Looks like we don't have to wait until tomorrow. The whole school is already looking forward to it. You've prepared for so many days with forum posts, real name reports, and blocking the corridor. Wasn't it all to let everyone see this show? He nodded towards the crowd of onlookers. Your audience has arrived. Zhang Mingxuan's gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone had their phones raised, every camera pointed at the two of them. He took a deep breath, the crimson spiritual patterns slowly extinguishing, his face reattaining that controlled smile, though this time it was clearly trembling. See you on the arena tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lin Yuan walked past him, their shoulders nearly colliding. Chen Jing suddenly spoke as Lin Yuan passed by. Lin Yuan didn't stop, only glanced at her for a moment before returning his gaze. Chen Jing opened her mouth, but in the end nothing came out. And Ran quickened her pace to catch up, lowering her voice. Was that comment of yours serious, or just to provoke him? Both. And Ran fell silent for quite a while. Do you know he almost made a move just now? I'm not blind, but he won't make a move. Zhang Mingxian is very clever with the rules. He knows that making the first move at the cafeteria entrance is equivalent to putting himself on the chopping block. So that's why you said that. I was speaking from the heart. Forget it. And Ran decided to end the topic. When Lin Yuan returned to the dormitory, his roommate had not yet come back. He lay down on the bed, activating. Next door, they were discussing tomorrow's match. At the end of the corridor, someone was shouting on the phone, Lin Yuan against Zhang Mingxuan tomorrow morning at 8 on stage 3. Are you skipping class to watch? Downstairs, someone sounded as excited as if announcing a sports event. He closed his eyes, replaying tomorrow's events in his mind. Zhang Mingxuan's performance at the cafeteria entrance tonight was very methodical. First, he played the weak card to garner sympathy, portraying himself as the victim robbed of attention. If he lost tomorrow, this narrative would make his defeat tragic. If he won, it would be a classic tale of the underdog's victory. Unfortunately, when it comes to scripts, Lin Yuan was more familiar with it than anyone. The system panel popped up, current emotion value 487-2000. Tomorrow there would be at least 1,000 people in the audience, plus the live broadcast on the forum. The emotion value would definitely not be low. He closed the panel and turned to look out the window. The campus lights sparkled like stars. Everything was as usual, but everyone was waiting for tomorrow. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the gymnasium was so crowded that even the aisles were filled with people. The third arena was set in the center, measuring 20 meters on each side, with the newly installed spiritual pattern detection pillars on the alloy floor, emitting a cold light. At least 1,200 people were crammed into the audience, with someone in the front row holding up a smartphone tripod. The refresh speed of the forum live stream post jumping up every second. Lin Yuan stood at the exit of the contestant passage, listening to the audience's discussions. Group 4, Lin Yuan versus Zhang Mingxian. Finally drawn. Zhang Mingxuan and a class Crimson Blood Warrior first tier level 5. What level is Lin Yuan again? I don't know, the earliest detection showed first tier level 1, but did you see his performance in the previous matches? Does he seem like a first tier level 1? And Ran walked up from behind, not holding any materials, her expression more serious than in the previous matches. Did you sleep well last night? Pretty well. Zhang Mingxian posted a long article last night saying you would definitely reveal your true self today, with over 2,000 comments in the section, half betting on your win and half on your loss. Which side are you betting on? And Ran glanced at him, not responding, and whispered, remember your limits. I always know my limits. The announcement sounded. 4th round of the campus selection tournament, Lin Yuan and in Ran's team versus Zhang Mingxian and Chen Jing's team. Please both sides enter the arena number 3. Lin Yuan walked towards arena number 3. In the opposing passage, Zhang Mingxian emerged. Chen Jing followed behind, wearing green spiritual pattern gloves on both hands. The two class melee fighters exhibited clear signs of tension. Zhang Mingxian jumped onto the arena, a rehearsed smile hanging on his lips. Lin Yuan, this day has finally arrived. Lin Yuan leisurely walked onto the arena while Ran stood in the support area, arms crossed. I read that long article you wrote last night. Lin Yuan tilted his head. It was quite emotional, about the truth of the weak rising against the odds, the downfall of the cheaters. I almost thought I was reading a novel. Laughter trickled down from the audience. Zhang Mingxuan's smile stiffened for a moment. Talking tough is useless. The truth will be revealed on the arena today. I will let everyone see your true colors. The referee raised his hand. Both sides ready. Chen Jing raised her amplification staff in the support area, green spiritual light enveloping Zhang Mingxian. The crimson spiritual patterns surged, blood-colored energy erupted, and a semi-transparent blood flame knife formed in his palm. Start. Zhang Mingxian moved. The blood-colored energy wave exploded from his feet, turning him into a red shadow, as the blood flame knife trailed a half-meter flame tail and slashed directly at Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, golden spiritual power overflowing from his fingertips, coalescing in midair into a tunterlong energy whip. Zhang Mingxuan's pupils constricted. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, golden spiritual power overflowing from his fingertips, coalescing in midair into a tunterlong energy whip. Zhang Mingxuan's pupils constricted. A piercing screech like metal clashing erupted. The blood flame knife was deflected off course, striking the arena and exploding into a charred mark. Zhang Mingxuan's hands went numb, his entire right arm trembling. Just as he opened his mouth, Lin Yuan's second whip had arrived. The whip tip swung from the right, striking his left rib, the battle suit tearing apart, with a sound, skin and flesh revealing a bloody mark. Zhang Mingxian was sent flying sideways, crashing into the spiritual energy detection pillar, a dull sound echoing through the gymnasium. The audience fell silent in an instant. Energy whip. Zhang Mingxian climbed up, glancing down at the bleeding wound on his side. Burning blood. He bit his tongue, fresh blood dripping onto the crimson spiritual pattern. This was the signature skill of the Crimson Blood Warriors, sacrificing blood energy for a significant boost in combat power. Zhang Mingxuan's speed increased by at least 30% compared to before, circling to the flank, the blood flame knife slashing from an awkward angle. Lin Yuan turned, the energy whip swung in an arc wrapping around his ankle. Zhang Mingxian jumped to evade the blood flame knife, slashing toward Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan leaned back, the blade barely grazing his chin. At the same time, the energy whip returned in midair, the whip tip striking Zhang Mingxuan's right leg from behind. As he landed, his knee buckled, nearly kneeling down. What's wrong? Weren't you going to let everyone see my true self? Now that they see it, why aren't you speaking? Zhang Mingxian gritted his teeth, his peripheral vision scanning the audience. Everyone was watching, with more and more people raising their phones. He wasn't there to be a punching bag. Blood flames slashed. Zhang Mingxian gripped the knife with both hands, spiritual power flooding in. The blood flame knife expanded to 3 times its size, the flame tail, trailing over 2 meters long. The temperature of the entire arena skyrocketed. He exploded off the ground, transforming into a blood-colored meteor, slicing toward Lin Yuan's head with a piercing scream. This was his strongest strike. Lin Yuan stood still, raising his left hand. Golden spiritual power coalesced into a circular energy shield in his palm. The blood flame knife struck the shield. The shockwave exploded from the point of impact, the alloy floor cracking into a web-like pattern, red and gold lights intertwining, dazzling enough to blind. As the light dissipated, the energy shield remained unscathed. Zhang Mingxuan's hand split open, the blood flame knife shattered into countless blood-red fragments. Impossible. The energy whip shot up from below, striking Zhang Mingxian squarely in the chest. The battle suit blasted open, a gash across his chest and abdomen, blood spraying out. He was sent spinning in the air, crashing heavily onto the arena. Someone in the audience stood up. Wow, this is too brutal. And Ran clenched her fists in the support area. She finally understood what Lin Yuan meant by crushing through with flair. Zhang Mingxian tried to get up. The energy whip struck his back, leaving another bloody mark. As he attempted to rise again, another whip struck. "Watch as I whip you into a spinning top." Lin Yuan said this with a smile. The energy whip began to strike continuously. One whip after another with a steady rhythm, each strike hitting Zhang Mingxian accurately, causing him to roll and struggle on the arena. The battle suit was shredded into strips, his body covered in blood marks, blood droplets splattering on the alloy floor, leaving behind glaring streaks of red. The audience shifted from excitement to silence. It was too brutal. Zhang Mingxian had no power to fight back, not even a moment to plead for mercy. Every time he opened his mouth, the next whip struck him back, only allowing him to emit muffled cries. Qinjing's face turned as white as paper. She raised her amplification staff to boost Zhang Mingxuan, her hands trembling so much that the spiritual light flickered. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Qinjing's hand froze in midair. Zhang Mingxian was whipped over, also receiving a strike on his face, leaving a bloody cut on his left cheek. He opened his mouth to say, "I concede," but the whip tip struck his mouth directly. Zhang Mingxian curled up on the arena, covered in blood, the crimson spiritual patterns completely extinguished. His consciousness began to blur. The only remaining sights were the golden whip shadow and the silent crowd in the audience. Qinjing suddenly turned to the referee, her voice sharp and breaking. "We concede. The whole team concedes." The referee raised his hand, but Lin Yuan's next whip had already been unleashed. The whip tip stopped just above Zhang Mingxuan, suspended in midair and slightly trembling. Lin Yuan tilted his head, retracting the energy whip. "Is this how you concede?" Qinjing bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, but not falling. She hurriedly walked onto the arena, crouching beside Zhang Mingxian to check his breath. He was still breathing. Two medical team members rushed up and lifted Zhang Mingxian onto a stretcher. The head referee stood up, his voice filled with complex emotions. Group 4, Zhang Mingxuan's team concedes, Lin Yuan and Ran's team advances. There was no cheer in the gymnasium. 1,200 pairs of eyes fixated on the ring, where bloodstains trailed 3 meters long alongside Zhang Mingxuan, bloodied on the stretcher. Lin Yuan retracted the energy whip, the golden spiritual power dissipating at his fingertips. Qinjing squatted beside the stretcher, her lips trembling. She looked up at Lin Yuan, tears finally falling from her eyes, but she said nothing. What could she say? It was Zhang Mingxian who initiated everything, who wrote the posts, who blocked the cafeteria doors to challenge others. From start to finish, he was the one taking the initiative. But Qinjing understood another truth: Lin Yuan had never laid a hand on her. It wasn't because she was unimportant, it was because he simply did not care about her. This realization hurt more than the dozens of lashes Zhang Mingxian had received. Two medical staff members hurriedly carried the stretcher towards the medical passage. Zhang Mingxian had a gash on his left cheek, his consciousness not fully recovered, as he mumbled something incoherently from his mouth. Finally, someone in the audience spoke up. "What the hell? This is too brutal." Zhang Mingxian didn't even counter once. The energy whip, another new ability. Along with flight, heat vision, X-ray vision, and super defense, that's the 5th one. 5 completely different types of abilities. You tell me he's a grade. The emotional value prompts on the system panel were jumping wildly. Fear, shock, confusion, anger. 1,200 people experienced emotional fluctuations simultaneously, surging in like a tidal wave, sending back over 100 messages. And Rand stepped onto the stage from the auxiliary area, glancing down at the bloodstains on the floor. "Is this what you meant by crushing through with style? What else could it be?" And Rand paused for a moment. "You did it intentionally. Oh, not only did you want to win, but you also wanted everyone to see that you won in a completely different way." Lin Yuan smiled. "You caught me." This person had planned everything since stepping onto the stage. Using Zhang Mingxian as a prop, he showcased an ability system that a grade talent should not possess in front of the 1,200 students. "How do you plan to explain the energy whip and energy shield?" And Rand asked quietly. No explanation needed. The referee group's test was entirely negative, and Zhang Mingxuan's post still has 2,000 comments supporting him. "Do you think it will help if I explain now?" And Rand opened his mouth, then closed it again. It truly wouldn't help. What he wanted was to leave everyone confused, shocked, and terrified, forcing them to accept one undeniable fact: that his very existence was a violation of the rules. "Can't you tone it down a bit?" And Rand sighed as he said this. "Tone it down? Have you ever seen anyone who can silence the whole school?" The discussions in the audience began to diverge. The energy whip and heat vision are completely different spiritual attributes. Theoretically, they cannot coexist in one person. It's not dual talents, it's triple talents. Flight, heat vision, and energy manipulation, 3 completely different directions of ability. "Shut up. He's a monster." "Monster, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan flicked his tongue against his cheek. "Monster." The term sounded much better than waste. He turned and walked towards the exit. And Rand followed closely behind, noticing a detail as they passed the front row of the audience. The girls in the front row collectively shrank back a row. Lin Yuan tilted his head, slightly honing in with super hearing. He said he has X-ray vision. What if he really is looking? Lin Yuan chuckled, his shoulders shaking. And Rand shot him a fierce glare. You're still laughing. They're scaring themselves, and what does it have to do with me? The two exited through the side door of the gymnasium. On the main road, clusters of students glanced towards the gymnasium. Some held their phones to watch the live stream, while others chased after those coming out to ask for results. Lin Yuan won. The energy whip struck Zhang Mingxian so hard, he didn't even have a chance to admit defeat. Zhang Mingxian was carried away on a stretcher. He was covered in blood with a lash mark on his face. He'll probably bear a scar. That's too harsh. Did he really need to be so brutal in the ring? Zhang Mingxian asked for it. Who can he blame? He posted accusations of cheating and blocked the cafeteria door to challenge Lin Yuan. If he hadn't provoked first, would Lin Yuan have gone so hard? You can't say that. The rules state you can't intentionally harm your opponent. Rules. What about when Zhang Mingxian swung the blood flame knife at Lin Yuan's neck? Why didn't you mention the rules then? If that knife had hit Lin Yuan's head, would have been gone. Lin Yuan kept walking, and Rand glanced at him. Aren't you going to explain? Zhang Mingxian swung the blood flame knife at my neck. I used the energy shield to block it, then countered. There's nothing wrong with the rules. The referee didn't call a foul, and the technical team didn't raise any objections, so why should I explain? And Rand remained silent for a long while. This person didn't care how others viewed him, didn't care about the label of brutality, and didn't even care about being called a monster. He only wanted one result, to silence Zhang Mingxian. She suddenly recalled something Lin Yuan had said on the training field. He's been so annoying, buzzing around me like a fly since the secret realm. If I don't swat him, he'll keep buzzing. Now that fly had been swatted into the infirmary. A large crowd gathered in front of the bulletin board. The electronic screen was replaying the key moments of the recent match. Each time the footage was replayed, gasps echoed from the crowd. Someone had uploaded the replay to the forum with the title, just 4 words, Monster Lin Yuan. And Rand finished scrolling through the posts and put her phone away. You're now the most popular contestant in the school. Oh, everyone on the forum is discussing you, and all of Zhang Mingxian's previous questioning posts have been resurrected. But the new direction of discussion is even more interesting. Some are guessing your real talent level, some say S grade, some S grade, and others are betting you're a Ancient Century SS grade. What about my A grade awakening certificate? It might have a place in a museum. Lin Yuan found this joke amusing, laughing for a while before calming down. And Rand looked at him, suddenly feeling a strange charm emanating from this person. He didn't care about the rules, didn't care about evaluations, and didn't care how others viewed him. But he wasn't foolish. In fact, he was smarter than most. He knew when to go hard, how to manipulate public opinion, and how to silence everyone. He simply didn't want to hold back. He enjoyed the process. The two reached the entrance of the cafeteria, and then Rand stopped. Going to eat? You go ahead, or I'll return to the dormitory for a bit. And Rand glanced at him, but didn't ask further, turning to enter the cafeteria. Lin Yuan leaned against a roadside tree and pulled up the system panel. Current emotional value 832. 2000. Zhang Mingxian generated anger emotion, emotional value 7. Zhang Mingxian generated humiliation emotion, emotional value 9. The blood in the infirmary hadn't been cleaned up yet, and the new round of emotional value was already in. The curve of Lin Yuan's mouth widened even more. Zhang Mingxian, this emotional value ATM hadn't even shut down. At 9:30 in the morning, the corridor of the infirmary was quiet, the only sound being the hum of the air conditioning. Lin Yuan stood at the end of the corridor, hands in his pockets, his super hearing penetrating the walls to catch the ticking of the heart monitor and the irregular breathing of someone who sounded as if they were crying. Zhang Mingxian woke up. Anren's message lit up. Are you really going to go? Lin Yuan did not reply, silently silencing his phone and slipping it back into his pocket as he pushed open the hospital room door. Zhang Mingxian lay on the bed by the window, his upper body wrapped in bandages. A stitched cut marred his left cheek, and tape covered the gauze, obscuring half of his face. Chun Jing sat by the bed, clutching a water bottle that she hadn't managed to open. Seeing Lin Yuan enter, she sprang up, and the water bottle rolled into the corner. What are you here for? Lin Yuan did not look at her, but walked to the bedside, tilting his head to examine Zhang Mingxian. To check on an old teammate. Zhang Mingxian turned his head away, his uninjured right eye fixated on the ceiling, his lips moving, but not a word escaping his mouth. Lin Yuan pulled over a folding chair and sat down, crossing his legs. How's the injury? Chun Jing bit her lip. 2 ribs on the left side are fractured, soft tissue bruising in the chest, and abdomen 12 stitches. Quite detailed. Chun Jing's eyes were red. Did you think I was reporting to you? I just wanted you to know what you did. Lin Yuan turned his head, his expression calm. Zhang Mingxian swung the blood flame blade at my neck. I blocked it and counterattacked. The referee didn't call a foul, and the technical team raised no objections. What do you think I did? Is that what you call a counterattack? You lashed out at him 47 times. You weren't in a competition at all. Chun Jing couldn't continue, tears streaming down her face. What was it then? Chun Jing opened her mouth, the words stuck in her throat, ultimately not spoken. She knew that once she said it, Lin Yuan would have plenty to say in response. Lin Yuan looked back at Zhang Mingxian. I thought you would at least say something. Zhang Mingxian slowly turned his right eye toward him, devoid of arrogance or anger, only an emptiness that came from being shattered. You won. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper on metal. I know. Did you come specifically to see me make a fool of myself? Not exactly a joke. I just wanted to see your current state. From the registration in the secret realm to today, you've been chasing me for a month, and now you've stopped. I'm a little unaccustomed to it. Zhang Mingxian's chest heaved violently, a small patch of faint red seeping through the bandages. The heart monitor's reading accelerated by several beats. Chun Jing rushed in front of the bed. That's enough. What more do you want from him now that he's like this? Lin Yuan glanced at her. That gaze was so calm it felt as though he were looking at someone entirely unrelated to himself. Chun Jing was rooted to the spot by that gaze, her fingers digging into her palm. Chun Jing, back when you said I was holding the team back and told me to quit at the secret realm registration, did you ever think about today? Chun Jing froze. Lin Yuan stood up, the height difference forcing Chun Jing to look up at him. Now you think I went too hard on him, but when you said those words back then, did you not think they were too harsh? Chun Jing's lips trembled, tears silently flowing down her face. Zhang Mingxian struggled to sit up, pulling at his wounds, his face contorted in pain, yet he remained silent. He stared at Lin Yuan, and for the first time a hint of human emotion surfaced in his right eye. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly. I want to share a principle. Go ahead. You've always thought I was useless because you believe that talent determines everything, that a class should be weak and a class should be strong. But have you ever considered that there are exceptions in this world? Zhang Mingxian said nothing. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Suddenly Zhang Mingxian laughed, his laughter dry and harsh like a leaking windbag. He laughed several times before stopping, the light in his right eye completely extinguished. You're right. Chun Jing turned her head sharply, disbelief written all over her face. What do you mean, Zhang Mingxian? I mean what he said is correct. Zhang Mingxian leaned back against the head of the bed. I can't even take one move on the arena. Even when I activated my blood burning, he still turned me into a spinning top. I used to tell you that E-class doesn't deserve to stand next to a class, but now I can't even withstand a single punch from any class. So what does that make me? Chun Jing grabbed his hand. Don't say any more. Why not? Everyone in the school saw it. Zhang Mingxian pulled his hand back, his voice carrying a calmness that came from accepting his fate. Lin Yuan, you won. Your existence crushed all my pride, and I accept that. Lin Yuan pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, realizing that this person had collapsed more thoroughly than he had anticipated, yet he did not deliver another blow. Having said what needed to be said and having gained his emotional points, staying any longer would be a waste of time. Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the door. Wait. Chun Jing's voice caught up to him. Lin Yuan stopped, but did not turn back. Lin Yuan, about what happened back then. It was my fault. Her voice was soft, almost drowned out by the ticking of the heart monitor. Did you hear that? Lin Yuan turned his head slightly, revealing half of his profile. I heard. Then you. I heard, but that doesn't mean I need to respond. Chun Jing let out a muffled syllable, unable to say anything. Lin Yuan pushed open the hospital room door and walked out. Anren leaned against the wall opposite the elevator, arms crossed, her expression complicated. What are you doing here? I guessed you would talk for about 5 minutes, but you ended up staying for over 10. Anren straightened up and walked alongside him toward the elevator. What happened in there? Zhang Mingxian completely admitted defeat, feels he is unworthy of being a class. Anren was silent for a moment. What about Chun Jing? She apologized. Did you accept it? I heard it, then told her that hearing it doesn't mean I need to respond. Anren took a deep breath and pressed the close button of the elevator firmly. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and just as Lin Yuan was about to step out, his foot suddenly halted. At the end of the corridor, 3 people leaned against the wall next to the bulletin board. The leader was nearly 2 meters tall, draped in the school team training uniform, with a fiery lion tattoo on his chest, a hallmark of seed players in the selection competition. Beside him, a girl with a ponytail was looking down at her phone, while another boy with short hair crossed his arms, a look of unmasked curiosity on his face. Lin Yuan's super hearing automatically sharpened. Is that Lin Yuan? The short-haired boy gestured toward the elevator direction with his chin. The ponytail girl did not even lift her head. Yeah, the one with the energy whip. That's just a brute force style based on overwhelming strength. It works on someone like Zhang Mingxian, but it won't against a serious contender. The short-haired boy scoffed. Talking so big. Zhang Mingxian, and a class Crimson Blood warrior, was lashed 47 times without landing a single hit. If you let Zhang Mingxian fight me, he still wouldn't land a hit. He's just a minor character who won't even make it into the top 3 of the selection competition. Oh, what's there to discuss? Anren clearly heard this too. She turned her head to look at Lin Yuan and found that the corner of his mouth had curled up. 10 out of 10. The nearly 2-meter-tall boy said this and immediately turned to leave. Let's go, it's training time. The 3 of them walked away from the bulletin board, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Anren clearly heard this too. She turned her head to look at Lin Yuan and found that the corner of his mouth had curled up again. You're not thinking of. I'm not thinking of anything. I was just thinking that eyes of this level like Zhang Mingxian's aren't that interesting anymore. It's time to change to a new batch for harvesting. As Lin Yuan stepped out of the elevator and Ran was already leaning against the corridor wall waiting for him. She said nothing, merely turning her phone screen towards him. The top post on the forum read Monster Lin Yuan. The replay footage in the post looped the moment he struck Zhang Mingxian with an energy whip. Lin Yuan tilted his head to glance a couple of times, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The footage is quite clear. And Ran put her phone back in her pocket and walked alongside him towards the exit of the teaching building. Chun Jing apologized to you. Don't you have any other thoughts about it? What else should I say? Should I say it's fine and shake hands to reconcile? When she called me useless at the registration desk in the secret realm, she never thought to hear me say it's fine. And Ran had no further words. She realized that his attitude towards emotional matters was more straightforward than his approach to battle. In combat, he would take some time to toy with his opponent, but in matters of the heart, he decisively severed ties, leaving no thread behind. As they exited the teaching building, the flow of people on the main road was more than half diminished compared to usual. Most students were still in the gym discussing the earlier match, while a few who were leaving raised their phones scrolling through the forum. Lin Yuan's super hearing automatically focused fragments of discussions filtering in. The top 3 from the selection match have made statements claiming Lin Yuan only relies on brute strength and wouldn't last 3 moves against a proper inheritance system. Lin Yuan paused his steps, taking out his phone, and Ran followed his gaze, noticing a freshly posted message. The poster was certified as seed player of the campus selection match Zhao Qingsong, with a concise title: Lin Yuan. 1 force over 10 skills not to be feared. The main text was even shorter, containing only 4 sentences. The ceiling for violent tactics is very low. Effective against Zhang Mingxian because Zhang Mingxian is weak. Against a proper inheritance, he wouldn't even be able to close the distance. If drawn into the same group, I will let him know what the gap feels like. Lin Yuan stared at the screen for several seconds, and Ran instinctively reached out to grab his arm, but as her fingers brushed against his sleeve, she halted. This time only excitement was on his face, akin to a hunter discovering new prey, and Ran sighed, her voice tinged with helplessness. Zhao Qingsong is a level 2, rank 3 fire mage. I've seen his battle footage. He's completely different from Zhang Mingxian. As they reached the cafeteria entrance and Ran stopped, saying, "You go eat first, I need to head to the training room to make up for today's daily cultivation." As they reached the cafeteria entrance and Ran stopped, saying, "You go eat first, I need to head to the training room to make up for today's daily cultivation. You're still practicing at this hour. You inspired me." And Ran turned and left, her ponytail slicing through the dusk in a crisp arc. Lin Yuan watched her figure vanish around the corner of the teaching building, tongue pressing against his cheek, and entered the cafeteria alone. A window seat on the second floor was empty. He sat down with his tray, chewing on a spirit food, while scrolling through the forum. Over 300 comments had already accumulated under Zhao Qingkang's declaration. Post the top comment reading, "Zhao God has entered the fray, a Lin Yuan's good days are over." Lin Yuan swiped through the comments, scrolling down 2 pages. Support for Zhao Qingsong accounted for 60%, with 30% saying Lin Yuan was merely lucky to face weak opponents, and the remaining 10% were just spectators. No one mentioned Zhang Mingxian anymore. In less than 2 days, his name had already faded from the public discourse. The harshness of this world even left Lin Yuan somewhat impressed. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Ran. "After you finish eating, return to the dorm. Don't run around. Zhao Qingsong and all your previous opponents are not on the same level. Take it seriously." Lin Yuan replied with a simple placed his phone down on the table, and continued eating. After finishing his meal, he returned to the dormitory where his roommate had yet to come back. Lin Yuan lay on his bed and pulled up the system panel. The aftershocks of the recent match were still fermenting, each new addition indicating someone had rewatched the footage of him being sent flying on the forum. With a considerable time until the next lottery, it wouldn't be possible to reach that in the short term. Lin Yuan closed the panel, shut his eyes, turned over, and began to sink into a slumber. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a cold system notification echoed in his mind. Detected host's emotional state resonating highly with the template's core personality. Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. Patriot template compatibility is rising. The system panel automatically popped up, and the golden frame of the Patriot template began to flicker violently. Lin Yuan lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, but the system panel had completely covered the dormitory's view. Compatibility reached 100. Patriot template achieves ultimate liberation. All passive skills enhancement rate increased to 500. All active skills unlocking restrictions lifted. Acquired new ability Void Rift active based on thermal vision from the eyes. Injects laws of spatial tearing, firing invisible high temperature cutting lines with a maximum range of 200 meters, ignoring all defenses below level 2. Acquired new ability Divine Pressure passive active. Releases a pressure aura at the level of a Patriot, causing a delay in spiritual energy operation for targets of the same realm and below, with effects increasing with the gap in realm. Lin Yuan sprang up from his bed. The reservoir of spiritual energy in his dantian was already boiling over. Realm Breakthrough Level 2, Rank 5, a storm of spiritual energy erupted in the dormitory, sending a water cup on the table rolling into the corner. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, gripping the bedsheet, tightly suppressing the power that almost tore his body apart within. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his willpower to contain the overflowing spiritual energy. After an indeterminate amount of time, the spiritual energy gradually calmed, retracting back to his dantian. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, the depths of his pupils still holding a trace of dark gold. He lowered his gaze to his hands. The surface of his skin showed no changes, but when he clenched his fist, he could feel a brand new power surging within. A gentle warmth emanated from his eyes, but no laser shot forth. Thermal vision active, current temperature limit 5400 C. New functionality, precise temperature control adjustable between 100 C to 5400 C. New functionality, line refraction capable of altering the trajectory of thermal vision within a 30-angle range. Lin Yuan calculated that this temperature was sufficient to evaporate any defenses on the arena. Even more terrifying were the precise temperature control and line refraction, meaning opponents could no longer evade by predicting the direction of his gaze. Void Rift was even more outrageous, invisible cutting lines that ignored all defenses below level 2. This effectively nullified all defensive measures of level 1 martial artists against this technique. The ability of divine pressure, a control skill, would amplify the effect in conjunction with his violent output during arena matches. Coupled with the 5 abilities he obtained as a supreme mage, his total skill count had now reached double digits. Lin Yuan slowly grinned, filled with anticipation for the upcoming matches. Zhao Qingsong claimed he could overpower Tin with sheer strength, stating that he couldn't even close the distance against a proper inheritance. Let him experience what it means to strike down from a higher dimension. He closed the system and shut his eyes. Starting tomorrow, he would no longer face opponents of Zhang Mingxuan's caliber, but rather the true elite of this school. As the semifinals draw results were displayed on the big screen, Lin Yuan was leaning against his usual spot on the second floor of the cafeteria, gnawing on a spiritual energy meal. And Ran pushed her phone right under his nose. The first match of the semifinals, Lin Yuan and Ran's team against Zhao Qingsong's son Lin and Wang Zhi's team. Lin Yuan chewed on a piece of meat and mumbled, "Zhao Qingsong, the one who said I'm nothing to worry about." Second-year level 3 fire-type battle, mage the top seed of the selection competition. And Ran's tone was more serious than in the previous matches. The only one in the school who mastered the externalization of spiritual energy at the second year, his Tsong Yan's temperature is twice that of ordinary flames and can attach to shields for continuous burning. Do you think he'll lose? It's not that you can't win, but this will be harder than all the previous matches. He has undergone systematic training, and his control over spiritual energy is at least a tier above yours. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her and smiled. "You always sound so serious. Are you worried about me?" And Ran paused with her chopsticks and didn't respond. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the semifinals began on the main arena. Lin Yuan stood at the exit of the contestant passage, activating his super hearing to eavesdrop on the discussions. Zhao Qingsong is coming down to the field himself. Several threads on the forum bet on how long Lin Yuan can last. Lin Yuan's combat style is too monotonous. It's all about direct confrontation, while Zhao Qingsong excels at mid-range control, perfectly countering him. And Ran approached from behind, unusually holding paper materials. His teammate Sun Lin is a grade ice mage, and Wang Zhi is a grade wind-type assassin. Their teamwork is highly coordinated. Lin Yuan glanced briefly at the papers and returned them to her. "Got it. What did you remember? 3 against 2. They think their coordination can suppress me, but I won't let them do that." The announcement rang out. Campus selections semifinals, Lin Yuan and in Ran's team against Zhao Qingsong's team. Please both sides enter the arena main stage. Zhao Qingsong jumped onto the platform, a clear look of disdain on his face. "Lin Yuan, I told you before that you are nothing to worry about, and I still stand by that statement." Lin Yuan walked leisurely onto the stage, a smile that made one's eyelids twitch hung at the corners of his mouth. He surveyed his opponent leisurely, feeling both amused and displeased. Such a lowly provocation, but seeing him act like this is truly annoying. "Aren't you going to say something?" Zhao Qingsong frowned at the silent Lin Yuan. "Don't interrupt him." Thinking. Thinking about what? Thinking about how many lashes you can take. The audience erupted in laughter, and the smile on Zhao Qingsong's face vanished. "You've been using the same routine since the first match. That worked on Zhang Mingxian because they hadn't experienced real combat, but I'm different." He raised his right hand. Azure flames surged from his palm, scorching the air into distorted waves. "My Tsong Yan can burn through second-tier high-grade defensive spiritual tools. You can't even get close." Lin Yuan nodded twice. "Sounds pretty good. You've practiced for a long time, right?" Suppressed laughter echoed from the audience. Zhao Qingsong's expression turned cold as he angrily declared, "Then let's see the true skills on the stage." The referee began. "Both sides prepare, start." Before the words finished, Zhao Qingsong pushed his hands forward and azure flames erupted, forming a fire ring 3 meters in diameter that spread out in a fan shape. He intended to control the field, trapping Lin Yuan at the edge. Lin Yuan lifted his right foot and stomped hard on the arena. An invisible force exploded outward from him in all directions. Zhao Qinkang's pupils constricted. That song, Yin fire ring lost its support, its edges crumbling, sparks flying. Sun Lin's amplification staff froze in midair, and Wang Zhe's motion to draw his blade slowed by a beat, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The audience erupted in chaos. Zhao Qingsong bit his tongue, the sharp pain allowing him to temporarily break through his suppression. Pressure type skill? How many abilities do you have really? Lin Yuan did not answer. He raised his right hand, golden spiritual energy overflowed, forming an energy whip. Zhao Qingsong brought his hands together, forming a wall of Song Yen. You can't come in. Lin Yuan's energy whip lashed out, bypassing the fire wall from the front and striking from the side. Zhao Qingsong caught a glimpse of the golden glow too late. The whip struck his right arm, and the Song Yen protective shield shattered. Zhao Qingsong looked down at the wound, his face turning ashen. He slammed his hands on the ground, azure flames expanding from beneath him, 12 concentric fire rings dividing the arena into several zones. Lin Yuan stepped forward, directly stepping into the fire ring, but his skin remained unscathed. Zhao Qingsong finally stopped being calm. Lin Yuan passed through the fire ring and stood in front of him, wearing a mocking expression. You said I couldn't even get close, so what about now? Zhao Qingsong gritted his teeth and retreated, condensing its Song Yen spear in his right hand. A shockwave erupted from his feet, blinding white light, exploding. That Song Yen spear aimed straight at Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, a golden energy shield coalescing in his palm. That Song Yen spear struck the shield, the shockwave causing the entire arena to tremble, the protective barrier flickering violently. When the light dissipated, the energy shield remained intact, not even a crack in sight. Zhao Qinkang's hands were torn apart, blood dripping down his wrists, standing dazed in place. The energy whip lashed out, striking him squarely in the chest. Zhao Qinkang's feet left the ground, flying horizontally and crashing against the protective barrier with a dull thud. Wang Zhe finally broke free from the pressure, drawing his short knife, wind blades wrapping around the blade, launching a side attack. Lin Yuan countered with a whip, the tip hitting Wang Zhe's chest, sending both him and his knife flying, crashing against the edge of the arena and rolling twice before coming to a stop. Wang Zhe experienced a fear emotion value 19. Sun Lin raised her amplification staff, ice blue spiritual light coalescing. Lin Yuan turned his head to glance at her, divine pressure precisely locking onto her alone. She leaned on her knees, gasping for breath, her fingers trembling so much she couldn't hold on to anything. Sun Lin experienced a fear emotion value 31. Zhao Qingsong got up from the ground, his expression shifting from shock to an almost frenzied unwillingness. He bit his tongue, blood dripping onto the Song Yen, the flames transitioning from blue to white, the temperature rising sharply. Song Yen white flame form. A trump card that burns his essence to temporarily elevate the quality of spiritual energy, doubling the temperature. He pushed out with both hands, the white flames coalescing into a fire pillar, shooting straight towards Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan raised his left hand, fingers spread wide. The divine pressure unleashed fully. A pressure several times stronger than before erupted. The white flame pillar lost its support, dissipating into blue smoke in the air. Zhao Qingsong was forced to kneel on one knee, the metallic floor beneath him echoing with a dull thud. The chief referee stood up, and the 5 judges nodded in unison. Zhao Qinkang's team has lost combat capability. Lin Yuan and Ran's team advanced to the finals. The audience was already in an uproar. What move did Lin Yuan use this time? Pressure. That's a pressure type skill. One person possesses 6 completely different abilities. What kind of talent does he have? The emotion value panel bounced wildly. Zhao Qingsong was helped up by the medical team. When he walked over to Lin Yuan, he suddenly stopped. When you said full power, were you serious? Lin Yuan paused, turned back, and smiled. What do you think? Zhao Qingsong was silent for a moment, looking down at the bleeding wound on his chest, and suddenly smiled. I lost without regret. Zhao Qingsong was helped away, a trail of blood left on the ground. And Ran walked up from the auxiliary area and asked in a low voice, pressure type skill, just awakened. Sort of. What do you mean, sort of? Lin Yuan did not answer the question. The two walked out of the gymnasium when Ran suddenly stopped in her tracks. The opponent for the finals has been determined. Who? Yichen's second-year level, 4th grade talent, celestial sword apostle. Lin Yuan did not slow his pace, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Grade, finally someone worth watching. On the day of the finals, the gymnasium was already filled an hour in advance. Lin Yuan stood at the exit of the contestant passage, listening to the discussions of the audience. Lin Yuan defeated Zhao Qingsong without breaking a sweat. Who can win today? Yichen's sword intent has already touched the threshold of power. Zhao Qingsong doesn't even have the qualifications to draw his sword against him. And Ran walked up from behind carrying nothing. Yichen's heavenly sword inheritance comes from a family martial art. He practiced swordsmanship at 3 and awakened to rank at 16, achieving true second-tier 4th level skills with no shortcuts. So you're telling me this will be a tough match? I'm telling you that he is the strongest opponent you have encountered so far. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he excitedly said, then it will be interesting to fight. The announcement rang out, campus selection finals Lin Yuan and Ran's team versus Yi Chen's team, please both sides enter the arena. Yi Chen walked out from the opposite passage. He stood just over 6 feet tall, with a deep black, unadorned long sword slung across his back, his face bearing an almost indifferent calm. The expressions of his teammates Han Yu and Lu Wen were noticeably more tense than their captains. Yi Chen jumped onto the stage, landing silently, while Lin Yuan leisurely walked up, the two of them staring at each other from 10 meters apart. I've watched all your match footage, Yi Chen spoke first. And then, oi. Flight, heat vision, energy whip, energy shield, portal pressure. At least 6 completely different types of abilities. You are definitely not a rank. Some in the audience gasped. Then what rank do you think I am? Yi Chen grasped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew at his words filled with combat intent. I don't know, but maybe you'll find out after the fight. As his long sword was drawn, an invisible wave of energy spread out. The audience fell silent. The referee shouted, both sides prepare. And Ran raised her hand in the support area, and white spiritual light enveloped Lin Yuan completely. Yi Chen held his sword with both hands, the tip angled towards the ground. Begin. Yi Chen's feet exploded with a gust of energy, turning into an afterimage as his long sword arced toward Lin Yuan's throat. This strike was devoid of any flamboyance, but before the blade arrived, the sword intent reached first, causing the hairs on the back of Lin Yuan's neck to stand on end. He raised his right hand, condensing a golden energy shield. The sword edge struck the shield with a metallic shriek, creating a shockwave that cracked the alloy floor with a 3-meter web pattern, the shield flickering violently. The energy shield remained intact. Yi Chen stepped back 3 paces from the recoil, the brilliance of his sword undiminished. How many strikes can your shield withstand? Heavenly sword technique, rift in the sky. A visible white sword energy shot out from the sword, tearing through the air toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sidestepped to evade the sword energy, grazing his chest as it struck the shield. Sword energy unleashed. This technique is only possible at tier 3. No, it's the sword intent of the heavenly sword technique taking shape. There are hardly any tier 2 practitioners in the entire province who can unleash sword energy. Lin Yuan glanced at the cracks in the shield, thinking to himself that this strength prodigy was indeed formidable. However, it would make the fight all the more interesting. Yi Chen's sword edge glimmered again as he said in a deep voice, you evaded well, but you won't be able to dodge the next strike. Lin Yuan smiled, his tone filled with excitement. Who said I wanted to dodge? He raised both hands, golden spiritual energy flowing from his 10 fingers, coalescing into 2 energy whips, their bodies rippling with dark golden patterns more solid than when dealing with Zhang Mingxian. The dual whips were launched simultaneously. Yi Chen crossed his sword to block the sword, resonating with a buzzing sound as it was struck. Using the force, he jumped back, but as his toes barely touched the ground, the second whip was already in front of him, forcing him to roll sideways to evade. 2 whips. He has evolved again. Yi Chen sprang into action, the tip of his sword touching the ground, cold white spiritual light exploding into 12 sword shadows. Heavenly sword technique, chaotic shadows. 12 sword shadows shot forth simultaneously. Lin Yuan crossed the 2 whips, forming a defensive net with golden whip shadows. As sword shadows and whip shadows collided, the arena erupted in a flurry of golden white flashes. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Chen advanced to the side, his sword edge slicing in from a blind spot with a cold white crescent. Lin Yuan did not turn his head. The energy whip automatically returned, striking the sword's body with precision. The sword edge grazed his shoulder, tearing his combat suit, leaving only a faint white mark on his skin. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, realizing that the sword energy hadn't even broken Lin Yuan's skin. Lin Yuan glanced down at the tear on his shoulder, and as he lifted his head, his eyes glowed with a dark red light. It's my turn now. Heat vision shot out. The heat rays struck the light shield, the continuous high temperature burning, creating a piercing sound, the edges of the light shield beginning to melt, the cold white spiritual light. The heat rays struck the light shield, the continuous high temperature burning, creating a piercing sound, the edges of the light shield beginning to melt, the cold white spiritual light being eroded inch by inch. Lin Yuan tilted his head, increasing the output, and the light shield shattered with a sound. Yi Chen was knocked back, landing on one knee, the spiritual light on his sword wavering for the first time. Looking down, he saw a slight burn mark left on the family sword that had accompanied him for 10 years. He exclaimed in surprise, you were holding back the entire time. Different opponents, different treatment. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had turned pure silver, and the spiritual light on his sword transformed into silver. Heavenly sword technique, sword heart clarity. And Ran in the support area suddenly clenched her fists. Sword heart clarity is the core secret technique of the heavenly sword technique, capable of predicting an opponent's spiritual energy flow trajectory, equivalent to half a precognition ability. This is the true trump card of Enshrank Heavenly Sword Apostle. Yi Chun raised the tip of his sword's silver sword light, coalescing into a point. Despite its small size, the fluctuations in spiritual energy made the entire shield tremble. This strike is my strongest attack. If you can withstand it, I will concede. The silver light exploded the long sword, transforming into a shower of silver sword shadows like a river of stars hanging upside down, overwhelming and slashing toward Lin Yuan. The audience erupted in excitement. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, spiritual energy surging into his eye sockets. Void Break activate. The Void Break collided with the myriad sword shadows. The silver sword shadows were torn apart at the moment of contact by the laws of spatial disintegration, transforming the endless starry river into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen's sword heart clarity frantically warned him, but by the time his brain received the warning, the Void Break had already pierced through his right shoulder. Yi Chen looked down at the wound in his right shoulder, blood gushing out from both sides. His silver-white eyes reverted to black, and a look of bewilderment appeared on his face before he smiled. We concede. The referee stood up, his voice filled with evident shock. The winners of the finals are Lin Yuan and Enran's team. Lin Yuan retracted the Void Break and walked up to Yi Chun, looking down at the Shrank prodigy kneeling on the ground. You were right, I am not a rank. Yi Chun looked up. Then what exactly are you? A monster. Haven't you already given me a nickname? Yi Chun paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, gritting his teeth against the pain from his wound, while continuing to laugh. Yes, you are indeed a monster. Lin Yuan turned around, the thunderous applause erupting behind him, his name shouted in unison by thousands of voices, shaking the roof of the gymnasium. And ran over from the support area and tugged at his sleeve. What was that last move? Heat Vision Pro. Pretty strong, right? Do you know what rank that last strike was? Yi Chen's Sword Heart Clarity State has at least Tier 2, Level 7 destructive power. So what? And Rand looked at Lin Yuan's nonchalant face, unable to help but laugh in anger. So what? Do you know that your current strength has far exceeded that of a high school student? I know. Then can you be a bit more low-key? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then replied seriously no. And Rand sighed, releasing his sleeve and striding forward, then stopped. Come here. Huh. The award stage is over there, you're going the wrong way. Lin Yuan was taken aback by Rand's words and followed the direction of her finger. The platform in the center of the gymnasium had slowly risen, with the principal and several members of the judging panel standing on it, holding a red brocade box and a gold embossed certificate. He turned and walked toward the award podium, with Rand following behind. Yi Chun was assisted to the edge of the ring by medical personnel, his right shoulder punctured and still bleeding. He looked up at Lin Yuan's back and suddenly called out, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan paused his steps and turned to look at him. You will go to the national college competition, right? Of course it would be a waste not to go after just getting qualified. Yi Chun tugged at the corner of his mouth, wincing in pain, but managed to finish his sentence. If we end up in the same group, I hope you can give your all again. That move just now should not be your full strength, right? Lin Yuan tilted his head, the smirk returning to his lips. Guess. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned and laughed, but the wound burst open, blood splattering onto the bandage as nearby medical personnel hurriedly pressed it back. And Rand was both angry and amused as she pushed Lin Yuan from behind. Don't make the injured suffer more, go up to the stage. The two walked up to the award podium. The principal was a middle-aged man in his 50s with graying hair and sharp eyes. He handed the red brocade box to Lin Yuan and gave him a scrutinizing glance. You are Lin Yuan. Yes. The principal's tone was difficult to discern as either praise or scrutiny. A great talent breaking through all the top seeds in the school. I've been in this position for 15 years, and it's the first time I've seen such a thing. Lin Yuan opened the brocade box, revealing a silver storage ring inside, with the inscription champion of the campus selection competition etched on the inner wall and a low-grade spirit stone embedded on the surface. And Rand also received a similar brocade box with the champion team splitting the cultivation resources. Inside the storage ring are 20 bottles of second-tier spirit potions, 5 bottles of second-tier mid-grade body refining liquid, and 10 standard spirit stones. The principal officially announced, according to the competition rules, the champion team automatically qualifies for the national college competition, with the specific schedule to be issued by the provincial education department within a month. Lin Yuan slipped the storage ring onto his left index finger, probing with his spiritual energy. The space was about 1 cubic meter, filled with a considerable amount of medicine. The principal suddenly stepped forward and lowered his voice so that only Lin Yuan and Rand could hear. Let me add, you've been attracting too much attention lately. The grade talent crushing Scray prodigies has already caught the eye of some people in the provincial city. By the time the national competition comes around, there will be 10 times more eyes on you than here. Lin Yuan glanced at the principal. The old man's face showed little expression, but Lin Yuan could still sense the principal's concern. Thank you, principal. The principal took a step back, returning to his previous demeanor. The award ceremony is now concluded. The two walked down from the podium as students in the audience began to exit, discussions flooding in from all directions. Champion. From a grade waist to first in the school, and it's only been a month. Yi Chen's sword heart was shattered. That move was utterly invisible. Those grade geniuses in the provincial city have been piled up with resources since childhood. How far can Lin Yuan go? Zhao Qingcang couldn't withstand 3 moves from him. How strong can those people from the provincial city be? Exiting through the side door of the gymnasium, the sunlight was blinding. And Ran stopped under a tree's shade and took out her phone to scroll for 2 minutes. All the top 10 hot posts on the forum are about you. Several key high schools in the provincial city shared the match video within 10 minutes of your victory. She turned her phone around. Official account of provincial no. 1 high school. Is the A-grade talent suspected of misjudgment? Suggest retesting. Provincial Experimental High School Martial Arts Department. See you at the national competition. Lin Yuan finished reading, and the curve at the corner of his mouth diminished slightly. And Ran put her phone away, her expression turning serious. What the principal said earlier was not a joke. The national competition will be broadcast live province-wide. When that time comes, you won't be able to hide, even if you want to. Sooner or later, people will ask what your true talent level really is. What the principal said earlier was not a joke. The national competition will be broadcast live province-wide. When that time comes, you won't be able to hide, even if you want to. Sooner or later, people will ask what your true... And Ran watched him in silence and did not press further, changing the topic. Just give me 5 bottles of spirit potions, you can keep the rest. Aren't you going to use them? My family sends a batch of resources every week, which are 2 tiers higher in quality than what the school distributes for 2nd-tier low grades. Lin Yuan tilted his head to glance at her, somewhat surprised. This person hadn't said much about herself since they started teaming up. However, having secrets was normal. He had plenty of secrets he couldn't disclose either. Seeing that Ran had said that he didn't hold back and accepted all the medicine. The two entered the cafeteria and sat down in a corner. And Ran picked at the vegetable leaves with her chopsticks, taking a few bites before stopping. There is something I want to tell you. Lin Yuan chewed on a piece of meat while waiting for her to finish. Your current fighting style is too solitary. From the first match until today, you've always rushed in alone to take down the opponents. I've just been a decoration in the team. Isn't it good to finish quickly? It is, but at the national competition, facing 3 or 4 second-tier advanced warriors attacking simultaneously, no matter how strong you are, you will need someone to help share the pressure. And Rand's tone didn't sound like she was reprimanding him, but rather blaming herself. My current combat power is limited due to hidden injuries, and I can only exert a level equivalent to a second-tier beginner. However, if I can recover part of these hidden injuries within a month, I can truly assist you at the national competition. Lin Yuan put down his chopsticks, his tone serious. Do you have confidence in recovering from hidden injuries? The family's medical resources are being arranged. Currently, the probability is about 30%. 30% is too low. And Rand laughed slightly, carrying a hint of self-deprecation. For its grade, who almost got wasted, 30% is already quite high. In the evening, under the dormitory building, and Rand stopped at a fork in the road. Starting tomorrow, I will enter seclusion to recover from my hidden injuries, which will take about 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, you will train alone. Don't be lazy. When have I ever been lazy? Didn't you say you'd go to the training room, but ended up climbing out the window to have fun in the secret realm? Forgotten. Lin Yuan choked momentarily. And Rand looked at his expression, the corner of her mouth curling up for a moment before quickly returning to a serious. Before the national competition, the Provincial Education Department will organize a unified assessment to verify the identity, information, and talent level of all participating contestants. Regardless of how you respond, you must think of a statement in advance. Lin Yuan nodded, and Rand turned and took a few steps before looking back. And that last move of yours, the void-breaking strike during the finals, was truly frightening. I don't remember you being so easily frightened. Isn't that because you're too much of a monster? After saying this, and Rand quickly walked away. Lin Yuan leaned against the dormitory entrance, watching her figure disappear into the twilight, a smile gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. Returning to the dormitory, his roommate had not yet returned. Lin Yuan locked the door, jumped onto his bed, closed his eyes, and quickly replayed the events of the day. The award ceremony had concluded, and the qualification for the national competition was secured. And Rand would enter seclusion for 2 weeks to recover from her hidden injuries, giving him 2 weeks of free time. With his emotional value just 1,200 short of another draw, he needed to find a way to generate another wave. The key lies in the subsequent competitions. The national college competition broadcast live province-wide, with stronger opponents and more glaring spotlights. The curve at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth slowly widened in the darkness. Exactly what he was missing. When Lin Yuan woke up, he received a new notification forwarded by the school. The Provincial Education Department required all national college competition participants to report to the provincial city competition area 2 weeks in advance for uniform identity verification and pre-competition adaptive training. He pondered the current situation. The principal had said that the provincial city was already paying attention to him, but he didn't dwell on it too much. The A-level awakening certificate was genuine. The testing device could only measure the strength of spiritual power, and as for those abilities, he chose not to explain them. And Ran was in closed-door cultivation to heal her hidden injuries, and there were no competitions to participate in at the school, cutting off her source of emotional value. She needed to find another place to reap. Lin Yuan signed the confirmation of his arrival and took a photo to send to the group. And Ran replied instantly, "I still need 10 days in closed-door cultivation. You go ahead, and remember not to cause trouble." Lin Yuan replied, "I never cause trouble." And Ran responded with a string of ellipses. The next morning he packed his things neatly into his storage ring and left with an empty bag. On the high-speed train, he closed his eyes to rest and listened to the discussions around him. He overheard someone commenting Jiangsheng has produced a monster this year. He felt secretly pleased, the corners of his mouth curling up. Upon reporting to the Martial Arts Education Center in the provincial city, he received his dormitory key. The entire building was filled with participants from across the province, and the corridor was alive with fluctuations of spiritual power. Even the weakest had a level above Tier 1 Level 8. The next day was identity verification. More than 30 contestants were lined up in the hall with 8 inspectors in black uniforms standing on either side. Jiangxing No. 1 High School Lin Yuan. Instantly all eyes turned towards him. He stepped onto the testing platform and pressed his fingerprint. The screen displayed spiritual power strength Tier 2 Level 5. The inspector frowned. "Isn't it written in your file that you have a level talent Tier 1 Level 1? That was data from nearly 2 months ago." The inspector stared at him for a few seconds, whispered a few words to the person next to him, and stamped the verification seal. As he stepped down from the platform, more than 30 gazes were fixed on his back, and someone in the back whispered in a level with Tier 2 Level 5. What a joke. The verification ended and all contestants gathered at the training ground for adaptive training. Lin Yuan took a position at the corner by the spiritual energy pile, just about to test his full strength, when he heard footsteps behind him. 3 contestants in Jiangxing No. 1 high school uniforms walked over. The leader was nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a badge that read Seed Contestant Zhao Beichuan. Beside him, a girl with a ponytail had a cold expression, while a tall boy with glasses wore a scrutinizing smile. "You are Lin Yuan." Zhao Beichuan stopped 3 steps away, sizing him up, his gaze lingering for a second on Lin Yuan's faded training uniform. "I've seen the finals video. That last move was quite impressive. What do you want with me?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. "Nothing much, just wanted to see your true level." "Now that you've seen it, are you satisfied?" "Not quite satisfied. Your situation is unique in the province. Either the testing device is malfunctioning, or you've used some means to circumvent the rules." The boy with glasses interjected, "Don't misunderstand. The national competition concerns the honor of Jiangxing No. 1 high school. If someone has occupied a spot through cheating, we have an obligation to investigate." "How will you investigate?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile. "Fight Zhao Beichuan." Others in the training ground took notice of the commotion and gathered around. Lin Yuan's eyes began to sparkle with excitement, but he feigned restraint and asked, "Why should I fight you?" "What's scared?" Zhao Beichuan countered. "Final fight. But don't say I cheated after the match." Lin Yuan said this in a calm tone, but inside he could hardly contain his laughter. Just when he was worried about finding a target to reap benefits from this opportunity, came knocking at his door. Zhao Beichuan took off his school uniform jacket, and a crimson aura erupted from his dantian as he drew out a dark red long knife. "A ring match. No need, this will do." The crowd stepped back. Zhao Beichuan drew his knife, unleashing a blade aura that surged forward, followed by the knife's edge. 2 attacks overlapping to seal off any escape route, moving far faster than Zhang Mingxian and Zhao Qingcang. Lin Yuan unleashed an energy shield to absorb the blade aura, and the shockwave shattered the floor. Zhao Beichuan used the recoil to change his attack, the knife slashing diagonally from below. Lin Yuan conjured an energy whip with his right hand, accurately striking the blade, producing a sharp metallic whine. Zhao Beichuan felt a numbness in his grip, but instead of retreating, he pressed forward, stabbing directly at Lin Yuan's chest with his third strike. Lin Yuan unleashed a heat vision, causing Zhao Beichuan's gripping hand to emit a puff of white smoke as he was forced to stagger back 3 steps. Lin Yuan tilted his head, his heat vision reflecting at a 30-degree angle, grazing past the blade and skimming Zhao Beichuan's right shoulder. Zhao Beichuan looked down at his shoulder, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to continue, a powerful sense of pressure erupted from Lin Yuan. The divine pressure locked onto him alone. Zhao Beichuan's knees buckled slightly, and he steadied himself with the tip of his knife to avoid kneeling. "That's enough," the girl with the ponytail spoke, her voice trembling with fear. Lin Yuan retracted his pressure. Zhao Beichuan stood up, gritting his teeth, his right shoulder smoldering, his eyes filled with reluctance. The expressions of the onlookers had all changed. The boy with glasses had completely lost his smile, and the ponytailed girl held his shoulder, preventing him from speaking. "Let's go." She turned to lead her 2 teammates away. Seeing his emotional value rise again, Lin Yuan was satisfied as he turned off the panel. He looked around and paused his steps when passing by the crowd. Anyone else who wants to investigate can find me anytime. No one responded. Zhao Beichuan was helped up to stand straight, looking down at the burn mark on his right shoulder, his tone heavy. He hasn't even unleashed that move yet. What move? The girl with the ponytail frowned and asked. The move that penetrated Yi Chen's sword heart and illuminated it. Lin Yuan returned to his dormitory and lay on the bed listening to the discussions in the corridor downstairs. Zhao Beichuan was defeated in 3 moves. He didn't even use his big move. Someone in the adjacent building was on the phone, reporting mentioning needs attention and check the background. His emotional value continued to rise slowly. The people from Jiangxing know. One high school would not easily give up, but that was just fine. He turned off the panel and sank into contemplation. The compatibility rate for the Supreme Mage template remained at 48, hardly moving. He needed to start research. The National Citizen template was built up by constantly using abilities and mimicking personalities, but the Supreme Mage was calm and meticulous, completely opposite to the violent flamboyance of the National Citizens. To push the compatibility rate, he had to find corresponding behavioral patterns. Intelligent type, control type, defensive type, few words, but precise and lethal. Lin Yuan stared at the ceiling. This was far from his own personality, but since the system had set up a compatibility mechanism, there must be a way to follow. The next morning he put on a new training uniform, and looking in the mirror flattened the habitual smile at the corners of his mouth before stepping out. In the corridor he encountered contestants who had watched him yesterday, and they instinctively made way. Lin Yuan ignored them and walked straight through with a calm expression, fixing his gaze ahead. In the training ground, several contestants from Jiangxing No. 2 High School were warming up. When Lin Yuan walked in, the entire venue fell silent for a moment before low whispers erupted. He ignored everyone and walked to the spiritual energy pile to test the fine control of his energy manipulation. At that moment someone called out to him from behind. Lin Yuan turned his head. The person calling him leaned against the door of the training ground, the golden school badge of Tiannan Province Martial Arts, First High School, embroidered on his uniform. Not tall, with broad shoulders and a smile that made one uncomfortable. Are you Lin Yuan? Yes. The man took a few steps closer, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yuan, stopping at his face. You look different from the footage. Lin Yuan did not respond. The Supreme Mage template requires calmness and meticulousness, speaking little, but with precision, using defense to counterattack. He habitually flattened the upward curve of his lips. I'm Han Feng, Tiannan First High. The other party's tone carried a clear sense of superiority. We've all watched the competition footage from Jiangxing First High in the provincial division. To be honest, I was quite looking forward to it after watching the footage. He stopped, standing in front of Lin Yuan at an angle. So I looked into your background, an orphan, no family heritage, awakened, a great performer with a talent skill called into character, which allows you to immerse yourself more easily in the role. Han Feng scoffed. An auxiliary, a grade talent, jumping from first stage level 1 to second stage level 5, in just 2 months, mastering 6 completely different attributes. Don't you think that's too fake? All eyes in the training ground turned towards them. What do you want to say? Lin Yuan spoke, his voice very calm. I want to say you are really lucky. Han Feng's smile widened a bit. Whether your detection device is faulty or you've encountered some unbelievable luck, if I manage to get into the national competition, I would also think of myself as the chosen one. He took a step forward, leaving only a meter between them. But do you know this? The provincial division is different from your Jiangxing area. Over there, S grade can be the top of the school, while in the provincial division, S grade is just the starting price with several S grades. Your flashy abilities are nothing in front of true geniuses. Han Feng, 3rd year, Tiannan First High, S grade talent star, shattering swordsman, 2nd stage level 6. Zhao Beichuan's voice came from a corner. Han Feng turned his head to glance at Zhao Beichuan and smiled. It seems that my friend from the provincial capital has already introduced me. I know that you defeated Zhao Beichuan in 3 moves. His strength is not in the top 5 in the provincial capital high school, so losing to you is not surprising. Zhao Beichuan's face turned pale, but he did not refute. I came to see with my own eyes what kind of monster this so-called Jiangxing First High is. Han Feng stared into Lin Yuan's eyes, his expression shifting from scrutiny to confusion, finally transforming into undisguised disdain. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. In the footage you were arrogant and domineering, crushing with both words and violence, though rough, it at least had some personality. Now standing in front of me, this. He gestured up and down at Lin Yuan, expressionless, unable to speak fluently, like a marionette that has just learned to stand. The information I collected said you were a madman, but now it seems you aren't even that. At most, you're just a lucky little nobody. Han Feng took a step back, his voice raised. Now, all sorts of monsters can enter the national competition. The training ground fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a low murmur. Lin Yuan stood still. The Supreme Mage template requires calmness and meticulousness, using defense to counterattack, speaking little, but with deadly precision. Yet his tongue was already pressed against his cheek, a habit formed when he was playing the role of a citizen. The behavioral patterns of the 2 templates collided in his mind, and Lin Yuan felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for the fact that he was too lazy to engage with Han Feng, he would have made him pay. He took a deep breath and flattened the corners of his mouth. Have you finished? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. I'm done. Lin Yuan stepped forward, the height difference forcing Han Feng to tilt his head slightly. You are correct about the information you have. These details can all be found in the student records of Jiangcheng First High. It's not a secret. He tilted his head slightly. But have you considered another possibility? What you see is not me but the character I am playing. Han Feng froze for a moment. Playing a role. My talent skill is called into character. You think I am different because the persona you see does not match the information, but have you considered that the arrogant madman in the intel is just one of the roles I play? The training ground quieted down, and the superior smile on Han Feng's face slowly faded. He was starting to lose track of what this person in front of him was doing. Lin Yuan continued, his tone unhurried. You've collected all my information, analyzed all my battle footage, and even came to belittle me in person. So either you are foolish or you think very highly of yourself. But in my eyes you are not that strong. Han Feng's expression changed. Are you insulting me? Anger surfaced on Han Feng's face. I didn't insult you directly. You called me a monster, and I say you are right. Lin Yuan raised his right-hand finger. Golden spiritual power flowed from his fingertips, coalescing into a fist-sized energy ball. In midair, the internal golden light compressed to the extreme, without a hint of overflow. Han Feng stared at the energy ball, his pupils slightly constricting. The precision of energy control is a hard indicator of mastery. The energy ball before him was on a completely different level from his own. Lin Yuan clenched his fingers, and the energy ball silently dissipated, leaving not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. You just said I was lucky that I stumbled into the national competition. Have you considered that it might not be luck? Han Feng was silent. Have you thought about it? Perhaps all the data you analyzed, all the footage you studied, and all the information you gathered point to one conclusion, but you are unwilling to accept it. Lin Yuan stepped forward again, the distance between them narrowing once more. That conclusion is that the person in front of you is stronger than you. Han Feng's jaw muscles tightened. Spiritual power overflowed from his dantian, and a silver-white sword aura flickered at his fingertips. But he did not dare to strike. Lin Yuan had remained expressionless since entering, and the control over the condensing and dissipating energy ball was textbook level. Was this person really calm, or was he suppressing something? He couldn't tell. Suddenly footsteps approached the training ground, and provincial division staff entered. Han Feng, what are you doing here? The staff frowned. Han Feng took a deep breath, the silver sword aura extinguished and his hands returned to his pockets. Nothing, just came to meet a new friend. He turned to walk towards the door, pausing beside Lin Yuan. On the day of the national competition, if you draw Tiannan First High, I hope you can maintain your current demeanor and not collapse. Han Feng turned his head, a cold smile on his face. Because I want to personally expose your tricks. He left the training ground, his footsteps fading in the corridor. The staff glanced at the two and announced, all contestants, please note, there will be a pre-competition briefing at 2 p.m. in the main auditorium. Be sure to attend on time. Lin Yuan watched Han Feng's silhouette vanish through the training ground gate, pressing his tongue against his cheek. The Supreme Sorcerer template demanded composure and incisive clarity. Yet all he wanted was to sear that boy's eyebrows off with heat vision. The crowd began to disperse. Zhao Beichuan, supported by a girl with a ponytail, walked past Lin Yuan, deliberately turning his head aside, eyes gleaming with voyeuristic excitement. Lin Yuan did not glance at him. He turned and headed toward the rear exit of the training ground. Beyond it lay a narrow alley cluttered with discarded spirit energy pillars. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yuan summoned his system interface. Supreme Sorcerer Template Compatibility 48. That figure had not budged, not even after Han Feng had dominated him face-to-face moments earlier. He couldn't tell whether the stagnation stemmed from his failure to respond in accordance with the Supreme Sorcerer's behavioral paradigm, or whether the indelible shadow of the patriot within him remained too stubbornly entrenched. His tongue pressed again against his cheek. Then realizing it, he forcibly reined it back, flattening his lips into stillness. In the film, Master Yuno's expression was never cold indifference, it was the serene silence of one who had seen everything and chosen not to speak. That bore no resemblance to his current state. The more he dwelled on it, the more agitated he grew. So he simply closed the interface and turned back. 10 minutes shy of 2 p.m. The main auditorium was already 8 inches full. Tiered circular seating rose from the stage perimeter upward, accommodating at least 500. The side door swung open as staff ushered in a line of competitors, each wearing a uniquely colored seed competitor badge pinned to their chest. The auditorium lights dimmed. An official from the Provincial Department of Education stepped forward to announce that this year's National University Martial Arts Championship adopts an unknown arena format. Preliminary rounds follow a round-robin point system. Each competitor draws 10 random matches. Cumulative win points determine the top 64 advancing to elimination rounds. Elimination rounds proceed via single elimination. The final match will be broadcast live province-wide from the main venue. The champion receives 1 grade 3 superior spirit gathering pill, 5 vials of grade 3 medium body refining elixir, a provincial honor certificate, and direct admission to the National University Joint Training Camp. A low murmur rippled through the audience. Lin Yuan paid little mind to the prizes. He focused solely on the format individual unknown combat, not team-based group matches. That meant Ran could not compete alongside him. At the thought, a sharp pang of irritation flared. He glanced sideways at his phone. No new messages. Ran's seclusion had yet to conclude. As the official recited conduct regulations, Lin Yuan tuned out, his superhuman hearing instead eavesdropping on hushed exchanges among top-seeded competitors seated ahead. Individual matches are perfect, no dead weight to drag along. The monster from Jiangxing district brought along the school's beauty, Sclass, but utterly incapable of dealing damage. Still, Sclass is Sclass, sufficient for Jiangxing perhaps, but uncertain at the national level. Keep your voice down. The monster is sitting right behind us. What's there to fear? Can he even hear us? At that, Lin Yuan rose, irritated. The official paused mid-sentence, frowning sharply in his direction. Competitor, do you have a question? No, just an uncomfortable seat. Lin Yuan sat back down. The front-row seat competitors fell instantly silent. One stole a cautious glance backward, only to meet Lin Yuan's calm, unblinking gaze, and snapped his head forward again. The official resumed reading. Pre-tournament acclimatization training has been cancelled. Per notice from the Provincial Department of Education, the National Championship Evaluation Panel will arrive in the provincial zone tomorrow afternoon for pre-competition assessment. All competitors must remain on standby at the training ground during that time. At last, Lin Yuan's lips betrayed the faintest downward curl. The National Championship Evaluation Panel, professors and admissions directors from every major martial arts university across the province, were in essence a cohort holding the power to issue acceptance letters. Only by astonishing them could he truly silence the incessant hum of doubt from others. After the briefing ended, Lin Yuan drifted with the exiting crowd, when suddenly his phone vibrated. Ran, I arrived early. Lin Yuan halted mid-step. His superhuman hearing activated instantly, piercing the ambient noise, locking onto a familiar respiratory rhythm. Beneath the shade of trees just outside the rear gate, Lin Yuan pushed the door open. Ran stood beneath the canopy, clad in deep blue training attire. Her hair, longer than it had been over 10 days ago, was tied low into a ponytail resting gently on her shoulder. Her complexion had improved markedly since seclusion, and her spiritual energy fluctuations were now far more stable. Yet the moment her gaze met Lin Yuan's, her brow furrowed. What's wrong? Lin Yuan stopped 2 paces away. What do you mean, what's wrong? Your state, Ran replied, her eyes sweeping slowly across his face. You're not usually like this. When I asked just now, you didn't even tilt your head. Lin Yuan blinked, startled. He hadn't realized he'd suppressed even that habitual gesture. I'm embodying a role. Ran paused, waiting until the passing competitors had moved well beyond earshot before speaking again. Embodying. A talent, skill, immersion. I mentioned it to you before. But last time I asked where all those abilities came from, you gave no explanation. That's entirely different. Arms crossed, Ran's expression conveyed quiet patience, but also unmistakable demand for answers. Lin Yuan chose his words carefully. Think of it as activating specific abilities only when assuming a particular role. Ran's brow twitched, yet she asked no further questions. Compared to other theories, the talent skill explanation seemed almost plausible. So, who are you embodying now? A man who rarely speaks. Ran studied his face for a long while. You truly don't suit it. With that stern expression, you seem like someone else entirely. How effective is it? Effective at what? At intimidating people. Ran considered it seriously. It's acceptable, but I prefer you as you were before. A faint tug lifted Lin Yuan's lips, then vanished suppressed just as quickly. Ran noticed the micro-expression. She said nothing, but her eyes softened, edged with quiet reassurance. You heard the format. She shifted topics. I did. Individual unknown. We can't compete together. Ran nodded. That's why I came early. My injury has nearly healed. Not yet at peak condition, but during tomorrow's pre-assessment I can deflect unnecessary probing attempts for you. Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly. Ran pointed at him, smiling. You just tilted your head. You caught me. So what about that taciturn persona? Temporarily offline. Lin Yuan's lips curved upward, his tongue pressed once more against his cheek, restoring that familiar, unervingly electric expression. Ran watched the transformation and exhaled softly. They walked toward the dormitory building. Passing the main training ground, surges of spiritual energy spilled from its cracked doorway, accompanied by the ceaseless clang of metal striking metal. Lin Yuan kept walking without pause. Suddenly Ran turned her head to look at him. Are you truly confident? Absolutely. After all the prior evaluation passed without incident. And the abilities. They're manifestations of my talent skill. Are you certain that explanation holds up? It doesn't, but no one can prove it false. Ran held his gaze in silence for a long moment, then turned and strode toward the women's dormitory. After several steps, she paused and looked back. Don't go too far tomorrow. The evaluation panel includes a professor who graduated from our university. The president personally briefed him. Just perform normally. The panel will grant you impression points. Lin Yuan remained rooted in place, watching her silhouette fade around the corner, his lips lifting once more into that familiar razor-edged smile. The Supreme Sorcerer template's compatibility could be refined gradually, but tomorrow's stage demanded the monster Lin Yuan. The next morning, the spectator stands of the provincial competition's main training arena had been emptied and replaced by 3 rows of hastily erected judging seats. 16 judges took their places one by one, led by a gray-haired old woman whose lenses were as thick as bottle bottoms. The arena's perimeter was packed with competitors, 120 in all, arranged in blocks by their schools. Han Feng leaned against the front of the Tiannan Yizhong contingent, arms folded, a spectator's smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Beichuan stood with the Shengqing Yizhong team, his gaze complicated as it fixed on the center of the field. Lin Yuan took his place for Jiangxing Yizhong and ran half a step to his right. The elderly judge adjusted her glasses, and her voice, carried by an amplifying spirit device, spoke across the arena. This is the pre-competition comprehensive assessment for the National Collegiate Tournament. Competitors called by name should come to the center, and as the judges required, demonstrate their abilities. She turned a page in the dossier. First, Tiannan Yizhong Han Feng. Han Feng stepped out of line and deliberately slowed as he passed Lin Yuan. Watch closely. Learn well. He reached the center. Silver-white sword chi detonated from his palms. 12 sword shadows spun about him, the ripping shriek of blade energy tearing the air and forcing the front rows to step back instinctively. When the sword shadows collapsed, he slammed a fist into the floor, and a web of cracks crawled outward 5 meters. Several judges on the bench inclined their heads in faint approval. 7 or 8 contestants followed in turn. The judges took the occasional note, their faces unreadable. The elderly judge flipped to the final page of the file. Jiangxing Yizhong Lin Yuan. 120 pairs of eyes swung toward him at once. And Rand brushed the back of Lin Yuan's hand. This time, don't hold back. Lin Yuan tilted his head at her, and at last the corner of his mouth lifted. I never intended to hold back. He walked to the exact center of the field and faced the 16 judges. The elderly judge pushed up her glasses and began to read from the dossier. Lin Yuan. The file records you as an A-level talent performer currently at Stage 2 Level 5. Annotations indicate that in the campus selection you displayed 6 abilities with no apparent attribute correlation, including flight, heat gaze, and energy manipulation. The technical team has doubts about the origin of your abilities. You must demonstrate all the powers you have mastered and explain their sources. The arena fell silent save for the hum of the air conditioner. Han Feng's smile widened a little. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and released every restraint. Golden spiritual energy burst outward from his body, shockwaves radiating from his feet to sweep the space around him. Paper files on the judge's bench fluttered as the full intensity of his Stage 2 Level 5 chi bared itself without concealment. 3 judges straightened their postures at once. He raised his right hand, and golden energy condensed into a coiling whip. Someone on the bench began feverishly recording. Han Feng's smile froze. Lin Yuan's proficiency in manipulating spiritual energy far exceeded expectation. A dim crimson light kindled in Lin Yuan's eyes. The elderly judge instinctively leaned back. 2 darker high-temperature beams struck a spiritual energy post 15 meters away. The alloy column softened and warped in an instant, ultimately melting into a pool of molten metal. The acrid smell of scorch filled the arena. The elderly judge's pen clattered to the table and remained. Flight. His feet left the ground, and he rose steadily to hover 3.5 meters in the air, remaining suspended for 10 full seconds before descending. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and then opened them. A trace of dark gold shimmered in the depths of his pupils. An invisible pressure detonated from him and expanded outward in every direction. Among the 120 contestants, at least 30% felt their knees buckle briefly, and 70% took an involuntary half-step back. 11 judges of slightly lower rank on the bench betrayed plainly stiffened expressions. Lin Yuan reined in the pressure and turned toward the judges. Next is the technique I used in the collegiate final. His eyes lit again, and this time he emitted an invisible spatial cutting line. Only a handful of judges above rank 3 perceived the subtle spatial ripple with their spiritual sense. The cutting line skimmed the alloy crossbeam of the arena's roof. The alloy beam parted silently, its cut smooth as a mirror. 9 of the 16 judges rose to their feet in unison. The elderly judge remained seated but removed her glasses and pinched the temple. Her knuckles trembled. The crowd in the arena erupted in shocked chatter. Spatial cutting ability. This is a spatial law. Stage 2, Level 5 wielding spatial laws. What a joke. 7 kinds. 7 entirely different types of ability. Han Feng's face shifted from contempt to puzzlement, then to astonishment, until it froze into something almost contorted. The elderly judge pressed her hands to the table, and stood, her voice wobbling with excitement. Quiet. The hall fell silent. She studied Lin Yuan for a long moment, and then said, Lin Yuan, I need you to answer a few questions. Please speak. First question, were any of the abilities you possess obtained through banned drugs, illicit spirit artifacts, or external intervention? No. Second question, what is the precise effect of your innate talent skill Rushi? Assume role. When portraying a specific role, it can activate the ability system corresponding to that role. This was the response Lin Yuan had prepared in advance. The elderly judge was silent for a moment before slowly sitting back down. The discussion on the judge's bench grew ever louder. A professional trait. Can an A-level profession really possess such a trait? Is there theoretically an upper limit? If he assumes a more powerful role, how many abilities could he acquire? The elderly judge raised a hand, and the debate ceased. Her tone had returned to calm, but beneath that calm lay an excitement everyone could sense. After comprehensive evaluation by the provincial technical team, the ability system exhibited by Jiangsheng Yizhong competitor Lin Yuan is judged to be an extension of the Rushi innate skills professional trait. All demonstrated abilities fall within the rules, no violations were found. She paused. Assessment result approved to participate in the national collegiate tournament. And Rand's clenched fist in the line finally relaxed. Lin Yuan turned to face the 120 contestants. His gaze swept past Zhao Beichuan and across the Shengcheng Yizhong students with their complicated expressions, finally settling on Han Feng. The muscles along Han Feng's jaw were taut, a vein near his temple twitching faintly. Lin Yuan tilted his head, the corner of his mouth forming that infuriating arc, his tongue pressed once against his cheek before he withdrew his gaze and walked back to his team. The assessment proceeded, but no one paid heed to the remaining demonstrations. The system panel erupted with notifications. Han Feng registered a shock emotion value 41, Han Feng registered confusion 35, Zhao Beichuan registered fear 27. As the crowd dispersed, the elderly judge came before Lin Yuan. A word of advice at the national tournament: you should avoid using void breach in the first round. Spatial cutting, if mishandled, can cause irreversible harm. Lin Yuan nodded. The elderly judge took a couple of steps away, then turned back. Those spirit energy post you melted just now. One costs 450, the other 900. The finance office will send the bill to Jiangsheng Yizhong. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and Ran next to him tried to suppress a laugh until her shoulders shook. That night Lin Yuan lay on his bed and summoned the system panel. A new notification appeared. System detected that the host has achieved a breakthrough in the precision of energy manipulation. The Supreme Mage template's core ability, energy manipulation, has greatly increased in proficiency. Supreme Mage template affinity rose from 48 to 49. Lin Yuan stared at the message on the system panel for a long time. Supreme Mage template compatibility increased 48-49. It went up by just 1 point. Lin Yuan sat up and began to ponder where this point came from. He needed a breakthrough. The template of the patriotic person relied on frequent use of abilities combined with personality resonance, but the Supreme Mage was not on that path. The core of the Supreme Mage's power is not an output, but in understanding the laws of space-time, and the only increase today was precisely because he demonstrated precise control over energy manipulation, a signature move of Gui. Therefore, the correct way to push for compatibility is not only to act like Gui in personality, but also to approach her combat style and technique. Lin Yuan rolled out of bed. Golden sparks blossomed in his palm and expanded into a teleportation portal. On the other side was an empty main training ground, moonlight pouring down from the glass ceiling, and the 2 spirit power stakes he had melted during the day had already been replaced. Lin Yuan walked to the center of the field and closed his eyes. The first step was to determine the limits of energy manipulation. He raised his right hand and golden spiritual energy coalesced into a ball the size of a fist. Lin Yuan walked to the center of the field and closed his eyes. The first step was to determine the limits of energy manipulation. He raised his right hand and golden spirit. He focused all his attention on maintaining the structure, and the cracks gradually healed the energy ball, finally shrinking to the size of a ping-pong ball, its internal golden light compressed to the extreme, resembling a solid marble. Lin Yuan clenched his fingers, and the energy ball silently dissipated. He brought up the panel. The compatibility remained unchanged at 49, which was insufficient. He closed his eyes again, spreading his spiritual energy outward from the dantian, like ripples on water, covering the entire training ground. The range of perception did not expand, but the density of perception was skyrocketing. His brain almost crashed, and Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, panting heavily with his hands on his knees. Detected that the host has made a breakthrough in spatial perception. Supreme Mage template compatibility increased 49-51. Lin Yuan smirked. He was on the right track. Gui can control the mirror dimension because her understanding of the laws of space surpasses everyone else. What he needed to do was not mimic her moves, but grasp the principles. He straightened his back and took out the resources from the champion: reward 5 bottles of body, refining liquid, 20 bottles of spirit communication potions, and 10 standard spirit stones. There were still several days before the national competition began. After the provincial assessment ended, he needed to convert all of these into his own strength. By dawn, the resources had been nearly consumed after using the skills of the blue rune. Current host realm, second tier level 6. Outside the window, the sky brightened, and the sound of unlocking came from the training grounds entrance. He glanced down at the empty medicine bottles and spirit stone remnants scattered on the ground, opened the teleportation portal, stepped into the narrow alley at the back door, and casually tossed the trash into the bin. And Rand stood at the alley entrance holding 2 breakfast bags with a complex expression. "When did you get up?" Lin Yuan teased. "Do you believe me if I say I came out for morning exercise?" "No, I don't believe you." And Rand stuffed the breakfast bags into his hands, her gaze sweeping over the sweat on his forehead. "You didn't sleep at all last night. The dorm window was open and you were nowhere to be found." Lin Yuan took a bite of the meat bun and joked, "Running over in the middle of the night to check if I was sleeping, class flower, isn't that a bit much?" And Rand didn't respond to the joke. It seemed she sensed something and asked, "Did you break through to second tier level 6? "Yes, I used all the resources provided by the school before. Used them all in one night. There are still 3 pieces of spirit stone residue in the trash. Do you want to dig them out for an audit?" And Rand's expression shifted between anger and helplessness several times, finally settling on helplessness. "With your way of using them, a normal person's meridians would have exploded by now." "So I'm not a normal person." "You truly are not." After the judging yesterday, the elderly lady privately approached me saying that the technical team reluctantly accepted the explanation for your talent skills. But the ability to slice space exceeds the understanding of a second-tier warrior. At least 3 judging panels at the national competition will focus on you. Lin Yuan tilted his head casually, saying, "Let them focus. I didn't cheat." "The issue isn't here." The elderly lady said that some judges from the Martial Arts University admissions office would be present at the national competition. They look at more than just wins and losses, but also potential growth and professional compatibility. You have mastered 7 completely different attributes of abilities. Some will be interested, but others may think it's too mixed to be refined, thus unwilling to accept you. Keep this in mind. Lin Yuan stuffed the last bite of bun into his mouth. "He'll think about it." And Rand stared at his face for a long time before gently exhaling. "All right, think it over." She turned and took a couple of steps back, reminding him, "Don't be late for the afternoon adaptability training. 3 tardies will disqualify you from the competition." Lin Yuan watched her disappear at the alley's end and brought up the system panel. The newly awakened spatial perception ability was integrated into the subsystem of energy manipulation, not as an independent skill, but as an enhancement of all foundational abilities. If he pushed the compatibility further, the precision of energy manipulation, portal distance, telepathy, and telekinesis limits would all grow in tandem. With 3 to 4 days left, he needed to push the compatibility to over 60. Lin Yuan was not late for the adaptability training in the afternoon. 120 candidates were scattered across 5 training areas. Han Feng was practicing sword moves, each strike fiercer than yesterday, clearly stimulated by the judging results. Zhao Beichuan silently struck the spirit power stakes, his hand trembling slightly when he saw Lin Yuan enter. Lin Yuan walked to the training area of Jiangchengno, one middle school wherein Rand was already waiting for him. "Have you decided?" Lin Yuan did not answer directly and raised his right hand. Golden spiritual energy overflowed, coalescing in his palm into a ball the size of a ping-pong ball, smooth as a mirror, with internal light solidified to near solidity. And Rand stared at the ball, her brows slightly raised. This was the move he had demonstrated before Han Feng yesterday. "I want it all. It's all my own power. Why should I hold back?" And Rand fell silent for a moment, nodding. "I knew you wouldn't follow my advice." She stepped back 2 paces, white spiritual light gathering at her fingertips. "Then let's start training, beginning with the practical application of energy manipulation." Lin Yuan's lips curled up, that eye-catching arc reappearing. The training lasted until 9 o'clock, and Rand used the summoning skill on herself, calling forth a second-tier auxiliary spirit to possess her, doubling the enhancement effect. In this state, she constantly clashed her spiritual light shield against Lin Yuan's energy manipulation, forcing him to enhance his shaping speed and accuracy in practical combat. By 9 o'clock, both were exhausted to the point of almost collapsing. Lin Yuan lay on the training ground floor, his sweat soaking through his training suit, and his spiritual energy pool was nearly empty. Lin Yuan brought up the panel. Supreme Mage Template Compatibility 60, Triggered Passive Comprehension, Stellar Projection, Active Ability, Expansion, New Function, Soul Ejection. Using telekinesis as a medium, forcibly ejecting the target's soul from the body, causing a brief loss of consciousness lasting 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes, ineffective against targets whose realm is higher than the host by 1 tier. Lin Yuan stared blankly at that line of text, his heart filled with joy. It seemed that the opponents in the national competition were in for a tough time. On the day of the first round of the national college competition, the main stadium of the provincial competition was packed to capacity. The circular stands with 5,000 seats were filled to the brim, while 8 giant spiritual energy projection screens hovered in the air broadcasting the battles on various arenas in real time. Lin Yuan stood at the exit of the contestant passage, his super hearing automatically tuned in the discussions of 5,000 people flooding into his eardrums. The results of the first round draw are out. Who is that monster from Jiangxing going up against? Lu He from Provincial City No. 3 High School specialized in grade Earth-type defense second-tier level 3, known as the strongest turtle shell in the province. And Ran walked up from behind, holding the battle table. Lu He second-tier level 3, specialized in Earth-type defense, with the innate skill rock armor, can increase the hardness of his skin to the level of a second-tier top-quality spirit weapon. In the preliminaries, he withstood a full-force attack from a second-tier level 5 assassin without a scratch. Lin Yuan tilted his head, and then, all your previous opponents were offensive types. This is your first time facing a pure defensive type. If you can't break his defense in the shortest time possible, the audience will start to doubt your limits. Lin Yuan looked at and ran, the corners of his mouth curling up. So you're suggesting I finish it quickly? I'm suggesting you don't play around, use your strongest technique, right from the start. The broadcast announced, in the first round, third match of the national college competition, Lin Yuan from Jiangxing No. 1 High School versus Lu He from Provincial City No. 3 High School. Please both parties enter arena No. 7. Lin Yuan jumped onto the arena. Lu He was already standing opposite him. His skin was covered with a layer of gray-white rocky armor, even his eyelids wrapped in a thin layer of rock, making him look like a wall. Lu He spoke, his voice muffled through the armor. Lin Yuan being able to break Yichen's sword heart transparency doesn't necessarily mean you can break my rock armor. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at him. Once you're done talking, let's start. The referee waved his hand. Begin. Lu He stomped his feet, and the thickness of the gray-white armor doubled. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, golden spiritual energy converging into a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. In his palm, its surface, smooth as a mirror, the internal glow compressed to near solidity. The energy ball was released, silently striking Lu He's crossed arms. The entire arena trembled. The rocky armor began to crack from the point of impact, cracks spiderwebbing across his body, and the entire layer of armor shattered into powder. Lu He was sent flying, his back crashing against the spiritual energy shield. He looked down at his chest, fragments of armor still falling his skin unscathed. He realized that his opponent had held back. Lu He looked up. I concede. The referee was momentarily stunned, then raised his hand to declare, the winner is Lin Yuan from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The audience erupted once again. One move, another one move. Such compression can still disperse at a distance. What level of monster control is this? The commentator showed no restraint in his astonishment. Compressing spiritual energy to near solid density and precisely dispersing the shockwave in the first thousandth of a second, this level of control has reached the standard of a third-tier warrior. What's more terrifying is that he didn't use any flashy abilities today, just a single energy ball. Lin Yuan jumped off the arena. His emotional value panel was fluctuating wildly. And Ran approached her, expression complex. You made him concede in one move. Didn't you say to finish it quickly? I meant to finish quickly, but I didn't expect you to convince him in one move. Lin Yuan feigned confusion. What's the difference? And Ran was left speechless. The next day in the second round, his opponent was a second-tier level 4 assassin from Provincial City No. 4 High School. Lin Yuan kept his word. The energy ball was released. The assassin dodged 3 times. But on the fourth, the energy ball changed direction to chase him, dispersing in front of his chest the shockwave, sending him flying off the arena. In the third round, the opponent, a swordsman, drew his sword and unleashed a sword energy. The energy ball met it, shattering the sword energy, prompting the swordsman to abandon his sword and concede. Nobody in the audience was shouting another move. They had already started calling him a monster. After the fifth round, and Ran stopped him from leaving the stage. There's some bad news. Han Feng said in a post-match interview that all the opponents you faced are worthless with inadequate defense and speed. Lin Yuan stared at the screen for several seconds, then smiled. And Ran noticed his expression and felt a warning bell ringing in her heart. What are you planning? I'm not planning anything. Lin Yuan returned her phone, the curve of his smile wider than usual. I just want to see how many moves his opponents can last against him tomorrow after he said mine were unqualified. Are you starting to care about his evaluation? Not at all. I just feel that this person is increasingly becoming like another fly buzzing around me. Before the sixth round began, the big screen rolled out the draw results. The entire venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted with deafening cheers. On Arena No. 4, Lin Yuan faced a second-tier level 6 berserker from Provincial City No. 9 High School. On the adjacent Arena No. 3, Han Feng faced a second-tier level 5 formation master from Provincial City No. 2 High School. The commentator's voice rose. Both controversial contestants are appearing at the same time. Han Feng has just publicly questioned the quality of Lin Yuan's opponents, and now their arenas are less than 20 meters apart. Lin Yuan jumped onto Arena No. 4 and glanced over at the adjacent arena. Han Feng was standing on Arena No. 3, a silver-white sword energy already coalescing at his fingertips. Their gazes clashed across the space. Han Feng smirked, silently mouthing two words that looked like boring. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. Feeling displeased, he pondered how to leave a deep impression after encountering him. The referee's call interrupted his thoughts, and he focused as he saw his opponent was already charging in. The berserker crossed his dual axes, turning into an afterimage charging towards him. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, condensing the energy ball. The energy ball was released, and the berserker's crossed axes blocked it, but was still sent flying by the shockwave. The berserker's feet plowed 2 trenches in the ground, his palms split open, blood dripping down the axes. He looked down at his hands and gritted his teeth. I concede. The referee raised his hand. The winner is Lin Yuan from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. At the same moment, a metallic shattering sound came from Arena No. 3. Han Feng's silver-white sword shadow pierced through the Formation Master's 6-layer spiritual formation, the sword tip stopping at his opponent's neck. The Formation Master turned pale, raising his hand to concede. Han Feng withdrew his sword shadow, turned, and jumped off the arena, passing by Arena No. 4, and looking up at Lin Yuan, who was descending. The compression of that energy ball you just launched was at least 20% higher than in the morning. Lin Yuan paused. Were you watching my match? Han Feng's expression stiffened for a moment. I was just passing by. Passing by, but still able to notice a 20% increase in compression. Your eyesight is impressive. Han Feng's expression tightened, and someone in the audience stifled a laugh. Han Feng took a deep breath, the silver-white sword energy appearing at his fingertips for a brief moment before vanishing. Han Feng's expression tightened, and someone in the audience stifled a laugh. Han Feng took a deep breath. At that time you will know that the opponents you faced have no right to even stand in front of me. Han Feng turned and strode back to the Tiannan No. 1 High School resting area, his back straight and tense. Lin Yuan watched him, the curve at the corner of his mouth completely opened, and walked over, glancing at Han Feng's back, then at Lin Yuan's expression. Do you really want to fight him now, eh? No. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. Right now I want to see if he can still talk tough like today, after finishing the 8th round tomorrow. Lin Yuan watched him, the curve at the corner of his mouth completely opened, and walked over, glancing at Han Feng. When the results of the 7th round of the draw were displayed on the big screen, the entire venue fell silent. Soon after, the crowd erupted in excitement. On Ring 4, Lin Yuan from Jiangxing No. 1 High School faced off against Han Feng from Tiannan No. 1 High School. The commentator, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "They've drawn." The two most talked about contestants in this national competition are about to clash head in the 7th round of the preliminaries. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall of the contestant passage, staring at the big screen with a slowly rising smirk. Anren approached from behind, her expression more serious than in any previous match. Han Feng, a 2nd-tier 6th-level S-class Starbreaker swordsman, has won every match in the preliminaries in under 3 moves. His Starbreaker sword chi, equipped with high-frequency vibrations, can bypass most energy shields and directly attack the body. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her, his tone excited. You always say it won't be good, yet you worry for nothing each time. This time it's for real. Anren shoved the match schedule into his hand. You also heard what he said in the post-match interview yesterday. I heard. He said my opponents aren't even worthy to stand in front of him. Anren took a deep breath. At least tell me how you plan to fight him. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, in 1 move. Anren shut her eyes as if resigned, and when she opened them again, her expression was much calmer. Fine, I won't ask you again. The announcement sounded, requesting both sides to enter the arena. Lin Yuan stepped out, the cheers of 5,000 people flooding his ears, while 8 massive spirit energy projection screens in the air all switched to Ring 4. Han Feng walked out from the opposite passage, his black tight-fitting training suit outlining the muscles of his shoulders and back, with a deep gray, long sword slung diagonally across his back. The two jumped onto the stage, locking eyes. Han Feng slowly drew his sword, and silver-white sword energy overflowed from the blade, creating visible ripples in the air. Since the day we met at the provincial competition, I've been waiting for this moment. I've watched every match recording of yours, and analyzed each of your moves. The silver-white sword energy exploded, and 12 sword shadows revolved around Han Feng. True geniuses rely on specialization, honing one ability to perfection. You might be at their level, but you will never surpass my Starbreaker sword chi. Lin Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, watching Han Feng pose for a long time, feeling a bit speechless. This guy was indeed much stronger than Zhao Beichuan. The high-frequency vibrations in his sword energy made Lin Yuan's skin tingle slightly. But that was about it. Yesterday, when Han Feng said those words in the interview, Lin Yuan genuinely wanted to crush him to the point of breaking his Dao heart. However, standing on the stage today, he suddenly found it a bit boring. Zhang Mingxuan, Zhao Qingcang Yichun. Each contestant believed they could see through his tricks. Now another Han Feng had arrived, going through the same process, reciting the same lines. Can't you guys change up your lines? Han Feng frowned at Lin Yuan's nonchalant demeanor. Aren't you going to draw your— Lin Yuan withdrew his hand from his pocket, raising his right hand with fingers spread wide. Golden spiritual energy overflowed from his fingertips, condensing into an energy ball the size of a ping-pong ball in his palm. Han Feng laughed, disdain evident in his voice. Another one of those moves I told you. Lin Yuan closed his fingers. The energy ball did not dissipate. Instead, it began to compress further. The ping-pong ball's eye sphere shrank to the size of a marble, then to that of a yellow bean. Han Feng's smile froze on his face. His spiritual sense told him it was just an energy ball, but his battle instincts screamed for him to retreat. Anren clenched her fists in the support area. She had seen Lin Yuan practice energy compression, but had never seen such density. That glaring orb felt like a vacuum in her spiritual perception, with all the spiritual energy locked within its internal structure. Han Feng bit his tongue, the sharp pain forcing him to suppress his instinctive warning. You're just playing tricks. The silver-white sword energy surged, and the high-frequency vibrations tore through the air of the arena with a piercing shriek. A wave of energy exploded beneath Han Feng's feet, and the longsword, accompanied by a flurry of sword shadows, slashed directly at Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan flicked his finger lightly. The energy orb silently shot out, colliding with the silver-white sword energy. The Starbreaker sword chi melted like snow meeting fire, dissolving inch by inch from the point of impact. The orb penetrated through the layers of sword energy and struck the deep gray longsword. A crisp shattering sound echoed throughout the arena. The deep gray longsword shattered into two sections, and silver fragments of spirit stones scattered everywhere. Lin Yuan closed his fingers, and the orb silently dispersed, not even stirring up a breeze. The arena fell into a dead silence. Han Feng lowered his gaze to the half of the broken sword in his hand, the silver spirit stone on the hilt, already reduced to powder. The Starbreaker sword, his family heirloom for 12 years, which he regarded as a symbol of dignity and strength, had not even withstood a single move. He finally understood where the earlier sense of vigilance had come from, but it was too late. Han Feng experiences a feeling of shock, emotional value 51. Han Feng experiences a feeling of fear, emotional value 43. Han Feng experiences a feeling of despair, emotional value 62. The referee stood up. Contestant Han Feng, do you? I concede. Han Feng's voice was dry and hoarse. He tightened his grip on the half-broken sword, turned, and jumped off the stage, walking into the contestant passage without looking back. The referee took a deep breath and raised his hand to declare, the winner is Lin Yuan from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The audience erupted. One move. Just one move. Han Feng didn't even withstand a single move. The Starbreaker sword chi was penetrated, and the family heirloom was shattered. Is he even human? He is no longer a monster. At least monsters belong to a species. Lin Yuan is beyond that. The commentator struggled hard to regain his voice. I have covered 12 national college competitions, and this is the first time I've seen a second-tier contestant compress energy to such density. What is the limit of his control? That orb could break through the energy shields of most third-tier warriors. Zhao Beichuan in the audience turned pale. He remembered wanting to have a match with Lin Yuan at that time, but looking back now, it was purely seeking death. Lu He looked down at his hands. If the energy ball that hit him yesterday had this density, he would already be lying in the intensive care unit. Anren walked over from the support area, her expression extraordinarily complex. You just said one move. Ew, I thought you were joking. When have I ever joked? Many times. You always joke before going. Lin Yuan's lips curled up as he smiled, and said, this time it's not a joke. The two walked toward the rest area, passing by the entrance of the contestant passage, where Han Feng leaned against the wall, applying medical spray to a cut on his finger. Seeing Lin Yuan approach, Han Feng's body instinctively tensed. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. Han Feng raised his eyes, the sense of superiority on his face vanished, replaced by a complex expression of defiance, unwillingness, anger, and confusion. Lin Yuan looked at him. The presence of the Supreme Mage template made him want to say something profound, but after thinking for a long time, he felt it unnecessary. I wish you good luck in the future. When Han Feng raised his head, Lin Yuan had already walked far away. Anren chuckled softly, stopping at the entrance of the rest area. The draw for the 8th round is about to begin. Do you want to see who your next opponent is? Lin Yuan turned around to look at the big screen. The murmurs from the audience flooded into his ears from all directions. How strong of an attack can Lin Yuan unleash? If that orb hit someone. Did you notice? He is holding back. He always dissipates the energy at the last moment. So up until now, no one has seen him truly unleash his power. The curve of Lin Yuan's lips gradually widened. He himself was uncertain of the answer to that question. Perhaps in the upcoming matches he could find someone to test it. Lin Yuan jumped off the arena, and the roar of the audience had yet to subside. The gymnasium, filled with 5,000 people, resembled a boiling pot, with discussions flooding into the realm of super hearing. The broken star sword was pierced by an energy orb. Han Feng couldn't withstand even a single move. He held back until the very end, dispersing all his energy, leaving no shockwave behind. So up to now, no one has seen him truly unleash his full power. Lin Yuan pressed his tongue against his cheek, unable to suppress the corner of his mouth that twitched enticingly. The system panel bounced wildly, the shock, fear, and confusion from the audience merging into a torrent of emotions, causing his heart to race as the numbers surged. So refreshing, truly exhilarating. And Rand walked up from the auxiliary area, glanced at his expression, and sighed. You look like a weasel that just devoured an entire chicken. What a terrible metaphor. It's a very apt metaphor. And Rand stuffed a towel into his hand, her gaze sweeping past Han Feng's figure at the entrance of the contestant passage. Han Feng was being supported by his teammates as he walked out, the cut on his right hand still bleeding, a half-broken sword clutched in his left hand, the shattered silver spirit stone debris trickling through his fingers. His steps were steady, his back straight, but as he passed the corner of the passage, his shoulder bumped against the wall, causing him to sway several times before regaining his balance. A teammate reached out to help, but he pushed them away. Lin Yuan followed in Rand's gaze and saw Han Feng's tragic state. To be honest, he hadn't thought much when he threw that energy orb earlier. It was only when the sound of the sword shattering returned to him that he realized the density of that energy orb had exceeded all previous training levels. But he had no regrets. From the first day of the provincial competition, Han Feng had been outputting, aggressively buzzing all the way to now claiming he was just a lucky little loser, vowing to expose his tricks in the national competition. Now the tricks were not exposed, but the sword had shattered first. Did you do that on purpose? And Rand suddenly asked. Lin Yuan honestly replied, I just wanted him to concede, not to suffer financial loss. And Rand sighed. Remember to be careful next time. Got it. As they passed through the contestant passage, the gazes of the waiting contestants pinned on them. Zhao Beichuan leaned against the wall, his face pale, and instinctively took a step back as Lin Yuan approached, squeezing out two words, congratulations. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and continued walking forward. At the end of the passage, the large screen was looping. The commentary voice came from the amplification device. So far, Lin Yuan has dispersed energy at the last moment. In all his matches, no one in the national competition has forced him to unleash a true killing move. The audience erupted in another wave of discussion. The feeling of floating was indeed delightful. And Rand stopped at the entrance of the resting area and took out her phone. Currently, 15 out of the top 20 hot posts on the forum are about you. She turned the screen towards him. The top post's title read an analysis of Lin Yuan's combat power limit. The reply count exceeded 3,000. Some analyzed the spirit density of that energy orb frame by frame. Others compared Han Feng's and Zhao Qingkang's data, and some started a poll betting on who would draw Lin Yuan in the next round. The second-ranked post was more straightforward, a compilation of screenshots capturing the moment Han Feng's broken star sword was pierced. Lin Yuan scrolled down twice, his brows slightly furrowing. The first half of the post comment section was filled with technical analysis and amused exclamations, while the latter half took a sharp turn. Han Feng was so arrogant before the match, yet he couldn't withstand a single move. Didn't he say all of Lin Yuan's opponents were trash? Now he himself is even worse than trash. The most ironic part is that after Lin Yuan won, he said to him, wish you good luck in the future. What a heart-wrenching blow. And Rand put her phone away, her tone flat. Han Feng was the #1 seed in the provincial competition, and the whole Tiannan know. One high school was counting on him to place. Now he was taken out by a single move in the 7th round of the preliminaries. These comments will take him a long time to digest. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, silent. He truly disliked Han Feng. Although the broken sword incident was due to his lack of control, he had no intention of repenting for it. In the resting room of Tiannan No, one high school, Han Feng sat on a bench, his right hand resting on his knee. The cut on his finger joint had been treated with medical spray, forming a layer of light red scab, while the half-broken sword lay beside his leg. His teammates stood at the door, no one daring to speak. Han Feng had carried this sword on his back since the first day of the provincial competition, practicing swordsmanship, eating and sleeping without ever parting from it. Now the sword was broken in half, and the family heirloom sword spirit stone that had accompanied him for 12 years was reduced to powder, the silver dust scattered beneath the fluorescent lights glimmering faintly. Han Feng stared at those reflections for a long time. The murmurs of the audience outside the corridor filled his ears. Han Feng couldn't withstand a single move. E-class annihilation of S-class, this generation of Tiannan No. One high school has lost face terribly. Han Feng's fingers gradually tightened, the scab on his finger joint splitting open, revealing a thin line of crimson. His resentment towards Lin Yuan had been accumulating since the first meeting in the provincial competition. The door was pushed open and the coach walked in, glancing at the broken sword fragments on the floor and Han Feng's newly reopened wound, remaining silent for a while. The school has already been informed, and a spare long sword will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Han Feng did not. The coach lowered his voice as he approached Han Feng. Han Feng, losing one prelim match does not affect your advancement to the knockout stage. You currently stand second in the whole school with 6 wins and 1 loss. Coach. Han Feng spoke, his voice hoarse. Have you seen the forum? The coach paused. They say I'm worse. Han Feng raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment. He stood up, the broken sword clutched in his left hand, the shards cutting into his palm, but he seemed unfazed. A person who exploits loopholes and rules due to their profession stands on the arena, using an energy orb to negate my 12 years of effort, and then he even says to me, "Wish you good luck in the future." Han Feng smiled faintly, his smile devoid of any joy. "I can't accept that." The coach tried to say something, but Han Feng raised his hand to stop him. "I know what you want to say, but..." Han Feng paused at the door, turning his head, his tone carrying something chilling. "The national competition isn't over yet. I have plenty of opportunities to let him experience that 3 seconds is the real killing move." The door closed behind him. The resting room fell silent for a long time. In the resting area of Jiangchengno, one high school, Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, shutting off his super hearing. He had heard every word of the conversation between Han Feng and the coach. Lin Yuan pressed his tongue against his cheek. He hadn't planned to think about how to respond right now. The knockout stage draw hadn't even occurred yet, and whether he would encounter Han Feng again was still uncertain. However, the suppressed resentment in Han Feng's last sentence heightened his vigilance. "What are you thinking?" And Rand's voice came from beside him. Lin Yuan turned his head, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "I was thinking, if I draw Han Feng in the knockout stage, what expression he will have when he stands on the arena." And Rand looked at his playful expression, suddenly feeling that he was hard to decipher. "Sometimes I really don't know if you are carefree or just oblivious." "Both." And Rand was stumped for words. Lin Yuan sprang off the wall and headed towards the training ground. His emotional value had accumulated enough, and the compatibility with the Supreme Mage template had also increased after that battle. He still had time to refine his skills further before the knockout stage. As for the hidden killing move that Han Feng had up his sleeve, he would address that when the time came. Han Feng did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he turned into the stairwell and descended 3 floors, pushing open an iron door marked equipment room. The smell of dust was overwhelming. He leaned against the wall and took out his phone to dial a number. It rang 5 times before the other end picked up. "Xiao Feng. Calling me so late, did the competition not go well?" Han Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. "Uncle, help me look up a person." There was a moment of silence. Han Feng's uncle Su Jingqing was the deputy director of the Competition Organization Department of the Provincial Education Department, responsible for the scheduling of provincial competitions for national college contests and referee coordination. "Who do you want to check?" And ran and class summoner from Jiangchengno, one high school, Lin Yuan's teammate in the selection competition. Han Feng spoke the name evenly, but the screen of his phone cracked under the pressure of his grip. "I want to know who her opponent is in the next round." "What do you want to do?" "I want to replace her opponent with someone who counters summoner." The silence on the other end stretched longer. Su Zhengqing's voice lowered a few notches. "Xiao Feng, adjusting the schedule requires a reasonable justification. Interfering with competition arrangements using your position." Han Feng interrupted him, his voice tinged with near-fragile exhaustion. "He shattered my sword after 12 years. I do not want you to cancel his results or do anything underhanded. I just want his teammate to lose embarrassingly, that's all." In the equipment room, only the buzzing of the air conditioning unit remained. Su Zhengqing sighed. "Do you know what profession summoners fear?" "Yes, magic suppressors. A grade and above suppressors can directly sever the connection between a summoner and their spiritual essence. In the elimination stage, there is a grade magic suppressor competitor with the talent skill of spiritual power blockage. Her original opponent's draw was not ideal, and I am considering an adjustment. Your request can technically be justified." Han Feng smiled a cold smile. "Thank you, uncle. No need to thank me. This matter ends here. After the national competition, I do not wish to receive such calls again." The call ended. Han Feng leaned against the wall, looking up at the flickering fluorescent light on the ceiling, which fragmented his expression. Han Feng closed his eyes. If one cannot defeat a monster, then one must first eliminate the people around it. The next morning, the bulletin board downstairs in the contestant dormitory displayed the first round elimination matchups. And Rand stood in front of the bulletin board, staring at the opponent column next to her name, her brows furrowing. Provincial Experimental High School, Shenling, a grade magic suppressor, 2nd tier, 4th level. She read the line in a calm tone, but her fingers tightened for a moment around her phone. The core skill of a magic suppressor is the magic suppression field, which can create a barrier of spiritual power within a 5-meter radius, cutting off all external spiritual connections. The core mechanism of a summoner relies on the connection of spiritual power to summon heroic spirits. Once a magic suppressor's field is activated, she would be unable to even call upon her divine spirit. And Rand took a deep breath and turned to find Lin Yuan. The training ground was empty, the cafeteria was empty, and finally, she spotted a familiar figure in the narrow alley behind the dormitory. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, his right hand raised with an energy orb that was continuously compressing and expanding, suspended in his palm. The faint glow of internal spiritual circulation flickered at his fingertips, while sweat soaked through the back of his training suit. "Did you not sleep again last night?" Lin Yuan clenched his fingers, and the energy orb silently dissipated. He turned his head and smiled. "I slept for 3 hours, that's enough." and Ran had no mood to beat around the bush as she shoved her phone screen in front of him. Lin Yuan stared at the words magic suppressor for several seconds. Magic suppressors are the natural enemies of professions like mine that rely on external spiritual power connections. Once their field is activated, I would be unable to summon any heroic spirits and would have to rely solely on my own spiritual power to resist. And Rand's tone was steady, but her nails dug into the edge of the phone case, leaving a small scratch. My opponent was not originally her. The matchup list was publicly announced last night at 10 and updated suddenly at 7 this morning. Only my match changed. Lin Yuan tilted his head. Someone is manipulating things. Right. So what are you planning to do now? And Ran asked. What can I plan? It's not like my opponent was replaced. Lin Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets, his tone casual. Can't you defeat a magic suppressor? And Ran pressed her lips together. Although my dark injuries have mostly healed, I have not fully recovered. Once the magic suppression field is activated, my combat power would be reduced to only second-tier beginner level, while my opponent is a second-tier fourth-level magic suppressor who counters my profession. In a heating confrontation, I cannot win. Lin Yuan looked at her, studying her for a while. And Ran rarely said the words cannot win. From the campus selection competition until now, she had always stood in the support zone, using her remaining combat power to back him up in each of his charges. So what do you plan to do? I have no plans. And Ran raised her head, her expression as calm as if she were stating a fact that did not involve her. Chances are I will lose in the first round of the elimination match, so from now on I will spend all my training time helping you prepare for the battle. Your opponent is a second-tier 7th-level shield warrior from Provincial No. 9 High School whose defense is 2 tiers stronger than Lu Ha. My match is not important, yours is. Lin Yuan tapped the inside of his cheek with his tongue. He suddenly felt a bit annoyed. Not annoyed with Ran, but with Han Feng. This person, unable to defeat him, sneaked around to stab his teammates in the back, and after doing so hid behind the rules, making it impossible for him to find any handle. Your expression seems off, Ran suddenly said. She crossed her arms, her tone turning serious. What are you planning to do? Lin Yuan tilted his head. I am not planning anything. You're lying. Every time before you want to hit someone, you always press your tongue against your cheek, and your mouth corners lift to this angle. And Ran gestured with her finger to indicate the angle. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. And Ran did not laugh. She lowered her hand, her voice softening significantly and turning earnest. Lin Yuan, I know you want to help me, but since the team formation, you've always been the one charging to the front, while I stand behind to give you buffs. They said I was just a decoration in the team. I argued at the time, but later I thought about it, and they were right. She looked up, meeting Lin Yuan's gaze. So this match for me is not just the first round of the elimination match. Even if I cannot win, I hope to at least have the opportunity to try rather than giving up before I even step on the field and relying on you to beat Han Feng for me. The alley fell silent, with only the distant sounds of spiritual collisions from the training ground faintly audible. Lin Yuan retracted the curve of his lips, his expression rare and serious. Let's go. Where to? Training. Before helping me prepare for battle, you need to sort out your part first. Lin Yuan turned back, his lips curling up, his tongue pressing against his cheek. My teammate cannot lose in the first round of the elimination match. And Ran stood still, watching his figure grow distant in the morning light. Her tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, the marks left by her nails in her palms still not faded, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. After Ran left, Lin Yuan leaned against the wall without moving. The magic suppressor grade, a second-rank 4th level, was a heavenly countercalling master. The match list was announced at midnight, updated at 7 in the morning, and only Ran's match had changed. Coincidence? What a joke. He puffed up his cheeks, pushed off from the wall, and walked toward the dormitory building. Activating his super hearing, he locked onto Han Feng's breathing frequency. He was still in the lounge. Lin Yuan continued walking, passing through the training ground cafeteria and athlete dormitory building before turning into the floor where Tiannan No. 1 High School was located. At the end of the corridor hung the team flag of Tiannan No. 1 High School, deep blue, with silver sword patterns embroidered. 2 team members from Tiannan No. 1 squatted at the door, engrossed in their phones, and looked up in unison when they saw Lin Yuan approaching, their expressions shifting from confusion to vigilance. Who are you looking for? Han Feng. The 2 at the door exchanged glances, and one of them stood up to push the door open. Moments later, the door was pushed open again, and Han Feng walked out. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, his face expressionless, but there were dark circles under his eyes that hadn't fully faded. Looking for me? Lin Yuan cut to the chase, and Ran's opponent was changed. Did you do it? Han Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. He neither confirmed nor denied, simply leaning against the door frame, looking at Lin Yuan with bloodshot eyes. Do you have any evidence? No evidence, which is why I'm asking you. Then do you think I would tell you? Lin Yuan tilted his head, the corner of his mouth curling up. That arc made the 2 Tiannan No. 1 team members at the door take half a step back simultaneously. I think you will. Han Feng stared at him for several seconds. Han Feng took a deep breath and stood up straight. It was me. His tone was calm, as if he were not admitting to a wrong. Su Jingqing, the deputy director of the Competition Organization Division of the Provincial Department of Education, is my uncle. I called him last night, and this morning the match list was updated. The expressions of the two teammates at the door changed completely. Han Feng did not look at them, continuing in a low voice, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. You broke my sword. I can't affect your results, but I can affect your teammate's opponent. The magic suppressor is a heavenly countercalling master, and your teammate will be eliminated in the first round of the knockout stage, while you can do nothing. Lin Yuan's grip tightened around his fist, but his tone remained steady. You need to change the match list back now. I can't change it. Han Feng curled the corners of his mouth, the smile devoid of any joy. Once the match list is announced, it cannot be changed for non-technical reasons. That's the premise under which my uncle dared to help me operate this. Even if you go to the organizing committee to appeal, the process will take at least 3 days, by which time the competition will already be over. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Han Feng stepped back half a step, letting himself fall into the shadow of the doorframe of the lounge. You can hit me now. There are no cameras in the corridor. I can't match you. You could beat me until I withdraw, but I advise you not to do that. You can hit me now. There are no cameras in the corridor. I can't match you. You could. According to Article 17 of the Athlete Dormitory Management Regulations, if a private fight is verified, competition qualifications will be revoked and reported to the entire province. If you hit me, you'll withdraw, and your teammates still won't be able to defeat the magic suppressor. Lin Yuan's clenched fist relaxed. He understood what Han Feng was doing. This person had placed himself in a position where he would inevitably lose no matter what, using the rules as a shield and himself as bait. This was no longer jealousy, it was a scheme born from deep-seated hatred. As Lin Yuan fell silent, Han Feng's smile gradually faded. He turned around, pushed the door open, and paused before stepping into the lounge. I don't like that expression on your face. Lin Yuan watched his back. What expression? The expression of Han Feng did not turn back. Weren't you quite happy when you broke my sword? Now it's your teammate's turn. The door closed behind him. The corridor fell silent. The two Tiannan no. One team members exchanged glances, bowed their heads, and quickly walked past Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood for a moment before turning back. He didn't return to his dorm room, but headed straight to the training ground. And Ran was still there, practicing basic offense and defense with the spirit energy post. Her moves were steady, each strike hitting the optimal point of force, but Lin Yuan could tell that her state tonight was more restrained than usual, as if she were deliberately conserving energy. Seeing Lin Yuan walk in, and Ran withdrew her strikes and stood up straight. Did you find anything out? Han Feng did it. He tampered with the match list after it was announced. His uncle is Su Jingqing, the deputy director of the Provincial Department of Education Competition Organization Division. And Ran frowned momentarily, then nodded. I guessed it. Did he admit it? He admitted it, and also said that once the match list is announced, it cannot be changed. Even if you appeal now, it would be too late. And Ran remained silent for quite a while. She walked to the edge of the training ground and sat down, unscrewing a bottle of water to take a sip. Then let's fight. She raised her head, her expression calm. The magic suppressor is a heavenly countercalling master, but it's not impossible to fight. The effective range of the magic suppression field is 5 meters in radius. As long as I can distance myself before the field is activated and summon my spirit, I can seize a few seconds of spiritual energy connection window. Is that enough? Not necessarily. And Ran answered honestly. But you are right, I am your teammate, and teammates cannot lose in the first round of the knockout stage. That is the most basic bottom line for standing on the ring with you. Lin Yuan looked at her, feeling as though his heart had stopped for a moment. He didn't say any encouraging words, just took out the last 2 bottles of second-rank spirit connection potions from his storage ring and placed them beside her. From tomorrow, I will accompany you in practicing tactics against the magic suppression field. And Ran glanced at the 2 bottles of potions and did not refuse. Okay, but what about your training? I will practice with you during the day and add extra training at night. And Ran opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Yuan raising his hand. When you were in seclusion recovering from your hidden injuries, I trained alone, without slacking off. Now it's your turn to train while I add extra practice. It's fair. And Ran stared at his face for a long time before finally nodding. All right. At 3 in the morning, Lin Yuan lay on the floor drenched in sweat and pulled up the system panel. Supreme Mage, template compatibility 58, only 2 more points to break 60, but he couldn't push it any further. He closed the panel and shut his eyes, activating his super hearing to scan the entire athlete dormitory building. Most people were asleep, while a few night owls were still scrolling through their phones. The breathing sounds in Ran's dormitory were even and steady, as she had managed to sleep for 6 hours straight for 3 nights in a row, her best state since recovering from her hidden injuries. Then he heard Han Feng's voice. It came from the direction of the Tiannan no. One lounge, not speaking, but sharpening a sword. The subtle screech of metal grinding against stone was particularly grating in the dead of night. That was a spare long sword. After his family heirloom was broken, the school had sent him a standard long sword. The sound of sharpening persisted for a long time before stopping. Han Feng's voice rang out very low, almost as if he were speaking to himself. In the magic suppression field, she will definitely be eliminated. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Han Feng was reviewing. He didn't just wash his hands of the opponent's switch, he was still watching and ran. Lin Yuan sat up, his tongue pressed against his cheek. He wanted to rush into the Tiannan No. 1 lounge, drag Han Feng out, and throw him onto the training ground, striking him with an energy whip until he questioned his life. But he couldn't. He suppressed his anger and lay back down on the floor. He needed to think of another plan regardless of the cost. The training continued until the evening of the third day, and Rand's condition was visibly deteriorating. She stood in the center of the training field, her hands resting on her knees, panting, with the wisps of hair on her forehead clinging to her face due to sweat. The indicator light of the spiritual energy pillar was still flashing, but she no longer had the strength to raise her hand. Her summoning speed was noticeably slower than 3 days ago, and the intensity of the spiritual light after the spirit possession was also waning. In the simulated combat of the anti-magic field, she only managed to complete the spiritual energy connection 3 times out of 10 attempts before the field was deployed. One of those 3 times was marred by a hasty summoning, which lowered the quality of the spirit and significantly reduced the battle power. The possessed spirit dropped from the peak of the second tier to the beginner level, and the strength of the spiritual light shield was such that even she couldn't bear to look at it. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the training field, watching her repeat the same starting move over and over again. She bit her lower lip, leaving a shallow imprint from her teeth. "Take a break," Lin Yuan said. "Just one more set," and Ran replied without turning her head, her hands forming the seals again. But her fingers trembled, causing her to almost misorder the seal. "You've been practicing for 4 consecutive hours. I said one more set." Lin Yuan walked over and firmly grasped her wrist as she formed the seals. And Ran struggled, but couldn't break free. She looked up, her eyes bloodshot. "In your current state, continuing to practice will only make things worse." And Ran stared at him for several seconds, then freed her wrist and sat at the edge of the training field. She opened her water bottle and took a sip, still trying to catch her breath. The bottle's rim bumped against her lips, spilling a couple of drops on her knee, which she did not wipe away. 3 days ago, I thought I could exploit the advantage of distance to find a window, but in practice, Xinling's field coverage radius is larger than the data in the files. Her data is outdated. The technical team for the provincial competition missed the update." Lin Yuan said nothing. He leaned against the wall, his hands stuffed in his pockets, his nails digging into his palms. And Ran looked up and managed a slight smile. That smile held no trace of joy. "Lin Yuan, I can't beat her." The training field was silent except for the hum of the air conditioning. Lin Yuan observed the expression on her face. He saw a strong unwillingness reflected there. "Tomorrow is the elimination round," he said. You still have 1 bottle of spirit potion left to drink. It won't help." She paused, rubbing her thumb against the cap of the water bottle, her expression dejected. "The limit of my skills is already here. There's nothing I can change." Lin Yuan grew a bit frustrated and clicked his tongue. And Rand glanced at him, frowning. "You have that expression again." "What expression?" "Every time you want to do something out of the ordinary, you always have." And Rand stood up, crossing her arms. Her fingers were still slightly trembling, but her tone had returned to its usual calm. "What are you planning?" "I'm going to talk to Xinling." And Rand's expression froze. "Talk about what?" "To persuade her to withdraw from the competition." "Are you joking?" "I'm not joking." Lin Yuan pulled his hand from his pocket, his tone as calm as if he were reporting the weather. "The anti-magic master counters the summoner, but her profession also has weaknesses. The anti-magic field is useless against me. I can wait for her downstairs at her dormitory and have a proper chat with her. If she is willing to withdraw, then everything is fine. If not." Lin Yuan. And Rand's voice rose slightly. The echo in the training field elongated the end of her words, bouncing back and forth in the empty space. She took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. Her shoulders rose and fell with her breath and her crossed arms. "Do you know what it means to threaten a competitor privately? Article 17 of the Dormitory Management Regulations states that private brawls will result in disqualification and a report to the entire province. How much lighter do you think a threat is compared to a brawl? There are plenty of places without surveillance. That's not the point." And Rand took a step forward, looking up at him, her head reaching his chin. "The point is you are risking your qualification to compete. It's a national competition with championship rewards and direct entry to universities. You fought hard to get here, and everyone is watching you. Are you willing to gamble all of that just to confront an anti-magic master?" "Yes." And Rand was left speechless by his single word. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again, her throat bobbing slightly. The words she wanted to say twisted in her throat, and ultimately nothing came out. Lin Yuan looked at her, the familiar curve at the corner of his mouth not appearing. He lowered his eyelids, his bangs casting a small shadow on his brow. "From the campus selection to the national competition, every time I step on the stage you are there. The first thing you did after coming out of seclusion for 10 days was to block unnecessary tests for me, training alongside me until my spiritual energy pool was exhausted, never once saying no. Now it's your turn to step on the stage, and you tell me you can't win letting me watch you lose. I can't accept that. And Rand's fingers clenched tightly, and then relaxed. She lowered her head, her bangs covering her eyes, remaining silent for several seconds. The fluorescent lights of the training field illuminated the back of her neck, which had a faint rosy hue from the prolonged training. You are right about everything, she said, her voice much softer than before. But have you considered that if you confront Xinling regardless of whether she withdraws or not, as soon as the news reaches the organizing committee, you will be disqualified, and I will lose my teammate? She looked up, her eyes slightly red, glistening with tears. I've told you this match is not just the first round of the elimination round for me. I want at least a chance to try not to give up before I even step on the stage. If you confront Xinling now, it's equivalent to giving up for me. I appreciate your good intentions, but I don't need them. Lin Yuan fell silent. He stared at her fingers gripping his sleeve. The sensation of her fingertips passing through the fabric was gentle yet persistent. And Rand took a step forward, reaching out to grasp his sleeve. Promise me don't go. Lin Yuan looked at her fingers gripping his sleeve. That finger trembled not from exhaustion, but from fear that he might change his mind after agreeing. Promise me. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his tongue moved away from his cheek. He took a deep breath, forcefully swallowing the feelings that had been building up all night. All right. And Rand stared at his face for a long time, confirming he was not just brushing her off, before finally letting go of her hand. Tomorrow I will give it my all. If I lose, it will be due to my lack of skill, and it has nothing to do with you. She turned and walked towards the direction of the girls' dormitory, but after a few steps, she turned back. Her bangs were stuck to her forehead with sweat, and she raised her hand to push them aside, revealing her entire face. Don't stay up late tonight. My match is the first one tomorrow, and you need to be in the support area. I need to see you without dark circles under your eyes before I step on stage. Lin Yuan tilted his head. Is this an order? Yes. And Rand's lips curved slightly as she turned back to continue walking. Her figure rounded the corner at the end of the corridor, disappearing at the stairwell. Lin Yuan stood in place, listening to her footsteps gradually ascend the stairs until he heard the door open, close, and then silence. He leaned against the wall, the back of his head resting against the cold bricks, staring at the flickering fluorescent lights on the ceiling for a long time. Hanfeng, this matter is not over. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, staring at the flickering fluorescent light on the ceiling, his tongue pressed against his cheek, causing it to ache. He agreed. Yet even though he had promised, the tension in his mind had been taut since Hanfeng acknowledged his foul play, and now it was about to snap. The magic suppressor Tian, who summoned a spirit master, and Xunling's field radius was larger than the data indicated, and Rand only managed to seize the window 3 times in 10 simulations, one of which resulted in a hurried summoning that downgraded the spirit. These data spun in his mind all night until dawn, and the conclusion remained unchanged, and Rand would undoubtedly lose in the first round of the elimination match tomorrow. It wasn't that she wasn't trying, it was that someone had pulled her ladder away. Lin Yuan sat up, and the moonlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting a long white line on the floor. He stared at that white line for a long time, suddenly breaking into a smile. It was a smile devoid of any joy. He thought of the people of his country. To be precise, he recalled the logic of the people of his country. Rules. Evidence. Procedural justice. They never cared for such things. The only way the people of his country solved problems was through absolute force, crushing everything in their path, forcing their opponents to make choices out of fear. I am one of the people of my country now. Oh, I shouldn't be eating beef anymore. Lin Yuan spoke to the air, then rolled out of bed. He raised his right hand, golden sparks blossomed in his palms, swirling and expanding into a portal. On the other side of the portal was a narrow alley behind the main training ground of the provincial competition, with the trash can still in its old spot, and the moonlight casting crooked shadows on the abandoned spirit power stake. He needed a disguise. Not Lin Yuan's disguise, but one that would be remembered by Xinling for a lifetime. Lin Yuan stood in the prop warehouse of a film studio in the southern suburbs of the provincial city. This was a factory warehouse specifically for monster movie props, with shelves crammed full of various suits and mechanical models. He scanned around and pulled down a Godzilla suit from the shelf, but it was too big. He then pulled down a King Kong suit, but it was too clumsy. The third suit was an alien, entirely black with elongated limbs, its vertebrae protruding, and its tail dragging on the ground like a dead snake. Lin Yuan lifted the suit, weighing it in his hands. It was light and breathable, allowing for movement. He donned the suit and flexed his fingers. There was no noticeable resistance from the silicone material at the joints. After confirming that he was thoroughly wrapped in the alien shell from head to toe, Lin Yuan activated his super hearing, locking onto the location of Xunling's dormitory. At 1 a.m. in the dormitory of the Provincial Experimental High School, Xunling was scrolling through her phone. Her breathing was steady, her heart rate calm. She clearly hadn't fallen asleep yet. Lin Yuan opened the portal and stepped inside. Xunling was leaning against the headboard, reviewing her competition notes, the cold white light from her phone illuminating her face. She was a senior in high school this year, wearing silver-framed glasses with a somewhat cool appearance, the kind that wouldn't be underestimated by opponents in the ring. A faint sound came from outside the window. Ling looked up, glancing toward the window. She was on the 4th floor. The window was closed, the curtains drawn, but there was a shadow moving outside the curtain. Ling set her phone down, instinctively gathering spiritual energy in her right hand as a silver-white magic suppression field silently spread from her, covering the entire room. Then the window was pulled open from the outside. A black shell-covered claw reached in, followed by a second arm, and then a long head that belonged to no known creature. The alien crawled into the room through the window, its tail tracing an arc in the moonlight. It straightened up, towering over 2 meters, its elongated head nearly brushing the ceiling. Ling's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. As a second-tier level 4 magic suppressor, she had seen all the documented monsters in the beast classification manual, yet this creature did not match any of the illustrations. "What are you?" Ling's voice was low, but it still trembled. The alien lowered its head, dark red light flickering in the depths of its eye sockets. She recognized that light. In the replay of the evaluation from the provincial competition before Lin Yuan fired his heat vision, his eyes had the same color. But she didn't have time to process this clue when the alien spoke. "Ling." The voice was muffled and indistinct through the suit, but each word carried an unhurried pressure. "Tomorrow in the first round of the elimination match, your opponent is in Ran." Ling's back pressed against the headboard. The magic suppression field was still active, but she could sense that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation from the opponent being suppressed. Either this creature didn't need spiritual energy, or its power didn't derive from spiritual energy. Both possibilities compounded her fear. "What do you want to say?" "Withdraw from the competition." Ling was taken aback. She had considered many possibilities, but she didn't expect the first 2 words out of its mouth to be these. "On what grounds?" The alien took a step forward, its tail dragging across the floor, leaving a faint scratch. It didn't answer Ling's question, but began to speak in an almost conversational tone. "Just because I can stand in front of you without a sound." Ling's expression changed. "Are you threatening me?" "You can certainly interpret it that way." The alien interrupted her. "However, I also know that your actual field coverage radius is broader than what the principal has shown. You deliberately suppressed the data during the preliminary rounds because you wanted to catch your opponent off guard in the elimination match." This was the trump card she had hidden throughout the preliminary rounds. Even her coach didn't know. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am." The alien stepped forward again, and Ling's magic suppression field brushed against it like water flowing over stone, leaving everything unchanged. "You don't have to withdraw from the competition." The alien crouched down to match Ling's height. Its non-human face drew closer, the dark red light in its eye sockets glowing like 2 burning coals. "But you cannot enter the arena." Ling's jaw muscles tightened. The alien continued speaking, its tone steady, but the content became heavier. "The magic suppression field won't work on me. You can unleash your full power right now and see if I can demolish this dormitory building before you can scream." Suddenly Ling realized that throughout their exchange the creature had never raised its voice, maintaining a tone that could almost be described as politely restrained. But that was precisely what was most terrifying. It had no need to display anger. "You can gamble that I'm just bluffing." The alien stood up and turned towards the window. "But the cost of losing that bet is something you can't afford." It stepped onto the windowsill, the moonlight outlining the alien's silhouette in a cold shadow. "By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I want to see your notice of withdrawal due to injury on the bulletin board." Ling stared at its back, the silver-white glow of the magic suppression field flickering around her. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but her throat felt blocked. The alien turned its head, the dark red light in its eye sockets flickering one last time. "You wouldn't want to know what I would look like when I come to find you a second time." Ling stared at the non-human creature on the windowsill, the silvery glow of the anti-magic field flickering. She did not choose to retreat. Instead, she launched an attack. The silvery light contracted to its limit in mere milliseconds, then exploded outward from her center. The anti-magic field expanded from a radius of 5 meters to 7 meters, and the air in the entire room felt as if it had been sucked out in an instant, with all fluctuations of spiritual energy locked down. Ling sprang off the bed, her right hand slipping under the pillow to draw a short sword. She assessed the situation clearly. This monster had silently climbed in through the 4th-floor window, and with such deftness and verbal skill, it was definitely not something that could be deterred by mere words. Since the anti-magic field was ineffective against it, she would resort to physical attack. The short sword was thrust out at a tricky angle, aimed directly at the center of the creature's chest. The moment the sword tip struck the black shell, Ling's wrist trembled. The short sword bent. It bent. Ling stared at the curved tip, her mind blank. This short sword was a second-tier mid-grade spiritual weapon, and with her second-tier level 4 spiritual energy enhancement, it could pierce through 5 centimeters of steel like it was paper. The sword tip left a faint white mark on the creature's chest without even scratching the shell. The creature glanced down at the white mark, then lifted its head, its dark red eyes glowing steadily like two LED bulbs. Not a bad sword. The voice was muffled through the skin suit, yet each word sent shivers down her spine. Shin Ling released her grip, and the short sword clattered to the ground. She stumbled back, 3 steps, her back hitting the wall. The anti-magic field was still in full operation, casting a pale glow on her face. What exactly are you? The creature did not answer. It raised its right claw and brushed its knuckle over the white mark on its chest, making it vanish. Then it took a step forward. Shin Ling's breathing rate became erratic. That last strike had taken all her strength. The anti-magic field combined with the second-tier mid-grade weapon caught it by surprise. It hadn't even attempted to dodge. This wasn't a matter of being able to fight or not. They were simply not on the same dimensional level. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. Someone had heard the commotion and was coming over. The dormitory door was pushed open and a girl in pajamas poked her head in. Shin Ling. What's that sound? Upon seeing the scene in the room, her words caught in her throat. The creature turned its head, scanning her with its dark red eye. The girl fell to the ground, letting out a short, sharp scream from her throat, then scrambled to her feet and ran down the corridor shouting, "There's a monster. Shin Ling's room has a monster." The door was wide open. The lights in the corridor began to flicker on one by one and footsteps surged in from all directions. The creature did not move. It turned back, continuing to gaze at Shin Ling, its tone casual, as if in conversation. "Your friend?" Shin Ling did not answer. She pressed against the wall, her face pale. The anti-magic field was still operational, but she was no longer sure if it could protect her. Shin Ling did not answer. She pressed against the wall, her face pale. The anti-magic field was still operational, but she was no longer sure if it could protect her. Someone drew a spiritual weapon and assumed a defensive stance, but upon seeing the creature's size and Shin Ling's bent short sword, the defensive posture turned into a frozen stance. "Call the teacher. Hurry, call the teacher." "What is that thing?" "A demon beast." "A demon beast couldn't enter the provincial competition area?" "The anti-magic field doesn't work on it. Shin Ling's field is still active." Amidst the chaos, the creature slowly stood up. Its towering frame, over 2 meters tall, fully extended, its long head nearly touching the ceiling lights. The black shell reflected a cold, hard luster under the corridor lights, with vertebrae protruding sharply, and its tail silently lifted off the ground. It turned to face the crowd at the door. Everyone stepped back simultaneously. "Make way." 2 words spoken in a flat tone, as if merely asking to pass through. The crowd blocking the door automatically parted to the sides. No one wanted to block this creature's path. A girl holding a phone trembled so violently that the phone fell and smashed on the ground, and she didn't pick it up. The creature walked toward the door, its tail dragging along the floor, making a faint scratching sound. When it reached the door, it paused, turned its head, and looked back at Shin Ling with its dark red eye. "By 8 a.m. tomorrow morning." The voice was muffled, yet sent chills down the spine of everyone who heard it. "The withdrawal notice will be posted on the bulletin board." Shin Ling pressed against the wall, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Her fingers dug into the wall, leaving 5 marks, her breath shallow and rapid. The creature exited the room. The crowd in the corridor parted even further, some pressing their backs against the wall, others retreating into other rooms. The camera followed its silhouette down the corridor, around the corner, then vanished. The footsteps stopped. Then there was a deathly silence. Someone broke the silence first. What exactly was that thing? No one answered. Shin Ling slid down the wall, sitting on the floor, the anti-magic field dissipating silently. The bent short sword lay at her feet, its curved angle mocking her earlier full-force strike. She looked down at her hands, her fingers trembling, not from exhaustion. That thing had never laid a hand on her. But that was precisely what was most terrifying her. It didn't need to. More and more people gathered outside the corridor, the sound of discussions exploding into a cacophony. Shin Ling buried her face in her palms, taking a deep breath. Someone picked up a phone to replay the video they had just recorded, showing the creature turning its head as it left the room, its dark red eyes glowing like 2 embers in the darkness. It's already been posted online. Someone has already shared it. By the time the provincial security team arrived, only the bent short sword and a scratch stretching from the windowsill to the center of the room remained. Shin Ling sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a blanket, responding to the security team's inquiries with only one sentence. "I'm fine." She said nothing more. Lin Yuan stepped through the portal as the moonlight shone brightly in the narrow alley. He tore off the creature's skin suit, sweat soaking his hair, the silicone material making his face flush. He neatly folded the skin suit and stuffed it into his storage ring, leaning against the wall and taking several deep breaths. Super hearing activated. The noise from the provincial competition area flooded in. He heard Shin Ling's voice. She was responding to her classmates' inquiries, her voice trembling continuously. She said she's fine and don't crowd around her. Lin Yuan turned off his super hearing, pulling his tongue away from his cheek. It seemed she likely didn't have the courage to. Early the next morning, a crowd gathered in front of the bulletin board. Shin Ling's withdrawal notice was posted in the most prominent position, stamped with the seal of the provincial city experimental high school. The reason section only stated 4 words withdrawn due to injury. The murmurs of the onlooking competitors erupted from in front of the bulletin board, echoing down the corridor. Shun Ling withdrew. Wasn't she fine just yesterday? Injury? What injury? She was lively after finishing the preliminaries the day before yesterday. Did you see that video from last night? The one about the monster in the provincial match. What monster? That one. Someone captured footage of a black monster entering Shun Ling's room towering over 2 meters with glowing red eyes. Shun Ling's anti-magic field was useless against it. When she stabbed with her sword it bent. The sound of phones being taken out rose and fell. The video from last night had already spread everywhere. The video froze on a frame of the creature looking back at Shun Ling, its dark red eyes captured in a close-up, which went viral on forums. What the hell is that? Monsters shouldn't be able to enter the provincial match area, right? It's not a monster couldn't move freely in an anti-magic field. Then what is it? A person in disguise. A person. Show me someone who can do that. Shun Ling, a second-year level 4 anti-magic master, couldn't even scratch it with her full force. Can you find someone who can do that? And Rand stood at the edge of the crowd staring at the withdrawal notice on the bulletin board, her expression extremely complicated. She hadn't slept well last night. Lin Yuan's tone in promising her he wouldn't go was too straightforward enough to make her uneasy. Upon waking this morning, she saw the withdrawal notice and then scrolled to that video. Before 8 a.m. tomorrow, the withdrawal notice will be posted on the bulletin board. And Rand tightened her grip on her phone, her eyes reddening. She turned and walked towards the training ground, her steps twice as fast as usual. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the training ground, practicing his energy control precision. The door to the training ground was pushed open, and Rand walked in and shoved her phone screen in front of him. Lin Yuan glanced over, and the energy sphere in his palm silently dissipated. What is this? You don't know? How could I? And Rand gazed at his face for a long moment. Lin Yuan's expression was innocent, like a wronged elementary school student. You promised me last night that you wouldn't go. I really didn't go. And Rand took a deep breath and put her phone back in her pocket. Fine. Lin Yuan watched her sit down at the edge of the training ground, twisting open a water bottle to take a sip. Aren't you angry? Lin Yuan asked. Angry about what? I mean, someone solved your opponent for you, don't you feel it? And Rand set down her water bottle and turned to look at him. I said before, this match is not just a preliminary round for me. I want at least the chance to try rather than giving up before even stepping onto the stage. But with Shun Ling withdrawing, my opponent has changed, and I can win openly on the stage instead of being pressured by the anti-magic field to the point where I can't even summon a spirit. So I'm not angry, but I want to know one thing. What is it? Did that monster leave any evidence that could trace back to you? Lin Yuan tapped his cheek with his tongue. There shouldn't. Definitely not. And Rand nodded. That's good. Lin Yuan watched her disappear at the end of the corridor, then leaned against the wall, pulling up the system panel. The emotional value had been bouncing wildly since last night. Shun Ling's fear level, the shock of the onlookers, the confusion and speculation of the online viewers, all stirred together into a pot of emotional chaos. He casually scrolled through the dense records, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. One suit, a few lines, and the emotional value earned in one night almost equaled the total from 3 preliminary rounds. This deal was indeed profitable. Just as he was about to continue training, his super hearing suddenly caught a familiar breathing pattern. From the direction of Tiannan No. One Hai's lounge, a rapid heartbeat, erratic breathing filled with uncontrollable anger. Han Feng had not slept all night. He sat on the lounge bench, a spare sword resting on his knee, the phone screen lit up, frozen on the image of the creature looking toward the camera. He had already watched it 20 times. Han Feng tightened his grip on the phone, the edges digging painfully into his knuckles. An anti-magic master is the natural nemesis of a summoning master. He had gambled that Lin Yuan could not step onto the stage to replace his teammate by switching Shun Ling with an Rand as an opponent. But he didn't expect Lin Yuan to scare Shun Ling into withdrawing directly. There was no evidence to prove that the creature was related to Jiangcheng No. One Hai, the security team, searched the entire dormitory building, but found no clues. Han Feng stood up, sheathing his spare sword, and strode out of the lounge. 2 teammates from Tiannan No. One Hai approached him in the corridor, and upon seeing the expression on his face, they both took a step back. Han Feng passed between them, his steps quickening, turning into a run at the staircase. He rushed down 3 floors through the training ground, and pushed open the door to Jiangcheng No. One Hai's lounge. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets with that signature smile on his face. Good morning. Han Feng strode up to him, his chest heaving violently, veins visible on his forehead. It was you. Lin Yuan tilted his head. What do you mean it was me? That monster from last night, it was you. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting from confusion to surprise. What did you say? Stop pretending. Han Feng squeezed each word out like it was forced through his teeth. The only person in the entire provincial match area who could withstand the full force of an anti-magic master without breaking defenses is you. Lin Yuan listened for a long time, his brow slightly furrowing. Your reasoning is quite interesting, but why would I dress up in a suit in the middle of the night to block someone? Han Feng's breath hitched for a moment. I really don't know how you did it specifically, but I don't need to prove it. So I'm going by facts. Han Feng took a step forward, closing the distance between them to less than an arm's length, causing his roar to hit Lin Yuan's face. I tampered with the match schedule, so you couldn't step onto the stage to fight for her, so you fought beneath the stage, scaring Shenling into withdrawing, allowing your teammate to win without a fight, and my entire plan fell apart. You should have been a detective. Han Feng froze in place, his eyes suddenly filled with menace. So you really did it. Lin Yuan wiped the smile from his face, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, taking a small step forward, closing in on Han Feng. Han Feng, even if the heavens themselves came down, that monster has nothing to do with me. When you used the match schedule to set up my teammate, did you ever think about the cycle of karma, and if the heavens would spare anyone? Lin Yuan. Han Feng shouted angrily. Here, Lin Yuan smiled. You. Han Feng's fist clenched, his knuckles cracking. Silver-white sword energy flickered at his fingertips before being suppressed back at the last moment. Fighting beneath the stage would lead to disqualification and a report to the entire province. He couldn't strike. Lin Yuan watched him force down his rage, turning and striding out of the lounge. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, feeling very good, but his vigilance did not relax. Han Feng had just suppressed his sword energy, but how long could his reason suppress his anger? When a person's hatred reaches its limit, will he still walk the path within the rules, or will he directly flip the table? He didn't know, but one thing he was very clear about. Before this, he could also flip the table. After Han Feng stormed out, Lin Yuan leaned against the wall and smiled for a long time. He recalled all the words Han Feng had said about underhanded tactics. He remembered each sentence clearly. It wasn't because of his good memory, but because his phone had been recording ever since Han Feng pushed the door open. Lin Yuan took out his phone, and the recording interface was still active. He pressed the stop button to save the file, then opened playback and held the phone to his ear. Han Feng's voice came through the earpiece, filled with suppressed anger. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He rewound the recording a few seconds and listened to it again. After confirming that every word was clear and precise, he opened his contacts and found the hotline number for reporting to the National Competition Organizing Committee. Lin Yuan dialed the number. After 3 rings, a middle-aged woman's voice answered on the other end, her tone official. National University Competition Organizing Committee Reporting Center. May I ask what the matter is? I want to report Han Feng from Tiannan No. 1 high school for using familial connections to interfere with the arrangement of the elimination matchups and manipulating the competition results. Is there any evidence? I have a recording. Please provide your name and contestant number. Jiangcheng No. 1 high school, Lin Yuan, contestant number Jiang A0037. There was silence on the other end for a moment, and this time it lasted longer. Lin Yuan heard the sound of keyboard typing followed by low voices and conversation. Then the call was transferred to another person, a man older with a more serious tone. Contestant Lin Yuan, I am Zhou Zhengqing, the Deputy Director of the Competition Disciplinary Committee. You just said you have a recording of Han Feng manipulating the competition. Yes. What does the recording contain? Han Feng explicitly admitted that his uncle Su Zhengqing used his position as the Deputy Director of the Competition Organization Department to unilaterally change the matchup arrangement for my teammate and ran after the first round's matchups were announced, replacing the original opponent with the demon-suppressing master, Shenling, who counters the summoner profession. On the other end, the sound of a chair being pushed back could be heard. Contestant Lin Yuan, do you understand the seriousness of this accusation? Yes. Su Zhengqing is a registered official in the Provincial Education Department. If the accusation is true, Han Feng said it himself in the recording, every word is clear. Do you need me to play it for you now? Zhou Zhengqing took a deep breath. Where are you now? In the contestant dormitory building of the provincial competition area, Jiangcheng No. 1 high school lounge. Do not leave, I will send someone to pick you up, they will arrive in 15 minutes. The call ended. Lin Yuan tucked his phone back into his pocket and smiled. He suddenly remembered what Ran had said earlier about blocking Shenling being equivalent to giving up on her. But reporting Han Feng was not. Reporting Han Feng was a way to restore the ladder that had been pulled away within the rules. It was not to fight for her, but to enable her to fight. 12 minutes later, 2 staff members in committee uniforms pushed open the lounge door. The leader was a middle-aged man with glasses, wearing a badge of the Competition Disciplinary Committee on his chest. Contestant Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan jumped up from the wall. That's me. Please follow me. They did not take the contestant passage, but used the staff elevator to the 5th floor, walking through a corridor carpeted in gray, stopping in front of a door marked Disciplinary Committee Office. The middle-aged man with glasses opened the door, stepping aside to let Lin Yuan enter first. The office was small, with a long meeting table, several chairs, and a framed text on the wall detailing the disciplinary regulations of the National University Competition. 3 people sat behind the conference table. The one in the center had graying hair, appeared to be in his 60s, with deep wrinkles, but sharp eyes that seemed capable of piercing through anyone. In front of him was a nameplate director of the competition disciplinary committee Lin Yuan. To his left was a woman in her 40s, her expression serious, with a nameplate reading director of the competition organization department Hanli. To his right was the owner of the voice from the phone, the deputy director of the competition disciplinary committee Zhou Jingqing. Lin Yuan raised his hand, gesturing for Lin Yuan to sit in the chair opposite. Contestant Lin Yuan, deputy director, Zhou has already reported your allegations to me. Now I need you to play that recording in front of us. Lin Yuan took out his phone, placed it on the conference table, opened the recording file, and pressed play. Han Feng's voice came from the phone's speaker, especially clear in the quiet office. It's me, Zhou Jingqing, the deputy director of the provincial education department's competition organization. He is my uncle. Last night I called him, and this morning the matchups were updated. You broke my sword. I can't affect your results, but I can influence your teammates' opponents. Once the matchups are announced, they cannot be changed for non-technical reasons. This is the premise under which my uncle dares to help me manipulate the results. Even if you appeal to the organizing committee, the process will take at least 3 days, by which time the competition will already be over. When the recording ended, the office fell into a brief silence. Lin Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table and turned to Han Li on his left. Director Han, Zhou Jingqing is from your organization department. Han Li's face had turned pale. She took a deep breath, her voice very low. Director Feng, I need to take this recording back to the organization department for technical verification to confirm there is no editing or forgery. That's fine. Lin Yuan turned back to Lin Yuan. Contestant Lin Yuan, was this recording done in 2 sessions? Yes, the first one was when he admitted to changing opponents, and the second was when he confronted me this morning. In both instances, he explicitly acknowledged that Zhou Jingqing is his uncle and that the matchups were altered through Zhou Jingqing. Lin Yuan nodded. Zhou Jingqing interjected. Contestant Lin Yuan, I have a question. Why didn't you report it immediately after the first recording? Lin Yuan tilted his head. Because at that time I only had the recording, no other evidence. I was afraid the organizing committee would say that a recording couldn't be considered evidence. He glanced at Han Li, a smile curling at his lips. But today Han Feng came straight to me and recounted the entire process from start to finish. He even admitted that he tampered with the matchups because I smashed his sword in the arena. Lin Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. He admitted to the motive? Yes. Lin Yuan pushed the phone forward. Deputy Director, Zhou, could you please play that last segment again? Zhou Jingqing dragged the progress bar to the Han Feng's suppressed voice sounded. I manipulated the matchups. You couldn't fight for her in the arena, so you acted in the shadows, scaring Shenling into withdrawing. Your teammate won without a fight, and my entire plan fell apart. The recording ended. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, remaining silent for a while. Director Han. Han Li stood up here. Zhou Jingqing is from your organization department. According to the disciplinary regulations, you cannot conduct an independent investigation of your own staff. This matter will be led by the disciplinary committee with the organization department cooperating, and I expect a conclusion within 3 days. Han Li's face paled for a moment, but she maintained her composure. Understood. Contestant Lin Yuan, we will conduct a technical verification of your recording. If it is confirmed to be true, the responsible parties will be dealt with strictly according to the disciplinary regulations. Contestant Lin Yuan, we will conduct a technical verification of your recording. If it is confirmed to be true, the responsible parties will be dealt with strictly according to the disciplinary. Han Feng should be finished this time, right? As Lin Yuan stepped out of the discipline committee's office, the fluorescent lights in the corridor illuminated the gray carpet, making it appear almost white. He leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. Lin Yuan's piercing gaze and Han Li's pale face both indicated that this matter would not be suppressed any longer. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Han Feng was finally finished. The elevator doors opened, and Ran stepped out dressed in training attire, her hair casually tied back, clutching her phone. Did you report, Han Feng? I did. And Ran stared at him for several seconds before taking a deep breath. Why didn't you discuss it with me? Discuss what? Discuss that you were going to submit the recording. And Ran took a step forward, lowering her voice. Han Feng's uncle is the deputy director of the provincial education department's competition organization division. Do you know what that implies? I do. Then do you know that there are people above Zhou Jingqing? Lin Yuan tilted his head, remaining silent. And Ran continued, her speech quickening. Zhou Jingqing did not reach his current position in the provincial education department solely on his own merit. The Han family has been entrenched in the provincial education system for over a decade, and Zhou Jingqing is merely a figurehead. If you submit the recording now, the discipline committee will provide a conclusion within 3 days. Have you considered what might happen during those 3 days? Lin Yuan looked at her, his expression unchanged. I have. And you still plan to submit it? Because if I don't, my opponent this round will still be the magic suppressor. And Ran opened her mouth, words caught in her throat. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand from his pocket, his tone calm. You said this competition is very important to you, that you want to win openly on the stage. Now your opponent has changed, and you can compete fairly. That's what I want. And Ran fell silent. She lowered her head, her bangs obscuring her eyes, and slowly released her grip on her phone. Thank you. Her voice was soft, but sincere. Lin Yuan waved his hand and walked toward the training area. Go train and don't just stand here foolishly. The elimination round starts the day after tomorrow, and you still haven't checked what profession your new opponent is. And Ran watched his retreating figure, a slight smile unconsciously forming at the corner of her mouth as she turned and walked toward the resource room. The spiritual energy stakes in the training area were still flickering. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, golden spiritual energy gathering in his palm as he prepared to continue practicing the precision of energy compression. His phone rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen, registered in the provincial capital. Lin Yuan answered without speaking. A man's voice came through, mature and steady, carrying the restraint characteristic of someone who has spent years in an office. Is this Lin Yuan? Yes, it is. I am Su Jingqing. Lin Yuan paused his actions. Deputy Director Su, what do you need from me? Su Zhengqing's tone was calm, as if he were conducting a routine matter. I heard that you submitted a recording to the discipline committee this morning accusing me of using my position to interfere with the arrangement of the elimination round matchups. It's not an accusation, it's a report. There was a moment of silence on the other end. When Su Zhengqing spoke again, his words were slightly slower. Lin Yuan, you are 18 this year, and currently the most talked about contestant in this competition with limitless potential. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. I'm not calling you as the deputy director of the organization division, but as an elder who wants to have a few words with you. About what? Regarding the recording you submitted, Han Feng did indeed say those things, but he is also only 18 and just lost an important match, speaking out of emotional turmoil. His words should not be taken entirely at face value. Lin Yuan tapped his tongue against his cheek. Deputy Director Su, your nephew clearly stated in the recording that the match arrangement cannot be changed for non-technical reasons once it is publicized. That does not sound like emotional outbursts to me. Su Zhengqing fell silent for longer than before. Lin Yuan could hear the soft hum of an air conditioning unit on the other end, and a barely audible sigh suppressed in Su Zhengqing's throat. Lin Yuan, there are some things you do not understand. What things, eh? The operational mechanisms of the provincial education system, the logic behind the scheduling of national competitions, and the collaborative relationships between the discipline committee and the education department. These are all unknowns to you. Lin Yuan remained silent. Su Zhengqing's tone remained steady, but each word carried added weight. The technical appraisal will verify whether the recording has been edited or forged. You need not worry about that. But even if it passes verification, the recording can only prove that Han Feng said those words, not that I acted on his requests. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall of the training area, revealing a cold smile. Yet the operation logs for changes to the match arrangement must be recorded in the internal system of the organization division, and such modifications will always leave traces. Su Zhengqing responded quickly. You are correct, the operation logs do exist, but the elimination round's first match arrangement underwent 3 routine adjustments before being publicized, each involving multiple contestants. The reason for the adjustment in Shun Ling's match has already been noted in the system, making it technically reasonable. He paused, adding an inexplicable weight to his tone. I'm telling you this not to ask you to withdraw your report. Then what do you want? I want you to go to the discipline committee and admit that the recording was obtained through inducing the other party to speak in a specific context and therefore cannot be used as independent evidence. Lin Yuan laughed softly, but enough for Su Zhengqing on the other end to hear, causing him to pause. Deputy Director Su, you just said you wanted to talk to me as an elder, but what you said sounds more like you want me to cooperate in rendering the evidence invalid. He straightened his posture, tightening his tone slightly. I won't do that. There was a long silence on the other end. When Su Zhengqing spoke again, his tone was no longer as calm as before. Lin Yuan, as I said before, there are some things you do not understand. He paused. Your teammate in Ran. Surely you are aware of her situation. What do you mean? My meaning is quite simple. Why, after awakening her level talent, can Ran not find any teammates? Why does she prefer to forcibly summon heroic spirits with her uninitiated abilities rather than seek help from her family? You should know the answers to these questions better than I do. Lin Yuan's fingers gradually tightened. Of course he understood. But things were different now. Once Han Feng's situation was reported by the media, and Ran's name would trend alongside it, drawing the attention of all those who had been watching her family. Su Zhengqing's voice continued. If you withdraw your report now, I can assure you that the matter regarding Han Feng will end here. If you insist on pursuing it, I will not stop you, but the final outcome will not just involve Han Feng. Think it over carefully. Lin Yuan's expression turned cold. After a moment of reflection, he replied softly, I understand everything you've said, but I refuse. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He did not know what impact this matter would have on Ran, but no matter what happened, he would take it all on. Lin Yuan hung up the phone and stood in the training ground for a long time. The phone screen dimmed, reflecting his expressionless face. He tucked his phone into his pocket and turned to walk towards the girls' dormitory. And Ran had just finished checking the information on her new opponent, and was heading to the training ground when she bumped into Lin Yuan at the corridor's corner. She glanced at his expression and halted. What happened? Su Zhengqing just called me. And Ran's brow. She said nothing, pulling Lin Yuan into the empty lounge at the end of the corridor, shutting the door, and crossing her arms as she looked at him. What did he say? Lin Yuan recounted the conversation word for word, and Ran's expression gradually darkened as he repeated it. When Lin Yuan finished with the last sentence, I refuse, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. You shouldn't have refused so decisively. Lin Yuan tilted his head. Do you think I should cooperate with him? I didn't say you should cooperate with him. And Ran opened her eyes and walked to the window, looking out at the training ground in the provincial competition area. The sunset outlined her profile with a warm golden hue, but her expression was not warm. But you should leave yourself some buffer. A person like Su Zhengqing won't reveal all his cards over the phone. Lin Yuan leaned against the door, hands in his pockets, watching her silhouette. Do you know he will use your family against you? And Ran turned around, her expression calm, but Lin Yuan noticed her fingers gripping her phone tightened. My father has political enemies in the provincial education department. When I awakened my level talent, those people were afraid of my growth and secretly set many traps for me. I forcibly summoned the heroic spirits with the strength of a non-martial artist because someone sabotaged my critical breakthrough point during my seclusion. Lin Yuan remained silent for quite a while. He recalled what Ran had said to him before. She mentioned that this competition was not just about the first round of elimination, she wanted at least the chance to try. At the time he thought she was just competitive, but looking back now it wasn't just about competitiveness. It was her obsession after being pulled down too many times, finally having a chance to climb up by herself. So that's why you told me this competition is very important to you. Lin Yuan spoke, and Ran nodded. Because before every time I had no choice. The lounge fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Yuan sprang up from the door and walked in front of Ran. Su Zhengqing threatened me with your family's issues, asking me to withdraw the report. I refused because if I back down this time they will use the same tactics to threaten you, me, or anyone standing in their way next time. He paused for a moment, a determined smile spreading across his face. So, I will not back down, whether it's Han Feng's match manipulation, Su Zhengqing's threatening call, or your family's political enemies, no matter who it is, I will face it. And Ran stared at his face for a long time. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end nothing came out. She only lowered her head, her bangs covering her eyes. After several seconds, she lifted her head again, her eyes slightly red, but the corners of her mouth were curved. You know, since forming the team, I've always felt like I was holding you back. You never. Let me finish. And Ran raised her hand to interrupt him. I do have level talent, but before my hidden injuries are healed, my combat power is less than half of my peak. Every time you charged on the stage alone, I could only stand in the support zone, just buffing you without being able to do anything else. She took a step forward, looking up at Lin Yuan. But you never made me feel like a burden. When you said teammates couldn't lose in the first round of elimination, you genuinely regarded me as a teammate, not as a weak person needing protection. She extended her hand palm, facing up. So this time, regarding Su Zhengqing's matter, I won't advise you to back down. You bear what you can bear, and I will handle my family's issues. If someone can't deal with you from your side and comes to find trouble with me. Her fingers tightened into a fist. I will deal with it. Lin Yuan looked down at her tightly clenched fist, shifted his tongue away from his cheek, and smiled. Deal. And Ran looked at the carefree smile on his face and suddenly felt that her worries might truly be unnecessary. Alright then, I'll head back to training first. The elimination matches start the day after tomorrow, and I haven't finished reviewing the information on the new opponent. She walked to the door, pushed it open, and glanced back at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Moi. Thank you. Lin Yuan waved his hand, watching her figure disappear at the end of the corridor, before leaning against the wall, closing his eyes. Suddenly his super hearing picked up a sound from the other end of the corridor. Han Feng's voice came from the corridor's end, filled with pride, completely different from the suppressed anger of the previous day. Lin Yuan, are you there? Lin Yuan stepped out of the lounge, leaning against the corridor wall. Han Feng stood at the end of the corridor, followed by two teammates from Tiannan No. 1 high school. What's the matter? Han Feng strode over, stopping 3 steps away from Lin Yuan. He stared at Lin Yuan's face for several seconds before the corners of his mouth curled into a grin. Su Zhengqing called you, didn't he? Lin Yuan remained silent. You refused him. Lin Yuan still said nothing. Han Feng's smile deepened. I came to tell you one thing you no longer have the opportunity to regret. Lin Yuan tilted his head. Regret? Regret that you shouldn't have submitted the recording. Regret that you shouldn't have refused my uncle's proposal. Regret that you shouldn't have thought that you could take down a family rooted in the provincial education system for over a decade with just a recording. I admit you are indeed strong on the stage. Within the second tier, perhaps no one can defeat you, but the rules of the national competition won't protect you forever. He took half a step back, raising his bandaged right hand and pointing outside the corridor window. Reinforcements from my family are already on the way, 4th tier arriving from the provincial city at the latest by tomorrow. Han Feng's smile looked particularly glaring in the dim red light. Lin Yuan, don't you like using absolute power to crush your opponents? When the fourth-tier masters stand in front of you, you can give it a try. He turned around and walked back with his two teammates. After taking a few steps, he paused and turned his head. By the way, this is not a threat, it's a notification. The door closed behind him. The corridor fell silent, leaving only the buzzing sound of the air conditioning unit. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, watching the direction Han Feng disappeared. The sunset shone through the window, casting contrasting light and shadow across his face. He lowered his head and pulled up the system panel. The emotional value was fluctuating, a mixture of Han Feng's pride, certainty, and the pleasure released after suppressing anger, swirling into a string of dancing numbers. Lin Yuan looked at those numbers, clicking his tongue. Battling a fourth tier with a second-tier talent, normally speaking, there would be no chance of winning. But Han Feng had just said a crucial line. Fourth-tier masters will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. This means he is not here tonight. So he still has a chance. After Han Feng's footsteps completely disappeared down the corridor and Ran emerged from around the corner. She still clutched the information about her new opponent, her fingertips creating a faint crease along the edge of the paper. I heard it. Lin Yuan sprang up from the wall, glancing at her. And Ran's expression was no longer calm. As before, her pretty face was filled with worry. Lin Yuan looked at her in surprise and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" I knew something was wrong when I saw Han Feng coming. I wanted to step out directly, but hearing his tone, I thought it would only make him more pleased if I did. And Ran moved beside him, leaning against the wall with less than a fist distance between their shoulders. Lin Yuan remained silent. And Ran turned her head to look at him, her bangs slipping from her forehead. She raised her hand to brush them aside, revealing her entire face. The spiritual energy lights from the training ground illuminated her profile through the corridor window, outlining a warm golden silhouette. Lin Yuan, a level 4 isn't something a level 2 can handle. You are currently at level 2, stage 5, and the gap between two major realms cannot be bridged by mere ability. I know. Do you regret rejecting Su Zhengqing now? Lin Yuan's tongue poked at his cheek, the familiar curve of his smile rising again. When I rejected him, I didn't think he would call for help so quickly, but that doesn't affect my judgment. And Ran took a deep breath, folded the information, neatly put it in her pocket, and turned to face him with her arms crossed. I can call my dad. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Even with the Han family entrenched in the provincial education department, there are still people who can balance them out. Although my dad has retired, his old subordinates are still around. If we find someone to speak with Su Zhengqing, it could at least buy us time until the national competition is over. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yuan, waiting for his response. Lin Yuan remained silent for quite a while. The corridor fell into silence. No, Lin Yuan suddenly said. And Ran frowned. Why not? Because it's not justified. Lin Yuan pulled his hands out of his pockets, standing upright, looking down at her. They are all targeting me from beginning to end. You were just dragged into this. He paused. If you call your dad now and have him use his old connections to shield me from this matter, all your family's political enemies will catch wind of it and come after you. And Ran opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but Lin Yuan didn't give her a chance. You've made it this far in the provincial qualifiers. Your hidden injuries have just healed. You only just received the information about your new opponent, and the elimination rounds are the day after tomorrow. If I were to ask you to seek your dad's help for my sake, what difference would I have from Han Feng? And Ran lowered her head, her expression heavy. Han Feng is willing to win by any means necessary, but I won't let you carry the burdens that I should be shouldering for my own self-preservation. He took a small step forward, the two of them almost pressing together. You're right, a level 4 isn't something a level 2 can handle, but Han Feng just mentioned a crucial point. Level 4 experts will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. And Ran lifted her head, a flash of light in her eyes. She knew Lin Yuan's tone too well. Oh, every time he was about to do something out of the ordinary, it was always this tone. What do you want to do? He won't be here tonight. Lin Yuan's smile deepened, but there was no joy in his eyes. I still have one night left. What can you do in one night? You can't possibly jump from level 2 to level 4 overnight. That's why I need this night. Lin Yuan interrupted her, his tone unusually serious. I don't know what I can do, but standing here waiting for others to come and fight is not my style. Tonight, I will find a way, whether it's to increase my strength or find another breakthrough. It's better than being unprepared when the level 4 expert stands before me tomorrow. And Ran stared at him for a long time. In the end, she uncrossed her arms from her chest. What do you need me to do? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Aren't you going to persuade me not to go? Can I persuade you? And Ran retorted, her tone laced with a barely perceptible helplessness. From the campus selection competition until now, when have you ever listened to my advice? She took a step forward, extending her hand to poke Lin Yuan's chest with her index finger. So this time I won't advise you, but you have to tell me what you need me to do tonight. Lin Yuan looked down at the finger poking at his chest and couldn't help but smile. Keep an eye on Han Feng. Watch him. Yes, he said the level 4 expert will arrive by tomorrow at the latest, which means he will definitely contact that level 4 expert tonight. While I'm not afraid of level 4, knowing my opponent's details in advance is certainly better than being caught off guard when facing them tomorrow. Understood. And Ran turned to leave, but stopped again and looked back at Lin Yuan. Her expression was obscured by the dim light in the corridor, but the weight in her voice was crystal clear. Lin Yuan. Moi. You just said you wouldn't let me bear the burdens you should be carrying for self-preservation. She paused, a faint smile curving her lips. But don't forget you also said teammates can't lose in the first round of the elimination match. That applies to you as well. You cannot be taken down before the national competition ends. Lin Yuan watched her figure disappear around the corner of the corridor. He moved his tongue away from his cheek and took a deep breath. He turned to push open the door leading to the training ground. The training ground was already dark with only the standby indicator lights of the spiritual energy stakes glowing in the darkness, resembling a line of faint red stars. Lin Yuan did not turn on the lights. He sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground and opened the system panel. Character template Supreme Mage. Quality Legendary. Compatibility 60. Unlocked abilities Stellar Projection, Spark, Portal Energy, Manipulation, Telepathy, and Psychokinesis. Soul Projection. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, gathering golden spiritual energy in his palm, and began to shape it according to the standard hand seal for Supreme Mage Energy Manipulation. The spiritual energy first stretched into a whip shape, then compressed into a sphere, and subsequently exploded into countless fine strands interweaving between his fingers. The entire process flowed smoothly with precision that had improved since the initial unlocking, yet the compatibility on the system panel remained unchanged. He retracted his power, staring at the 60 on the system panel for a long time. Han Feng said the level 4 expert would arrive by tomorrow at the latest. He knew very well that facing a level 4 expert with his level 2 abilities was virtually hopeless. Even if he utilized all skills from both the Nationalist and Supreme Mage templates, how long could he withstand before a level 4? The hallmark of level 4 is the liquefaction of spiritual energy. The density of liquid spiritual energy is several times that of gas, providing exponential increases in defense, attack power, and recovery speed. The hallmark of level 4 is the liquefaction of spiritual energy. The density of liquid spiritual energy is several times that of gas, providing exponential increases in defense. If normal cultivation fails to push the compatibility, then he would have to try a different approach. He stuffed the spiritual energy pill into his pocket and opened the spark portal. The golden circle spun and expanded in the center of the training ground. The other side of the portal was not the competitor's dormitory, but the undeveloped mountain forest on the outskirts of the provincial competition area. Lin Yuan stepped through the portal and landed on the soft layer of fallen leaves. The night wind in the forest carried the scent of earth and pine resin. He found a relatively flat open space and sat down cross-legged. He was going to take a gamble to see if the principles of the Supreme Mage were indeed as he had anticipated. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in a clearing of the mountain forest. A thick layer of fallen leaves spread beneath him, while the night breeze blew in from the ridge carrying the scent of pine resin and damp earth. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in a clearing of the mountain forest. A thick layer of fallen leaves spread beneath him, while the night breeze blew in from the ridge carrying the scent. All 5 skills were at the beginner level. He had previously focused on role-playing, relying on mimicking the character's personality to boost compatibility, but the skill levels had never changed. During the last assessment, when he fully unleashed his energy control, the compatibility suddenly jumped a notch. At that moment, he vaguely suspected that there must be some correlation between skill level and compatibility. Lin Yuan clicked on the details of energy control skill. Energy control beginner can shape spiritual energy into basic forms such as whips, shields, and blades with a precision of 65 and a strength limit of 120 of the current spiritual energy pool capacity. Below was a line of gray text: upgrading requires 500 emotion points. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and clicked to upgrade. Golden light erupted from the panel, flowing along his fingertips and spreading into his arm. The compatibility number on the system panel flickered: compatibility 62. Just as the corner of his mouth began to lift, the next prompt from the system froze his smile. Template skills are synchronously upgrading. Due to the enhancement of energy control, the basic attributes of the Supreme Mage template have been comprehensively adjusted, and the skill tree has automatically expanded. Star Projection Beginner Proficient, Spark Portal Beginner Proficient, Telepathy and Telekinesis Beginner Proficient. Detected a collective leap in skill tree quality. Template compatibility adjusted synchronously. Compatibility 70. Lin Yuan's pupils slightly dilated. He was correct. There was indeed a positive correlation between skill level and compatibility. Previously, although he was increasing compatibility through role-playing, it was merely skimming the surface of the template. The key variable truly driving the fusion was the strength of the foundational skills. The stronger the core abilities of the Supreme Mage template, the closer he was to becoming a Supreme Mage. After realizing this, he silently shifted his gaze to the remaining skills. Soul Ejection Beginner can eject the soul of a single target from the body, causing 3 seconds of stiffness. Upgrading requires 800 emotion points. Upgrade. Golden light erupted once more. This time the light was even more intense, directly pouring into his forehead. Lin Yuan's mind exploded with a sound, as if something had been forcibly pried open. Fragments of knowledge about soul control from the Supreme Mage template surged in like a tide. Soul ejection proficient can simultaneously execute soul ejection on all targets within a radius of 10 meters, causing 4 seconds of stiffness. During the stiffness period, all attack damage is doubled. The compatibility on the system panel flickered again. Compatibility 75. Lin Yuan pressed to continue upgrading. Confirm the consumption of 1,500 emotion points to upgrade soul ejection to master level. Confirm. Lin Yuan felt his soul being forcibly pulled out of his body by a gentle yet irresistible force. He looked down to see his body sitting cross-legged on the fallen leaves. Then his soul was abruptly pulled back into his body. Soul Ejection Master can simultaneously execute soul ejection on all targets within a radius of 20 meters, causing 5 seconds of stiffness. During the stiffness period, all attack damage is increased to 250. With an additional effect, a brief spiritual energy perception can be gained from the target whose soul has been ejected, allowing insight into its spiritual energy flow. Compatibility jumped to 78. Just 2 points short of breaking 80, he glanced at his emotion points balance, and it was still sufficient. Star Projection, Spark, Portal, Telepathy, and Telekinesis, the 3 proficient level skills, each underwent an upgrade, all pushed to the proficient level. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Host compatibility has reached the 80 threshold, unlocking new mirror space. Create an independent domain with the radius increasing with spiritual energy output. Current limit 50 meters. Within the domain, the host's attributes are increased by 50, while the enemy's attributes are suppressed by 30. Domain duration is 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Time probe, invoke a thread of the power of the Eye of Agamotto, allowing exploration of events occurring within the next day. Each use consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, cooldown 3 days. Description: spiritual energy shaping is no longer limited to fixed forms. Any shape can be constructed at will, with 100 precision and strength limit increased to 300 of the current spiritual energy. Description: spiritual energy shaping is no longer limited to fixed forms. Any shape can be constructed at will, with 100 precision and strength limit increased to 300 of the current spiritual energy pool capacity. Lin Yuan's body trembled violently. He felt his spiritual energy pool being reforged. The compatibility number on the system panel stopped at 90. Host Realm, 2nd stage, 9th level. Lin Yuan sat on the ground drenched in sweat. Each breath carried a surge of spiritual energy, and the array between his hands was burning hot. Lin Yuan stood up, moving his shoulders that were stuck together with sweat. 2nd stage against 4th stage, crossing 2 major realms. A day ago he would have said it was hopeless. But 4th stage experts are not invincible. He now needed to verify the practical effects of this combination technique. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. Golden spiritual energy surged from his palm. A golden disc spinning rapidly appeared above his palm. The disc flew silently out, cutting into the mountain rock wall 20 meters away. The rock wall was sliced like butter by a hot knife. The disc advanced smoothly, leaving a clean and polished cut, until it penetrated 3 meters into the mountain before dissipating. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up. This attack power, coupled with the 250 damage bonus from soul ejection, could even withstand the liquid spiritual energy shield of a 4th stage expert. Of course, the premise was that he could first land the soul ejection. The reaction speed and spiritual perception range of a 4th stage expert were beyond that of a 2nd stage, and he had to complete the first strike before the opponent unleashed all their strength. Time probe, mirror space, soul ejection. The 3 moves in quick succession had an extremely low margin for error, but it was not without opportunity. He retracted his spiritual energy and checked the emotion points balance on the system panel. It was nearly depleted. Lin Yuan did not feel heartache. Emotion points could be earned again, and the competition was still ongoing. The audience for the national competition would only grow. As long as he continued to crush his opponents on the arena, the emotion points would eventually rise again. But 4th stage experts would not wait for him to gather enough emotion points. He closed the panel and opened the spark portal. Time to go back and sleep. Facing a strong enemy tomorrow, he needed to be well rested. After all, being well-rested meant that even in defeat, he wouldn't look too bad. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan chuckled. But he was certain he wouldn't lose. At 6 in the morning, the corridor of the competitors' dormitory in the provincial competition was still shrouded in it. Lin Yuan lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, repeatedly rehearsing the skill combinations he had devised the night. He turned over, preparing to catch a few more minutes of sleep, when his super hearing suddenly picked up a familiar rhythm of footsteps approaching from the end of the corridor. And Rand pushed open the door to the lounge, holding a silver gray metal case. Her expression was starkly different from when they had said goodbye last night. Last night, she had been poking him in the chest with her fingers, saying, "When have you ever listened to my advice?" Her tone had carried a sense of helplessness, but also trust. Now her face was full of worry, with dark circles under her eyes, clearly having had a sleepless night. "Why are you up so early? Take this." And Rand interrupted him, placing the metal case on the table and popping open the lock. Inside the case was custom shock-absorbing foam with a diamond-shaped crystal the size of a pigeon egg embedded in the center, radiating a translucent blue color with silver-white patterns flowing gently within. The fluctuation of spiritual energy emitted by the crystal made Lin Yuan's skin tingle slightly. What is this? A 4th-tier high-grade defensive spiritual artifact, a spiritual energy shield generator. And Rand took the crystal out of the foam slot, cradling it in her palm and presenting it to him. It can generate an automatically triggered spiritual energy shield around you, which will only shatter after enduring a full-force strike from a peak 4th-tier opponent. I called my family last night and had my father send it through emergency channels. You said you wouldn't call your dad last night. What I meant was that I wouldn't call him to use his connections to help you fend off the Han family. This is different. It's a matter of life and death. And Rand pressed the crystal into his hand, looking up at him. Han Feng said 4th-tier experts are arriving today. You mentioned last night that a 2nd tier against a 4th tier has no chance of winning. Even if you think of a plan all night, what can change in one night? She took a deep breath, her tone lowering slightly, but her words became increasingly urgent. I know you're strong. Everyone in the provincial competition thinks you're unfathomable. But 4th tier and 2nd tier are two different concepts. You could be taken out in an instant. This shield can at least withstand the first attack, buying you time to react. Lin Yuan looked down at the crystal in his palm. The cold edges pressed against his palm, and the speed of the silver-white patterns within quickened upon contact with his spiritual energy, as if coming to life. This thing must have cost you quite a bit of effort, huh? And Rand remained silent. If your family's political enemies found out you specifically arranged this. So what if they find out? And Rand crossed her arms, her fingers digging into the fabric of her upper arm. She was trying hard to maintain her usual calm, but the fatigue in her voice was undeniable. I told you last night that I would handle my family issues myself. You've done so much for me, and now a 4th-tier expert is coming for your life. You expect me to do nothing. Do you think I can manage that? Lin Yuan fell silent for a few seconds, closing his fingers around the crystal in his palm. He looked up at and Rand, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Thanks. And Rand let out a half sigh of relief. Keep it on you at all times. If you sense any unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy, you must immediately. And Rand. Lin Yuan interrupted her, his tone light. Even if I face a 4th-tier expert Hedon, now I might not necessarily lose. And Rand's voice caught in her throat. She stared at Lin Yuan's face for several seconds, her brow furrowing. What are you saying? A 2nd-tier level 5 against a 4th tier? Impossible. Lin Yuan didn't respond, simply placing the crystal back in the metal case, closing the lid, and standing up. He moved his shoulders, adjusted his breathing, and then opened the barrier deep within his dantian. Golden spiritual energy erupted from within him, and Rand's pupils suddenly constricted. As an glass summoner, her sensitivity to spiritual energy far exceeded that of her peers. She sensed something was amiss the moment Lin Yuan released his pressure. 2nd-tier level 9. There was no hiding the shock in her voice. When did you? Last night. Lin Yuan withdrew his pressure, the golden flame retracting back into his body. You said last night that one night couldn't change anything. This is the answer. And Rand stepped in front of him, reaching out to press her hand against his chest, directly probing into his meridians with her own spiritual energy for rapid sensing. This act was extremely overstepping among warriors, yet she did it without hesitation, and Lin Yuan didn't evade. After a few seconds, she withdrew her hand, looking at her fingertips, a slight movement at the corner of her mouth. That action began as if she wanted to say something serious, but couldn't hold it back, ultimately turning into a very light laugh. You always manage to surprise people. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her, surprised. Is that it? I thought you would ask how I did it. I didn't want to ask. But since the campus selection competition until now, what has happened to you that can be explained by common sense? She paused for a moment, looking up at him. So I didn't bother asking. 2nd-tier level 9 4th-tier spiritual artifact, plus your unknown contingencies, you might not necessarily lose against a 4th tier. She closed the metal case and pushed it back towards Lin Yuan. But I still suggest you take this with you as a double insurance. Lin Yuan nodded, placing the metal case into his storage ring. What about Han Feng? After returning to the lounge last night, he made 3 calls. I only heard the first one from the corridor. It was to Su Jingxing, and they said the 4th-tier expert would arrive by noon at the latest. I couldn't hear the contents of the latter 2 calls because they were too far away. This morning at 6 he received another call. After hanging up, his expression was very poor, as something must have gone awry. A setback. I don't know the specifics, but his expression this morning was dark and uncertain, as if his plans had been disrupted. Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Han Feng's worsening demeanor could either mean that Su Jingxing's side encountered resistance, or that there was a problem with the 4th-tier expert. He wasn't sure which it was, but in any case it gave him a bit more breathing room. You have a match today. Lin Yuan looked at it and ran. At 10 o'clock my opponent is a 2nd-tier level 2 enhancer. It'll be a breeze for me. And Rand walked to the door and turned back to look at him. Lin Yuan. After the knockout stage, the national competition will enter the top 16 phase, and the format will change to team competitions. No matter who your opponent is or who my opponent is, we must get on the stage together. She paused for a moment, her mouth curving into a genuine smile this time. So before that, don't die? Lin Yuan watched her leave the lounge, closing the door behind her, and stood by the door for a while. Although he had said that last line with a smile, the reality was that facing a 4th-tier expert as a 2nd-tier level 9 hinged on whether he could execute that combination technique before the opponent unleashed their full strength. Outside the corridor, Han Feng stood at the edge of the training ground, his phone pressed to his ear, shaking with rage. I don't care what problems you have over there, but by noon at the latest, if he arrives at the entrance of the competition area, I will go pick him up. My uncle's side can no longer suppress the disciplinary committee, the sooner the better. After hanging up the phone, Han Feng turned around, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Lin Yuan, are you ready to accept the grand gift coming your way? At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Yuan was accompanying Xia Ji in evasive training. The energy whip cracked against the floor, sparking golden flames as Xia Ji's figure darted through the shadows of the whip, a fine sheen of sweat already glistening on her forehead. The door to the training ground was kicked open. Han Feng stood at the entrance, followed by 7 or 8 team members from Tiannan No. 1 high school, and at the back was a middle-aged man in a dark gray robe. The man appeared to be in his early 40s with a lean face, high cheekbones, and his hands clasped behind his back. His pace was slow, but each step caused the training ground floor to tremble slightly. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Oh, I'm only targeting Lin Yuan. Han Feng's voice exploded in the training ground. Xiaji stopped and turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan retracted the energy whip and nodded at her. Xiaji hesitated for a moment, then turned and exited the training ground through the side door. The few competitors who had been training independently also stopped their discussions, buzzing like a disturbed beehive. Isn't that Han Feng? What is he doing bringing so many people? Look at the man in the gray robe behind him. I see the badge on his chest. 4th tier. How can there be 4th-tier warriors in the high school competition? Let's go quickly, don't stare. The crowd dispersed in a matter of seconds. Han Feng walked to the center of the training ground and stood beside the middle-aged man, arms crossed, a smile on his face that expressed the release of pressure built up over 2 days. Lin Yuan, I told you yesterday that my family's reinforcements are on their way. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the man in the gray robe, as if to introduce him. This is Mr. Duan Hong, a steward of the Han family, a 4th-tier level 3 warrior who has come specially from the provincial capital. Duan Hong nodded slightly, his expression neutral. Lin Yuan stood in place, his right hand still hanging by his side, fingers slightly spread, the golden spiritual energy in his palm not yet dissipated. He scrutinized Duan Hong. Lin Yuan, I have heard of you. In the national competition's first round, you defeated your opponent in 1 move, shattering Han Feng's sword. Your displayed strength during the assessment led the committee to hold a special meeting to discuss your professional characteristics. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, Mr. Duan has done his homework before coming here. It's only right, Duan Hong replied, putting his hands down by his side. I watched all your match footage, including the assessment recordings. To be frank, within the 2nd tier, you truly have no opponents. Han Feng's smile faltered for a moment. Duan Hong did not look at him, continuing, honestly, I haven't seen such an interesting young man in a long time. He took a step forward, the floor of the training ground creaking slightly beneath his feet. So after I arrived in the provincial capital, I didn't come directly to find you, but first went to the discipline committee. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Duan Hong's tone remained steady, as if stating a matter that did not concern him. Director Feng Ziyuan told me that the fact that Han Feng manipulated the matchup chart is established, and it is also basically confirmed that Su Zhongqing exploited his position to collaborate in the manipulation. The discipline committee will announce the preliminary investigation results early tomorrow morning. Han Feng's smile vanished completely. He abruptly turned to Duan Hong. Uncle Duan Yu. Han Feng. Duan Hong's tone showed no fluctuation, but the look he turned toward Han Feng made the latter swallow his words. What you did this time was too foolish. Han Feng opened his mouth, his face turning pale. Duan Hong turned back to Lin Yuan, his tone resuming its previous calmness. The manipulation of the matchup chart by Han Feng was his personal action, but it implicates the Han family's layout in the provincial education system. If the discipline committee's investigation results are announced tomorrow, not only will Su Zhongqing's dismissal be a minor issue, but the Han family will also face turmoil within the education bureau. He paused for a moment. So, I am here not to fight for Han Feng, but to clean up the mess for the Han family. So Lin Yuan, I'm offering you an opportunity. Duan Hong raised his right hand, fingers spread in the air palm. Join the Han family. The training ground fell silent for a moment. Han Feng's expression transformed from pale to one of disbelief. Uncle Duan, what are you saying? He is. Shut up. Duan Hong's voice remained calm, but Han Feng's lips seemed to be sewn shut, unable to utter a word. Lin Yuan, you are an orphan without a family background and no resources backing you. Your current strength is entirely built on your own efforts, but the national competition is just the beginning. When you enter the martial arts university and face higher levels of competition, you will find that without a family supporting you, relying solely on personal talent won't get you far. He took 2 steps forward, stopping in front of Lin Yuan. The Han family has been entrenched in the provincial education system for over a decade. While not a top-tier family, you should have already seen their resource allocation abilities within the province. If you join the Han family and admit to the previous false evidence, the Han family will intervene to coordinate the discipline committee's investigation results, and what you will gain is the full support of a family for your development. With your talent plus the Han family's resources, you can reach the 4th tier within 3 years. Han Feng's face had turned a shade of purplish red. He gritted his teeth, his fingers clenched into fists, but he did not dare to act. Lin Yuan looked at the open palm of Duan Hong, pausing in silence for a moment. Then he smiled. Mr. Duan, your offer is very tempting. Duan Hong's eyebrows raised slightly. However, I have a few questions to ask you. Please go ahead. First question regarding Han Feng's manipulation of the matchup chart, which almost led to my teammate's elimination in the first round of the national competition. How do you plan to handle this? Han Feng will apologize to you in person, and after the national competition concludes, he will voluntarily request a suspension for reflection. Second question, what do you think is an appropriate way to deal with the phone call from Su Zhengqin threatening me? Su Zhengqin can be demoted and reassigned. This is a price the Han family can accept. Lin Yuan nodded. Third question. He looked up, meeting Duan Hong's gaze, a habitual smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Do you think I'm foolish? Duan Hong's fingers slowly closed. Do you think I can't see through this? Lin Yuan's voice carried a hint of amusement. He genuinely felt that the so-called great families were not all that remarkable. In this situation, you must be joking with me. Your entire proposal is aimed at maximizing the interests of the Han family. What I gain is merely the resources you are willing to offer, while the Han family maintains their foundation in the officialdom. This is not recruitment, it's shoving a sugar-coated turd into my mouth. Han Feng's face turned from purplish red to ashen, and he stepped forward aggressively. Lin Yuan, you. Duan Hong's pupils began to constrict. So your answer is refusal. Duan Hong's tone grew cold. Yes, refusal. Lin Yuan's smile faded, his toes lightly tapping the floor as the golden spiritual energy erupted into a wave beneath him. The pressure of the 4th tier began to emanate from Duan Hong. Lin Yuan, the Han family offered you an olive branch, and you broke it and threw it back. Do you know what this means? Lin Yuan felt his internal spiritual energy beginning to disarray under the pressure of the 4th tier. Yet his lips still curled upward. It means it's time for you to take action. Duan Hong no longer hesitated and threw a punch. A humming sound echoed. His fist struck the spiritual energy shield. With this punch, the training ground's floor exploded in a web of cracks centered around Lin Yuan's feet. Yet Lin Yuan remained perfectly still. The diamond-shaped crystal on his chest erupted with blinding silver light, and the spiritual energy shield expanded hexagonal patterns at the impact point, spreading out in layers in all directions, absorbing all of Duan Hong's punch's force. Outside the door, a gasp of cold air arose. The onlooking contestants who had just stepped out hadn't gone far, and were all crowded at the entrance and windows of the training ground. Some held up their phones while others clung to the doorframe. 7 or 8 heads piled together, peering inside. A 4th tier attack was blocked. What is that thing on him? It's a spiritual energy shield. That's a 4th tier high-grade spiritual energy shield generator. Duan Hong retracted his fist and glanced down at his knuckles. He raised his head, staring at the crystal on Lin Yuan's chest for 2 seconds, then smiled. A 4th tier high-grade spiritual energy shield. It seems your class teammate treats you well. Lin Yuan stood behind the shield, looking at Duan Hong through the hexagonal patterns, a signature smile at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Duan, your punch is quite impressive as well. Duan Hong's smile faded for a moment. He lowered the other hand that was behind his back, letting both hands naturally hang at his sides, fingers slightly spread. Liquid spiritual energy surged from his palm, coalescing into a visible silver-gray flame at his fingertips. A 4th tier high-grade shield can indeed withstand one of my strikes, but do you know the weakness of such disposable spiritual artifacts? Lin Yuan remained silent. It can only withstand 1 hit. Duan Hong moved. This time it was not a single punch, but a series of strikes. His right fist struck the center of the shield, followed closely by his left fist hitting the same spot. Then came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th punches. Each punch accurately hit the intersection points of the hexagonal patterns, the silver-white light shifting from a bright flash to a wild flicker as fine cracks began to appear within the crystal. The astonished gasps at the entrance erupted. He's breaking the shield? Oh my, the speed of the 4th tier continuous strikes is too fast. Han Feng stood at the entrance, arms crossed, a smile returning to his face. When Duan Hong said he wanted to recruit Lin Yuan, he almost thought he had misheard. Now seeing Duan Hong continue to attack, the anxiety in his heart finally settled. Lin Yuan stared at the spreading cracks on the shield, tapping his tongue against his cheek. He did not retreat. Duan Hong was right. The spiritual energy shield could indeed only withstand 1 hit. But what Duan Hong did not know was that the shield given to him by Ran was a top-grade item among 4th-tier high-grade shields, and the so-called full-force strike referred to the full-force strike of a peak 4th tier. Duan Hong's 3rd-level 4th-tier continuous strikes could indeed dismantle it, but it required time. And time was exactly what he needed. As Duan Hong's 7th punch landed, the spiritual energy shield finally could not hold on. The silver-white light exploded into countless fragments, and the diamond-shaped crystal split in half, sliding down from Lin Yuan's collar and hitting the ground with a clang. The shield is broken. It's over. Lin Yuan has no shield. Duan Hong withdrew his fist, silver-gray flames swirling between his fingers. He looked at Lin Yuan, a hint of regret in his tone. Without a shield, a 2nd tier is still just a 2nd tier. They'll give you one last chance to join the Han family, and we can erase the previous matters. Lin Yuan tilted his head, moving his wrist that had been scratched by the shield fragments. Mr. Duan, you broke the shield that Ran gave me. So you made me indebted. Duan Hong's patience was completely exhausted. He stopped speaking, stepping forward with his right foot, causing the training grounds floor to collapse beneath him, creating a half-meter-wide pit. Liquid spiritual energy poured from his foot into the ground, and the cracks spread towards Lin Yuan's feet like living creatures. This was the true strength of a 4th-tier warrior. The density and quality of liquid spiritual energy were incomparable to 2nd-tier gaseous spiritual energy, but Duan Hong didn't even need to touch Lin Yuan. Just relying on the transmission of spiritual energy could shatter him. Han Feng's smile had stretched to his ears. Then he saw Lin Yuan raise his right hand. Golden spiritual energy surged from his palm, forming a rapidly spinning golden disc suspended above his hand. Duan Hong's brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, his body froze. Not only froze, but he felt his soul being forcefully pulled out of his body by an irresistible force. His vision split into 2 layers instantly. One layer was from the perspective of his body, seeing the golden disc in Lin Yuan's palm. The other layer was from the perspective of his soul, seeing his translucent soul being dragged out, hovering above his body. The soul strike was executed. Moreover, it was a master-level soul strike affecting all targets within a radius of 20 meters simultaneously. The 7 or 8 people watching outside felt a wave of dizziness at the same time, although the main target of the soul strike was not them. As the residual wave passed, everyone glimpsed their own translucent shadow flash before their eyes. Duan Hong's soul was completely expelled from his body. Taking advantage of his opponent being immobilized, Lin Yuan moved. The golden disc flew from his palm, trailing a golden streak through the air, heading straight for Duan Hong's chest. Duan Hong's liquefied spiritual energy shield automatically expanded in front of his chest, densely forming a semi-transparent wall of silver-gray light. This was the instinctive defense of a 4th-tier warrior, requiring no conscious control. The spiritual energy would automatically protect the host. But the angle at which the disc entered was too tricky. It did not directly collide with the shield, but sliced in from a weak point at the edge of the shield. Master-level energy manipulation with 100 precision was no joke. In terms of spiritual energy, shaping Lin Yuan's current level had already exceeded what a 4th tier could comprehend. The disc pierced through the shield, cutting into Duan Hong's chest cavity. Duan Hong's body arched sharply, the golden disc emerging from his back, spewing forth a mist of blood before dissipating into the air as it exhausted its spiritual energy. In that same moment, his soul was pulled back into his body, the stiffness ending, but it was already too late. Duan Hong glanced down at the penetrating wound in his chest. The edges of the wound were charred, and the residual golden spiritual energy continued to corrode into the tissue. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all that came up was a mouthful of blood. He fell backward. The training ground trembled. The screams at the entrance sounded like an exploding oil pot. Is he dead? A 4th-tier warrior was killed by a 2nd tier. What was that move just now? A soul attack. Han Feng's arms that were crossed in front of his chest dropped down, the smile on his face freezing. He stared at Duan Hong's body lying on the ground, lips moving several times without a sound. Lin Yuan retracted his right hand, the golden spiritual energy flickering at his fingertips one last time before extinguishing completely. He looked at Duan Hong's corpse, his expression calm. You were right, a 4th tier is indeed not something a 2nd tier can handle. But that refers to them, not me. Lin Yuan bent down, picking up the diamond-shaped crystal that had split in half from the ground, cradling it in his palm for 2 seconds before placing it into his pocket. He turned around, and the crowd outside was dumbfounded. Duan Hong's corpse lay on the floor, the charred, penetrating wound in his chest still oozing blood. Han Feng stared at the lifeless body, his lips moving for a long time without uttering a single word. His brain felt as though someone had forcibly pressed the pause button. Lin Yuan looked at Han Feng. Han Feng took a step back. That step harshly yanked him back to reality from his shock. Lin Yuan. Han Feng's voice trembled. He cleared his throat, trying to steady his voice, but it felt as though his vocal cords were being choked, each word escaping him in a broken tone. You killed Duan Hong. Lin Yuan didn't pause. He is from the Han family. I know. He took another 2 steps closer. Han Feng retreated another step, his heel colliding with the steps at the entrance of the training ground, causing him to wobble dangerously close to falling. He turned back to see Lin Yuan only a few steps away. His expression twisted through anger, fear, and a near collapse in just a few seconds. Suddenly he knelt down. Lin Yuan, I beg you. Han Feng knelt on the ground, his knees striking the hard floor of the training ground with a muffled thud. His eyes reddened, his lips trembled as he struggled to form words. I was wrong. I shouldn't have manipulated the match schedule. I shouldn't have troubled you. I shouldn't have called Duan Hong here. Please spare me this time. I promise the Han family won't cause you any trouble again. Han Feng. Lin Yuan stood before him, looking down, his signature smirk curving his lips. What did you say to me yesterday? Han Feng's voice was caught in his throat. You told me to try when a 4th-year expert stood in front of me. He squatted down to meet Han Feng's gaze at eye level. I tried. Your 4th-year expert is lying there. Now it's your turn. Han Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw 2 dark red lights flicker in Lin Yuan's eyes. Dark red thermal rays shot from his eyes, directly piercing Han Feng's right shoulder. Han Feng's scream erupted in the training ground, high-pitched enough that several girls at the entrance covered their ears. The heat ray penetrated his right shoulder blade, burning a hole the width of a thumb. Lin Yuan retracted his thermal gaze and stood up. Han Feng knelt on the ground, holding his right shoulder with his left hand, trembling all over. Sweat and tears mixed together, dripping from his chin onto the floor, his lips pale as he emitted intermittent sobs. This hit was for what you owe, and ran. Lin Yuan turned around, looking at the group of Tian Yizhong teammates by the entrance. 7 or 8 of them simultaneously took a step back. You came with Han Feng. No one dared to respond. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over their faces one by one. Some were trembling, some had shaking legs, and the youngest-looking teammate had red eyes, his lips moving as if trying to say something, but unable to produce any sound. Lin Yuan took 2 steps towards them. Suddenly one of them edged half a step sideways, creating distance from his. It was a tall and thin individual. His expression flickered with a glimmer of inspiration amidst his fear. Then he did something no one expected. He abruptly raised his right fist and shouted loudly, Lin Yuan is amazing. The training ground fell silent both inside and out. Even Han Feng, who knelt on the ground, clutching his shoulder, stopped his sobbing, incredulously looking up at his teammate. The tall and thin individual noticed everyone was watching him, his face turning beet red, but his hand movements did not falter. He took a step forward, raised his fist again, and shouted even louder. Lin Yuan is amazing. Han Feng is a jerk for manipulating the match schedule. We've long been dissatisfied with him. Someone in the crowd at the entrance couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. That laugh was like poking a hornet's nest. The remaining few from Tian Yizhong exchanged glances, then, like a synchronized switch, they all raised their right fists. Lin Yuan is amazing. Han Feng deserves it. We were unaware when he manipulated the matches. Yes. We didn't know. It was all Han Feng's doing. Lin Yuan's strength is crushing. Rightfully so. 7 or 8 of them began to shout in unison, creating chaos like an auction scene. Han Feng knelt on the ground, blood from his right shoulder flowing down between his fingers, his eyes fixed on that tall and thin individual, his lips trembling for a long time, but only managing to squeeze out a few words. You son of a... Shut up. The tall and thin individual sternly interrupted him, then turned to Lin Yuan, his expression instantly shifting to one of flattery. Lin Yuan, we were truly coerced by him. Please show mercy. Lin Yuan looked at him, his lips twitching slightly. He was genuinely speechless. The speed at which these people flipped sides was unprecedented for him. He felt no sense of relief or achievement, only that this scene was absurdly amusing. All right. Lin Yuan raised his hand, interrupting the chorus of loyalty. The Tian Yizhong members immediately fell silent, standing straight, like a row of elementary school students waiting to be called on. Lin Yuan pointed at Han Feng, who was still kneeling. Take him away. The tall and thin individual was momentarily stunned. Take him away. What do you want him to spend the night here? No. The tall and thin individual hurriedly signaled to 2 people beside him, and the 3 of them clumsily lifted Han Feng off the ground. As Han Feng was pulled up, the movement tugged at his right shoulder wound, causing him to emit a muffled scream, his face as pale as paper. The 3 of them supported Han Feng as they headed for the exit. The remaining few from Tian Yizhong exchanged glances, then bowed in unison to Lin Yuan, hurrying out after them. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded. Lin Yuan looked at the entrance, watching the group of onlookers still clustered around the doorframe, and clicked his tongue. Have you seen enough? The onlookers simultaneously took a step back, but no one really left. Phones were still recording, with several being held higher than before, afraid of missing anything. Lin Yuan, what was that soul attack called? Will you face retaliation from the Han family for killing a 4th-year? Who gave you that shield? Was it your teammate and ran? The questions bombarded him like a rapid-fire barrage. Lin Yuan didn't answer a single one, walking over to close the door of the training ground. The moment the door closed, he heard the uproar outside, erupting even louder than before. Did you see that? A 4th-year martial artist was taken out in one move. Did you record it? Hurry and send it out. This is definitely the biggest upset in the history of the national competition. And Ran wasn't at the scene. What would her reaction be if she knew Lin Yuan took down Han Feng for her? Did you notice? Lin Yuan wasn't even injured. He only made one move against the 4th tier. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. Lin Yuan leaned against the door listening to the discussions outside, a smirk tugging at his lips. He lowered his head to pull up the system panel. His emotional value was wildly bouncing. After a night of consumption, it had all been replenished and even increased significantly. But Lin Yuan had no mood to count. He raised his head looking at the corpse of Duan Hong in the center of the training ground. A 4th-tier martial artist dying in the provincial competition training ground could not be hidden. The onlookers outside had already recorded the video, and within 10 minutes the entire provincial competition would know. The Han family would know as well, and from here on it was just a matter of how they would respond. The door closed behind him, leaving only the corpses of Lin Yuan and Duan Hong in the training ground. Outside in the corridor, whispers still lingered as Lin Yuan leaned against the door and listened for a moment, then lowered his head to look at the cracked diamond crystal he held in his hand. The 4th-grade high-quality energy shield that Ran had given him was shattered completely. He put the crystal fragments into his pocket, pushed open the side door of the training ground, and circled back to the lounge through the contestant passage. Half an hour later, Ran pushed the door open. She had obviously just finished competing, still in her training outfit with her hair sticking to her forehead from sweat. The first thing she did upon entering was not to speak, but to walk around Lin Yuan, her gaze sweeping from the top of his head to the soles of his feet and back again. You weren't hurt. Lin Yuan spread his hands for her to see. And Ran stared at him for several seconds, then took a deep breath, pulling down the zipper of his training suit halfway, revealing an old scar beneath his collarbone that hadn't completely faded. She was trying hard to calm her breathing, but the rising and falling of her chest betrayed her. Duan Hong was a 4th-grade level 3. You are 2nd-grade level 9. You killed a 4th-grade level 3 martial artist, and you didn't even get a scratch on you. And Ran zipped up the jacket again, crossing her arms, her fingers digging into the fabric of her upper arm. What else are you hiding? Lin Yuan tilted his head and smiled. Didn't you say you were too lazy to ask? That was yesterday, or I still thought that 2nd-grade level 9 was your biggest trump card. And Ran walked up to him, looking up at him. Lin Yuan, a 4th grade isn't something a 2nd grade can handle. The shield I gave you could only withstand one hit. After that you'd have to face all of his strength alone. When I came out of the competition, I heard the news and my legs went weak. She paused for a moment. Then they told me Duan Hong was dead, and you were fine. Lin Yuan took out the 2 cracked crystal pieces from his pocket and held them in his palm, offering them to her. The shield broke, so I'm returning this to you. And Ran looked down at the 2 crystal fragments. The silvery internal patterns had completely dimmed, resembling 2 ordinary shards of glass. She reached out, touched a fragment with her fingertip, then withdrew her hand. I didn't come to ask for the shield. I know. Lin Yuan put the shards back into his pocket. You came to check if I was missing an arm or a leg. Did you see? And Ran was momentarily taken aback by his words, her expression wrestling between worry and helplessness before she finally sighed. You came to check if I was missing an arm or a leg. Did you see? And Ran was momentarily taken aback by his words, her expression wrestling between worry and Han Feng brought a 4th grade to ambush you, and you took it all on by yourself, and after it all you didn't even show me your wounds. I don't know whether to be happy or angry. Be happy. Winning is ultimately a good thing. And Ran rolled her eyes at him. She was about to say something when her phone in her pocket suddenly started vibrating wildly. Not just her phone, Lin Yuan's phone, and those of other contestants outside in the corridor, all started ringing almost simultaneously. And Ran pulled out her phone and swiped the screen. Her expression changed. You need to see this. Lin Yuan leaned closer. On the screen was a video filmed from the entrance of the training ground, showing the entire process of Lin Yuan's duel with Duan Hong. The view count had already surpassed 1 million. The comments section was like an exploded oil pot. What the hell? A 2nd grade killing a 4th grade? What kind of monster is this? Previously I thought he was just lucky to come out and take a beating. Is this luck? This is called overwhelming strength, okay? I'm from Tian, Niner. I used to think Han Feng lost unfairly, but now I just want to say that Han Feng's whole family should be dealt with. You should see Lin Yuan's expression after the shield broke. He was actually smiling. Insider information, Han Feng manipulated the match schedule, which has been confirmed by the disciplinary committee. The 4th grade was brought in to take revenge, but ended up being killed in return. And Ran turned the phone screen towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took a look, his tongue moving away from his cheek as he clicked his tongue. The netizens this time are really quick. You still have the energy to joke around. And Ran put the phone away, her expression becoming serious. Lin Yuan, do you know what this means? It means I've become famous. It means the national competition officials can no longer pretend they didn't see it. And Ran walked to the window and pulled the curtain open a crack. Outside the training ground, a crowd had gathered, including contestants, coaches, and several staff members in committee uniforms maintaining order. A fourth-grade martial artist dying in the competition area is not a trivial matter. The Han family has been rooted in the provincial education system for over a decade, and Duan Hong was a formally registered martial artist. The officials will definitely come looking for you. Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the two crystal fragments in his pocket. He knew Rand's judgment was correct. Duan Hong was not a random martial artist, he was a registered outer steward of the Han family. During the national competition, a murder occurring in the competition area, especially involving a fourth grade, is something the committee cannot ignore. But he had no regrets. When Han Feng brought Duan Hong to ambush him, no one cared whether he was second grade or fourth grade. If he had been the one lying on the ground today, Han Feng would have only sneered and turned away. It was only a matter of time before the officials came looking for me. Lin Yuan stood up, walked to Rand's side, and glanced outside through the crack in the curtain. The number of people in the corridor was increasing. Some were raising their phones to take pictures in the direction of the lounge, while others were whispering to each other. But I don't think they will come looking for me right now. Rand frowned. Why? Because the public opinion has just turned around. Lin Yuan pointed to the people outside holding their phones. Now the internet is full of people speaking for me, saying that Duan Hong was a fourth-grade thug sent by the Han family to ambush me, and that Han Feng's manipulation of the match schedule has already been confirmed by the disciplinary committee. Under these circumstances, if the officials come looking for me, it would be equivalent to going against public opinion. He paused for a moment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't forget, behind the national competition is the Ministry of Education. What they care about most isn't the life or death of some fourth-grade martial artist, but the credibility of the competition. The incident about Han Feng manipulating the match schedule has already damaged credibility. Now public sentiment is on my side. They want actively seek out trouble for themselves. Rand stared at him for a while. Did you think of all this before you fought? Lin Yuan didn't answer, but the curve of his lips said it all. Rand looked at his smiling face, and for some reason suddenly felt much more at ease. Suddenly a rush of footsteps echoed from outside the corridor. The murmurs of the crowd quieted down within seconds. Rand pulled open the curtain and looked outside through the gap. 3 people were approaching from the other end of the corridor. 3 people walked down the corridor. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with gray hair, dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit with a badge that Lin Yuan had never seen pinned to his chest. Following him were a man and a woman. The contestants gathered in the corridor automatically stepped aside, clearing a path. Someone whispered in astonishment, "That's Yuan Chonghai, vice chairman of the National Competition Organizing Committee. Why is he here in person?" The person behind him is Zhou Bingwen, the executive director of the Discipline Committee. Oh, I've seen his photo on the official website. The knocking on the door sounded steady 3 times. Lin Yuan opened the door. Yuan Chonghai stood at the entrance, taller than when seen from the other end of the corridor, approximately 1 meter 90, broad-shouldered with his gray hair neatly combed. He looked down at Lin Yuan, his gaze carrying the unique scrutiny of someone who has held a high position for a long time. Lin Yuan, contestant. That's me. I am Yuan Chonghai, vice chairman of the National Competition Organizing Committee. This is Zhou Bingwen, the executive director of the Discipline Committee, and this is Shun Lan, a special commissioner from the Supervision Institute. Zhou Bingwen adjusted his glasses and nodded slightly. Shun Lan said nothing. Her gaze swept over Lin Yuan and settled on Rand before turning back. Yuan Chonghai raised his hand, pointing into the room. Is it convenient to discuss inside? Lin Yuan stepped aside. The 3 entered in single file. The lounge was small, and with 5 people suddenly squeezed in it felt a bit cramped. Rand stood by the window, her arms crossed, fingers gripping the fabric of her upper arms. Lin Yuan leaned against the armrest of the sofa, his hands in his pockets. Yuan Chonghai did not sit. He stood in the center of the room, looking down at Lin Yuan. You killed Duan Hong. Yes. A 4th level 3rd rank, a registered martial artist, and outer sect steward of the Han family. Yuan Chonghai's tone showed no fluctuation. Did you know his identity when you killed him? Shh. Yes. He turned around and extended his hand towards Zhou Bingwen. Zhou Bingwen quickly pulled out a document from his folder and handed it over. Yuan Chonghai placed the document on the coffee table and pushed it towards Lin Yuan. Take a look. Lin Yuan picked up the document and opened it. It was an incident investigation report. The report recounted everything that happened in the training grounds this afternoon from start to finish. The conclusion on the last page stated, upon investigation, contestant Lin Yuan was attacked by Han Feng in collusion with the 4th level martial artist Duan Hong on the training ground, which constitutes legitimate self-defense and does not constitute a violation. Below it were the red official seal of the Discipline Committee and the blue co-signature seal of the Supervision Institute. Lin Yuan closed the document and looked up at Yuan Chonghai. Yuan Chonghai stood across the coffee table with his hands behind his back, his gray eyebrows slightly raised. Have you finished reading? I have. Is there anything you would like to say? Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. He was genuinely satisfied with the official handling speed this time, at least much faster than he remembered from his past life. More efficient than I anticipated. Zhou Bingwen coughed lightly beside him, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses crinkling, as if holding back a smile. Shenlan spoke up. Contestant Lin Yuan, this investigation conclusion was jointly issued by the Discipline Committee and the Supervision Institute, and it holds final authority. You are not responsible for Duan Hong's death. She paused for a moment, her gaze lingering on Lin Yuan's face. But I have a question on behalf of the Supervision Institute. Please ask. Before you killed Duan Hong, did he offer you any recruitment conditions? Lin Yuan did not expect her to ask this. He froze for a moment, and then nodded. He asked me to join the Han family. How did you respond? I refused. Shenlan's lips twitched slightly. This incident involving the Han family is not just about manipulating the match list. Duan Hong, as a registered martial artist, was dispatched by the Han family to carry out an ambush on contestants during the national competition. The nature of this matter has changed. She withdrew her gaze, her tone returning to a cold, official demeanor. The Supervision Institute will continue to investigate the Han family's violations in the provincial education system. Su Jingqing has already been suspended, and after the preliminary investigation conclusion from the Discipline Committee is announced tomorrow, more people will be implicated. Lin Yuan leaned against the armrest of the sofa, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the two pieces of crystal fragments in his pocket. When he refused Su Jingqing earlier, he knew that the Han family had been entrenched in the provincial education system for over a decade, and a single recording would not be enough to bring them down. But now, with the Supervision Institute intervening, the nature of the issue had transformed into a family power interfering with the safety and order of the national competition. This was no longer just his concern. Yuan Chonghai spoke up. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked up. The conclusion of the Supervision Institute and the Discipline Committee regarding your killing of Duan Hong has been settled. You need not worry any longer. Yuan Chonghai stepped forward, looking down at Lin Yuan, the shadow of his gray hair falling across Lin Yuan's face. But I need to remind you of something. You mean to say that the Han family won't let this go so easily? The Han family has been entrenched in the provincial education system for over a decade. Those in higher positions can still do many things before the Supervision Institute clarifies the matter. Lin Yuan looked into Yuan Chonghai's eyes, still smiling. Are you warning me to be cautious of the Han family's retaliation? It is more than just a warning. Yuan Chonghai straightened up, placing his hands behind his back. I am also informing you that as long as you remain in the national competition, your safety is the responsibility of the competition officials. However, if anyone dares to act against you in the arena, your right to retaliate is unlimited. He paused for a moment. This is the greatest guarantee I can give you. Lin Yuan sprang up from the armrest of the sofa, standing up straight. The joy on his face was uncontrollable. Thank you, Chairman Yuan. Yuan Chonghai waved his hand and turned to walk towards the door. Zhou Bingwen and Shenlan followed him out, their footsteps gradually fading in the corridor. The lounge fell silent, and Ran walked over from the window, looking down at the investigation report on the coffee table. She reached out to flip to the last page, staring at the red official seal for several seconds. With the Supervision Institute intervening, the Han family is truly finished this time. Lin Yuan leaned back against the sofa, exhaling deeply. Did you hear what Yuan Chonghai said just now? I heard. And Ran placed the report back on the coffee table and sat down across from Lin Yuan. Her expression was calm, but Lin Yuan noticed that she finally relaxed her fingers that had been gripping her phone. He mentioned that the Han family will retaliate next. Are you afraid? Lin Yuan tilted his head. What do you think? Pretend I didn't ask. And Ran leaned back against the chair, gazing at the ceiling with a smile curling at her lips. With the Supervision Institute investigating, the Han family is too busy to care for themselves. You only need to focus on the competition from now on. However, your killing of Duan Hong is likely already going viral online. Everyone will be watching you. We can only take it one step at a time. What else can we do? The national competition proceeded as usual. Lin Yuan stood by the arena waiting for the referee to call his name, while several competitors unconsciously shifted half a step away from him. He noticed this, but said nothing, simply stuffing his hands into his pockets and shrugging in mild boredom. The match was a 32-16 elimination round. The referee called out Lin Yuan's name, and the opposing contestant from the Northern Division was momentarily stunned before doing something that silenced the entire venue. I concede. The referee's pen hovered in midair. Are you sure? Absolutely. The contestant had already turned to leave the stage, taking a few steps before pausing to glance back at Lin Yuan, his lips moving before he finally managed to utter a single sentence. I just don't want to waste everyone's time. The audience erupted in an uproar. Another concession. How many? Since the knockout rounds began, Lin Yuan hasn't had a serious fight at all. If you're so capable, why don't you try? He already defeated a fourth tier. How can these second-tier fighters compete? Lin Yuan stood on the arena, watching his opponent's figure vanish into the contestant passage. He raised a hand to scratch the back of his head and looked at the referee. The referee cleared his throat, jotted down a few words on the record board, and then announced Lin Yuan's advancement to the top 16. After leaving the arena, Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, watching the next match unfold. Two second-tier level 5 contestants were engaged in an intense clash, the sound of energy collisions echoing throughout the training hall, with the cheers from the audience rising and falling in waves. That match was what the audience wanted to see. In contrast, his match merely showed one contestant raising their hand to concede, and then Lin Yuan standing on the stage for 3 minutes before being declared the winner. The entire process was so boring that some people began to scroll through their phones. 16-8. Lin Yuan's opponent was the third-ranked contestant from the Southern Division, a level 7 second-tier enhancer. After stepping onto the stage, that contestant didn't concede immediately. He flexed his wrists and spiritual energy coalesced into a pale blue flame around his fist, staring at Lin Yuan for a long while. I won't concede. Lin Yuan nodded. All right. I know you defeated a fourth-tier, but I still want to express. After finishing his words, that contestant suddenly pushed off the ground, transforming into a blue shadow rushing toward Lin Yuan. The cheers from the audience instantly heightened by several degrees. Lin Yuan stood his ground. The energy whip traced an arc in the air, striking precisely at the contestant's spiritual energy shield. The shield shattered with a crack, and the blue flames exploded into countless fragments. The contestant's body flipped in midair, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. I concede. The contestant gasped, raising both hands. The cheers from the audience came to an abrupt halt. One move, another move. That was too quick, right? It's not that he's weak, it's Lin Yuan who is just too outrageous. No one within the second tier can test his limits anymore. Lin Yuan retracted the energy whip and walked over to help the contestant up from the ground. Nice attitude. The contestant was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile, brushing off the dust on his clothes before jumping down from the stage. 8-4. Opponent concedes. 4-2. Opponent concedes. Lin Yuan stood on the semifinal stage, facing the empty opponent's seat, turning to look at the referee. The referee had become accustomed to this, expressionless as he wrote down the result on the record board. The murmurs from the audience were no longer filled with excitement, but rather a restless frustration. 2 consecutive concessions. Is this how I get to the finals? I bought a ticket to watch a match, and this is it. You can't really blame the opponents, who would want to go up and take a beating. That's true, but this is just too uninteresting. I heard someone online is calling him the most boring champion of the national competition, and do you think it fits? Lin Yuan's exceptional hearing caught every word. He stood on the stage, his mouth twitching. The most boring. This nickname was unfamiliar to him before, but upon reflection, it wasn't without reason. He had won every match without having a proper fight. Lin Yuan stepped down from the stage. Several reporters stood at the corridor exit holding up their phones and charged toward him as soon as they saw him. Lin Yuan, what are your thoughts on your opponents conceding twice in a row? Will you also face concessions in the finals? Some people online say your matches are too boring. Do you have a response? Lin Yuan did not stop his footsteps, but the last question made him slightly tilt his head. I also find it quite boring. The reporters were taken aback. Lin Yuan said nothing more, pushing open the door to the lounge and closing it behind him. And Ran was sitting calmly on the sofa, a stack of documents spread across her lap, looking up as he entered. Congratulations on reaching the finals. Congratulations for what? I didn't even lift a finger. Lin Yuan plopped down on the couch across from her, leaning back against the sofa and staring at the ceiling. 2 consecutive concessions. The audience now calls me the most boring champion. And Rand's lips curved slightly. Do you mind, E? I don't mind, it's just a bit. How should I put it, a sense of disparity? Lin Yuan rested his hands behind his head. And Rand closed the documents and placed them on the coffee table. That's because the video of you defeating Duan Hong spread too widely. Now everyone knows you're invincible within the second tier, so it's strange they don't concede. Should I be blamed for that? Meanwhile, in a city 1,300 kilometers away from the provincial competition area, in a windowless conference room, a large screen on the wall was playing the video of Lin Yuan killing Duan Hong. The man seated at the head of the conference table pressed the pause button. There were 5 other people in the room, 3 men and 2 women, all aged between 30 and 50, dressed plainly with no identifiable markings. What do you all think? A short-haired woman sitting to the left replied. In front of her was a laptop, the screen filled with a dense array of data annotations. A level 9 second tier crossing over to kill a level 3 fourth tier. According to records, he possesses quite a few abilities. The short-haired woman paused, her fingers tapping on the keyboard. The probability of these abilities appearing in a single individual should be 0. But the fact is he has achieved. A middle-aged man sitting to the right spoke up. A faded scar ran across his left eyebrow, moving in tandem with his brow as he spoke. The National Competition Organizing Committee has classified him as having special occupational characteristics, but everyone knows that's just a way to fool the outsiders. The man at the head rewound the video and played it again. His gaze was fixed firmly on the golden disc in Lin Yuan's right hand. The precision and strength of energy shaping have already surpassed what a second tier can comprehend. So what do you mean? The scarred man leaned forward slightly. The man at the head remained silent for a moment before turning off the video, the screen reverting to a standby gray. This Lin Yuan is more special than any subject we've previously assessed. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it over the 5 people on either side of the conference table. Notify the observation team to prioritize contact with him, but continue to observe without exposing ourselves before formal contact. The man at the head stood up, walking over to the wall and gazing at the still image on the large screen. Lin Yuan's profile, illuminated by golden spiritual energy, bore a faint smile, as if teasing. 18 years old, a second tier, killing a 4th tier. He stroked his chin. Interesting. On the semi-final stage, Ran stood across from her opponent, her breath already in disarray. Her opponent Tang Guo was a dark horse from the Southern Division, a 2nd tier level 6 with the rare profession of a sound mage. Tang Guo wielded a silver-white tuning fork as her weapon. Each strike unleashed visible sound waves that resonated, prompting the audience within 30 meters to don soundproof earplugs provided by the organizers. As Ran endured the 3rd wave of sonic impact, her old injury flared up. Although the dark injury had mostly healed, there were moments of delay in her meridians when her spiritual power surged. This issue was unnoticeable during regular training, but in a semi-final match at this level, a momentary delay could be fatal. Tang was struck down with her 4th blow, and Ran's body swayed, propelled backward 3 meters by the sound wave, her back colliding against the protective ropes at the edge of the stage. She grasped the protective rope with one hand to stabilize herself, gathering her spiritual power into a faint golden flame in her palm, preparing to forcefully summon her spirit once more. The flame flickered but did not take shape. The referee raised his hand, looking at Ran. She released her grip on the protective rope, standing at the edge of the stage, her chest rising and falling several times before nodding at the referee. I concede. Tang Guo lowered her tuning fork and bowed to Ran. Sweat beaded on her forehead, clearly indicating that the victory had not been easily won. As Ran stepped off the stage, she stumbled slightly in the contestant passage, her knuckles pale from clenching tightly. Lin Yuan approached from the passage, and she looked up to see him, forcing a slight smile. Reaching the top, for isn't good enough. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue, swallowing back the comforting words that had come to his lips. Ran did not seek consolation. He pulled a clean towel from his pocket and handed it to her. Ran accepted the towel, pressing it against the back of her neck as they walked side by side toward the resting room, neither saying a word. 2 consecutive forfeits from opponents had drained the audience's patience. Some even bought tickets for the finals, but did not show up. The referee announced both names, and Tang Guo emerged from the opposite contestant passage, still gripping. 2 consecutive forfeits from opponents had drained the audience's patience. Some even bought tickets for the finals, but did not show up. The referee announced both names, and Tang Guo emerged from the opposite contestant passage, still gripping her silver-white tuning fork. She took a deep breath on the stage, and then did something that stunned the entire audience. She bowed to Lin Yuan at a 90-degree angle. Whispers erupted in the audience. What is she doing? You can't bow like that before the match, can you? Tang was straightened up, holding the tuning fork in front of her with both hands. When she spoke, her voice carried a noticeable tension. Lin Yuan, I need to apologize to you before stepping on stage. During the provincial training, I privately discussed you with a few teammates. I mentioned that your rise might be due to luck, and that your profession, while unique, might not be stable. She paused, her voice trembled slightly. It wasn't until I saw your video defeating Duan Hong that I realized how foolish my earlier comments were. Laughter erupted from the audience. Ignoring the laughter, Tang Guo continued. After watching, I felt that what I said before was too dumb, so standing here today, my first act is to apologize to you. Tang Guo bowed again, then looked up, her eyes shining with a mix of admiration and nervousness. I am not here to concede. I know you will surely win. But I want to test just how strong it is to defeat a 4th-tier warrior as a 2nd tier with 2 major realms between us. All right, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. The referee announced the start of the match. Tang Guo raised her tuning fork and struck down with her first blow. The sound waves formed visible silver ripples in the air, pushing toward Lin Yuan in concentric circles. Lin Yuan formed a semi-transparent arc-shaped shield in front of him. The instant the sound waves struck the shield, they were smoothly deflected to the sides, and Lin Yuan did not move an inch. Tang was pupils constricted as she took a deep breath and plunged the tuning fork into the ground. This was her strongest strike. The ultimate skill of a sound mage, resonance domain. The air within a 5-meter radius around the tuning fork began to vibrate violently, creating intricate patterns of dust on the ground. She intended to trap Lin Yuan within the resonance range of this domain, forcing him to act defensively. Lin Yuan did indeed move. He took a step forward, raising his right hand to condense a rapidly spinning golden disc in his palm. The disc flew silently, severing the silver-white tuning fork in half. The resonance domain collapsed instantly, and Tang Guo was pushed back 3 steps by the residual recoil, landing on the stage. Sitting on the stage floor, she looked at the half of the tuning fork left in her hand, her lips moving several times before she raised her gaze to Lin Yuan. Her eyes were slightly red. Just one strike, still just one strike. Lin Yuan retracted his right hand, and walked over to help Tang Guo up from the ground. After standing up, Tang Guo brushed off the dust from her pants and looked up at Lin Yuan. She took a deep breath and a faint blush suddenly appeared on her face. "Senior Lin Yuan," she said. "Moi, can I hug you for a moment?" After making this request, her ears turned as red as blood, but her eyes remained fixed on Lin Yuan. "Just for a moment, as a fan benefit." A loud whistle rang out from the audience. Lin Yuan glanced at her and then opened his arms. Tang would dove into his embrace, giving him a tight hug before releasing him and running off the stage. After a couple of steps, she stopped to wave at Lin Yuan, her face alight with a broad smile. The referee cleared his throat, recorded the results on the board, and announced Lin Yuan as the national competition champion. Lin Yuan stepped off the stage and pushed open the door to the resting room. And Ran sat on the sofa, a stack of documents spread across her lap, but her gaze was not on the papers. She looked up at Lin Yuan, her expression calm, her tone equally composed. "Are you happy?" "It's all right, just another strike, not much challenge." "I wasn't asking about the match." And Ran closed the documents and placed them on the coffee table, crossing her arms with a faint smile. "That girl apologized to you on stage and wanted to hug you off stage, a fan benefit. Are you happy?" Lin Yuan set down the water bottle, tilting his head to look at Ran. "You're not jealous, are you?" And Ran's expression froze for a moment. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, then she abruptly turned her face away, her ears visibly flushing from pale to light red and then to deep crimson. "I am not. Your ears are red." "They are not red." And Ran turned back and punched him lightly on the shoulder. The punch landed firmly on his shoulder, and Lin Yuan let out a muffled grunt. After throwing the punch, Ran withdrew her hand, averting her gaze, as she took a deep breath, trying to regain her calm tone. "I just think that girl is rather cute. Apologizing in front of you shows sincerity, which is nice." Lin Yuan leaned against the sofa's armrest, intertwining his hands behind his head, watching Ran. "When she said those words on stage, I was thinking of another person, as she gave me a spiritual shield." And Ran tilted her head to look out the window, her ears growing even redder. And Ran turned back to meet Lin Yuan's gaze, the corners of her lips curving once more. "What are the plans after the— Well, wait for the notice, but we can take this time to wander around." "All right." The day after the national competition finals, the award ceremony was held at the main gymnasium of the provincial competition area. Lin Yuan stood on the highest level of the podium, looking down as the staff draped the gold medal around his neck. The weight of the gold medal was heavier than he had imagined. The ribbon was bright red, edged with the emblem of the national. There were sparse spectators in the audience, less than half of the seats filled. The applause was quite loud, but compared to the thunderous cheers during the finals, this was merely an afterthought. He glanced at the audience. The continuous forfeits by his opponents had dulled the spectators' spirits, and many left right after the finals. Those who remained to watch the awards were either true fans or reporters waiting for interviews. Tang was stood on the second-place podium to his right, wearing a silver medal, secretly glancing at him. And Ran stood on the third-place podium, her gaze fixed ahead, her expression as calm as ever, but Lin Yuan noticed that her posture was a bit tenser than usual. The award presenter shook hands with each winner, and when it was Lin Yuan's turn, the old gentleman with graying hair held his hand a moment longer, smiling, as he said, "You are a remarkable young man." Lin Yuan nodded in thanks. Once the ceremony ended, Tang would jump down from the second-place podium and hurried over to Lin Yuan. "Senior Lin Yuan." Tang Guo looked up at him, her hands behind her back, the silver medal swinging in front of her chest. "Congratulations on winning the championship. Though this congratulations comes a bit late, it's sincere." Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, a hand suddenly reached over from beside him, firmly resting on his shoulder. It was Ran. She stepped forward, naturally positioning herself between Lin Yuan and Tang Guo, leaving only a profile for Tang Guo. Her arm dropped, fingers curling around Lin Yuan's wrist, the grip light, but unwilling to let go. "Classmate Tang Guo." And Ran's voice was steady, her lips even curved into a polite arc. "Your sound system ability is very strong. If it weren't for my old injury acting up in the semifinals, the outcome might have been different. Senior Ran, you flatter me. I still have many shortcomings, though I hope to receive more guidance in the future." After saying this, she waved at Lin Yuan with a cheerful tone. "Senior Lin Yuan, next time we meet, I will definitely be able to withstand 2 of your moves." Tang Guo bounced away, and Ran watched her go, releasing Lin Yuan's wrist and turning to face him. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at her, a mischievous smile appearing. "Wasn't that move of yours a bit too natural?" And Ran crossed her arms, her chin slightly raised. "I didn't do anything, I was just standing next to you." "Does standing next to me require hooking my wrist?" "I didn't hook." "You did." "No, I didn't." And Ran turned her face away, her ears turning red. "The award ceremony isn't over yet, let's not chat." Suddenly the lights in the main gymnasium all came on. At the podium, Yuan Chonghai stood up and walked to the microphone. Today he wore a dark blue Zhongshan suit, the badge on his chest gleaming silver under the lights. The entire venue fell silent. Yuan Chonghai glanced at the crowd, his tone more formal than when he had spoken in the lounge. "The National High School Martial Arts Competition has now concluded. This competition had 1280 participants from 32 provincial competition areas across the country. After a 2-week contest, the top 3 of this edition have emerged. He raised his hand, opening his palm towards the podium. Applause erupted from the audience once more, this time much more enthusiastic than during the award presentation. All the journalists turned their cameras towards the podium, flashes going off in a flurry. Yuan Shanghai waited for the applause to subside before continuing. In this competition, 3 contestants demonstrated strength and potential far beyond their peers. After a joint review by the National Competition Organizing Committee and the Ministry of Education, it has been decided to grant these 3 contestants direct qualification for the National Competition Training Camp. The crowd fell silent for a moment, followed by an even greater uproar. Training camp. Is it that training camp? The National Competition Training Camp. The one that only accepts 10 people each session. In past years, direct qualifications were only given to the champion, but this time 3 were given. Yuan Shanghai raised his hand to quiet the murmurs before announcing further. Lin Yuan, Tanghua, and Ran will travel to the capital city a month from now to participate in the 3-month National Competition Training Camp. During the training camp, all training resources will be directly allocated by the Ministry of Education, with a team of instructors above the 4th level providing unknown guidance. He paused, focusing his gaze on Lin Yuan. Additionally, the final assessment results from the training camp will be directly included in the comprehensive evaluation for admission to martial arts universities. The reporters' area erupted in chaos, with some even standing up, raising their phones to push forward. Lin Yuan stood beside the podium, his expression remaining relatively neutral. He had never heard of the direct qualification for the training camp before. However, judging by the reactions from the audience and the reporters, its significance seemed quite high. He had never heard of the direct qualification for the training camp before. However, judging by the reactions from the audience, the National Competition Training Camp selects no more than 10 individuals from the national competition each year. In previous years, it was basically only given to champions and particularly outstanding seed candidates. Her tone carried a hint of uncontainable excitement. With 4th-level instructors providing unknown guidance in 3 months, those who have come out of the training camp in the past have all at least broken through to the peak of the 3rd level. Lin Yuan's eyebrows finally raised slightly. Peak of the 3rd level in 3 months. He was currently at the 2nd level 9th stage, just a step away from the 3rd level. If he could receive targeted guidance from a 4th-level instructor in the training camp, the time required to break through to the 3rd level could be reduced by at least half. That's indeed good news. And Ran looked at his finally serious expression and smiled. Yuan Shanghai walked down from the podium and greeted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stopped. Yuan Shanghai, hands behind his back, had shadows of his graying hair cast across his face, yet his expression was lighter than when they last met. You should already understand about the training camp. The national competition champions are common every year, but champions who can obtain the direct qualification for the training camp appear only once every 3 years. Lin Yuan said nothing, waiting for him to continue. Yuan Shanghai's expression grew serious again. Once in the capital, you will face not just the training of the camp, but also tests from other forces. Lin Yuan nodded. Chairman Yuan, are you reminding me to prepare early? Not exactly a reminder. Yuan Shanghai took his hands from behind him and pulled out a business card, handing it over. The card was plain white with only a name and a phone number printed on the front, no title, no organization. This is my personal number. If you encounter any unsolvable issues in the capital, you can call this number. Lin Yuan took the card and glanced down at it. Why help me? Because you are worth helping. After saying this, Yuan Shanghai turned and left. Lin Yuan held the card, tapping his cheek with his tongue before tucking it into his pocket. It seemed that many formidable figures would be coming then. On the 3rd day after the award ceremony, the atmosphere in front of the contestants' dormitory in the provincial competition area changed. Lin Yuan dragged a black suitcase out of the dormitory building. He squinted and yawned, yet his super hearing had already picked up the scattered discussions around him. A silver-gray medium-sized bus was parked on the open ground in front of the dormitory with the logo of the national competition printed on its side. A few contestants walked out of the building, their gazes sweeping over the bus, and their steps unconsciously slowed for a moment. That must be the special training camp's bus, right? I've heard that only 3 people are qualified to ride it. Don't look, they are in a different world from us. Lin Yuan pretended not to hear. He stuffed the suitcase into the side luggage compartment and leaned against the car door to wait. And Ran was the second to come out. Upon seeing her come out, the surrounding female contestants immediately brightened up. Senior and Ran, good luck at the training camp. And Ran nodded in their direction and walked over to Lin Yuan, handing him her backpack. Help me put this away. Lin Yuan took the backpack and stuffed it into the luggage compartment, tilting his head to look at her. Did you not sleep well last night? And Ran had 2 faint grayish-blue marks under her eyes, barely noticeable unless looked at closely, but he noticed. I was packing my things until midnight. And Ran tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her voice lowered. And I've been thinking about that business card Yuan Shanghai gave you. Why are you thinking about that? Because it's not normal. Just as Lin Yuan was about to say something, a sudden rush of footsteps came from the entrance of the dormitory. Tang Gua dashed out, dragging a pink suitcase with her silver medal still hanging around her neck, jingling with her steps. She was wearing a white t-shirt printed with a cartoon cat, her hair styled into twin ponytails. Senior Lin Yuan. Senior, and ran. I'm here. I'm here. She rushed to the special bus, nearly bumping her suitcase into Lin Yuan's calf. Lin Yuan reached out to hold down the suitcase's handle. Tang Gua looked up at him, her face beaming with a bright smile. Thank you, Senior. And Ran's gaze swept over Tang Gua's neck, where the silver medal hung, her lips curving into a polite arc. Tang Gua, you still haven't taken off your silver medal. I forgot. Tang Gua glanced down, stuck out her tongue, took off the silver medal, and put it into her backpack. Then she leaned toward Lin Yuan, tilting her head, her twin ponytails swinging in arcs. Senior Lin Yuan, did you sleep well last night? I was so excited that I couldn't fall asleep all night just thinking about going to the training camp with you, and Senior and Ran. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Lin Yuan opened the car door, just about to speak, when Ran's voice interjected. Let's talk once we get in the car. Her tone was calm, but her body naturally moved to stand between Lin Yuan and Tang Gua as she said this. She raised her hand and patted Tang Gua's shoulder. You go in first and take the window seat. Tang Gua blinked, her gaze sweeping over Ran's face, then stopped on Lin Yuan for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Okay, Senior. She hopped into the car. The interior of the special bus was not very spacious, with 2 rows of seats facing each other, enough to seat 8 people in total. Tang Gua sat alone by the window on the right, her legs together, her hands resting on her knees, sitting upright. Lin Yuan and Ran sat on the left. And Ran sat closer to the aisle, while Lin Yuan sat by the window. After the door closed, Tang Gua immediately leaned forward. Senior Lin Yuan, where is the training camp located in the capital? I checked the map for a long time, but couldn't find the exact address. I don't know. Lin Yuan leaned back in his seat, turning his head to look out the window. Do you know who the instructor at the training camp is? I heard they have 4th-tier martial artists providing unknown guidance. Could it be a 5th-tier master? I don't know. Do you know where we will stay after we arrive? I don't know. And Ran suddenly spoke up. Tang Gua blinked. The detailed arrangements for the training camp will be coordinated by someone once we arrive in the capital. If you ask him now, he won't be able to answer either. And Ran's tone was gentle, her lips even curving into a friendly arc. Tang Gua glanced at Ran, her gaze quickly switching between Ran and Lin Yuan, then tilted her head and smiled. Senior is right, I was too anxious. She glanced out the window, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Wow, the special bus slowly started driving out of the open area in front of the dormitory and turning onto the main road of the provincial competition area. Many contestants and staff stood on both sides of the road, some taking pictures of the special bus, others whispering to each other. Lin Yuan's super hearing captured all the sounds from outside. The special bus is leaving. The 3 giants are leaving. What 3 giants? Lin Yuan is in one tier, while Ran and Tang Gua are in another tier. The special bus accelerated out of the provincial competition area, the outline of the gymnasium growing smaller in the rearview mirror. Tang Gua rummaged through her backpack, took out a bag of chips, tore it open, and offered it to Ran. Senior Ran, do you want some chips? No thank you. What about Senior Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan reached out, grabbed 2 pieces, and stuffed them into his mouth. Tang Gua happily hugged the bag of chips, crunching away. By the way, Senior Lin Yuan, can I train with you during the training? Lin Yuan was about to speak when Ran interjected, her voice still steady and polite. Tang Gua, the training arrangements at the training camp are tailored individually by the instructors based on each person's profession, with unknown targeted training, so it's not suitable for team training. Tang Gua bit into a chip, her gaze switching between Ran and Lin Yuan again, smiling even more brightly. Senior is really attentive. The special bus merged onto the highway, the outline of the city outside gradually blurring. Tang Gua finished the chips, leaned back in her seat, and began to doze off. Her head bobbed slightly with the motion of the vehicle, her twin ponytails resting on the back of the seat, emitting even breaths. The special bus fell silent. And Ran turned to Lin Yuan. Before we left, I received a message. What message? The Han family is officially under investigation by the Supervisory Commission for 3 core positions in the provincial education system. Su Zhengqing has been dismissed, and Duan Hong's martial artist qualification has been revoked in the official records. The Supervisory Commission's actions are faster than what Yuan Shanghai said. The Han family can no longer afford to pay attention to you. Lin Yuan leaned back in his seat, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the plain white business card in his pocket. That's great. And Ran was momentarily taken aback by his words. Can you stop thinking of 4th tiers as level-up monsters? They clearly came to me themselves. And Ran raised her hand and punched him. Lin Yuan chuckled. Just don't hit the driver. The car is still moving. If we crash now, the trending topic tomorrow will be the 3 giants of the national competition in a highway accident. How embarrassing. And Ran withdrew her fist, turning her face away, her ears beginning to flush again. The special bus drove steadily on the highway. Tangwa woke up once in the middle, groggily rubbed her eyes, saw and ran, and Lin Yuan sitting side by side, and closed her eyes again. She mumbled something like a sleep talk, then turned over and continued sleeping. Lin Yuan's super hearing caught her mumble, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What she said was seniors are very protective of their food. However, he also started to look forward to what the training camp. After nearly 4 hours of driving on the highway, the special vehicle finally turned onto a winding mountain road. Are we there? Tangwa bounced up from her seat, her nose nearly touching the car window. Wow, that wall must be 10 meters high. It looks like a military base. And Ran also opened her eyes, scanning the detection arrays on the wall with a slight frown. She recognized the model of those devices. There was a photo in her father's study featuring the same arrays on the outer wall of the Beijing military district. The special vehicle stopped in front of the wall gate. National Competition Training Camp, we've arrived, the driver said, the only words he uttered during the entire journey before opening the luggage compartment. Lin Yuan took out the suitcase and in Ran's backpack while Tangwa stood beside, dragging her pink suitcase and looking up at the gray building in front of her, her face filled with excitement. I thought the training camp would be in a grand building, but it turns out to be so. She tilted her head, pondering her words for quite a while. So low-key, and Ran took the backpack and said, low-key is good, truly valuable things are not displayed openly. The three of them walked through the entrance of the gray building. The decor in the hall was equally simple: gray floor tiles, white walls, and several rows of metal chairs against the wall. There were already 7 or 8 people standing in the hall, gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. And Ran and Tangwa stood beside Lin Yuan, also surveying the crowd in the hall. A young man in a navy trench coat stepped out from the crowd, followed by 2 burly companions. His gaze swept over Lin Yuan, paused on and Ran's face, lingered on Tangwa for a moment, and finally returned to Lin Yuan. You are the direct 3-man team for this session. His voice carried a deliberately slowed tone, as if savoring something worthless. His eyes swept back and forth between Ran and Tangwa before settling on Lin Yuan, the corner of his mouth curling into a condescending arc. Ladies, my name is Zhou Zimo from the Zhou family in Beijing. I am a formal student of this training camp, 3rd stage, 1st level. You must have heard of the Zhou family, right? Half of the high-level martial artist training base directly under the Ministry of Education was funded by the Zhou family. As he spoke, he slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping from Ran's face to Tangwa's, as if waiting for something. Tangwa's eyebrows began to furrow, her lips moved, but Ran reached out a hand to press on her wrist gently. Zhou Zimo did not receive the expected response. His smile froze for a moment before he turned his gaze to Lin Yuan. As for you, I heard you were the national competition champion. I watched your match video. To be honest, it was just okay. Your opponents, when measured by Beijing standards, are no different from the village's stray cats and dogs. Tangwa suddenly stepped forward. Who are you talking about? And Ran reacted even faster, her palm pressing firmly on Tangwa's shoulder, pulling her back. But Tangwa's face had already turned red, her voice echoing in the entire hall. What do you mean by village stray cats and dogs? Why do you speak like that? The conversations of others in the hall stopped, all eyes turning toward them. Zhou Zimo glanced at Tangwa's flushed face, the curve of his mouth deepening. But Tangwa's face had already turned red, her voice echoing in the entire hall. What do you mean by village stray cat? Your little admirer is quite loyal, but with such strength, being a national champion, I must say the standards of the local competitions are indeed worrying. I am 3rd stage, 1st level, ranked in the top 30 among my peers in Beijing, but in front of you. He took a step forward, closing the distance to Lin Yuan. I think one hand would be enough. Tangwa clenched her fist, but Ran's hand remained on her shoulder, applying just the right amount of pressure to keep her still. Lin Yuan twisted the cap off a water bottle, took a sip, and placed it on the vending machine. He tilted his head to look at Zhou Zimo, his gaze sweeping from the top of his head to his feet, then back up. Then he smiled. Zhou Zimo, right? Zhou Zimo raised an eyebrow. The 4 great martial families of Beijing sounds quite impressive. Lin Yuan's tone was quite light, as if they were chatting. However, there is a logical issue with what you just said. What logical issue? You said you watched my match video, then you must have also seen the one where I defeated the 4th stage. Zhou Zimo's smile froze for a moment. Lin Yuan stepped forward, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, golden spiritual energy erupting in a faint wave around his feet. I took him down with just one move. You are 3rd stage, 1st level. How many moves do you think you could withstand? Zhou Zimo's expression changed. His 2 burly companions instinctively shifted half a step to the side, a movement captured by Zhou Zimo's peripheral vision, causing his jaw muscles to visibly twitch. You? Zhou Zimo managed to regain control of his expression. Don't bring up Duan Hong. His death at the 3rd level was suspicious. Who knows what underhanded methods you used? Moreover, Duan Hong is a servant from the Han family, and everyone knows about the issues in the provincial education system. How high can the quality of a 4th stage from such a small family be? Lin Yuan remained silent, looking at him. My Zhou family's 4th stage is not the same as those from outside. Zhou Zimo's voice rose slightly, but his confidence was clearly not as strong as before. and the training camp prohibits private fights. Even if you want to prove yourself, you won't have that opportunity. If you truly have the ability, we can settle it on the training grounds. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at him. Settle it on the training grounds. Yes, assemble at training ground 1 at 2 o'clock this afternoon, then you'll know what a true martial arts family is. Lin Yuan's expression was quite subtle. It conveyed a sense of helplessness at hearing something foolish. All right. Zhou Zimo's lips twitched slightly as he turned to leave. His two companions followed closely, their pace noticeably faster than when they arrived. The other people in the hall returned to their conversations, but the whispers grew louder than before. A girl with a long sword sitting cross-legged in a corner, meditating, opened one eye to glance at Lin Yuan before closing it again. After Zhou Zimo walked away, Tang Guo finally broke free from Enran's grip. Enran, why did you stop me? His attitude was infuriating. What 4 great martial families of Beijing calling others village strays who gave him the right? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. If I were 3rd stage 1st level, I would mock him too. Enran's voice was steady. You mock him, and then what? Tang Guo was taken aback. He is now a competitor, not an enemy. If you create conflict with him in the training camp, the one who ultimately suffers may not be him. Enran looked at Lin Yuan. What you just said was enough. There was no need to drag Tang Guo into it. Just then footsteps echoed from the back of the hall. A steady sound of footsteps echoed from the back of the hall. The students who had been whispering to each other almost simultaneously fell silent, their gazes turning towards the end of the corridor. A man emerged. He was dressed in a deep gray training uniform with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing 2 lean, yet muscular arms. He walked to the front of the hall, turned around, and faced everyone. My name is Qin Yue, he stated bluntly. Starting today, I am your chief instructor, and for the next 3 months, I hold the authority. No one spoke in the hall. Qin Yu's gaze swept over the faces of the students. In previous special training camps of the 10 people, generally, no more than 6 complete the program successfully. Tang Guo gasped. Qin Yu ignored her, and continued. I will now read the basic rules and regulations of the training camp. Listen carefully, I won't repeat it a second time. He pulled out a palm-sized metal plate from his pocket, and with a flick of his fingertip across its surface, a holographic projection rose up, densely filled with regulations covering the entire light screen. First, the training camp implements a fully closed management system. During the training period, no one is allowed to leave the base without permission. Violators will be directly expelled and have it noted in their personal records. Second, private fights between students are prohibited. Confrontations in the training field must be conducted under the supervision of an instructor. Violators may have their training points deducted or face expulsion. Lin Yuan noticed that Zhou Zimo's jaw muscle twitched slightly upon hearing this. Third, the daily schedule is set for 5:30 a.m. wake-up, 6:00 a.m. assembly for morning training, 9:00 p.m. end of training, and lights out at 1:00 p.m. Latecomers will lose 5 points per instance, and those late more than 3 times in a month will be expelled. Fourth, the training points system. Each student enters the camp with 100 basic points. Points can be exchanged for training resources, unknown guidance from instructors, and permissions to use spiritual tools. Those who deplete their points will automatically withdraw from the camp. A male student with a buzz cut raised his hand. Qin Yu glanced at him. Speak. Instructor Qin, how do we earn? By completing training tasks, winning in combat training, breaking through realms, and receiving excellent evaluations from instructors, all of which can earn points. Specific details will be sent to your terminals for you to review. The buzz-cut student lowered his hand. Qin Yu continued. Fifth, there will be a comprehensive assessment once a week. Students who rank at the bottom for 2 consecutive assessments will be advised to withdraw. A wave of suppressed gasps filled the hall. Sixth, the final assessment scores from the special training camp will be included in the comprehensive evaluation for admission to the Martial Arts University. Those who fail the assessment will have their admission qualifications revoked. This statement caused even Enran's expression to shift slightly. Qin Yu turned off the holographic projection and put the metal plate back into his pocket. These are the regulations. If you have any questions, you can ask now. The buzz-cut student raised his hand again. Instructor Qin, how many points can we earn for winning in combat training? It depends on the opponent's points. You earn as many points as you win. The hall fell silent for a moment, then everyone almost simultaneously turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. He was the national competition champion entering the camp with an extra 100 points. According to Qin Yu's rules, if someone defeated him, they would directly gain 100 points. Did they think he was a walking vault? Zhou Zimo stood on the other side of the hall, arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze lingering on Lin Yuan for a while before shifting away. Qin Yu seemed oblivious to the undercurrents in the hall and continued. Are there any other questions? A girl with a ponytail raised her hand. Instructor Qin, how are the unknown guidance sessions allocated? Each week 2 hours are allocated as a base distribution. Additional time can be exchanged for points at 50 points per hour. The ponytailed girl's hand froze in midair before slowly lowering. 50 points per hour with 5 points deducted for being late. Once anyone could do the math. Qin Yu scanned the room, confirming that no one else raised their hand, and then clapped his hands. If there are no further questions, we will now assign dormitories. The names are posted on the dormitory doors. Find your own. Gather at Training Ground 1 at 2 p.m. Latecomers will have 10 points deducted. He turned and walked away, his footsteps as steady as when he entered, disappearing at the end of the corridor moments later. The tension that had been held in the hall finally released, and discussions erupted. Twice-a-week assessments and students ranking at the bottom are directly advised to withdraw. This intensity is outrageous. Being advised to withdraw is still mild. Didn't you hear the last rule? Those who fail will have their admission qualifications to the martial arts university revoked. Is it still possible for me to withdraw from the camp now? Go ahead. If you withdraw now, you can forget about entering the martial arts university for the rest of your life. Tangwa clutched in Rand's sleeve without letting go, her face pale. Senior, is that rule about revoking admission qualifications true? I thought the special training camp was for further study, but it sounds more like an elimination match. And Rand's expression turned slightly serious, but she steadied her voice first. In previous special training camps there was indeed an elimination mechanism, but I haven't heard of a rule about revoking admission qualifications. It may be a new addition this year. Lin Yuan leaned against a vending machine, his fingers absent-mindedly rubbing the plain white business card in his pocket. Now he somewhat understood Yuan Shanghai's intentions. Fully closed management point exchange system, weekly assessments leading to elimination and ultimately revocation of admission qualifications to the martial arts university. The essence of these rules is to confine 10 top students in a cage, forcing them to compete against each other, where the victor takes all and the loser has no way out. As the national competition champion entering the camp with 200 points in everyone's eyes, he was the biggest. Lin Yuan. Tangwa's voice pulled him back. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. Aren't you nervous at all? What good is being nervous? Lin Yuan tossed the water bottle into the trash can and straightened up. The rules are all read out. They can't be changed. Being nervous is also a training requirement, just as not being nervous is. Save your energy for the afternoon assembly. And Rand glanced at him, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, 1,300 kilometers away from the special training camp base, in a windowless conference room, the screen froze on the moment Lin Yuan killed Duan Hong. The precision of energy shaping the coverage of soul attacks, and the practical ability to kill at the 4th stage across borders. The man at the head of the table pressed pause and turned to face the 5 individuals on either side of the conference table. Previously during the provincial competition, I believed his limit was at the peak of the 3rd stage, but now I have changed my mind. A short-haired woman raised her head. What is your judgment? This person's upper limit of strength is at least mid-4th stage or higher, and the variety of abilities he has displayed has surpassed what can be explained by a single occupational characteristic. He paused. The only explanation is that he has obtained some kind of hidden inheritance. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. The scarred man spoke first. The possibility of hidden inheritance does exist, but the question is what kind of inheritance can simultaneously cover the fields of energy control, soul attacks, and physical enhancement, which are completely unrelated. This is precisely the question we need to clarify. The man at the head of the table turned off the large screen, and the room fell back into darkness. Notify the observation team to elevate the attention level on Lin Yuan to a grade, and under the premise of not exposing ourselves, collect all data on his training period as thoroughly as possible. The training camp base at night was as quiet as a deserted city. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed in his single dormitory, the curtains drawn tightly, with only the bedside lamp casting a warm yellow glow on the wall. With his eyes closed, he sank his consciousness into the system panel. The emotional value balance flickered in the center of his vision, the numbers so large that he unconsciously pressed his tongue against his cheek. The emotional value accumulated during the national competition surged dramatically after the defeat of Duan Hong, pushing his emotional value balance to an unprecedented height. 5,347. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He didn't rush to take action, but first scrolled through the income details on the system panel. The income from defeating Duan Hong was the largest sum, and after the video went viral online, the emotional income continued to rise for 3 whole days. Next came the wave of forfeits during the finals, with the overwhelming online meme of the most boring champion bringing him a wave of absurd passive income. Indeed, becoming famous is quite lucrative, he muttered to himself, then turned his attention back to the lottery entry in the center of the system panel. The last time he drew the Supreme Mage template was during the provincial training. Now his strength was stuck at level 2 stage 9, just a step away from stage 3, but that step would require at least 1 or 2 months of normal cultivation. The elimination mechanism of the training camp wouldn't grant him that much time. Moreover, he clearly remembered the point system rules that Qin Yu had announced. The winner of the combat training took all the points of the loser. With 200 points upon entering the camp, he was seen as a walking piece of meat by all the other trainees. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and clicked the lottery button in his mind. The familiar golden light screen unfolded in his consciousness, 3 cards hovering in front of him. The patterns on the back of the cards slowly rotated, each rotation sending a pulse through his heart. The first card flipped over. Character template: My wife, Zenitsu, quality legendary in the world of Demon Slayer, a swordsman of thunder, breathing combat power doubles. While asleep, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Seeing Zenitsu again, it seemed there was a deep connection between this swordsman and himself. However, it was a pity that he did not like to relinquish the initiative in battle to a sleeping state. The second card flipped. Character template: Majin Buu, quality mythical in the world of Dragon Ball, infinite regeneration, absorption, enhancement, magical abilities. Lin Yuan's breath momentarily halted, his heart brimming with joy. Mythical quality: this was the highest quality template that had appeared in his system. Buu's regeneration ability was nearly at a rule level. Even if his body was blasted to pieces, he could reassemble. He also possessed the ability to turn people into chocolate and absorb opponents to enhance himself. If he chose this, he could essentially walk through the fourth tier with ease. However, a line of prompts flashing on the system panel brought him back to reality. This template has an extremely high requirement for physical strength. The current body cannot bear it. Forced equipping will result in an 87.3 probability of bodily collapse. Lin Yuan stared at the line of red text, sighing inwardly. Life was precious, he resolutely could not choose it. He shifted his gaze to the third card. At the moment the card flipped, the edges of the golden light screen erupted with a circle of dark red lightning. Character template: Kinji Hikari, quality legendary in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, domain expansion, idle death gamble. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. He hesitated not at all and reached out to select the third card. The golden light screen exploded, and the card transformed into countless strands of light that surged into the depths of his consciousness. The system prompt echoed in his mind with a series of chimes. Character template: Kinji Hikari, loading complete, gained ability, domain expansion, idle death gamble. Determining the battle's outcome through slot machine draws, gained ability, super jackpot. Jackpot probability is 1239. Upon winning, gain unlimited spiritual energy for 4 minutes and 11 seconds, during which the body auto-repairs at high speed. The effect comparable to immortality. Gained ability, variable probability. Randomly increases jackpot winning rate. Gained ability, short time. Reduces lottery time. Template compatibility: initial 40. Needs to be increased through frequent use of domain expansion in actual combat. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed. After the strands of light fully integrated into his consciousness, he slowly opened his eyes. His body began to heat up. The meridians expanded, and then with a loud bang something shattered. His total spiritual energy instantly tripled or more. The originally sparse gaseous spiritual energy began to condense into a thicker semi-liquid form, operating at a speed twice as fast as before. The numbers on the system panel jumped wildly. Realm Level 2, Stage 3. Lin Yuan exhaled a scorching breath, looking down at his palm. The residual golden spiritual energy within the patterns of his palm slowly flowed like liquid gold. He tried to clench his fist, and the burst of spiritual energy between his knuckles dimmed the glow of the bedside lamp for a moment. From Level 2, Stage 9 to Level 2, Stage 3, he had jumped 2 levels. This was the bonus from the legendary quality template. He opened the system panel and carefully reviewed the ability descriptions attached to the Kinji Hikari template. Domain expansion, idle death gamble. This was the core of the entire template. After expanding the domain, the direction of the battle would be determined through slot machine draws. This mechanism sounded like gambling with one's life, but combined with the 2 auxiliary skills, variable probability and short time, the actual tactical value was much higher than he had anticipated. Especially the super jackpot. With a 1239 probability of winning once he hit the jackpot, he would gain unlimited spiritual energy for an extended period, coupled with rapid auto-repair. For minutes and 11 seconds in a high-level duel would be enough for him to reduce any level 4 opponent. Moreover, the effect of auto-repair was akin to immortality, meaning that during the jackpot duration, he could completely abandon defense and focus solely on offense. Of course, the 1239 probability was indeed low. However, he had variable probability. Although the description didn't specify how much it could be increased, even if it only doubled, the winning rate would improve significantly. Combined with short time to shorten the lottery time, theoretically, he could rapidly draw multiple times in succession after expanding the domain until he hit the jackpot. This was not gambling with one's life, it was clearly a psychological battle to wear down the opponent's patience. Lin Yuan turned off the system panel and returned to sit on the bed. There was a subtle connection between the energy control of the Supreme Mage and the infinite spiritual energy of his energy control had already reached Master Level 100 accuracy, meaning his ability to shape and manipulate spiritual energy had exceeded the understanding of Level 4. However, the previous bottleneck was the insufficient total amount of spiritual energy at Level 2. No matter how high the accuracy, the output limit remained. Now, with the unlimited spiritual energy from the super jackpot, during those 4 minutes, his master level energy control would face no restrictions. Unlimited spiritual energy plus 100 accuracy equals infinite output. Lin Yuan pondered that image and couldn't help but smile. Lin Yuan fluffed his pillow preparing to lie down, when suddenly the scene of Qin Yu announcing the rules earlier that afternoon resurfaced in his mind. Zhou Zimo stood on the other side of the hall, arms crossed, a smile on his face that suggested he was determined to win. The training ground will reveal the truth. Lin Yuan smiled at the ceiling. He turned over, closed his eyes. Tomorrow afternoon at training ground no. One, he was eager to see if this young master of the Zhou family from the capital could still smile after witnessing the domain expansion. On the morning of the second day of the training camp, Lin Yuan stepped out of the dormitory building with an uncontainable smile at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't slept long the previous night, but his spirit was exceptionally good. Standing by the training ground, Lin Yuan took a deep breath of the cool morning air, focusing his super hearing within a 50-meter radius. Then he saw An Ran approaching from the direction of the girls' dormitory. An Ran was wearing a deep blue training outfit today, her hair tied into a high ponytail with the bangs neatly pinned back. She walked up to Lin Yuan, her gaze resting on his face for 2 seconds before she slightly tilted her head. Having known him for so long, she could interpret his expressions without him needing to say a word. You're in a particularly, can you tell? Your smile is almost reaching your ears. An Ran crossed her arms and looked him up and down. Come on, what's the happy news? Lin Yuan glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to An Ran's ear. I've made a breakthrough. An Ran's body stiffened slightly. She took a half step back, staring into his eyes for several seconds, then reached out to press her hand on his shoulder, her spiritual energy probing along his meridians. Her fingertips pinched tightly on Lin Yuan's shoulder for a moment before suddenly releasing. 3rd level, 2nd rank. What did you do last night? Yesterday, when entering the camp, he was still at the 2nd level, 9th rank. How did he jump 2 ranks in one night? And Ran's face was filled with disbelief, and she struggled to keep her voice low, but her speaking speed quickened uncontrollably. The jump from 2nd to 3rd level is a significant threshold. An ordinary warrior requires at least a month of spiritual energy accumulation along with breakthrough pills and a gathering spirit array. Yet here you are sleeping through it to become 2nd rank of the 3rd level. Lin Yuan grinned and replied, just lucky. And Ran watched the unmasked smugness on his face, took a deep breath, and then raised her hand to punch him. The punch landed heavily on his shoulder, causing Lin Yuan to grunt and take half a step back, covering his shoulder. You call that luck? When you were at 2nd level 9th rank, you could kill a 4th level warrior. Now at 3rd level 2nd rank, are you going to tell me you can fight against a peak 4th level? I haven't tried, so I'm not sure. Not being sure means there's a possibility. And Ran rubbed her temples, her expression fluctuating between shock and helplessness. Having known Lin Yuan for quite a while, from the provincial qualifiers to now, every time he said just lucky, the hidden trump cards behind those words were always astonishing. When he said he was lucky after killing a 4th level enforcer from the Han family, the joint investigation report from the Inspection Institute arrived on his desk the very next day. Is your recent breakthrough related to a new ability? Just as Lin Yuan was about to answer, a bright voice suddenly burst forth from the direction of the girls' dormitory. What? Who broke through? Tang Guo rushed over like a gust of wind, her pink sneakers making hurried tapping sounds on the training ground's rubber track. What? Who broke through? Tang Guo rushed over like a gust of wind, her pink sneakers making her. She came to a halt in front of Lin Yuan, her body leaning forward due to inertia as she looked up at him, her face full of excitement, as if she had just discovered breaking news. I just heard Senior An Ran say 3rd level 2nd rank. Is it Senior Lin Yuan? Did you break through to 2nd rank of the 3rd level? Lin Yuan reached out to press her forehead, pushing her away by half an arm's length. Lower your voice. Are you trying to let the whole camp know? Despite being pressed down, Tang Guo continued to lean forward, chattering endlessly. Jumping 2 ranks in one night. How did you do that? What pill did you use? Or did you hold back your level until you just asked 4 questions at once? Then you answer them one by one. And Ran reached out, grabbing Tang Guo's ponytail and pulling her back from Lin Yuan's grasp. Tang Guo yelped, covering the back of her head, and when she turned around to see An Ran's calm profile, she blinked. And Ran's movements were natural, pulling Tang Guo to her side after grabbing her ponytail, creating a distance of half an arm between her and Lin Yuan. Tang Guo, have you forgotten the rules of the training camp? The cultivation information between students is considered personal privacy, and if you don't want to disclose it, you don't have to answer. But I didn't ask anything private. I just asked how Senior broke through. That's still private. Tang Guo bit her lip, glancing at An Ran, her eyes darting between An Ran and Lin Yuan, and then she suddenly smiled. Lin Yuan tilted his head, finding it somewhat amusing to watch Tang Guo being restrained by An Ran. He stepped forward, bending down to meet Tang Guo's gaze. Tang Guo. Tang Guo's eyes lit up. It's a secret. Tang Guo's expression froze for a moment between anticipation and disappointment. An Ran's lips curved slightly as she patted Tang Guo's shoulder, her tone gentle, as if soothing a child. You'll get used to it, he's always like this. In the equipment area, Zhou Zimo stood up from the squat rack, wiping the sweat from his face with a towel, his movements slow and composed. His gaze swept across half the training ground, landing on Lin Yuan and Ran and Tang Guo. and Ran still had her hand on Tang Guo's shoulder, while Tang Guo was looking up at Lin Yuan, her smile dazzlingly bright. Zhou Zimo tossed the towel onto the equipment rack, his jaw muscles tightening. One of his crew-cut companions followed his gaze and whispered, "Brother Zimo, that Lin Yuan killed a 4th-level outer sect steward from the Han family. I think it's better not to provoke him." "I know." Zhou Zimo's tone turned cold. "Do you have any idea how much of a joke a 4th-level warrior raised by a small family like the Han family is? Duan Hong has no notable achievements among the 4th levels, and being killed across 2 major realms only shows that he was a useless waste." The crew-cut guy opened his mouth, but another companion gently nudged him, signaling him to stop talking. Zhou Zimo twisted open a water bottle and took a sip, his gaze never leaving the other side of the training ground. He watched Tang Guo tiptoe closer to Lin Yuan, speaking with him, and saw Ran pull Tang Guo back, half an inch, a smirk tugging at his lips. Yesterday, when he flaunted the Zhou family's name in the hall, neither of these 2 girls had even flinched. At that moment, he only felt a loss of face and didn't think much of it. But today, this scene completely ignited the fire in his heart. Having scoffed at his family background yesterday, they were now flirting with Lin Yuan early in the morning at the training ground. Tang Guo didn't even get angry when Ran pulled her ponytail, smiling like a blooming flower. When he entered the special training camp, he thought he would be the most prominent figure. Instead, he was rendered speechless by Lin Yuan's retort on he felt jealousy. Growing up in the martial arts circle of the capital's prestigious families, the Zhou family's name always commanded respect. When he entered the special training camp, he thought he would be the most prominent figure. Instead, he was rendered speechless by Lin Yuan's retort on the first day, and now he was watching 2 female students flocking around him. Lin Yuan retracted his super hearing with a click of his tongue. There was a jealous fool actively seeking trouble. "What's wrong?" And Ran noticed the subtle change in his expression. "It's nothing." Lin Yuan tucked his hands into his pockets and glanced in the direction of the equipment area. Zhou Zimo was still watching him, the hostility in his gaze now unmistakable. On the 3rd day of the training camp, Qin Yu announced a piece of news during the morning training that instantly invigorated everyone. At 2 p.m., the No. 1 training ground will be open for free challenges. He scanned the crowd, noticing their eyes spark with excitement, yet his tone remained indifferent. "The rules are the same. The winner takes all the points from the loser, and the instructor will supervise to ensure everything is fair." As he finished speaking, Lin Yuan's super hearing caught a subtle sound, the cracking of knuckles made by Zhou Zimo. And Ran glanced at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shrugged the corners of his mouth, curling into a half smile. By 1:50 p.m., the area around the No. 1 training ground was already packed with people. All 10 students from the training camp were present. Even the girl with a long sword, who usually secluded herself in the dormitory, was leaning against the wall holding her sword. Lin Yuan stood on the eastern side of the stage, hands in his pockets with a casual expression. Tang Guo tugged at Ran's sleeve, standing on her tiptoes to peek towards the stage. Zhou Zimo walked out from the passage, followed by his 2 buzzcut companions. He positioned himself on the western side of the stage, arms crossed, his gaze fixated directly on Lin Yuan. He declared his challenge. "Lin Yuan, our agreement you haven't forgotten, right?" Lin Yuan looked at him, his tongue lightly touching his cheek. "I haven't forgotten, just worried you might. I, Zhou Zimo, never take back my words." Zhou Zimo stepped forward, his toes tapping the edge of the stage. From the Zhou family in the capital, a 3rd-tier level 1 challenging national competition champion, Lin Yuan. He emphasized the words Zhou family in the capital, reminding everyone of his identity. Lin Yuan pulled his hands from his pockets and leisurely walked onto the stage. "All right." Qin Yu stood up from the referee's seat, glancing between the 2 students. "You all know the rules for free challenges. I will repeat them. Stop when it is clear who has won. Do not use lethal force. If one side concedes or loses combat ability, they lose. Violators will be expelled immediately." He stepped back to the protective barrier, raising his right hand. "Ready." Zhou Zimo slightly bent his legs, crimson spiritual energy exploding from his feet, enveloping him in a dark red aura. In the audience, one of Zhou Zimo's buzzcut companions whispered, "Brother Zimo is serious," and a few others nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan stood still, not even having assumed a fighting stance. Qin Yu's hand came down. "Start." Zhou Zimo's figure vanished the moment the word "start" fell. A crimson afterimage traced an arc across the stage, his fist enveloped in dark red flames, smashed toward Lin Yuan's left side, the punch creating a sonic boom in the air. Lin Yuan stepped back half a step, the fist grazing his collar as the dark red flames burned a charred mark on his collar. He glanced down at the charred mark, then clenched his right fist. Zhou Zimo forcefully pushed off the ground, the crimson flames exploding behind him in a shockwave, propelling him toward Lin Yuan like a cannonball. The close-range explosive power of the Scarlet Warrior ranked among the best among practitioners of the same tier. He did not believe Lin Yuan could withstand his full-force strike. Their fists collided. Golden and dark red spiritual energy erupted on the stage, the shockwave pushing the protective barrier into a visible bulge. In the front row, Tang Guo was pushed back a step by the force, and Ran pressed her hand on her shoulder. Zhou Zimo's right training uniform ripped from the cuff to the shoulder, exposing his entire arm. Lin Yuan remained in place, his sleeves not even wrinkled. What did you say before? Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at him, his tone light and cheerful. One hand is enough. Are you sure? In the audience someone gasped. Zhou Zimo's lips twitched slightly, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eye. He suddenly raised his right hand above his head, crimson spiritual energy pouring from his pores, coalescing into a burning long knife above him. The buzzcut companion exclaimed, "Is Brother Zimo going to use this move?" The flaming long knife sliced through the air and chopped down towards Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan looked up at the descending blade, raising his right hand. He extended 2 fingers, stopping the flaming long knife 3 inches from his palm. No matter how Zhou Zimo exerted force downward, the blade did not budge. The entire arena fell silent. Zhou Zimo gripped the knife, his face filled with disbelief. "Are you done?" Lin Yuan's voice came from beneath the knife. He suddenly twisted his fingers, and the flaming long knife exploded into countless red fragments in Zhou Zimo's hands. Zhou Zimo was pushed back by the recoil, crashing against the protective barrier and bouncing back, kneeling on one knee. His training uniform's right sleeve was completely burned off, and his fingers were covered in small cuts. Lin Yuan walked towards him, extending 2 fingers hovering before Zhou Zimo's forehead. "General, I concede," Zhou Zimo's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. "What? I didn't hear clearly." "I concede." Zhou Zimo raised his head, humiliation almost spilling from his eyes. Qin Yu raised his hand to announce the result. Lin Yuan wins. The protective barrier descended and the audience erupted. 3 moves? No, Zhou Zimo made 3 moves, but Lin Yuan only countered with 2. No, did you notice that Lin Yuan didn't move his feet the entire time? Except for dodging the first punch, he basically stood still. 3 moves? No, Zhou Zimo made 3 moves, but Lin Yuan only countered with 2. No, did you notice that Lin Yuan didn't move his feet the entire time? Except for dodging the first punch, he basically stood still. Senior Lin Yuan, you were incredible. Just 2 moves. You only used 2 moves. And Ran stood behind Tang Gua, her face also radiant with a smile. She waited for Tang Gua to finish shouting before walking over and whispering, "That move where you caught the blade empty-handed was too risky." "Not really." Lin Yuan waved his finger. "His control of spiritual energy wasn't precise enough. The blade shattered the moment I clamped it." And Ran glanced at him, her lips moving as if to say something, but in the end she only remarked, "There really wasn't any suspense in a 3rd-tier level 2 fighting a 3rd-tier level 1. On the stage, Zhou Zimo propped himself up on his knees. His 2 buzzcut companions rushed onto the stage to help him, but he shrugged them off. He stood in the center of the stage looking down at his split knuckles and burnt sleeves, his chest heaving violently. He had lost. In front of everyone in the training camp, he had lost without any suspense. Zhou Zimo clenched his fists, his nails digging into the wounds in his palms, blood dripping through his fingers onto the stage. He looked up at Lin Yuan's departing figure, the humiliation slowly being overshadowed by a deeper emotion. Zhou Zimo clenched his fists, his nails digging into the wounds in his palms, blood dripping through his fingers onto the stage. He looked up at Lin Yuan's departing figure, the humiliation. Zhou Zimo stood at the edge of the stage. A buzzcut companion handed him a towel. He wrapped the towel tightly around his bleeding fingers, winding it round and round. "Brother Zimo, he really is strong. Oh, why don't we just let it go?" Zhou Zimo did not reply. After finishing the last wrap, he tied the towel in a tight knot and looked up in the direction where Lin Yuan and the others had left. At the end of the corridor, Lin Yuan's figure was no longer visible, but Zhou Zimo's gaze remained fixed in that direction, the blood vessels in his eyes still not yet cleared. Qin Yu stepped down from the judge's seat. He circled around the base of the protective barrier and walked to the center of the arena. Zhou Zimo was still kneeling there, wrapping his bleeding fingers with a towel tightly and repeatedly, his knuckles trembling. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stopped, turning his head back. Qin Yu's expression was usually bland, but at this moment his eyebrows raised slightly, the maximum expression change his face could exhibit. "The precision with which you just crushed his scarlet flame blade at the 2nd level of the 3rd tier, I have only seen you achieve that in 4 years at the National Competition Training Camp." The murmurs in the audience immediately escalated. Did Instructor Qin just mention the precision of spiritual energy? Isn't that something that only needs to be practiced from the 4th tier onward? Did you not see the video of Lin Yuan killing Duan Hong? By the time he was at the 9th level of the 2nd tier, he had already shaped his energy. You think it was luck for him to kill a 4th tier at the 9th level of the 2nd tier, and that it was because his opponent was weak when he seconds a 1st tier of the 3rd tier? Now that the instructor personally praises his precision, do you still have anything to say? The speaker was the long sword girl who spent all day in her dormitory in seclusion. She held her sword closed, leaning against the wall, and opened one eye to scan the murmuring crowd before closing it again. The audience area fell silent for a moment. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the arena, having heard Qin Yu's evaluation. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. "Instructor Qin is overpraising me. I just practiced diligently." Qin Yu looked at him for a few seconds before saying, "Precision in spiritual energy is not something that can be achieved merely through time, it relies on talent." After finishing his words, he turned and left, the hem of his training uniform rising in a neat arc as he turned. Lin Yuan watched Qin Yu walk back to the judge's seat, feeling both angry and amused. Now it was good the instructor personally helped him promote himself. It was likely that fewer people would dare to challenge him in the training camp. Tangguo ran from the audience area to Lin Yuan's side, looking up at him with admiration written all over her face. "Senior Instructor Qin praised you. He said you have the highest precision he has seen in 4 years. Do you know how strict Instructor Qin is? Yesterday when I was training, he said my sound wave frequency control was far from adequate, not even giving me a not bad." And Rand walked over, pulling Tangguo back a step. "Instructor Qin praised his precision, not yours. Why are you so excited?" "But I'm happy that Senior Lin Yuan has high precision too." Tangguo tilted her head to look at Rand. "Aren't you happy, Senior?" And Rand's expression froze for a moment before she turned her face away. "It's fine." "What does fine mean? Your mouth is even curling up." And Rand turned back and playfully slapped Tangguo on the shoulder. The slap wasn't heavy, but Tangguo exaggeratedly exclaimed ouch, and then happily hid behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan watched the two of them, the corners of his mouth twitching. The three of them walked out of the training ground, and the students in the audience area automatically made way for them. Lin Yuan noticed someone secretly taking pictures of him, and his super hearing caught a few hushed voices. He fought Zhou Zimo like it was a game. "How many hidden cards does this person have? Did you not hear Instructor Qin's evaluation? No one in the 3rd tier can beat someone like him. I was thinking about whether I should challenge him to earn some points, but now I've changed my mind." "You made the right decision." From the equipment area, Zhou Zimo finally stood up from the arena. His right hand, wrapped in a towel, was clenched into a fist, blood seeping through the gaps in the towel, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. He looked at the backs of Lin Yuan and the others as they exited the training ground, his jaw muscles twitching several times. His eyes still held traces of red blood, and his lips were pressed into a line. "Zimo, Instructor Qin has praised him. Oh, we really don't need to." "Shut up." Zhou Zimo's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. He unwrapped the towel, looking at his split knuckles with a sullen expression. At the same time, in the observation room on the 2nd floor of the training ground, Yuan Chonghai stood behind the one-way glass, his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was in his 40s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, the disciplinary committee's executive director, Zhou Bingwen. The woman was about 30 with short hair and a straight shoulder line, the special commissioner from the supervisory bureau, Shin Lan. In front of the three of them, a holographic projection was replaying the footage of Lin Yuan's recent match. The image froze at the moment Lin Yuan crushed the scarlet flame blade between his 2 fingers. Shin Lan spoke first. "His current realm is the 2nd level of the 3rd tier, which means his control over spiritual energy has surpassed at least one major realm beyond his current level." Zhou Bingwen adjusted his glasses, his voice laced with unmistakable astonishment. "In previous years, I have only seen 2 individuals at the 3rd tier achieve this level of precision. One is now at the peak of the 5th tier, while the other, at the peak of the 4th tier, has already crossed into the 5th tier's threshold in combat effectiveness." Yuan Chonghai remained silent for a moment. He walked to the one-way glass, looking down at the dispersing crowd. "I previously believed he had obtained some secret inheritance. That judgment remains unchanged, but I need to revise my assessment of the level of this inheritance now." "Are we assessing it as high key or low key?" "High key." Yuan Chonghai turned around, his sharp gaze beneath his graying brows. "A legacy that can simultaneously cover energy control, soul attack, physical enhancement, and probability intervention across 4 completely unrelated fields has no counterpart in all known systems of secret inheritance. The only reasonable explanation is that what he has obtained is not an inheritance, but a system of powers at a higher level." Zhou Bingwen gasped. Shin Lan's expression also changed, but her restraint was stronger, her eyes merely flickered. "So do you mean to continue observing?" "Continue observing." Yuan Chonghai sat back, down, his hands crossed over his knees. "But we cannot merely observe. Notify the training camp that Lin Yuan's personal training data should be documented separately, and all videos of his combat training should be saved individually and reported regularly to the organizing committee." He paused. "Additionally, inform Qin Yu that he can appropriately increase the pressure on Lin Yuan in the training arrangements. Given his current strength level, the normal intensity of 3rd tier training is simply insufficient for him." Zhou Bingwen nodded, quickly recording on his terminal. Shin Lan looked at Yuan Chonghai and suddenly asked, "Chairman Yuan, do you value him this much because he can cross realms to kill someone at the 4th tier, or because of the potential he has displayed?" Yuan Chonghai looked at Shin Lan, his lips slightly moving and his graying brows trembled. "Neither." He stood up, walked to the door of the observation room, resting his hand on the doorknob, looking back at Shin Lan. "It's because so far he has not shown anyone what his limits are." The door to the observation room closed behind him. Zhou Bingwen closed his terminal and glanced at Shin Lan. Shinlan said nothing as she walked to the one-way glass looking down at the exit of the training ground. Lin Yuan happened to walk out of the exit. He turned to say something to Ran, who then raised her hand and punched him. Tangwa laughed so hard she bent over. The three of them walked through the small path beside the training ground toward the cafeteria. Shinlan watched for a while before shifting her gaze away from Lin Yuan. She picked up her terminal and sent a message to the observation team. Lin Yuan, elevate the attention level to S rank, all contact records to be reported daily. In the windowless conference room, the large screen froze on an image of Lin Yuan crushing the Qian blade between two fingers. The man at the head of the table pressed pause, then turned to face the 5 individuals seated along both sides. His expression was graver than at the last meeting, a faint vertical crease furrowing his brow. Everyone has seen the training footage just now. He raised his hand, pointing at Lin Yuan's fingers on the screen precisely at the frame where the Qian blade shattered. Stage 3 Level 2, crushing a full force strike from a Stage 3 Level 1. Qin Yu publicly praised him as the most precise student he had seen in 4 years. He lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. I've changed my mind. Continuing remote observation is meaningless. His growth far surpasses our expectations. If we wait any longer, once he is completely recruited by the military, we won't even have the chance to make contact. The short-haired woman closed her laptop and looked up. You mean to send someone for direct contact? Exactly. The man at the head of the table pulled a metal tablet from his pocket, swiping his fingertip across its surface. A holographic projection rose, displaying Lin Yuan's complete profile. Photos, cultivation, level, known abilities, social connections. Every detail densely filled the luminous. Notify the observation team. Dispatch field personnel near the special training camp base. Under no circumstances should the organization's existence be exposed. Selectively make contact with Lin Yuan. He paused, then added, do not formally recruit him, yet a first gauge his attitude. An 18-year-old Stage 3 Level 2 who has assassinated a stage for across borders. Such a person would be highly vigilant. Contact personnel must exercise utmost caution. Once detected, withdraw immediately without leaving any trace. He switched off the hologram and the conference room dimmed once more. On the third evening at the special training camp base, as Lin Yuan exited the training ground, the setting sun hung precisely at the edge of the surrounding wall, casting the entire path in a warm amber glow. He wiped sweat from his neck with a towel. His super hearing instinctively contracted to a radius of 50 meters, filtering out the clamor of the training ground. Then he detected a faint signal, like someone standing at a corner 30 meters away, breathing evenly, but deliberately suppressing their aura. This was not unusual. The camp was crowded. Yet, curiously, this heartbeat had been intermittently appearing near him since yesterday. Lin Yuan did not pause his towel wiping or change his pace. Draping the towel over his shoulder, as if suddenly recalling something, he turned toward the equipment area. The path passed that very corner. Standing there was a person, short-haired with straight shoulders, clad in a deep blue Surveillance Institute uniform. The silver badge on her chest gleamed coldly in the sunset. It was Shinlan. Lin Yuan stopped. He had met her at the provincial competition introduced by Yuan Chonghai after the awards ceremony as a special envoy from the Surveillance Institute tasked with ensuring the contest's fairness. They had only shaken hands, then never exchanged words. Yet for a special envoy of the Surveillance Institute to appear within 30 to 40 meters of him for 2 consecutive days was no coincidence. Commissioner Shun, Lin Yuan greeted casually as if addressing an acquaintance. Shinlan's gaze lingered on his face briefly before she nodded slightly. Lin Yuan, training finished. Just ended. Lin Yuan took the towel off his shoulder, clutching it in his hand. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, then asked directly, Commissioner Shin, you seem to appear near me often lately. Is there official business you wish to discuss? Shinlan's expression remained unchanged. Her restraint was strong, her eyes steady, and the corners of her mouth maintained a polite curve. Yet Lin Yuan's super hearing caught a missed heartbeat. You noticed? My hearing is quite acute. Shinlan fell silent for 2 seconds. She glanced around and no one else was on the path. The distant clamor from the training ground was muffled behind a row. Since you have discovered it, I won't beat around the bush. Her voice was low. Chairman Yuan asked me to pay closer attention to your training. Your evaluation from Qin Yu is very high. His expectations for you far exceed those for other students. Lin Yuan tilted his head, looking at her. Isn't it a bit much that Chairman Yuan sent a special envoy from the Surveillance Institute to personally monitor me? Not at all. Shinlan's gaze suddenly turned serious. Yuan Chonghai holds direct personnel authority in the special training camp. He seldom praises anyone publicly, but he has praised you openly. The last time he did so was 4 years ago. That student has now reached the pinnacle of Stage 5. Lin Yuan remained silent. My coming to you is not Surveillance Institute business. Shinlan lowered her. Chairman Yuan asked me to convey this train diligently aimed for first place in the final assessment of the special training camp. His appraisal of you is of an immeasurable ceiling. You are the first to receive such a commendation. Lin Yuan unconsciously rubbed the edge of the towel. The business card Yuan Chonghai gave him still lay on his dorm bedside. Now the Surveillance Institute envoy personally delivered this message. Why does Chairman Yuan value me so highly? Shenlong did not answer immediately. She looked at Lin Yuan, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Because he sees something in you that he is unwilling to speak of openly. What is it? You must find the answer yourself. Shenlong stepped back, reopening the distance between them. I am merely the messenger. Chairman Yuan wants you to know the special training camp is only the beginning. The true stage lies in the capital. She paused, adding a phrase that caused Lin Yuan's pupils to contract slightly. Yuan Chonghai can shield you to some extent, but he is not omnipotent. Having said this, Shenlong turned and walked away. Lin Yuan stood rooted, fingers gripping the towel, tightening slowly. Throughout he had locked onto her heartbeat and breathing rhythm with super hearing. Every heartbeat was steady during her words, showing no physiological signs of deceit. Lin Yuan draped the towel over his shoulder again and turned toward the dormitory building. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, tilting his head to look at the one-way glass of the observation room on the second floor of the training ground. The light behind the glass was on, but whether anyone was inside was unclear. Lin Yuan stared at the window for several seconds, then averted his gaze and continued forward. He did not look back, but in his mind he had already written Shenlong and Yuan Chonghai's names on the same page. At 9 o'clock that night, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on his dorm bed, still reflecting on Shenlong's words. Suddenly he swung his legs off the bed, walked to the window, and parted the curtains slightly. Lin Yuan stared at the window for several seconds, then averted his gaze and continued forward. He did not look back, but in his mind he had already written Shenlong and Yuan. He closed the curtain and sat back on his bed. Touching his chin, a smile spread across his face. This training camp was far more intriguing than he had imagined. Qin Yu's targeting began from the 5th minute of the morning training. Lin Yuan had just completed the 3rd set of spiritual power explosion training, sweat still on his brow, when Qin Yu's voice came from across the training field. Lin Yuan add 3 sets of spiritual power explosions. Lin Yuan looked up the towel hanging in midair. Other trainees had a basic training volume of 6 sets of spiritual power explosions plus 4 sets of precision practice, and he had just completed the 6th set. Instructor Qin, I've already finished. I'm in, add 3 more sets. Qin Yu stood by the training field holding a tactical tablet, his expression as bland as if he were reading the weather forecast. After finishing, add 2 sets of precision training, switching the target from a fixed to a moving target with the speed set to level 3. Lin Yuan tossed the towel onto the equipment rack. Several trainees on the other side of the training field had already stopped their actions, their gazes bouncing back and forth between him and Qin Yu. Instructor, the level 3 speed of a moving target is the standard training volume for the 4th stage. I know. Qin Yu swiped on the tablet without raising his head. Lin Yuan forced a smile and turned back. The spiritual energy bullet holes from the fixed target still lingered in the air as he pressed his palm back onto the sensor board, golden spiritual energy exploding from his palm. From the equipment area, the girl with the long sword who had been in seclusion all day opened one eye. The buzzcut boy whispered to the person next to him, "Did Instructor Qin take the wrong medicine today? Not more than 3 of us in the camp can consistently hit the moving target at speed 3. Look at Lin Yuan's expression." Another trainee gestured toward the training field. Lin Yuan's expression indeed did not look good. Precision training for spiritual power consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. Normally his master-level precision could easily handle it, but after 9 sets of spiritual power explosions, the flow rate of spiritual energy in his meridians had begun to slow down. The moving target shot out from its track, moving more than twice as fast as the fixed target. Lin Yuan raised his hand and shot out 3 golden energy darts. The first 2 hit the bullseye, while the third barely grazed the edge of the target. Off target. Qin Yu's voice came from behind. Add 1 more set. In the audience area, Tanguo was gripping and Ran's sleeve. And Ran's expression remained unchanged, but her gaze was fixed on Lin Yuan's back. Instructor Qin is targeting Senior Lin Yuan. Tanguo lowered her voice, her discontent nearly overflowing. Not targeting. And Ran's voice was very steady. It's pressure. Pressure. Others do 6 sets while he does 9. Others have fixed targets while he has level 3 moving targets. Isn't that still targeting? Haven't you noticed? And Ran glanced at Tanguo. Instructor Qin was looking at the tablet the whole time when he said to add training. It's not a Spiro-Themet decision. Someone modified Lin Yuan's training parameters in the system. Tanguo was taken aback. And Ran turned back, her gaze once again landing on Lin Yuan. Anyone who can directly modify training parameters must have authority far exceeding that of Qin Yu. The training continued until noon. When Lin Yuan walked out of the training area, his combat uniform was soaked through on the back and his fingertips were still slightly trembling. Other trainees had already dispersed, leaving only Zhou Zimo in the equipment area doing bench presses. He noticed Lin Yuan approaching, paused momentarily, then racked the barbells, sat up, and smirked. How's the taste of extra training? Lin Yuan didn't stop walking. Instructor Qin has too high an evaluation of you, so much so that even the camp's higher-ups think you need to be pressured. You know, there's a training mode in the special training camp called pressure testing, specifically designed for those considered to have too high an upper limit, aimed at determining your true limits. Lin Yuan stopped, turned to look at him. Are you saying that today's session was arranged by the higher-ups? I'm just sharing common knowledge with you. Zhou Zimo stood up, draping the towel over his shoulder, a knowing smile on his face. Pressure testing measures not only the upper limit of strength, but also psychological endurance. If you can withstand it, it shows you are worth cultivating. If not. He didn't finish the latter part, but the implication was clear. Lin Yuan looked at him, a smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth. Then how did your pressure test turn out? Zhou Zimo's smile froze. Lin Yuan didn't wait for an answer and turned to leave the equipment area. The afternoon training volume was even more outrageous than the morning. Qin Yu increased the intensity in all three areas: spiritual power, explosion, precision, and combat simulation. While other trainees completed 6 sets, Lin Yuan had to do 12. At 6 in the evening, the whistle signaling the end of training finally sounded. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the side of the training field, palms facing up on his knees, golden spiritual energy flowing slowly through his meridians. And Ran walked over, handing him a bottle of water. You've expended too much today. She tilted her head to look at him, reaching out to press on his shoulder. You're not in a state to think too much right now. Rest well tonight. Lin Yuan placed the water bottle on the ground and stood up, walking towards the dormitory. The special training camp at night was as quiet as a deserted city. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed in his single dormitory, the curtains drawn tightly. The fatigue from training had not fully dissipated, and the residual spiritual energy in his meridians continued to flow slowly. He closed his eyes, maximizing his super hearing. Then, filtering out layer upon layer of noise, a familiar signal appeared again. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. That person had been wandering around the dormitory building since this afternoon. He took a deep breath. His consciousness began to detach, his sight lifting from his physical eyes, rising near the ceiling. The astral projection activated. Lin Yuan glanced down at his lying self on the bed, then floated through the wall toward the direction of the surrounding wall. The details in the gray-blue vision were remarkably clear. On the outside of the wall was a patch of low shrubs, and that person was crouched behind the bushes. I see you. Lin Yuan floated in front of him, clearly seeing his appearance. A stranger's face. He looked around 40, with an elongated face, prominent cheekbones, an old knife scar above his left brow, and a buzz cut. He wore a deep gray tactical vest with a black neck chain visible at the collar, and a metal piece shaped like an octagon that Lin Yuan had never seen before. On his right wrist was a tactical watch displaying symbols that Lin Yuan couldn't understand. His breathing was steady, and his gaze pierced through the gaps in the bushes, fixated on Lin Yuan's dormitory window. His left hand pressed to his ear, lips moving silently. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the small black receiver in his ear, and a chill ran through him. This person was reporting to someone. Lin Yuan memorized every detail of that face, then retracted his consciousness. He sat up, fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the bed sheet. This person had been squatting for 2 days. If it weren't for his super hearing, he would never have noticed. He rolled off the bed, walked to the window, and pulled the curtains apart slightly. The direction of the bushes was pitch black, and nothing was visible. The scarred man was still crouching there, believing his concealment was flawless. Lin Yuan released the curtains and turned back, leaning against the wall. A smile slowly crept onto his face. The current situation seemed increasingly interesting. For the following week, Lin Yuan could sense the presence of that person every night. From the sound of the closing whistle until 3 in the morning, the heartbeat would reliably emerge from behind the bushes outside the dormitory wall. On the 7th night, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and sat up. That's enough. He didn't turn on the light and slipped on his shoes in the dark. Lin Yuan stood up and made a circular motion with his right hand in front of him. Golden sparks exploded from his fingertips, tearing a molten gold-colored rift in the air. On the other side of the portal was the bush behind the outer wall of the dormitory. The man was crouched behind the bushes, wearing a deep gray tactical vest with a buzz cut and an old scar on his left eyebrow, glinting white. The man was crouched behind the bushes, wearing a deep gray tactical vest with a buzz cut and an old scar on his left eyebrow, glinting white in the moonlight. He pressed his left hand against his ear, his lips moving as he reported to someone on the other end of the earpiece. Lin Yuan stood behind him with his hands in his pockets. The target has returned to the dormitory. Today's training data has been uploaded, and tomorrow's action plan is pending confirmation. After finishing his last sentence, the man removed his finger from the earpiece and then sensed something. His shoulders stiffened momentarily as he turned around. Lin Yuan watched as his pupils constricted, raised his hand in a greeting, and spoke in a cheerful tone, as if he were encountering a classmate in the cafeteria. Squatting for 7 days, aren't you tired? The scarred man's hand was already resting at his waist, fingers clasping a metal handle, but not drawing it out. How did you? Then he stopped mid-sentence, his gaze sweeping from Lin Yuan's face to the now-vanished portal rift behind him, his jaw muscles tensing. Teleportation abilities are not within known data. He seemed to be talking to himself, yet it felt like he was addressing the person on the other end of the earpiece. He moved his finger on the earpiece, slightly, his lips quickly mouthing 2 syllables. Lin Yuan's super hearing caught the words exposed and requesting instructions. The scarred man then removed his hand from his waist and straightened his posture. Lin Yuan. He spoke, his voice much steadier than before. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Li, a field observer for the Xingmeng Association. Xingmeng Association. Lin Yuan tilted his head, repeating the name in his mouth, confirming that he had never heard of it before. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Zhao Li pulled out an octagonal metal piece from the inner pocket of his tactical vest and held it up in front of Lin Yuan. The moonlight illuminated the surface of the metal piece, revealing a circle of intricate patterns that resembled some kind of formation, but the engraving method was quite different from any Lin Yuan had seen before. The Xingmeng Association is an organization dedicated to creating a new order with members spread across the country, wielding influence far beyond your imagination. Lin Yuan looked at the metal piece, but did not take it. Creating a new order? That sounds so much like a villain's monologue. Zhao Li's expression remained unchanged. We have been observing you for some time. National competition champion, a 2nd tier, killing a 4th tier. The variety and quantity of abilities you have displayed have long surpassed the characteristics of a single profession. He paused, putting the metal piece back into his pocket, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan, you are a talent, and the Xingmeng Association needs talents like you. What do you need me for? Join us. Zhao Li's tone carried a hint of eagerness, and the scar on his face twisted slightly in the moonlight. With your potential, what you can gain in the Xingmeng Association is not just training resources, but true power. The martial arts world you see now is only the tip of the iceberg. What lies beneath the surface is far grander than you can imagine. And the Xingmeng Association can open that door for you. Lin Yuan fell silent for a few seconds before smiling. Are you done? Zhao Li's brow furrowed. If you're done, then just listen to me for a moment. Lin Yuan pulled his hands out of his pockets, his smile vanishing. I'm not interested in joining any mysterious organization. If you think I'm a talent, then just continue to watch from the stands and don't engage in these lurking antics. Zhao Li's expression turned cold. Are you refusing? Lin Yuan tilted his head to look at him. Refusing is not quite accurate, it should be termed as disinterest. I want to accept your invitation, and I don't need your observation. From now on, keep your people away from me. Zhao Li fell silent for a few seconds, then made a move that surprised Lin Yuan. He lowered the finger pressed against the earpiece, letting his hands hang naturally at his sides. But his heart rate actually decreased. Lin Yuan, it seems you haven't grasped my intent. I'm not here to seek your opinion. Lin Yuan's super hearing captured a faint mechanical sound coming from Zhao Li's right sleeve. When the Xingmeng Association invites someone, it is not a multiple-choice question. Zhao Li took a step forward, shortening the distance between them. His gaze passed over Lin Yuan's shoulder toward the direction of the training camp dormitory, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a layer of unmasked threat. Those 2 girls beside you have decent talents, but their strength pales in comparison to yours. The defenses of the training camp are indeed formidable. But do you really think it's completely impossible for a peak 4th-tier assassin to bypass the defenses of the training camp's array? Lin Yuan's gaze froze. Zhao Li continued, you don't need to worry. You are still the talent needed by the Xingmeng Association. If you refuse to join, I won't harm you, but your 2 little girlfriends might not leave this training camp safely. The moment his words fell, Lin Yuan's fist had already struck his face. A muffled sound echoed as Zhao Li's nose made contact, blood bursting forth. He was sent flying backwards, slamming into a row of bushes, crashing heavily to the ground. The earpiece flew out of Zhao Li's ear and rolled into the grass, emitting a series of urgent electrical sounds. Lin Yuan shook the blood off his fist and walked over, squatting down to look at Zhao Li's bloodied face. You said you wouldn't harm me, right? Well, then you shouldn't mind if I harm you. Zhao Li opened his mouth to say something, but Lin Yuan's foot was already pressing down on his chest, just enough force to break 2 of his ribs without injuring his heart. Zhao Li grunted softly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yuan leaned down, staring into his eye. When I was speaking to you calmly, you thought I was negotiating with you. Now that I've changed my method of expression, if you dare to mention and Ran and Tang was names again, it'll show you what real pain feels like, one that even a peak 4th tier can't withstand. As he said this, golden spiritual energy exploded from the soles of his feet, spreading along Zhao Li's chest to his entire body. Zhao Li's body arched violently, his jaw clenched tight, but he did not utter a sound. This person indeed had undergone professional training in pain resistance. Stop! Accompanied by a roar, a surge of spiritual energy rushed in from the direction of the training camp. Stop! Qin Yu's figure flipped over the wall, the hem of his tactical uniform stretching straight in the night breeze. As he landed, a wave of azure energy erupted beneath his feet, flattening the branches and leaves of the bushes. Then he clearly saw the scene before him. Lin Yuan stood under the moonlight, 1 foot on the bloodied face of Zhao Li, golden spiritual power still swirling beneath his foot. Qin Yu's expression shifted from anger to confusion in less than a second. The scene he had envisioned was an external enemy invading and ambushing the students, but now lying on the ground bloodied was a stranger, while his student was crushing the opponent beneath him. What's going on? Qin Yu dissipated the spiritual energy that had already gathered in his palm, his gaze sweeping from Zhao Li's face to Lin Yuan's. Instructor Qin, this man has been squatting outside the dormitory for a full 7 days. Lin Yuan moved his foot away from Zhao Li's chest and took a step back. Tonight, I just couldn't take it anymore, so I came out to ask him what he really wanted. Zhao Li pushed himself up with his elbows, his nose bent to one side, blood smeared across half his face. He wiped it with his sleeve, leaving a dark red streak. Qin Yu walked over, crouched down, and stared at Zhao Li's face for a few seconds. His gaze landed on the octagonal metal pendant chain that peeked out from Zhao Li's collar, and his pupils slightly constricted. Xingmong Society. When Qin Yu spoke these 2 words, his tone was calm, but Lin Yuan noticed that his right hand had clenched into a fist again. Instructor Qin knows about this organization. I've heard of it. Qin Yu stood up and pulled out a tactical tablet from his pocket, swiping it a few times. An illegal martial artist organization that specializes in poaching promising young martial artists. Their methods are quite unscrupulous. Last year, 2 students from the Capital Martial Arts University went missing, and the leads pointed directly to them. He looked down at Zhao Li, his expression bland, but his eyes turning cold. Will you confess on your own, or should I call the inspectors? Zhao Li pushed off his knees and stood up, swaying slightly before steadying himself. He looked up at Qin Yu and Lin Yuan, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth as he smiled. Do you think you've caught me? His expression turned frenzied. The Xingmong will not perish when new order is coming. After saying this, Zhao Li's body stiffened, then fell straight backward. Qin Yu rushed forward, pressing his chin down. Azure spiritual energy surged into his mouth, but it was too late. Lin Yuan stood beside him, fingers poised as if ready to shoot an energy dart. His fingertip hovered in the air, then slowly lowered. Qin Yu withdrew his fingers from Zhao Li's neck and stood up. He's dead. He put the tactical tablet back into his pocket and looked down at Zhao Li's corpse, his jaw muscles tightening several times. Lin Yuan walked over, bending down to pick up the octagonal metal piece that had rolled into the grass. The glowing patterns on its surface had dimmed, but the metal piece itself was still warm. The Xingmong will not perish when new order is coming. He repeated those 8 words, then turned to look at Qin Yu. Instructor Qin, this sounds like a slogan, also like some kind of organizational creed. Qin Yu remained silent for a few seconds, then said, core members of the Xingmong Society implant poison sacs in their mouths before executing missions. Once captured, they commit suicide. This rule is recorded in the intelligence databases of major martial arts forces. He crouched down and rummaged through Zhao Li's tactical vest, pulling out a tactical watch and several identical octagonal metal pieces. They do not value their lives. Lin Yuan gripped the metal piece in his hand, the edges digging painfully into his palm. He recalled what Zhao Li had threatened him with earlier. When he had acted earlier, he thought it was just an ordinary threat, but now looking at Zhao Li's corpse, he realized this matter was far more serious than he had imagined. An organization that would resort to suicide to keep secrets meant that their threats were not mere bluster. Qin Yu stood up, holding the tactical watch up to the moonlight. The graphics displayed on the screen had been locked, but a ring of dark red light was still flashing at the edges. This is a dual-function terminal for positioning and recording. The data has already been uploaded to an external server. He stuffed the watch into his pocket, then glanced at Lin Yuan. What did he tell you? Lin Yuan briefly recounted their earlier conversation. When it came to Zhao Li threatening and ran, and Tang Guqin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. His voice deepened. The Xingmong Society never makes empty threats. Those they target will definitely be acted upon. Lin Yuan's hands slowly clenched into fists. Qin Yu looked at him and added, from now on, and Ran and Tang Gu's training schedules will be staggered with yours. I will arrange for someone to specifically watch over them. You need not worry about their safety. The defenses of this training camp are not limited to what you can see. He paused and added, but you need to worry about yourself. Me. The Xingmong Society usually changes tactics when recruitment fails. You are at least prioritized as an A-level target in their sequence. They will not give up on you, but will only approach you in different ways. Qin Yu turned to look in the direction of the training camp, the lights in the observation room on the 2nd floor flickering on several figures moving behind the glass. He took out the tactical tablet and opened the communication interface. Tonight's incident will attract a lot of attention. I'll contact the inspectors first. This matter will reach the capital before dawn. Lin Yuan looked down at Zhao Li's corpse. The moonlight illuminated the old scar on his left brow. The veins beneath his skin had turned a dark purple. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from inside the training camp's walls. Shenlan came running around the corner, still wearing the deep blue inspector's uniform, her hair scattered over her shoulders. She rushed in front of Qin Yu, looking down at the corpse on the ground, her expression changing drastically. Xingmong Society. Poison already. Qin Yu handed her the few metal pieces he had found on Zhao Li. An external observer squatting for 7 days was discovered by Lin Yuan tonight while attempting to recruit. After being rejected and threatened, he was driven away and chose to commit suicide by poison. Shenlong took the metal pieces, examining them for several seconds before turning her gaze to Lin Yuan. Her self-restraint had always been strong, but at this moment her lips were pressed into a straight line. What did he tell you? Lin Yuan repeated what he had said to Qingyu earlier. Shenlong fell silent for quite a while after hearing this. Half of those threatened by the Xingmong Society have met with accidents within 3 months. Lin Yuan, your current situation is no longer just a matter within the training camp. I know. Lin Yuan's fingers, which were tucked into his pocket, tightened slightly. Shenlong glanced at Qingyu, who nodded slightly. Let's talk again at dawn. Shenlong crouched down to start handling Zhao Li's corpse, her movements swift, clearly not the first time she had done such a thing. But there is one thing you need to know right now. External observers of the Xingmong Society never act alone. Since Zhao Li could squat outside your dormitory for 7 days, it means at least 2 people were coordinating with his actions. He is dead, but his accomplices are still out there. Lin Yuan's super hearing instinctively extended out. Outside the wall there was only the sound of the night wind rustling through the bushes, and the students in the training camp were all sound asleep. Yet his spine tightened for a moment. Faced with such an all-pervasive enemy, even he could not remain constantly. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan intercepted Ran Ran and Tanghua at the cafeteria entrance. He led them to a secluded corner behind the row of training equipment beside the practice ground, then activated his superhuman hearing to confirm no extraneous heartbeats within a 50-meter radius before speaking. Someone came to see me last night. Ran Ran's hand holding the soy milk cup paused midair. Tanghua still had half a steamed bun in her mouth and mumbled, "Who was it?" Members of the Starlight Association. Lin Yuan recounted the previous night's events in full detail. Calmly, yet when he reached the part where Zhao Li had mentioned Ran Ran and Tanghua by name, his clenched fist tightened involuntarily. Tanghua choked halfway through swallowing her bun. "They're threatening us, say." Her voice shot up at least an octave. "Does the Starlight Association have brain damage? When recruitment fails, they resort to threats. When threats fail, they stage suicide. Do they think this is a spy thriller film?" "Tanghua, lower your voice." Ran Ran placed a hand on her shoulder, but Tanghua had already exploded. "Lower my voice. Senior, those people said they'd come after us. They even claimed they could dispatch a 4th-rank peak assassin capable of bypassing our defensive formation. Why didn't they just send a 5th-rank one?" Ran Ran ceased restraining her, waiting until Tanghua's fury subsided slightly before turning to Lin Yuan. Her expression remained far calmer than Tanghua's, but Lin Yuan, having known her for so long, could discern the turbulence beneath that stillness. "The Starlight Association." She repeated the name, her gaze darkening. "Zhao Li's threat against us wasn't mere bluster. I told you about this not to burden you with worry, but to make you aware of the situation. Rest assured, protection has already been arranged for you. I told you about this not to burden you with worry, but to make you aware of the situation. Rest assured, protection has already been arranged for you." Tanghua opened her mouth to protest, but a single glance from Ran Ran silenced her. Ran Ran set her soy milk cup upon the equipment rack and turned fully to face Lin Yuan. "And what about you?" Her tone carried an unyielding gravity. "You've asked Instructor Qin to assign guards for us. What then is your own plan?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly. "I'm not someone who needs much concern." He pulled out his phone and gave it a light shake. "I've got a high-ranking authority backing me." During training break, Lin Yuan walked alone to an isolated spot. He opened his phone's contact list and dialed a number listed under a formal title. "Lin Yuan." Yuan Chonghai's voice emerged from the speaker, laced with mild surprise. "You rarely call me directly. I've already heard the full report from Qingyu about last night. Then I won't repeat it." Leaning against the storage locker, Lin Yuan's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of his phone case. "Chairman Yuan, I'm calling to make a request." "Speak." "Assign personnel to protect Ran Ran and Tanghua." A beat of silence followed on the line. "Qingyu has already made arrangements. You should be aware of that." Instructor Qin's arrangement covers only internal camp security. Lin Yuan's voice dropped low. "Camp defenses can repel ordinary 4th-rank adversaries, but as you well know, they cannot withstand the Starlight Association. If they dared threaten me using Ran Ran and Tanghua, it means they've already mapped their daily routines." He paused, his tone hardening into solemn resolve. "I can endure their retaliation, but I cannot monitor them 24 hours a day during training. I require external support." A soft breath echoed across the line. Then Yuan Chonghai spoke again. "What do you intend to do?" "Deploy operatives, preferably 4th rank or higher, to shadow them exclusively." Lin Yuan's voice remained steady, though his pace quickened. "And then oi." A note of cautious scrutiny entered Yuan Chonghai's reply. "And then oi." A faint curve lifted Lin Yuan's lips. "Then I intend to strike first." The breathing on the other end ceased entirely. "You plan to investigate the Starlight Association's base yourself?" Lin Yuan. Yuan Chonghai's voice hardened suddenly. "I understand your rage. They threatened your friends. Anyone would seek retribution. But remember one thing, the Starlight Association has evaded official eradication for years. There is only one reason why." He paused. "We cannot locate their headquarters." Lin Yuan remained silent. For decades, the Starlight Association has operated openly beneath the watchful eyes of every major martial sect across the nation, not through mere concealment. Yuan Chonghai's voice sank deeper. I empathize with your emotions, but this is not a matter resolved by impulse. You stand in the light, they dwell in shadow. Zhao Li's suicide by poison last night proves their control over their own members borders on pathological. Such an organization will never allow you easy access to its lair. What if I find it? Lin Yuan's whisper was quiet, yet it plunged the other end into silence. What did you say? I said, if I locate their position. Leaning against the storage locker, Lin Yuan gazed through a narrow gap in the curtains at the landscape beyond, his lips lifting in a subtle knowing arc. I don't need reinforcements to assist my search. I have my own means of finding them. But I require official authorization to leave camp and approach their stronghold. You'll go alone. Disbelief edged Yuan Chonghai's tone. I'll go alone. The line fell silent for so long Lin Yuan nearly thought the connection had severed. Then Yuan Chonghai's voice returned. Lin Yuan, do you know the typical force composition of a single Starlight Association outpost? I know you advanced to 3rd rank Tier 2 last night. You could defeat a 4th rank opponent Hedon. But do you truly believe you can assault their central headquarters alone? That is impossible. Chairman Yuan. Lin Yuan cut in, his voice imbued with an uncanny serenity. I recall you telling me at the award ceremony that you'd never seen the limit of my potential. Yuan Chonghai said nothing. Nor have you seen it now. A barely perceptible intake of breath echoed across the line. When Yuan Chonghai spoke again, his tone had shifted. If you uncover the location of the Starlight Association's headquarters, I will grant you provisional leave, and even deploy reinforcements. But only on one condition: the site must first be verified by Intelligence Division analysts. Otherwise, I cannot sanction your risk. He paused. And once you locate it, you must not act independently. You are to hold position until reinforcements arrive. That is my absolute boundary. Lin Yuan's lips curved upward once more. Agreed. Don't rush to agree. Yuan Chonghai's voice lowered again. Our national intelligence network has searched for 3 years and failed to locate their headquarters. How precisely do you intend to find it? That is my concern. You need only prepare the reinforcements. He ended the call. As the screen dimmed, he caught sight of Ran watching him from across the training ground. Her gaze spanned half the field. Her brow furrowed, her lips pressed into a taut, unyielding line. Lin Yuan slipped the phone back into his pocket and raised a reassuring hand toward her. She offered no response, only held his gaze for a moment longer before turning away. Lin Yuan leaned against the storage locker and closed his eyes. His superhuman hearing expanded outward, sweeping across every heartbeat within a 100-meter radius. No unfamiliar pulse registered. Yet Lin Yuan knew Zhao Li's accomplice was still out there, observing him from some unseen vantage point. On the first night after Zhao Li committed suicide by poison, Lin Yuan did not sleep. He sat cross-legged on his dormitory bed, the curtains still drawn tightly, yet his super hearing was fully extended. But there was nothing outside the walls. No unfamiliar heartbeat, nor any deliberately suppressed breath. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and pressed his tongue against his cheek. Shun Lan said that the field observers of the Xingmong Society never acted alone. However, his super hearing swept the area for an entire night, and aside from wild cats and the sound of the wind, not a single extra footprint appeared outside the walls. They run pretty fast, he mumbled, unconsciously tightening his grip on the bedsheet. Then he suddenly remembered something. Time probe. The power of the Eye of Agamotto can probe into events that will happen within the next day. Although the cooldown time lasts 3 days, if used now, it could at least reveal whether any members of the Xingmong Society would appear near the training camp in the next 24 hours. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the system panel. The icon for Time Probe lit up, its edges glowing with a green light. He invoked a trace of the Eye of Agamotto's power. His spiritual energy was almost instantly drained. Lin Yuan's body suddenly bent over, a cold sweat broke out on his back, his fingers clenched the bed sheet tightly, and his face turned pale. Then the image appeared. The walls of the training camp, the corridor of the dormitory building, the empty equipment area in the training ground, and the queue of people at the cafeteria entrance. Tang Guo was talking to Ran Xin. He was holding a tactical tablet in the training ground, and Shun Lan stood in the second-floor observation room. The image flashed through his consciousness like fast-forwarding, each frame astonishingly clear. But there were no members of the Xingmong Society. No scar-faced men, no octagonal metal pieces, and not a single unfamiliar face appeared around the training camp. Within 24 hours, this place is very safe. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, leaned back, and fell onto the mattress. The light on the ceiling was off, and the moonlight squeezed through the gaps in the curtains, drawing a thin line across his face. His body, drained of spiritual energy, felt like it had its skeleton removed, lacking even the strength to raise his hand. It took him a full hour to restore his spiritual energy to 1/3 of its normal level. Then he sat up and glanced at the system panel. Time probe, cooldown time 2 days, 22 hours, 58 minutes. He would not be able to use this ability again in the next 3 days. Lin Yuan fluffed his pillow, lay down, and closed his eyes. But his super hearing did not return. For the next 3 days, Lin Yuan remained tense. Every day, he habitually extended his super hearing, subconsciously scanning the heartbeat frequencies of everyone around him, repeatedly confirming whether there were any extra breaths behind the bushes outside the walls. Qin Yu's training load continued to increase, and Lin Yuan gritted his teeth to bear it all. But after each training session, he would not return directly to the dormitory. Instead, he would walk around the training ground using his super hearing to sweep the entire base before he was willing to go back. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, just as the training ended and Rand stopped him at the entrance of the training ground. Her expression was quite grim. "How long have you not slept?" "I slept for 4 hours last night." 4 hours isn't enough. And Rand stepped forward, placed her hand on his shoulder, and probed with her spiritual energy. Her fingertips tightened momentarily on his shoulder before releasing. "Your current state is simply dreadful, and the dark circles under your eyes are almost down to your chin." Lin Yuan chuckled. "When did you learn to diagnose?" Lin Yuan. And Rand's tone suddenly became, "I know what you are worried about, but in your current state you are not guarding against enemies, you are exhausting yourself." "I'm fine." "You are not fine. Instructor Qin has already assigned people to keep an eye on us, and Chairman Yuan has also increased external protection. Tenghua and I have someone watching us from morning till night. Do you think the Xingmong Society members can bypass so many eyes to take action against us?" Lin Yuan said nothing, and Rand stared into his eyes, her tones softening, yet the concern in her gaze was almost overwhelming. "You don't need to bear all the pressure on your own." Lin Yuan fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped her hand away, his voice rising half an octave. "This is my own choice, you don't need to meddle." And Rand was taken aback. Lin Yuan was also stunned. He saw in Rand's eyelashes tremble, her lips pressed into a straight line, and her step back half a pace. In her eyes there was no anger from being scolded, only a deeper layer of concern. His anger dissipated in an instant. "I'm sorry." Lin Yuan raised his hand to rub his face, his voice returning to a normal volume. "I wasn't angry at you, I just have been a bit too tense these past few days." And Rand remained silent, just watching him. The silence lasted about 10 seconds. Then an image suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. In the movie, the Supreme Sorcerer stood before the Time Stone, a ring of green light, hovering around his wrist, the eye of Agamotto, slowly rotating at his chest. If he could use the eye like the Supreme Sorcerer, could he perhaps reverse the past or lock onto the future of a specific target? His current dilemma was the inability to track the movements of the Xingmong Society, but if he could trace back to the timeline, when he made the promise to Zhao Li, he might be able to follow the clues to discover their headquarters. Lin Yuan suddenly stood up. The chair was knocked over by his knee, crashing to the ground with a piercing metallic sound. Several students around the training ground turned their heads to look at him. "I know what to do." Lin Yuan's voice burst forth, startling Tenghua, who was drinking water nearby, causing her to choke and cough several times. And Rand took half a step back, watching his suddenly brightened eyes, her brows furrowed. "What do you know?" Lin Yuan bent down to set the chair upright, his movements as swift as if he were a completely different person from before. "I have been thinking about how to use the current clues to find them, but I overlooked a crucial point. I have something in my hands that can look not only forward." A flicker of confusion passed through in Rand's eyes. "What do you mean?" "It means..." Lin Yuan pushed the chair back into place, turned to look towards the direction of the training ground's outer wall, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I know how to find them now." Tenghua finally finished coughing, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, looking at Lin Yuan with a puzzled expression. "Senior, did you just shout at the senior sister?" "I didn't shout. I heard it." "You heard wrong." Lin Yuan flicked his fingers on Tenghua's forehead, and then turned to walk towards the dormitory building. And Rand watched his back, her brow still furrowed. Having known Lin Yuan for so long, she had never seen him in such a fatigued state. Yet that layer of fatigue was covered by his smile. Lin Yuan returned to the dormitory and closed the door. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the system panel. The icon for time probe was still in cooldown. He looked at the skill that was about to complete its cooldown with quiet anticipation in his heart. Whether he could find the headquarters of the Xingmong Society hinged on this tremor. The icon for time probe flickered on the system panel as the cooldown timer reached 0. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on his dormitory bed, taking a deep breath. The description of the time probe skill clearly stated that it harnessed the power of the Eye of Agamotto to investigate events occurring within the next day. The time probe by default examined the future under the current selection, but what if he actively changed the premise of the investigation? Lin Yuan closed his eyes, the green halo of the time probe slowly rotating within his consciousness. He did not rush to channel the power, but instead constructed a hypothetical premise in his mind. What if he had accepted Zhao Li's invitation at that time? What if behind that bush, instead of smashing Zhao Li's nose with a punch, he had said, "All right, I will join"? The green halo suddenly accelerated its rotation. Lin Yuan's body tensed abruptly, spiritual energy being violently extracted from his meridians, far more intense than 3 days prior. Then the scene appeared. He stood behind the bush, Zhao Li's bloodied face revealing a surprised smile. Shortly after, a black commercial vehicle arrived, and Zhao Li ushered him inside. The vehicle drove on the highway for at least 6 hours, changing license plates 3 times along the way. As dawn broke, the car entered a city Lin Yuan had never been to before. The words on the road sign were mostly obscured by mist, revealing only the character Wu. The car drove into the underground parking lot of an abandoned factory. Zhao Li led him through 3 layers of hidden doors, revealing a vast underground space with a ceiling embedded with numerous octagonal lights. In the center stood a middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue robe. When he turned around, his face was clearly illuminated by the lights. The scene froze at that moment. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Then, having exhausted all his spiritual energy, his consciousness sank back into his body. He opened his mouth to breathe, but the air in his lungs felt as if it had been siphoned away, his chest heaving violently for a long moment before he gasped his first breath. His body slumped sideways, crashing onto the mattress with a muffled sound, and his consciousness began to blur. Before he completely fell into darkness, a single thought flashed through his mind. Wuzhou. That city was Wuzhou. Lin Yuan slipped into a deep sleep. On the system panel, the icon for time probe lit up again with a cooldown timer, but Lin Yuan could no longer see it. At 6 in the morning, the wake-up bell of the training camp rang punctually. And Ran waited at the entrance of the cafeteria for 10 minutes, but did not see Lin Yuan. She frowned and turned to walk toward the boys' dormitory. Tangwa caught up from behind, half a bun still in her mouth, mumbling, "Senior sister, where are you going?" "Looking for Lin Yuan." "Did senior brother oversleep?" Tangwa swallowed the bun and brushed off the crumbs from her hands. And Ran did not respond, quickening her pace. Lin Yuan had never been late before, but today he was absent. A hint of unease crept into Ran's heart. She arrived at Lin Yuan's dormitory door and knocked. "Lin Yuan." No one responded. She knocked 3 more times, this time more forcefully. Still no answer. And Ran took a deep breath and grasped the doorknob. Spiritual energy surged from her palm, and with a loud bang, the door swung open. Lin Yuan lay on the mattress, his complexion frighteningly pale. And Ran rushed over, placing her fingers on the artery in his neck. His heartbeat was still present, but the rhythm was abnormally slow. "Lin Yuan." She shook his shoulder. Lin Yuan's eyelids fluttered, his lips moved slightly, as if he were murmuring something, but the sound was too faint for Ran to hear. She leaned in closer. "Wuzhou. Underground. Starry light." Then he fell silent again, and Ran straightened up her face. Tangwa peeked in from the doorway, seeing Lin Yuan unconscious on the bed, nearly dropping the bun in her hand. "Senior sister, what happened to senior brother?" "Spiritual energy depletion." And Ran's fingers remained pressed against Lin Yuan's neck, her voice straining to stay calm, but her speed of speech betrayed her. "His spiritual energy has been completely drained, and there is almost no residual energy detectable in his meridians. I've only seen this level of depletion in emergency records at the hospital, and only in cases of near-death situations." Tangwa's face turned pale. "What should we do?" "Go find Instructor Qin." And Ran stood up, gently pulling the blanket over Lin Yuan's body. "And the spiritual energy replenisher from the infirmary, the type for 3rd tier, use, bring 2 vials right away." Tangwa turned and ran. And Ran stood by Lin Yuan's bed, looking down at his pale face. Having known Lin Yuan for so long, it was the first time she had seen him this week. 10 minutes later, Qin Yu pushed open the dormitory door and walked in. He glanced at Lin Yuan on the bed, and his expression instantly turned serious. "How long has it been? I don't know he was like this when I arrived." Qin Yu squatted down, lifting Lin Yuan's eyelid. A greenish spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips into Lin Yuan's meridians, and Dantian quickly scanning through. Then he stood up, pulling out a tactical tablet from his pocket and quickly swiping across the screen. "Spiritual energy depletion severe, but not at a fatal level." He paused, looking at the body data displayed on the tablet. But strangely, his mental energy depletion is also abnormal, far exceeding the level typical of spiritual energy depletion, as if he had simultaneously used 2 or more high-consumption skills for an extended period. Qin Yu looked up, scanning the dormitory, his gaze finally landing on the phone at Lin Yuan's bedside. The screen was dark, but there was a faint crack around the edge, as if some force had shattered it from within. Tangwa burst in, carrying a box of spiritual energy replenisher. Qin Yu pulled out 2 vials of 3rd-tier specialized injection from the box, and injected them into Lin Yuan's left arm. The light blue liquid flowed through the transparent tube into his veins. Lin Yuan's fingertips twitched, but his eyes remained closed. With spiritual energy depleted to this extent, the body will automatically enter deep sleep for repair. Qin Yu tossed the empty vial into the trash can, standing up to brush off the dust from his knees. The repair time varies by individual. For Lin Yuan's constitution, it will take at least 12 hours. And Ran stood by the bed, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan's face, without wavering. "Instructor Qin, he was alone in the dormitory last night. How could his spiritual energy deplete to this level? He has been investigating clues about the Starry Light Society." And Ran turned sharply, nearly dropping the replenisher in Tangwa's hand. "He hasn't given up." "When has he ever given up?" Qin Yu's voice was calm. and Ran opened her mouth slightly. Then, when Lin Yuan had yelled at her that morning, he had said, "I know what to do." She thought he had merely come up with a new plan, but little did she know he had acted that very night. And alone in the dormitory, he had exhausted himself to the point of falling into a deep sleep. And Ran turned back, reaching out to press her hand on Lin Yuan's forehead. His body temperature gradually rose under the effect of the spiritual energy replenisher, and his face regained a bit of color from its previous pallor. But his lips were still moving. And Ran bent down closer, hearing him repeatedly murmuring the same word. Wuzhou. She straightened up, committing the word to memory. On the morning of the second day after Lin Yuan fell into a deep sleep, the chatter in the training camp cafeteria was notably louder than usual. Have you heard? Lin Yuan still hasn't woken up. Not only hasn't he woken up, but it's said that the medical staff visited him twice, administering 4 doses of the spiritual energy supplement, and he remains unconscious. Wasn't he fine during training yesterday? Instructor Qin had him practice extra, and he handled it all, so how did he collapse at night? Who knows? Some say he had a mishap during cultivation, resulting in a backlash of spiritual energy. A boy with a buzz cut sat in the corner, lowering his voice as he beckoned a few people at his table. They leaned in, and he covered his mouth with his hand, saying something that made them collectively gasp. Are you saying he exhausted his own spiritual energy from training? What a joke! How could a third-tier spiritual energy pool be depleted to the point of unconsciousness? I didn't say it was a typical depletion. Didn't you see Instructor Qin's expression when he left the infirmary yesterday? A hand slammed down on the dining table, causing the stainless steel plate to bounce and return with a sharp metallic clang. The chatter in the cafeteria was abruptly interrupted, and Ran stood beside the table, her hand still resting on the surface. Her gaze swept over the buzz-cut boy's face, then around to the group discussing. Her eyes were slightly red. Have you all said enough? The buzz-cut boy opened his mouth to respond, but the burgeoning fury in Ran's eyes forced him to swallow his words. And Ran took a deep breath and lifted her hand from the table. Her palm left a faint indentation on the metal surface, and those nearby glanced at it before quietly shifting their plates away. And Ran took a deep breath and lifted her hand from the table. Her palm left a faint indentation on the metal surface, and those nearby glanced at it before quietly she watched as Ran walked past her, blinked, and then jogged to catch up. Senior, why are you in such a bad mood today? And Ran didn't respond and didn't slow her pace. Tangguo reached her side, glanced at her expression, and wisely fell silent. Having known Ran for so long, she had never seen her like this. And Ran walked all the way to the boys' dormitory before stopping. She looked up at Lin Yuan's window, the curtains still tightly drawn. Qin, you said the recovery time would take at least 12 hours, and it was already the 20th hour. Senior, is he? Tangguo's voice became surprisingly serious as she stood behind her. He will be fine, right? And Ran remained silent. The medical staff came and went. The doses of spiritual energy supplements increased from 2 to 4, then to 6. Lin Yuan's complexion slowly regained some color, but his eyes remained shut. Qin, you mentioned that the spiritual energy within him was naturally recovering. His unconscious state was merely due to excessive mental exhaustion, and his body was undergoing mandatory rest for recovery. Theoretically, he could wake at any moment. But the words "at any moment" gnawed at her nerves with every passing minute. At noon, Ran pushed open Lin Yuan's dormitory door for the 3rd time. Light streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, casting a narrow beam onto the bed. Lin Yuan still lay on the mattress, breathing steadily, but shallowly, his lips slightly moving, as if he were murmuring in his sleep. She reached out to press her hand against Lin Yuan's forehead and sent a wave of spiritual energy to assess his condition. The spiritual energy within his meridians was visibly recovering, and the energy pool in his dantian was slowly refilling. However, strangely, his mental energy remained in a state of deep suppression, as if forcibly restrained by some unseen force. She withdrew her hand and glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It had been a full 29 hours since Lin Yuan fell unconscious. At 6 in the evening, Yuan Chonghai pushed open Lin Yuan's dormitory door. Following him were Qin Yu and Shun Lan. The 3 entered the cramped single dormitory, making the space feel even more confined. Yuan Chonghai stood by the bed, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan's pale face. His expression was calm, but his brows were furrowed slightly more than usual. Such a significant depletion of spiritual energy could not have been caused by mere training. Qin Yu stood behind him, arms crossed, his focus locked on Lin Yuan's face. I examined his meridians and found no signs of backlash, indicating he did not use forbidden techniques. However, the level of mental energy consumption is over 3 times that of a typical depletion. I have only seen this situation under one condition. Yuan Chonghai turned his head to look at him. A prophecy-type skill. Yuan Chonghai fell silent for a moment before returning his gaze to Lin Yuan's face. His brows furrowed even deeper, the vertical line between them tightening into a knot. Shin Lan stood at the door, holding a terminal, the data on the screen continuously refreshing. Chairman Yuan, the intelligence department just sent a message that the Xingmong Association has had no activity recorded across the country in the past 3 days. After Zhao Li's death, all their field personnel seemed to have vanished simultaneously, as if on cue. They didn't vanish, they withdrew. Yuan Shanghai's voice grew heavier. They know we will investigate, so they are temporarily pulling back their defenses. But this is only temporary, since Lin Yuan killed Zhaoli. The Xingmong Association won't let it go so easily. Once he wakes up, I will personally. Yuan Shanghai's words were interrupted by a faint sound. Lin Yuan's eyelids fluttered. And Ran was the first to rush over. Qin, you took a half step forward while Yuan Shanghai remained still, his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan's eyelids moved again, then slowly opened. His pupils were not yet fully focused, and his gaze wandered on the ceiling for a few seconds. Then he saw Ran. Her face was closed, her eyes red, lips pressed into a thin line, something swirling in her. Having known her for so long, Lin Yuan had never seen her like this. He wanted to say something, opened his mouth, but only a hoarse sound escaped. Fang Gua had already brought the cup to his lips, nearly poking his nose with the straw as it entered. Lin Yuan took a few sips, finally able to move his throat. Do you know how long you've been unconscious? And Ran's voice trembled. Lin Yuan struggled to pull a smile. How long? 32 hours. Lin Yuan's smile froze for a brief moment. Then he slowly turned his head, his gaze shifting from Ran's face to Qin, Yue, then to Yuan Shanghai. His expression changed for an instant, and he pushed himself up from the mattress. And Ran reached out to press him back down. Don't move, you just woke up. Lin Yuan did not struggle. He leaned back against the pillow, his chest rising and falling a few times, then turned to look at Yuan Shanghai. His lips moved slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. I found it. Yuan Shanghai's pupils contracted slightly. What did you say? Lin Yuan looked at him, the curve of his lips appearing particularly sharp against his pale face. Their headquarters, I found it. Yuan Shanghai stepped forward, reaching the bedside, looking down at Lin Yuan, his gray brows framing a sharp gaze like a knife. The dormitory was silent except for Lin Yuan's faint breathing. He closed his eyes, the curve of his lips bending slightly. Wuzhou Underground. As the crowd dissipated, the sound of the door closing echoed. Lin Yuan leaned against the head of the bed, and the system panel flickered at the edge of his vision. He immersed his consciousness into it, and then he was stunned. The compatibility value of the Supreme Mage template was fluctuating. Lin Yuan held his breath. The moment the number reached 100, the entire system panel burst into a halo of golden light. 3 lines of new prompts floated up, the characters trembling slightly in his field of vision. Compatibility of Supreme Mage Template 100 time probe upgrade. The probing range is no longer limited. You can freely specify the probing direction and time node. Each use consumes mental power and spiritual energy. The consumption is proportional to the probing range. Cooldown time removed. Warning: the user's current mental power is insufficient to sustain probing for more than 3 days. Forced probing may cause permanent mental damage. Lin Yuan stared at the line. Cooldown time removed for a long time. Then he recalled the feeling of being unconscious for 32 hours on the bed. Lin Yuan turned off the system panel and leaned back against the pillow. He had nearly died from his own skill earlier, leaving him with a lingering fear. With his eyes closed, he tugged at the corner of his mouth. It couldn't be used lightly. At least until he found a reliable method, this skill had to be locked away. He did not want to see Ran standing by his bed with red-ringed eyes again. A once was enough for that expression. The next morning, Lin Yuan sat up from the bed. He moved his shoulders, and the joints made a series of faint cracking sounds before he rolled off the bed. When Ran pushed the door in, he was tying his shoelaces. What are you getting up for? To find someone. Lin Yuan sat up straight, scanning her face. Her eyes were still a bit puffy, but her expression had returned to its usual calm. You were unconscious for so long, and you're going to discuss the outpost today. Lin Yuan stood up and took a sip of soy milk from her hand. I'm going to find Chairman Yuan and tell him I'm going to Wuzhou. And Ran fell silent for a moment, then stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Go ahead. She did not stop him. As Lin Yuan walked past her, she simply reached out and patted his back lightly. The touch was gentle, but her palm lingered on his back for a moment before retracting. Lin Yuan did not look back. He feared that if he did, he would be ensnared by the weight hidden in Ran's eyes. The training camp's office building was deep within the base. When Lin Yuan reached the door, Shenlong happened to come out from inside. She paused when she saw him. You're awake. Awake. Looking for Chairman Yuan. Shenlong glanced at him and then turned to lead him upstairs. Chairman Yuan Shanghai's office was at the end of the second floor. He was sitting behind his desk, a stack of documents spread out before him. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. When he saw Lin Yuan, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. Sit. Lin Yuan sat down opposite him. Yuan Shanghai closed the documents and placed his hands crossed on the desk. You mentioned last night about the underground in Wuzhou. The intelligence department worked overnight to investigate all underground facilities in Wuzhou City. He paused. We didn't find the underground dome space you mentioned. That's because you were searching in the wrong direction. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, his voice still carrying the hoarseness of just waking up. What I saw was not an ordinary basement, but a professionally modified underground stronghold. Yuan Shanghai's gaze fixed on him. You saw this? My probing skill. Lin Yuan did not elaborate further, but the certainty in his tone prevented Yuan Chonghai from pursuing technical details. Chairman Yuan, I'm not here to ask you to help verify intelligence. Lin Yuan leaned forward slightly. I'm here to ask you to fulfill your promise. Just as you said, the people from the Xingmong Society are already in the process of withdrawing. If we delay any longer, by the time they completely consolidate their defenses, that underground stronghold may be abandoned. Yuan Chonghai stood up and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back. Outside the window was the training camp's wall, and beyond that the ordinary city skyline. A single person infiltrating the enemy's den, still a third-tier level 2. Do you know the troop configuration of a Xingmong Society outpost? According to the Intelligence Department's estimate, there should be at least 1 or 2 fourth-tier personnel stationed, plus no less than 10 field agents. I know, knowing that you still insist on going alone. It's actually easier for me to go alone. Lin Yuan's, if the official team is mobilized on a large scale, the Xingmong Society will receive news in less than 10 minutes. By the time I arrive in Wuzhou, I would be facing an empty shell. Yuan Chonghai turned around and stared at him for a long time. Then he spoke. Reason? What reason? The reason you must go alone. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. When Zhao threatened me with Ran and Tanghua, I didn't have time to think too much. I just smashed my fist down. His voice was soft, but his speech was steady. Later, when you all informed me of the horrors on the other side, I realized how fearful it was. During those 32 hours I lay in bed, I had a long dream, dreaming that Ran was ambushed from behind, dreaming that Tanghua's sonic barrier was breached. Now I am awake. He looked at Yuan Chonghai. Chairman Yuan, I don't intend to dream anymore. Yuan Chonghai remained silent for a long time. The wind from outside blew and flipping a page of the documents on his desk. 3 days. He finally spoke. I'll give you 3 days starting from the moment you leave the camp. Within 3 days you must keep communication open at all times. Reinforcements will arrive within 20 minutes after you send out a signal. 3 days later, if you haven't sent a signal, I'll personally lead a team in to find you. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly. Deal. Don't rush to say deal. Yuan Chonghai's voice suddenly lowered. There's one more thing you need to know. He picked up a document from the table and pushed it in front of Lin Yuan. Last night, when the Intelligence Department surveyed the underground facilities in Wuzhou, they discovered an anomaly. Lin Yuan looked down at the document. It was a satellite remote sensing image with a red circle marking a location at an abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of Wuzhou. The underground structure of the chemical plant appeared particularly deep on the remote sensing image, far exceeding the depth of an ordinary underground garage. If the headquarters of the Xingmong Society is really in Wuzhou, this place is the most likely entrance. However, the Intelligence Department has investigated this location twice before and found no hidden doors. That's because they didn't find the way in. Lin Yuan picked up the document, his gaze fixed on the red circle. Yuan Chonghai watched his expression, a hint of unease suddenly growing in his heart. Lin Yuan, you promised me that you wouldn't act alone once you found the location. I remember. Lin Yuan placed the document back on the table and stood up. I'll go back to prepare and set off early tomorrow morning. Yuan Chonghai watched him turn towards the door. Shenlong, see him downstairs. Shenlong pushed the door open and followed Lin Yuan out. Only the two of them remained in the corridor. Shenlong suddenly spoke. How much of what you said to Chairman Yuan was true? Which part? The part about dreaming. Lin Yuan stopped, glanced at her, and then continued walking forward without saying anything, merely curling the corner of his mouth. That smile made Shenlong's spine tense for a moment. As Lin Yuan slung his backpack over his shoulder, dawn had yet to break. He pushed open the iron gate of the dormitory building. A chill wind rushed in, carrying the scent of dew-damp grass and foliage. He tugged the strap higher onto his shoulder and headed toward the main gate, then halted. Ran stood beneath the street lamp, holding a plastic bag in her hand. She wore a light gray athletic jacket, her hair loosely tied into a ponytail, with a few stray strands clinging to her cheeks in the breeze. Lin Yuan watched her, pressing his tongue against his cheek. What time did you get up? I didn't sleep. She extended the plastic bag. Her voice remained steady, yet unmistakably tender. 3 grade 3 spirit energy replenishers, 1 box of hemostatic patches, 2 vials of mental restoration elixir. These are the highest grade supplies available from the infirmary. Lin Yuan accepted the bag. His fingertips brushed hers, cold as ice. Under the lamplight he glanced inside, then lifted his gaze, a faint smile curving his lips. Is this a farewell, or a funeral send-off? Ran did not smile. Her eyes locked onto his face, her lips pressed into a taut line, faint shadows darkening the hollows beneath her eyes. In all the time he'd known her, this was the first moment Lin Yuan saw dark circles so deep that even light makeup could not conceal them. You were unconscious for 32 hours, just woke yesterday, and now you're leaving today. Her words quickened, her composure slipping. Didn't I tell you not to shoulder every burden alone? You did. Did you listen? Lin Yuan tucked the bag into the side pocket of his backpack, zipped it shut, and straightened to meet her gaze. I listened, but didn't obey. Ran drew a slow, deep breath, then shoved him lightly in the chest. If you dare collapse again, I'll... What then? Lin Yuan held her gaze, his smile widening. She stared at him for several seconds, then slipped her hands into her jacket pockets. Then don't come back. She turned and walked away. Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure, shifted his backpack higher, rolled his tongue once in his mouth, and continued toward the gate. At the training camp's main entrance, the sentry had not yet changed shifts. The iron-gray electric gate stood sealed. Inside the guardhouse, the duty officer dozed at his desk, the monitor screen behind him flickering pale blue. As Lin Yuan approached, another figure darted from the shadowed equipment zone. A girl named Tangguo wearing an oversized hoodie whose sleeves nearly swallowed her fingers. She skidded to a stop before him, caught her breath, and pulled something from her hoodie pocket, pressing it into his palm of candy. Its pink wrapper bore a cartoon rabbit. Senior said you're heading out on official business. Tangguo looked up at him. Her usually rapid-fire chatter had narrowed to a single quiet sentence. Senior brother, please return soon. Lin Yuan gazed down at the candy resting in his palm, slipped it into his pocket, and tapped her forehead with a light, playful flick. Understood. Tangguo rubbed her forehead, her eyes reddening, but she clenched her jaw, refusing to let tears fall. Lin Yuan turned toward the guardhouse and rapped twice on the window. Understood. Tangguo rubbed her forehead, her eyes reddening, but she clenched her jaw, refusing to let tears fall. Lin Yuan turned. The iron gate slid open with a low hum, revealing the arterial road leading into the city. Dawn's first light spilled over the horizon, bathing the asphalt in a soft silvery gray hue. Lin Yuan stepped across the threshold. Inside the guardhouse, the officer watched him go, and picked up his radio, murmuring softly into it. In the observation room on the second floor of the training camp's administrative building, the curtain stirred. Shenlong stood behind it, terminal in hand, the screen displaying Lin Yuan's exit captured live by the gate surveillance feed. She tapped the comm button on her earpiece. Chairman Yuan, he has left the camp. A calm voice answered. Yuan Chonghai's, devoid of any trace of having been roused from sleep. Acknowledged. Lin Yuan's departure rippled through the camp faster than he anticipated. 5 minutes before morning drill, trainees filed into the training ground, and noticed the spot where Lin Yuan always stood empty. A recruit with a crew cut spoke first. Where's Lin Yuan? Didn't Instructor Qin assign him extra drills today? Extra drills. He's gone. Another trainee jerked his chin toward the gate. I passed the guardhouse earlier. I heard the duty officer say he left before dawn, just carrying a backpack. Gone. Where to? How should I know? The officer said left the camp, not on leave. Murmurs spread like ripples through the formation. Zhou Zmo, standing near the front row, listened to the whispers and slowly smiled. 32 hours of spirit energy depletion, waking only yesterday and departing today. Do you really think this is routine leave? The crew cut recruit turned to him. What are you implying? Nothing at all. Zhou Zmo began stretching his wrist, his tone dripping with barely concealed schadenfreude. It's simply odd. What task is so urgent that he must depart before his body recovers? And the camp's regulations explicitly state that trainee departures require approval from an instructor-level officer or above. Does Instructor Qin know about this? His words faded just as a sharp whistle pierced the air. Qin Yu strode into the training ground. His tactical uniform zipped to the collar, a combat tablet cradled in his hands, his expression sterner than usual. He paused before the formation, scanned Lin Yuan's vacant position, and withdrew his gaze. Lin Yuan is on leave today. His training load will be temporarily redistributed among all of you. Groans rose across the ranks, but Qin Yu ignored them. As for the reason behind his leave, he paused, his gaze sweeping deliberately across Zhou Zmo's face. Medical recommendation following severe spirit energy depletion, rest and gentle adjustment are required. Intensive training is strictly contraindicated. Zhou Zmo's smile dimmed. Qin Yu blew his whistle and morning drill commenced, the explosive surges of spirit energy quickly drowning out the murmurs. Yet, even mid-drill, the crew cut recruit leaned close to his neighbor. If spirit energy depletion demands rest, why isn't he lying in his dorm? Why is he leaving the camp with a backpack? His companion offered no reply, only shook his head. Outside the camp gates, dawn fully bloomed, streetlights winked out, and distant chants began rising from within the compound. Lin Yuan had already vanished beyond the camp's line of sight, his backpack swaying gently with each stride. He slipped his hand into his pocket, fingertips brushing the pink candy wrapper Tangguo had pressed into his palm. A faint smile touched his lips. He drew it out and held it beneath his nose. Strawberry scented. He returned it to his pocket, then reached for the communicator holstered at his waist. Drawing his gaze inward, he inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the crisp, cold air of morning. Then he raised his right hand, tracing a perfect circle in the air. Golden sparks erupted from thin air, molten gold edges of a spatial portal flared sharply against the misty dawn. Beyond the portal stretched a street Lin Yuan had seen only in dreams, its signpost bearing 4 characters, Wuzhou Avenue. The streets of Wuzhou were quieter than Lin Yuan had imagined. The golden flames of the portal dissipated behind him, and the morning mist had yet to clear. Most of the shops along Wuzhou Avenue had their metal gates rolled down except for a breakfast shop, where steam was rising from the steaming baskets. Lin Yuan tugged at the straps of his backpack and hailed a taxi by the roadside to the abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of the city. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 50s with thinning hair and a cigarette dangling from his mouth unlit. He glanced at Lin Yuan in the rearview mirror and muttered as he started the car, "What are you doing going to that place so early in the morning?" "Looking for someone. That place has been deserted for years. Where could anyone be?" The taxi turned off the main road, and the buildings alongside the road gradually transformed from residential blocks to low factories and warehouses. Lin Yuan leaned back in his seat, unconsciously rubbing the wrapper of a strawberry candy in his pocket. "Master, has anything strange ever happened in that area?" The driver clamped the unlit cigarette between his ear and turned to look at him. "How do you know that?" Lin Yuan. The driver's gaze lingered on the empty road ahead for a few seconds before he spoke with a tone of half-belief. "That place indeed feels off. A couple of years ago, truck drivers passing through at midnight said they saw lights flickering underground, a bluish glow twinkling intermittently." "Did you report it?" "Yes, the police station sent someone to check twice, but they found nothing." The driver took the cigarette from his ear, put it back in his mouth, and lit it this time. Later, a few nearby elderly residents said they could hear noises coming from underground in the dead of night, like someone was knocking on something, or like machines were running. But when the police went to investigate during the day, it was just a wasteland with a few derelict factories, and they couldn't even find an entrance to a basement. He exhaled smoke and glanced at Lin Yuan in the rearview mirror. Eventually, it turned into ghost stories. "You, a young lad, what are you looking for in a place like that so early?" Lin Yuan smiled, but remained silent. Seeing he didn't want to talk, the driver sensibly fell silent, as well, turning on the radio and tuning into the traffic station. The female broadcaster's voice buzzed in the cabin, reporting the morning rush hour conditions in Wuzhou. Lin Yuan tilted his head to look outside. The car had already left the urban area, and the factories on both sides of the road became increasingly sparse, occasionally revealing a few abandoned smokestacks poking through the gray-white sky. He recalled the images he had seen during his investigation. The factory gates in that image were rusty, aligning with the driver's words. The taxi bumped along a bumpy dirt road for over 10 minutes before finally stopping. The driver pointed to a gray building complex less than 200 meters ahead, saying, "That's it, the road ahead is blocked. You'll have to walk there yourself." Lin Yuan paid the fare and got out of the car. The driver rolled down the window, hesitated for a moment, and added, "Young man, that place really feels off. If you go in and nothing happens, make sure to come out quickly, don't stay too long." "Got it, thank you." Lin Yuan shouldered his backpack and walked toward the chemical factory. The taxi turned around and drove back along the dirt road, its taillights shrinking to two red dots in the mist before disappearing around a bend. The entrance to the chemical factory looked exactly like the one he had seen during his investigation. The rusty iron gates were half up in the chain, long since broken, and the glass of the security booth was shattered on the left side, with a layer of dust covering the furniture inside. Lin Yuan pushed open the iron gate, the rusty hinges screeching as they echoed through the empty factory area. The factory grounds were larger than he had anticipated. Several gray-white factories lined the central main road, their walls covered in dead vines. The ground was littered with shattered glass and rusty metal sheets which creaked underfoot. Lin Yuan circled around the perimeter of the wall and found an abandoned power distribution room. The space inside was narrow, with distribution cabinets on 3 walls, and a thick layer of dust covered the floor, but there was a spot in the corner just big enough for him to sit cross-legged. He set down his backpack and took out the spiritual energy supplement given by Rand, injecting it into his left arm. The light blue liquid flowed into his veins, slowly replenishing the spiritual energy consumed by the portal. Then he closed his eyes, leaned against the wall, and began to separate his consciousness. The astral projection activated. The gray-blue vision detached from his physical body, and the ceiling, distribution cabinets, and walls transformed into translucent outlines in his perception. He glanced down at his cross-legged self in the corner, then drifted through the back wall of the power distribution room toward the depths of the factory area. Underground. He found the underground dome space he had seen in the investigation, with the entrance hidden beneath some spot in the chemical factory. The soul form had no weight. His consciousness glided close to the ground, passing through the walls and foundations of the abandoned factories. Details in the gray-blue vision peeled away layer by layer. Below the surface was a layer of tamped earth, and further down was a layer of rock, followed by an artificially poured concrete structure that appeared in his perception. Lin Yuan stopped 30 meters underground. It was a thick, reinforced concrete wall, its surface etched with dense patterns of spiritual energy blockage. His soul form could not penetrate this wall, which bore a spiritual energy blocking formation, but he could clearly sense the contours of the space outside the wall. The thickness of the concrete on the outer side exceeded 1 meter, and the internal space was as large as a basketball court. Moreover, there was more than one level. At least 2 additional structures lay below, each wrapped in the same blocking formation. On the outer edge of the lowest level, he sensed 8 independent sources of spiritual energy moving slowly. They were guards, and at least at the peak level of the 3rd tier. Just as Lin Yuan was about to explore the perimeter again, he suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation from one of the energy sources on the second underground level. The intensity of that energy source far exceeded that of the other guards, at least at the peak level of the 4th tier. No, it was the aura of an initial stage of the 5th tier. Though not fully unleashed, the density and quality of that spiritual energy were not in the same league as Zhao Li's 4th tier external operations. Lin Yuan began searching for an entrance along the edge of the building. The entrance was beneath the main reactor of workshop number 3 in the chemical factory, a vertical passage leading straight to the first hidden door. The material of the hidden door was high-density alloy, and the unlocking method required both fingerprint and spiritual energy recognition, needing at least a peak level 4 strike to break through by brute force. The material of the hidden door was high-density alloy, and the unlocking method required both fingerprint and spiritual energy recognition, needing at least a peak level 4 strike. The consumption of spiritual energy wasn't as severe as during the investigation, but the drain on his mental strength was significant, with his temples throbbing. He took a bottle of mental recovery medicine from his backpack, opened the cap, and drank half of it, closing his eyes against the wall to let his breathing gradually stabilize. The structure on the 3rd underground level had at least one 5th tier initial stage guard along with 8 3rd tier peak guards and an unknown number of staff. All 3 hidden doors had spiritual energy blocking and detection functions, and opening the main door with a frontal assault required at least one 5th tier reinforcement. He opened his eyes, tightened the cap of the mental recovery medicine bottle, and shoved it back into his backpack. It seemed he had indeed found the right location, he just didn't know if they would reimburse his taxi fare after he went down. As Lin Yuan detached the communit from his belt, the teleportation gate's cooldown timer still read 3 minutes. He leaned against the peeling wall of the electrical substation, thumb resting on the communit's transmit button, his gaze sweeping across the screen to Yuan Chonghai's private channel. Chairman Yuan, in Lin Yuan. In Yuan Chonghai's voice emerged from the communit, accompanied by the soft rustle of turning pages in the background. I've pinpointed the Starlight Society's headquarters. In Lin Yuan's voice remained steady and unshaken. Beneath the primary reaction vessel in workshop 3 of the abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of Wuzhou City. Vertical access shaft, 3-tiered subterranean structure, 3 concealed alloy doors, at least one 5th rank novice station, within 8 3rd rank pinnacle guards, and an indeterminate number of field operatives. Yuan Chonghai's voice dropped sharply on the other end. You said 5th rank novice. Its spiritual energy signature far exceeds that of a 4th rank apex. I cannot be mistaken. Lin Yuan, where are you now? The plant's electrical substation. Stay where you are. Do not move. Yuan Chonghai's cadence quickened abruptly. A 5th rank novice is not an opponent you can confront, Hedon. Not yet. I don't care how you defeated a 4th rank before, the chasm between 5th rank and 3rd rank is ontological. Going down alone means certain death. Reinforcements will arrive within 20 minutes. Chairman Yuan. Lin Yuan cut him off, his eyes fixed on the cooldown countdown flickering across his system interface. 2 minutes remained. I recall you stating that once I located their position, I was to remain stationary until reinforcements arrived. You remember correctly. Lin Yuan's voice softened almost imperceptibly. Chairman Yuan, I expended immense effort to uncover their lair, not to stand idle at its threshold awaiting backup. Lin Yuan, I've already transmitted coordinates and structural schematics to you. Lin Yuan rose, set his backpack quietly in the corner of the substation, and withdrew only 2 spirit energy replenishers from its side pouch, slipping them into his pockets. When reinforcements arrive, follow the route I've marked. But should you descend only to find them already fallen, do not be overly surprised. He terminated the call, and the communit vibrated twice in his palm. Yuan Chonghai's callback request lit up the display, and Lin Yuan glanced at it once, then slid the device into his pocket unanswered. On his system interface, the teleportation gate's cooldown timer struck 0. Lin Yuan drew a slow, deep breath, and with his right hand traced a perfect circle in the air before him. Golden sparks erupted from his fingertips, tearing open a rift edged with molten gold, its violent light slicing through the cramped confines of the substation. Beyond the portal stretched a vast subterranean dome, its vaulted ceiling studded with countless octagonal lamps casting cold, blinding white light across the entire expanse. Lin Yuan stepped through, and the portal sealed behind him without sound. The air in the domed chamber was dry, frigid, and carried the faint metallic tang of iron. 3 figures stood at the center. To the left, a middle-aged man in a dark gray tactical vest, crew-cut, hair a fresh crusted scar, tracing the rim of his left eye socket. To the right, a female martial artist clad in black form-fitting combat gear, her hair cropped neatly above her ears, a fine silver chain coiled tightly around her right wrist. At the center stood another middle-aged man draped in a deep blue robe whose collar bore an embroidered 8-pointed star motif, its borders intricately traced in silver thread. A silent, palpable pressure emanated from him, the spiritual resonance of a 5th rank novice, thickening the very air, rendering it viscous and heavy. Behind the trio stood at least 10 others uniformed in matching dark gray attire arranged in 2 precise rows. Then, as one, they all turned. The instant the golden afterglow of the portal faded, the air in the subterranean dome froze solid. And the short-haired woman's silver chain snapped free from her wrist, unfurling midair into a shimmering net-like barrier. The crew-cut man's hand had already settled upon the hilt of his weapon at his hip. Only the robed man at the center remained utterly still. His gaze locked onto Lin Yuan's face. His pupils contracted minutely, then steadied, returning to calm. And that face matched precisely the image Lin Yuan had glimpsed in his temporal probe. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice low measured, resonating faintly within the cavernous space. Teleportation class ability, precise, targeted, capable of piercing 3 layers of spirit barrier arrays. This falls outside every known occupational profile. Your Starlight Society intelligence network prides itself on omniscience. Yet even this eluded you, and Lin Yuan slipped both hands into his pockets, a faint wry smile curling at his lips. The man's brows lowered slightly. Then Lin Yuan took a single step forward. Knee's boot struck the metal floor with a crisp, ringing echo, reverberating across the dome's vast silence. But that's not the point. And Lin Yuan's gaze swept from the robed man to the crew-cut man, and finally settled on the short-haired woman's face. The point is, your field operative Zhao Li, who surveilled my dormitory for 7 days, then approached me claiming the Starlight Society required talents like mine. I pondered it, and found his assessment remarkably sound. And so here I am. And does anyone handle travel reimbursement? His smile bloomed radiant beneath the sterile white light, while the underground chamber fell so silent only the faint distant hum of ventilation ducts lingered. The short-haired woman's silver chain rotated slowly in the air, emitting a whisper-thin metallic rasp. And then the crew-cut man spoke, his voice raw like sandpaper dragged across concrete. Was Zhao Li killed by you? And no. And Lin Yuan tilted his head, tone light, almost conversational. And he ingested poison himself. I merely engaged in a minor altercation with him, prior to his final act. The crew-cut man's knuckles whitened further upon the weapon's hilt, until the robed man raised his right hand in a subtle downward gesture. The man's hand withdrew from the hilt, but his stare remained riveted on Lin Yuan, sharp and unyielding like a hunting dog restrained by its collar. And the robed man lowered his hand and folded it behind his back. His expression remained placid, lifeless, as still and depthless as stagnant water. And, do you comprehend what you have done? And, I do. And Lin Yuan withdrew his hands from his pockets, letting them hang loosely at his sides. I am accepting your invitation, though perhaps by a path less conventional than you anticipated, and you entered alone. No allies, no support. A layer of wary calculation seeped into the robed man's voice. And, what makes you believe you will walk out of this chamber alive? And, what makes me believe it? Lin Yuan cocked his head, the smile spreading slowly across his face, just as the woman's chain exploded outward, fracturing into 36 gleaming silver blades. The crew-cut man vanished from his place, and reappeared 3 paces to Lin Yuan's right. And Lin Yuan, his lips held their curve, but golden spiritual energy detonated from his soles, splintering the metal floor beneath him with twin fissures. And, it appears you've chosen the worst possible option. As he spoke, crimson light began to bloom within his eyes. In the moment when a red glow flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes, the blade of the middle-aged man with a crew cut was already at the back of his head. He did not turn around. Golden spiritual power exploded from his nape, forming a translucent shield on the surface of his skin. The blade struck the shield, creating a piercing metallic clashing sound, and the crew-cut man's figure was pushed back by the recoil, leaving 2 white streaks on the metal floor. A sneak attack from behind. Is this how your Xingmong society treats its guests? Lin Yuan turned around, watching the crew-cut man shake his numbed wrist. The crew-cut man remained silent, his gaze dark enough to wring water from it. He brushed his left hand along the knife handle, and dense crimson patterns emerged on the blade, the fluctuation of spiritual power suddenly elevating to a higher level. Countless silver blades of the short-haired female warrior converged simultaneously from all directions. Lin Yuan's super hearing spread out, tracing the trajectories of the blades as they drew countless arcs in his consciousness. He stepped forward with his left foot barely evading the encirclement of 2 blades, raising his right arm as energy formed a diamond-shaped shield in his palm, enduring the 6 blades heated. The explosions echoed together, silver blade fragments splattering like rain under the cold white lights. Is that all? Lin Yuan retracted the energy shield and traced an arc in front of him with his right hand. The shaping of spiritual power was no longer limited to fixed forms. Golden energy stretched from his fingertips into a whip as thin as a hair, sweeping outward. Countless silver blades were severed in half by the energy whip, and numerous silver fragments fell to the ground, producing a crisp, clinking sound. The short-haired female warrior's expression changed. The silver chains on her right wrist trembled violently, the surface spiritual light dimming at a visible speed. The energy whip continued unabated, striking 3 steps in front of her. The hastily formed spiritual shield she conjured cracked, and she was pushed back by the shockwave, her back hitting the metallic wall of the dome with a dull thud. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's moment of attack, the crew-cut man closed in again. The crimson patterns on his blade were glowing intensely, leaving a crimson afterimage as the blade cut through the air. Lin Yuan retracted the whip, turned around, and spread his fingers on his left hand. Energy, structure, master-level precision. 5 golden energy tendrils shot from his fingertips, precisely binding the crew-cut man's blade, wrist, and ankle. At the moment the tendrils tightened, the crew-cut man's offensive was forcibly locked in midair. 4th level initial stage. Lin Yuan looked at the bulging veins on his forehead and smiled. Your strength is comparable to Zhao Li's. Didn't he tell you how I defeated him? The crew-cut man's pupils contracted suddenly. Lin Yuan's left fist struck his chest. The tactical vest on the crew-cut man's chest exploded, the sound of broken ribs clearly audible in the underground space. His body flew back like a cannonball, smashing through the side metal wall of the dome space, embedding him into the rammed earth behind the wall, becoming silent. Lin Yuan looked at him, his smile even brighter. Oh, I forgot he didn't have time to warn you all. The short-haired female warrior, just regaining her balance from the wall, saw the crew-cut man being sent flying by a punch, and her expression finally shifted from shock to fear. She pulled out an octagonal metal piece from her waist and crushed it violently. As the metal piece exploded, a layer of light blue energy shield enveloped her completely, the spiritual patterns on the shield swirling densely. Is this your trump card? Lin Yuan walked up to the shield and knocked on the light blue energy wall with his hand. The sound of his nails tapping on the shield rang out clearly, causing the short-haired female warrior inside to take a half-step back. Pretty sturdy. Lin Yuan retracted his finger, and the red light in his right eye suddenly flared intensely. The light blue energy shield trembled violently under the high temperature, and the swirling spiritual patterns began to shatter one after another. The short-haired female warrior widened her eyes, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't have time to speak. The shield shattered. The heat ray brushed past her shoulder, melting a fist-sized hole in the metal wall, behind her dark red molten iron flowing down the wall. The short-haired female warrior's left shoulder was instantly scorched, letting out a suppressed grunt, and then she knelt on one knee. Lin Yuan retracted the heat ray and turned to look at the center. The middle-aged man in the deep blue robe still stood in place. His hands remained behind his back, and his expression was still that of calmness, as tranquil as dead water. Lin Yuan looked at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man looked back at him. Their gazes collided under the cold white. Are you just going to keep watching like this? Lin Yuan spoke up. His voice echoed in the underground dome space, carrying a hint of unhidden sarcasm. The middle-aged man did not answer. He raised his right hand and made a simple gesture. The 8 guards in front of him simultaneously retracted their spiritual power, stepping back 3 steps to clear a straight passage. On one end of the passage was Lin Yuan, and on the other end was the middle-aged man in the deep blue robe. The middle-aged man lowered his hand, placing it back behind his back. He looked at Lin Yuan, the corner of his mouth moving slightly. I saw every move you made just now very clearly. The middle-aged man's voice was low and steady, carrying a slight echo in the underground space. Your abilities when placed on a 3rd-level second-tier warrior would cause quite a stir, but when you displayed them all at once, did you notice a detail? You show no signs of spiritual power depletion. The middle-aged man's voice held an enigmatic contemplation. You have continuously used at least 5 different advanced abilities, each consuming a significant amount of spiritual power, yet you fought with an overwhelming demeanor from start to finish, completely unconcerned about running out of spiritual power. Lin Yuan's fingers tucked in his pocket tightened slightly. Your spiritual power pool far exceeds that of your peers, and your recovery speed also far surpasses that of your peers. Such a physical characteristic is almost impossible to appear on a training camp student unless... The middle-aged man looked into Lin Yuan's eyes. Unless there is some external force continuously enhancing your fundamental attributes. Lin Yuan did not respond, but the red light in his right eye reignited. The middle-aged man observed the ring of red light, and the arc of his mouth shifted again. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to act, I would have done so the moment you stepped in through the portal. I witnessed your battle. You are very strong, stronger than any 3rd-level fighter I have seen. The reason I had them test you was that I wanted to confirm something. The last piece of intelligence Zhao Li transmitted before his death gave you the evaluation of being a potential level that could not be assessed, recommending the highest. The reason I had them test you was that I wanted to confirm something. The last piece of intelligence Zhao Li transmitted before his death gave you the evaluation of being a potential level that could not be assessed, recommending the highest priority for contact or elimination. So what exactly are you trying to say? Lin Yuan's red light in his right eye dimmed slightly, but the spiritual power in his fist did not dissipate. The middle-aged man looked into Lin Yuan's eyes, uttering a line that completely took Lin Yuan by surprise. I do not want to kill you, I want you to become the fourth candidate for the leader of the Xingmong Society. The entire underground dome space fell into a dead silence. Lin Yuan stared at the middle-aged man in the deep blue robe, momentarily taken aback. Then he burst into laughter. You, the Xingmong Association. Lin Yuan stopped laughing midway, raising his hand to wipe away non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes. Is this how you send invitations at this stage? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed. Lin Yuan shoved his hands back into his pockets, tilting his head to look at him. Is your recruitment process a bit too abstract? You're belittling my invitation. The middle-aged man's voice deepened. It's not belittling. Lin Yuan corrected him, the curve of his lips deepening. I find it amusing that after I came to your door and knocked your subordinates down, you suddenly want me to be a candidate. He paused, his tongue pressing against his cheek. I generally wouldn't call it an invitation, I'd call it a cowardice. The moment the words fell, the middle-aged man's gaze changed. Fifth-tier initial stage spiritual power erupted from within him, no longer maintaining the dull calmness like stagnant water, but crashing toward Lin Yuan like a tsunami. The air became thick. Lin Yuan's knees buckled under the weight of the spiritual pressure and the spiritual pull in his meridian's output at maximum capacity, yet his body was still pinned down, almost unable to move. The middle-aged man looked at him, his expression returning to that dull calmness. You find it amusing because you do not understand the Xingmong Association. He stepped forward, and the pressure intensified. I am Song Yuan, the head of the Xingmong Association's Wuzhou branch. Another step. The Xingmong Association is not the kind of small organization hiding underground to carry out assassinations as you imagine. Our influence spans across 12 provinces nationwide, with over 300 core members and 10 times that number as peripheral members. Third step. Lin Yuan's knees bent again, the metal floor beneath his feet creaking under the strain. Yet the corners of his mouth still curled up. Song Yuan stood 3 steps in front of him, hands still clasped behind his back, looking down at Lin Yuan. The last piece of intel Zhao Li transmitted before his death rated your potential as unaccessible, recommending highest priority for contact or elimination. He paused. What the Xingmong Association needs is not your life, but you as a person. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and looked up, the red glow in his eyes flickering, yet his body remained pinned in place by the fifth-tier pressure. So you need me, yet you send someone to threaten my friends. Zhao Li's methods were indeed excessive. There was no trace of apology in Song Yuan's tone, only a flat statement of fact. But his judgment wasn't wrong. You care about those 2 girls, which indicates you have weaknesses that can be exploited. A genius with weaknesses is easier to control than one who is unburdened. Lin Yuan's right eye glowed fiercely. But it seemed Song Yuan was oblivious, continuing to speak. The mission of the Xingmong Association is to break the existing martial arts order. In the current martial arts system, resources are monopolized by martial arts universities and official powers. Talent determines how far you can go, and your background dictates how many resources you can access. His voice echoed in the vaulted space. But the Xingmong Association is different. We do not inquire about backgrounds, nor do we ask about talent levels. We only ask one thing: are you willing to fight for the establishment of a new order? We possess forbidden techniques banned by the authorities, long-lost spiritual cultivation methods, and resources sufficient to help an ordinary person break through to the 4th tier in a short time. Lin Yuan remained silent, but his fingers twitched slightly in his pocket. Character template, Chenjin. The faint golden aura spread silently from beneath his feet, expanding through the seams of the metal floor. Song Yuan continued speaking. The 4th leader candidate position is not one just anyone can occupy. Candidates of the Xingmong Association have the authority to mobilize branch resources, can receive cultivation guidance from core members, and most importantly, your friends will receive protection from the Xingmong Association, not threats. He looked down at Lin Yuan, his gaze gaining an extra layer of scrutiny. You should be able to understand the difference. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his knees bending again, but in reality his consciousness was wandering along the trajectory of the domain's expansion. The virtual image of a slot machine slowly appeared in his mind. 3 rows of reels began to spin, with patterns flashing too quickly to discern. Lin Yuan clenched his back teeth. You are thinking. Song Yuan's voice sounded again. He observed Lin Yuan's tense expression, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This indicates you are starting to seriously consider my proposal, which is better than that reckless attitude from before. Lin Yuan raised his head, his lips moving slightly. What you just said. His voice was low under the weight of the 5th-tier pressure, each word requiring effort to articulate. Breaking the existing order, not inquiring about backgrounds, forbidden techniques that have been lost, these grand promises do sound appealing. Song Yuan's expression darkened. But you overlooked one point. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, the curve of his lips rising again. You said you have resources to help ordinary people break through to the 4th tier in a short time, but how many of your core members have actually relied on those resources to achieve that? In your eyes, do those people count as mere expendables? Song Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Yuan's gaze swept past Song Yuan's shoulder, glancing at the crew-cut man embedded in the wall who had yet to crawl out, and then at the short-haired female warrior kneeling on one knee. You say you do not inquire about backgrounds, but you let someone like Zhao Li execute external tasks. This indicates that you do not actually care about the lives of your core members. He paused, his voice lowering further. Or is it that from the moment you implanted the poison sac in him, you had already regarded him as a tool? Song Yuan's brow began to furrow. The 3 rows of the slot machines slowed down after spinning wildly. Lin Yuan's consciousness fixated on the reels that were about to stop. Then Song Yuan spoke. The fact that you say these things means you are still measuring the Xingmong Association by current moral standards. His tone turned cold and hard, the pressure intensifying once more. His life was not sacrificed by us. He chose to dedicate himself for the new order. You do not understand this kind of sacrifice because you have not yet experienced the despair of being cornered by the existing system. In his consciousness, the 3rd row of reels came to a standstill, and Lin Yuan's heart nearly leaped out of his chest in that instant. The jackpot icon was 1 slot away from the center of the reel, clicking to a stop on the adjacent pattern. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, but maintained the posture of being pinned down by the pressure on the outside. I don't want to hear your nonsense any longer. Song Yuan's voice turned cold. Now give me your answer, Joinor. Lin Yuan raised his head, looking into his eyes, the curve of his lips deepening under the golden glow. Or what? Lin Yuan's voice suddenly became lighthearted. You just said I have weaknesses that can be exploited, but have you ever considered a question? He took a step forward. A person with weaknesses wouldn't come alone to your lair. Song Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. The red light in Lin Yuan's right eye flared up again. I choose to gamble again. Song Yuan had yet to react. The 5th-tier pressure still weighed heavily upon him, the air thick, as if submerged. However, Lin Yuan's consciousness had already sunk into the domain. The 3 rows of reels began to spin anew in the gray-blue vision, the patterns blurring into a series of afterimages. He was just 1 slot away from hitting the jackpot. That distance made his heart race even now, but it also confirmed one thing: once the domain unfolded, the slot machine's probabilities were real probabilities, not the false hopes given by the system. He could gamble. Song Yuan's eyebrows furrowed, the 5th-tier pressure intensified once more. Lin Yuan's knees bent slightly, and the soles of his shoes produced a sharp screech against the metal floor. What are you gambling on? Song Yuan's voice echoed in the subterranean dome, tinged with impatience. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and raised his head, the red light flickering in his eyes, yet the curve of his lips remained. I'm betting that you can't kill me. As the words fell, he no longer suppressed the power that had been overshadowed by the 5th-tier pressure. The pressure of the gods. Golden spiritual power erupted from Lin Yuan's body, a visible wave of energy sweeping outward in all directions from him. The 2 pressures collided in the center of the dome. The air exploded with a muffled roar, as if someone had detonated a low-pressure bomb in a confined space. The short-haired female warrior's body, kneeling on one knee, was thrown back by the shockwave, her back crashing against the wall with a muffled groan. The 2 rows of guards in dark gray uniforms staggered back simultaneously, with 2 of the slightly weaker ones kneeling on one knee, their hands pressed against the floor, gasping for air. Song Yuan's pupils constricted. His 5th-tier pressure was still present, but the golden wave of energy erupting from Lin Yuan was gradually pushing back against his pressure inch by inch. A 3rd-tier level 2 warrior was actually facing his 5th-tier pressure heaten. This was impossible. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his knees pushing upward little by little. He stood upright. Song Yuan looked into his eyes. The mockery that had been there earlier was replaced by something cold. You just said that even the strongest 3rd-tier warrior couldn't walk out alive in front of a 5th-tier. Lin Yuan spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse as it was squeezed by the clash of 2 pressures. I was not wrong. Song Yuan's voice remained steady, but his hands had lowered from behind him, hanging at his sides. The spiritual power waves escaping from the sleeves of his robe were denser than before. You can stand now, because I have not truly made a move yet. I know. Lin Yuan stretched his stiff neck, the vertebrae emitting a series of subtle cracking sounds. So I don't intend to fight you, heathen. Song Yuan's gaze shifted momentarily. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, fingers spread wide palm. His consciousness sank into the domain. The 3 rows of reels continued to spin, but this time he did not focus on the reels, instead probing deeper into the domain. Changing probabilities. He had seen this skill the day he acquired the template for the weighing gold, but had never had the chance. Randomly increasing the jackpot winning probability with an uncertain degree and direction of enhancement. The only certainty was that it would definitely be effective. A circle of golden light exploded in the domain. The speed of the 3 rows of reels suddenly accelerated, each pattern leaving afterimages in its rapid spin. Then the color of the reels began to change. The originally dark golden wheel frames gradually brightened, becoming increasingly luminous until they turned into a nearly transparent golden hue. The edges of the jackpot icon on the reels glowed. A line of prompts popped up on the system panel. Lin Yuan glanced at it, the curve of his lips suddenly widening. Changing probabilities activated jackpot winning rate increased to 50-50%. Song Yuan furrowed his brow. He sensed the unusual fluctuations of spiritual power from Lin Yuan, yet could not perceive the existence of the domain, only seeing a gray-blue light glowing in Lin Yuan's palm that did not belong to any known skill. What are you doing? Song Yuan's voice lowered the fingertips of his right hand, beginning to condense a layer of dark teal spiritual power. Lin Yuan raised his head, the gray-blue light pulsating in his palm, making his smile radiantly bright. I told you in gambling. He took a step forward, willingly entering the area where Song Yuan's fifth-tier pressure was most concentrated, the pressure of the gods, tearing a gap in front of him, allowing him to step down firmly. Next, you have a 50% chance of not being able to kill me. Song Yuan's pupils constricted again. He did not understand what this sentence meant, but his battle instincts told him that he could not afford to wait any longer. Dark teal spiritual power exploded from the fingertips of his right hand, coalescing into 5 blades of light, as thin as hair, each blade's density far exceeding that of the silver chains of the short-haired female warrior. But Lin Yuan had already closed his eyes. Domain unfold, sit, and kill the gambler. The gray-blue light erupted from his palm behind him, materializing a gigantic shadow of a slot machine. This time the shadow was much clearer than before. The 3 rows of reels began to spin, each pattern distinctly defined, the jackpot icon flashing with golden light on the reels. Song Yuan's attack paused the instant it was unleashed. He saw the shadow of the slot machine. Domain-type abilities were not non-existent in this world, but every known domain-type ability was in the hands of top-tier powerhouses above the 5th tier. A 3rd-tier level 2 warrior could not possibly possess a domain. Yet that shadow was right before his eyes. Song Yuan shot out 5 blades of light from his right hand. At the same time, the reels of the slot machine came to a halt. The jackpot icon came to rest firmly in the center. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. A circle of golden light erupted from his pupils, the airflow in the entire subterranean dome reversing in that instant, forming a visible vortex centered around him. For minutes and 11 seconds of infinite spiritual power, his body automatically underwent rapid healing, the effect comparable to immortality. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. The 5 blades of dark teal light collided into his palm, producing a muffled sound. The blades shattered, cutting 5 deep wounds down to the bone in Lin Yuan's palm, but before blood could flow, the edges of the wounds began to heal rapidly. Muscle fibers rewove, skin layered back together, the entire process completed in almost an instant. Song Yuan saw this clearly, and then his expression finally changed. You? Lin Yuan did not give him the chance to finish. His figure vanished from the spot, reappearing right in front of Song Yuan. Golden spiritual power erupted from his fist, condensing into a spiked gauntlet on the surface of his fist, smashing towards Song Yuan's chest. Song Yuan crossed his arms to block the 5th-tier spiritual power, condensing into a heavy shield on his arms. The fist struck the shield. The entire subterranean dome trembled. Song Yuan's feet carved 2 deep grooves in the floor, his entire body being pushed back by the force of the punch. How could this be possible? Song Yuan exclaimed. Song Yuan's feet carved 2 deep grooves into the floor. As he was forced back 7 steps by the impact, he looked down at the trembling spiritual energy shield on his arm, where 3 fine cracks had formed at the point of impact from Lin Yuan's fist. Song Yuan raised his head, and the indifference in his gaze was shattered, replaced by a near-stunned shock. Your strength. No, this is not the power expected of a 3rd-tier warrior. Lin Yuan did not respond. His figure vanished from the spot once more. His right fist came crashing in from Song Yuan's left side, the golden spikes on his gauntlet screeching through the air. Song Yuan sidestepped to avoid it, dark blue spiritual energy coalescing into 3 rotating halos before him. Lin Yuan's fist struck the first halo, which exploded, sending fragments swirling through the air. The second halo blocked the force of the punch, while the 3rd halo seized the opportunity to counterattack, slashing toward Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan did not evade. The halo struck his neck, carving a deep wound that exposed the bone. However, as the blade left his skin, the flesh around the wound began to heal instantly, muscle fibers weaving together rapidly, and the skin folding back over. Song Yuan's expression changed. An immortal body. Lin Yuan did not reply. His heated gaze shot forth 2 beams of high-temperature rays, leaving dark red trails in the air, aimed directly at Song Yuan's chest. Song Yuan crossed his hands in front of him, dark blue spiritual energy, forming a heavy octagonal shield. The shield did not shatter, but Song Yuan's brow furrowed. He sensed something was off. Since earlier, every ability Lin Yuan had employed had been consuming spiritual energy at a frantic rate. Yet there were no signs of his aura diminishing. On the contrary, his output of spiritual energy continued to rise. Song Yuan's gaze was fixed on Lin Yuan's face, searching for any trace of spiritual exhaustion in his expression. There was nothing. Lin Yuan's complexion was as flushed as if he had just finished a warm-up. Are you looking for signs of my spiritual energy running dry? Lin Yuan spoke, the curve of his lips deepening in the golden light. Stop looking, you won't find any. Song Yuan did not respond. His right hand opened dark blue spiritual energy overflowing from his fingertips, coalescing into a fist-sized sphere of light above his palm. The surface of the sphere was covered with intricate patterns, each one vibrating at high speed, emitting a low-frequency hum. This was the full power strike of a fifth-tier warrior. The sphere was released, flying toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not dodge, he even tucked his hands back into his pockets. The sphere struck his chest. The explosion's shockwave sent a buzzing through the metallic walls of the entire dome space. As the smoke cleared, Lin Yuan stood in place, his shirt blown open to reveal skin rapidly healing beneath. Is that all? Lin Yuan glanced down at his healing chest, then raised his head, the red light in his right eye flaring up once more. Song Yuan took a step back. This was the first time he had retreated since the battle began. Monster. Song Yuan's voice squeezed out between his teeth, no longer possessing the previous calmness, now layered with an uncontrollable tremor. Hearing these two words, Lin Yuan instead burst into laughter. Weren't you just suggesting I become a candidate for the leader? How did I become a monster now? Song Yuan's brows knitted together. Your recovery ability is indeed astonishing. His voice regained its steadiness, but his words came out faster than before. But your attack power is insufficient. You can injure me, but you cannot kill me. Lin Yuan dusted off the wall debris from his clothes, tilting his head to look at him. You say that as if you could kill me. Song Yuan did not refute. A peculiar silence fell over the dome space. His voice softened. But you cannot kill me either. The red light in Lin Yuan's right eye flickered slightly. Have you ever considered a question? I do not have full confidence. His voice softened. But you cannot kill me either. The red light in Lin Yuan's right eye flickered slightly. Have you ever considered a question? Song Yuan took a step forward, spreading his hands to indicate he had no intention to attack for the time being. Your abilities are indeed formidable enough to shock me, but any combat-experienced person can see that this level of recovery and output of spiritual energy cannot come without a cost. Lin Yuan's tongue swirled in his mouth, remaining silent. Assuming there is a 50% chance that you cannot be killed, it suggests you are aware that this state is not permanent. Song Yuan's tone became steadier. It has been at least 2 minutes since the battle began, how much longer can you maintain this state? 1 minute. Or 30 seconds. Lin Yuan's gaze swept through the realm of his consciousness. I'm not saying this to threaten you. Song Yuan's voice interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. But to make you reconsider my proposal. He placed his hands behind his back, regaining his calm. The fourth candidate for the leader of the Xingmong Association, the authority of this position is greater than you currently imagine. In the Xingmong Association, you can establish your own power, set your own rules, and protect anyone you wish without being bound by any martial law. He paused, shifting his gaze from Lin Yuan's chest to his eyes. Moreover, these abilities of yours will eventually be discovered by the official system. A third-tier warrior possessing dominion, multiple combat skills, and immortal-level recovery. How do you think they will view you? They will study you, isolate you, and find ways to uncover the source of your abilities. By then your girlfriend and Ran, and that little fan named Tang Guo will not be safer than they are now. The red light in Lin Yuan's right eye flared intensely for a moment. Seeing the change in his expression, Song Yuan knew he had hit a nerve. Just as he was about to continue, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, signaling him to stop. You've said so much just to tell me that if I don't join you I will be targeted by the officials, so I should nod my head right now, correct? Song Yuan did not speak, but his eyes confirmed this point. Lin Yuan lowered his hand, returning it to his pocket. He looked at Song Yuan, his expression shifting from mockery to something more complex. You just said that the officials would study me and isolate me, as if your Xingmong Association wouldn't do the same. Song Yuan's gaze darkened, dark blue spiritual energy once again gathering around his fist. So you still want to continue fighting? To drain my time, and then take advantage of my weakness? As Lin Yuan spoke the last word, he suddenly felt a subtle fluctuation within his spiritual energy. He quickly scanned the realm of his consciousness. The 3 spinning reels of the slot machine continued to turn slowly, the jackpot symbol still shining brightly, but the edges began to show a fine golden crack. The cracks were widening. Lin Yuan's smile froze for a moment. This change in expression was brief, but Song Yuan caught it. His gaze lingered on Lin Yuan's face for a moment, then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It seems your time is running out. Song Yuan's voice regained its steadiness, but this time there was a sense of certainty in that steadiness. The battle fell into a brief pause. The battle's pause lasted less than half a minute before Lin Yuan took the initiative to strike. The golden gauntlet crashed towards Song Yuan's face. Song Yuan sidestepped, dark blue spiritual power erupted in front of him, and 5 light wheels slashed towards Lin Yuan's limbs and neck simultaneously. Your time is running out. Song Yuan's voice regained its steadiness, but his attack speed doubled. Lin Yuan did not respond. His right arm was struck by a light wheel, the wound deep enough to see the bone, yet the healing speed was noticeably slower than before. Song Yuan noticed this detail, his pupils slightly constricting, then a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It seems my guess was correct. The dark blue spiritual power suddenly surged. Song Yuan no longer held back, intertwining his hands in front of him to form seals, and one light wheel after another appeared behind him, densely covering the entire dome space. Lin Yuan looked up, feeling a chill run down his spine. Each light wheel's spiritual power density far exceeded that of the previous probing attacks. You can withstand 10, but can you withstand 100? Song Yuan pressed down with both hands, and the light wheels. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, golden spiritual power coalescing into a translucent shield around his body, while his heated gaze swept outwards, forging a narrow path through the rain of light wheels. His body passed through the path, but the light wheels on both sides were still closing in. Blood splattered. The healing speed of his wounds slowed once again. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and charged forward, his gaze fixed on Song Yuan. His right fist struck towards Song Yuan's chest. The golden spikes on the gauntlet were deflected by a dark blue spiritual barrier the moment they were about to touch the robe. When Song Yuan's fifth-tier spiritual power fully manifested, the defense density increased by at least 2 levels compared to before. Your attack power is indeed strong, but your fist cannot penetrate fifth-tier spiritual defense. Song Yuan grabbed Lin Yuan's wrist with his left hand, while his right hand formed a slender light sword with dark blue spiritual power at his fingertips. The sword tip pierced into Lin Yuan's abdomen, exiting through his lower back. Lin Yuan grunted, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. When the light sword was withdrawn, it brought forth a spray of blood mist, the wound beginning to heal, but the edges trembled slightly. Song Yuan released his grip on Lin Yuan's wrist. Lin Yuan knelt on one knee, one hand pressed against the metallic floor, while the other pressed against his abdominal wound. Blood seeped through his fingers, dripping onto the floor with a soft sound. For minutes, Song Yuan looked down at him, his voice regaining steadiness, now imbued with a judgment-like certainty. You just said you had a 50% chance of not killing me. What about the other half? Lin Yuan did not look up, but the corners of his mouth curled upwards again. Seeing Lin Yuan smile, Song Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. You can still smile. Of course I can smile. Lin Yuan raised his sweat-soaked face, the red light in his eyes still flickering, though its brightness was less than before. Because you see, it has been nearly 4 minutes since our battle began, yet I am still alive. Song Yuan's Did you think I dared to barge in here alone, relying solely on my invulnerability for those 4 minutes? Song Yuan sensed something was wrong and was about to strike again. Then he heard a sound. Outside the metallic walls of the dome space, a dull thud of impact resonated. You were never fighting just one person from the start. Seeing Lin Yuan smile, Song Yuan felt a chill spreading from his spine to the back of his head for the first time. So from the very beginning, your enemy was not me. At the entrance of the dome space, a figure fell from the vertical passage, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the floor. The newcomer stood tall, his gray hair standing out vividly under the cold white light. The peak 5th-tier spiritual power radiated from him like an invisible tsunami, instantly covering the entire dome space. Song Yuan's pupils shrank to needle points as he recognized the newcomer. Yuan Shanghai. Yuan Shanghai's gaze swept across the dome space, pausing for a moment on Lin Yuan before landing on Song Yuan's face. Song Yuan took half a step back, his gaze darting quickly between Yuan Shanghai and Lin Yuan. How many Official wanted order number 0719. Escaped from prison after being arrested by the Jiangxing Martial Arts Bureau 5 years ago, and has been missing since. Turns out he was hiding here. Song Yuan took half a step back, his gaze darting quickly between Yuan Shanghai and Lin Yuan. How many to deal with you? Yuan Shanghai took a step forward, the pressure of his peak 5th-tier spiritual power tightening suddenly in that moment. I alone am enough. Song Yuan attacked. Dark blue light wheels shot towards Yuan Shanghai from all directions, while he slashed down with his right hand, a light sword several times thicker than before aimed directly at Yuan Shanghai's brow. Yuan Shanghai raised his right hand palm open, then clenched it. All light wheels came to a standstill 1 meter away from him, then shattered, scattering dark blue spiritual fragments in the air. Song Yuan's full force strike disintegrated before it could even graze the hem of Yuan Shanghai's clothing. The gap between a 5th-tier initial stage and peak 5th-tier was greater than that between 3rd-tier and 5th-tier. Song Yuan's expression shifted from shock to despair, then to madness. He turned and charged at Lin Yuan. Even if I die, I will take you with me. Lin Yuan watched Song Yuan rush towards him, the arc of his lips remaining unchanged. His body vanished from the spot, and the next moment, he reappeared behind Song Yuan. Yuan Shanghai's pressure descended the moment Song Yuan lunged towards Lin Yuan, locking Song Yuan's movements for a brief instant. Lin Yuan's right fist penetrated from Song Yuan's back to his chest, the golden gauntlet along with his entire right arm sinking into Song Yuan's chest cavity. Song Yuan looked down at the large hole in his chest, his lips moving as if trying to say something, but only a faint breath escaped. Lin Yuan retracted his arm. The dome space fell silent once more. Lin Yuan turned to look at the short-haired female warrior and the 8 peak 3rd-tier guards. The buzz-cut head was still embedded in the wall, uncertain whether they had passed out or had already taken their last breath. Does anyone else want to give it a try? No one spoke. I don't care about your ideals from the Xingmong Society, nor do I care about what new order you wish to establish. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, fingers spread, still stained with Song Yuan's blood, as he turned to look at the 2 rows of guards in dark gray uniforms. But remember one thing, anyone who threatens those around me will pay the same price as your leader. His gaze finally landed on Song Yuan's corpse. I always keep my word. The entire underground space fell into complete silence. Yuan Chonghai retracted his 5th-tier pressure, glancing at Song Yuan's corpse before turning his gaze to Lin Yuan. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But Lin Yuan preempted him. He raised his head, his face regaining the usual carefree smile, as if the one who had just punched through a 5th-tier warrior's chest was not him. Chairman Yuan C. I wasn't lying to you. He wiped the blood from his hands, though it was of little use. This time they are truly all down. A system panel popped up at the edge of his vision, the prompt for collecting emotional points flashing continuously. Lin Yuan did not rush to look. He simply refocused his gaze on the densely packed octagonal lights on the dome, sealing the curve of his lips, slowly fading slightly. Yuan Chonghai looked at Lin Yuan's playful face and sighed. Well done. Just as the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth began to rise, Yuan Chonghai's voice turned cold. But do you think too highly of yourself? The smile on Lin Yuan's lips froze in midair. I told you to stand by, yet you dared to hang up on my communication. Do you treat my words as if they were just passing wind? Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Don't tell me some nonsense about being confident. Yuan Chonghai gave him no opportunity to speak. If I hadn't come, how were you planning to wrap this up? Lin Yuan fell silent. He withdrew his hands from his pockets, letting them hang at his sides, adopting a posture of obediently listening to a reprimand. But Yuan Chonghai noticed that his gaze was wandering elsewhere. Lin Yuan. Here. Are you even listening? I'm listening. Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, his expression sincere, like that of a student who had made a mistake. Yuan Chonghai stared at him for a moment, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You said earlier that if the reinforcements arrived and found them already down, I shouldn't be too surprised. Yes, Are you quite pleased with yourself? Lin Yuan tactfully did not respond to this remark. Yuan Chonghai opened his eyes and sighed again. This sigh was longer than the last, tinged with the kind of helplessness that an elder feels when faced with a mischievous child. Let's go. He turned and walked towards the exit of the dome space. We'll talk outside. The 2 of them retraced their steps along the corridor where Song Yuan had been standing earlier. The alloy dark door of the vertical passage had been violently blown open when Yuan Chonghai descended. Lin Yuan gazed at the door that had been forcefully breached and let out an exclamation. Chairman Yuan, couldn't you have been a bit gentler when you came down? This door is quite expensive to repair. Yuan Chonghai ignored him. The 2 of them ascended the vertical passage, the sunlight above growing brighter. The main reactor vessel and workshop now. 3 remained just as it had been when Lin Yuan entered, its rusted metal shell covered in the marks of time. But when Lin Yuan and Yuan Chonghai emerged from the passage beneath the reactor vessel, the scene outside had changed completely from when he had entered. The tin roof of workshop no. 3 had been half torn off, sunlight pouring in through the hole and casting a huge patch of light on the ground. The workshop was filled with people who at least 30 official martial artists in standardized combat uniforms stood in 3 rows on either side of the workshop. Each person wore a silver badge on their left chest, depicting an eagle in flight. Lin Yuan glanced at those badges, his pupils narrowing slightly. He had seen the introduction of this badge in the training camp materials. The Special Operations Group was responsible for handling high-risk tasks of level 4 and above, and every member's cultivation was no less than peak level 3. The appearance of 30 peak level 3 martial artists here indicated that Yuan Chonghai had directly summoned the entire Special Operations Group after he had hung up the communication. There was another group of people in the workshop. They were wearing white protective suits and setting up detection equipment around the reactor vessel. One middle-aged woman with glasses saw Yuan Chonghai walk out of the passage and immediately put down the instrument in her hand, quickly coming forward. Chairman Yuan. Her voice was steady, but Lin Yuan noticed her hands were trembling slightly. Yuan Chonghai, report the situation. The perimeter has been cleared and the area above ground is completely under control with no escapees found. The bespectacled woman swiped her finger across the tactical tablet, bringing up a set of data. The underground structure scan is complete, and the total area of the underground space is preliminarily estimated to be about 4,600 square meters. She paused for a moment, pushing up her glasses on her nose. This should be the largest Star Radiant Society stronghold discovered so far. Yuan Chonghai's expression did not change, he merely nodded slightly. Continue. The preliminary assessment of the battle scene is complete. The bespectacled woman swiped to the next page of data, and her voice showed a hint of fluctuation. In the main dome space of the 3rd underground level, battle traces were found with 12 individuals incapacitated on site, 1 dead, 2 severely injured, and 9 lightly injured. Her gaze shifted from the tactical tablet to the young man behind Yuan Chonghai, who was yawning nonchalantly with a large hole in his shirt. The deceased has been identified as Song Yuan, the head of the Star Radiance Society's Wuzhou branch, wanted under official warrant No. 0719, with a cultivation rating of beginner level 5. Her voice paused here. Cause of death: penetrating chest wounds, spiritual core shattered. Preliminary assessment of attack method indicates physical strength. The workshop fell silent for a moment. The 3 rows of Special Operations Group martial artists simultaneously turned their heads to look at Lin Yuan. What does it feel like to have 30 pairs of eyes fixated on you? Lin Yuan hadn't known before, but now he did. Those gazes held no hostility, yet there was something more unsettling than hostility. Ahem. He cleared his throat and waved his hand at the bespectacled woman. Let me explain, it's not physical strength, it's physical strength enhanced by spiritual power. We need to be precise. No one laughed. The bespectacled woman continued to look down at the tactical tablet, but her fingers froze on the screen for several seconds before she began to swipe again. The 2 severely injured individuals are level 4 beginner martial artist He Biao and level 4 intermediate martial artist Qin Yin, both of whom have been controlled and detained and are receiving emergency treatment. The 9 lightly injured are all peak level 3 guards and have been detained by the Special Operations Group. She closed the tactical tablet, raised her head to look at Yuan Shanghai, and her voice finally returned to steadiness. Chairman Yuan, this is all the preliminary data we have compiled so far. A detailed restoration of the battle scene and a technical analysis report will be submitted within 24 hours. Yuan Shanghai took a glance at the tactical tablet, then turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was squatting on the ground, wiping the blood off his hands with a wet wipe he had pulled from his backpack. Lin Yuan. Moi. Stand up. Lin Yuan stood up, crumpling the wet wipe into a ball and stuffing it into his pocket. Yuan Shanghai turned the tactical tablet around to show Lin Yuan the data on it. You single-handedly took down a branch of the Star Radiance Society. He paused, his tone now layered with an indescribable meaning. 1 level 5 beginner branch head, 2 level 4 operatives, and 9 peak level 3 guards, and you took them all down by yourself. Lin Yuan blinked. So what is my task assessment? Yuan Shanghai looked at him, his lips moved slightly, then, first change your clothes. With all this blood on you, how will you explain it to Enran when you get back? Lin Yuan looked down at his combat uniform, which had a large hole in the chest, and a bloodstain on his abdomen, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Just say I tripped on the way here. Yuan Shanghai did not respond. The 3 rows of Special Operations Group martial artists continued to stare at him, with a few people's lips slightly moving, as if they were whispering to one another. Lin Yuan stood still, reaching into his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the wrapper of a strawberry candy. He suddenly thought of a problem. He had been so immersed in the fight that he had forgotten to keep track of how much time had passed since he left the training camp. If Enran found out he was late again, it might not just be a simple push this time. Yuan Shanghai's car stopped outside the chemical plant gate. It was a black SUV devoid of any official markings save for an electronic pass affixed to the front windshield. Lin Yuan opened the back door and climbed in. As soon as he settled into his seat, Yuan Shanghai entered from the other side. Drive, he commanded. The driver in the front seat acknowledged, and the SUV drove along the dirt road, exiting the chemical plant. Lin Yuan placed his backpack on his lap and pulled out a strawberry candy from the side pocket, unwrapping it and tossing it into his mouth. As the sweetness melted on his tongue, he leaned back in his seat and let out a long breath. Yuan Shanghai did not glance at him. Outside the window, the outskirts of Wuzhou City appeared gray under the afternoon sun, with abandoned factories and withered grass flashing by. What abilities did you use in there? Yuan Shanghai spoke, his tone calm, as if discussing the weather. Lin Yuan, with the candy in his mouth, pressed his tongue against the candy ball. Just those that you have seen before. He replied, I spent 20 minutes in the reinforcement passage. By the time I arrived, you were already engaged with Song Yuan. Yuan Shanghai turned his head, fixing his gaze on Lin Yuan's face. A 3rd-tier level 2 martial artist held out for 20 minutes against a 5th-tier beginner. Do you think I would believe you only used those techniques from the training ground? Lin Yuan shifted the candy ball from his left cheek to the right, choosing not to respond. I don't mean to pry, Yuan Shanghai said, withdrawing his gaze and looking out the window again. Everyone has their secrets, especially young people like you. To possess the strength to battle across 2 major tiers before the college entrance examination, you must have hidden more than just a few tricks up your sleeve. Lin Yuan's tongue paused for a moment. But I must remind you of something. Yuan Shanghai's voice lowered, becoming audible only to those inside the car. The driver in the front seat kept his eyes fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to the conversation in the back. Your performance in Wuzhou this time will be documented in the official report by the Special Operations Group. This report will be sent to the archives of the Martial Arts Bureau, stating that Song Yuan died from a chest penetration wound, his core of spiritual power shattered with the attack, being a physical force enhanced by spiritual energy. He paused. The report won't mention how you managed to withstand his full suppression, since there were no surveillance cameras on site. The only witnesses are you, me, and those members of the Xingmong Society who have already been detained. Lin Yuan bit down on the candy ball. Chairman Yuan, are you implying that What I'm implying is that no matter what abilities you used in that underground space from now on, those abilities do not exist. Yuan Shanghai turned his head, the seriousness in his eyes causing Lin Yuan to swallow the remnants of the candy in it. Having hidden cards is a good thing, but a hidden card is called so because no one knows about it. Once someone knows, it ceases to be a hidden card and becomes a vulnerability that others can exploit against you. Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. I understand. You'd better truly understand. Yuan Shanghai leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. The reason we succeeded in concealing this time was that my people controlled the entire scene and the intelligence was centralized under my authority. However, if you use those abilities in front of the Special Operations Group again, I cannot guarantee that the information won't leak out. Lin Yuan swallowed the lingering sweetness of the strawberry candy. Thank you, Chairman Yuan. No need to thank me. Yuan Shanghai did not open his eyes, but the corners of his mouth moved slightly. The car was quiet for a moment, only the sound of tires crunching over the gravel road could be heard. There's one more thing. Yuan Shanghai opened his eyes. About those two girlfriends of yours. What two? Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rose, his entire body bouncing up from the seat, nearly hitting his head on the roof of the car. They are just friends, ordinary friends. Yuan Shanghai looked at him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, this time truly smiling. So there's only one then. Which one? Enough. Yuan Shanghai raised his hand to interrupt him, the smile fading, but his tone less severe than before. What I mean is, now that you have taken down the Wuzhou branch of the Xingmong Society, their other branches will eventually catch wind of it. Song Yuan was their branch leader, you killed him, and the Xingmong Society won't let this slide. Lin Yuan's expression also turned serious. Will they retaliate? Not in the short term. Yuan Shanghai's fingers lightly tapped twice on his knee. I suggest you keep that girl named Ran and the one named Tanghua in the training camp for now. At least while they are in the camp, their safety is my responsibility. Yuan Shanghai's voice returned to its usual calm tone. As for what you do outside the training camp, that is your business. Just don't bring back any trouble that you stirred up. Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment before his lips curled back up. Chairman Yuan, you just said you weren't protecting me. Then why do you still let me go out and stir things up? Yuan Shanghai closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat, and the SUV drove steadily along the highway, the scenery outside shifting from the desolate factories on the outskirts of Wuzhou to rolling hills and fields. The next morning, the SUV entered the training camp gate. Lin Yuan pushed the car door open, jumping out with his backpack slung over one shoulder, having already changed into a new training uniform. Group combat training was underway on the training field, the muted sounds of spiritual energy eruptions and the students' shouts resonating in the distance. Lin Yuan walked toward the training field. As he stepped onto the edge of the training area, the first row of students doing stretches halted their movements. The buzzcut boy's hand froze in midair, and his companion turned to follow his gaze. In less than half a minute, the noise of the entire training field shifted from a clamor to hushed whispers. Lin Yuan. Didn't he take leave? Look at his backpack, he just got back. Didn't they say he needed to recuperate due to spiritual energy depletion? How come? Did you hear? The Special Operations Group had a large-scale mobilization yesterday. What does that have to do with Lin Yuan? I don't know, but the timing matches. The murmurs rippled through the ranks, everyone speaking softly, yet all eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. And Ran stepped out of the ranks. She walked through the whispering students, traversing the many gazes pinned on Lin Yuan, stopping just 2 steps in front of him. She looked at him, her lips pressed into a straight line, and then spoke. You're back. Are you hurt? No. And Ran stared at him for a moment before reaching out and giving him a gentle push on the chest, not using much force. Next time, try not to cut off communications. Lin Yuan's lips curled up. I want dare again. And Ran did not respond, merely turning back to rejoin the ranks. But as she turned, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of her lips curling slightly. Tanghua poked her head out from the back of the line, vigorously waving her hand at him, her mouth open wide, as she formed the words, Senior, you're done for. Zhou Zimo stood at the front of the line, his gaze lingering on Lin Yuan for a moment before he withdrew it, his lips tightening slightly. Lin Yuan removed his backpack from his shoulder and set it down beside the training field, stretching his shoulders. His gaze swept over the students still staring at him on the training field. Have you seen enough? No one answered. If you have, continue training. Lin Yuan finished speaking and laughed first. Lin Yuan stood on the training ground, his backpack still not set down, when Xin Yu's whistle sounded. Lin Yuan. Here. Return to the team. Lin Yuan threw his backpack to the side of the training ground, quickly running into the ranks and standing next to Ran. As soon as he steadied himself, Xin Yu's gaze swept over. You missed the morning training and the group sparring this morning. According to the training camp rules, students who miss training need to make it up. Lin Yuan nodded, his expression quite relaxed. No problem, how much do I need to make up? Xin Yu glanced at the tactical tablet, swiped his finger across it a couple of times, then looked up. The physical foundation course for morning training, 3 sets of weighted squats, 5 sets of spiritual energy endurance runs, plus a practical simulation for group sparring. You missed 4 sessions today. You need to make up all of them plus 1 extra sparring session. Lin Yuan's smile froze on his face. Instructor, are you referring to making up today's or this week's? After Qin Yu finished this sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A suppressed laugh erupted. A boy with a buzz cut elbowed the person next to him and whispered something, causing the other person to cover their mouth, shoulders shaking. Tang Hua peeked out from the back of the ranks, her expression as lively as if she were watching a comedy. Senior, her tone was sweet enough to squeeze out honey, but Lin Yuan read 4 words from that smile. You're finished. And Rand stood beside him staring straight ahead, but Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of her lips quivering slightly, a sign of her stifled laughter. All right. Qin Yu blew his whistle, suppressing the snickers in the ranks. Everyone else continues with the morning training content. Lin Yuan, you will start your makeup training now. First group of weighted squats in the equipment area on the north side of the training ground. Go now. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, pressed his tongue against his cheek, and turned towards the equipment area, muttering as he walked, if I had known, I would have played outside a few more days. Qin Yu's voice came from behind. Add the weight to 1.5 times. Lin Yuan's pace faltered for a moment, then he continued forward without looking back. The barbell rack in the equipment area glimmered with a metallic gray under the noon sun. Lin Yuan walked to the rack, adding weight plates one by one. The sound of metal clashing echoed sharply in the empty equipment area, and Rand had somehow walked to the edge of the equipment area, leaning against the pull-up bar, holding a bottle of water. Didn't you say you wanted to play outside for a few more days? Lin Yuan attached the last weight plate, turning to look at her. Did you hear that? Everyone in the whole ranks heard what you just muttered. And Rand placed the water bottle on the ground, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Lin Yuan bent down to grip the barbell, his arm muscles tightening as he hoisted the barbell onto his shoulders. The weight of 1.5 times pressed down, his knees bent slightly, then he stood straight. What's wrong with saying it? Nothing. And Rand tilted her head, looking at him, her lips finally breaking into a shallow arc. I just wanted to remind you that Instructor Qin added 2 more items to your makeup training because he hadn't walked far when Lin Yuan's action of squatting with the barbell froze in midair. What did you say? The number of laps for the spiritual energy endurance run has been increased as well. He said since you still had the energy to complain, it meant the training wasn't enough. And Rand picked up the water bottle, took a sip after unscrewing the cap, then waved at him and turned back towards the training ground. Lin Yuan watched her back, grinding his molars, then squatted down the weighted barbell, causing his kneecap to creak. Got it, Instructor Qin, I remember you. For the next 3 hours, Lin Yuan repeated this sentence to himself no less than 20 times. When Tang Hua was swept out of the ring by his energy whip during the simulated battle, she rubbed her sore butt and got up, her expression filled with grievance. Senior, can't you just let me win? I let you win, and Instructor Qin will add another round for me. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his face, his breathing still not completely steady. After hearing this, the grievance on Tang Hua's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a sort of schadenfreude sympathy. Well, you weren't here yesterday, all your training tasks fell on us. She brushed off the dust on her clothes, moved in closer, and lowered her voice. The buzz cut almost threw up yesterday. After Zhou Zimo completed your spiritual energy endurance run, his face turned green. Do you know how we endured yesterday? Tang Hua's voice continued to resonate in his ears. Instructor Qin said that since Lin Yuan was absent, his training load couldn't go to waste, so it had to be distributed among everyone. We ran 6 extra laps of spiritual energy endurance runs yesterday afternoon, 6 laps. She wiggled 6 fingers in front of Lin Yuan's eyes. So you making up training today? We don't feel sorry for you at all. Lin Yuan could only continue training with a bitter face. At 11 o'clock at night in the dormitory, Lin Yuan lay on the bed, his eyes closed, his consciousness sinking into the system panel. The prompts for collecting emotional values had not stopped since returning from Wuzhou. He opened the prompt list, the dense data scrolling up for several pages. The total emotional value received pushed the balance to a number he had never seen before. Then he saw the consumption for template extraction. 10,000. Lin Yuan suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes widening. 10,000. Wasn't it 2,000 before? The number on the system panel lay quietly there without any explanation. Lin Yuan stared at that number for quite a while, then lay back down on the bed, covering his eyes with the back of his hand. The price hike, isn't this outrageous? Is this inflation, or are you robbing me while I'm in trouble? The system did not respond. Lin Yuan moved his hand away from his eyes and glanced at the data on the other side of the panel. The compatibility of the Chung gene template jumped from the previous value to 31. Although the increase wasn't significant, using the domain expansion and fluctuation probability consecutively in the battle at Wuzhou indeed accelerated the template's integration. He recalled the strange feeling during the battle with Song Yuan in the underground dome space of Wuzhou. At that time he thought it was just a battle instinct, but now that he thought about it, that feeling completely matched the description of the Chung gene template's ability to perceive the opponent's spiritual energy flow during battle. Lin Yuan lowered his hand, looking at the lamp on the ceiling. So you were already helping me when I was in Wuzhou. He muttered to himself, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But this price hike is just too ridiculous. How many jobs do I need to do to save enough for 10,000 emotional values? Outside the window, the sound of the night wind blew past the training ground, and the distant streetlights cast a faint yellow glow on the curtains. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and withdrew his consciousness from the system panel. Starting tomorrow, he needed to think of a way to gather another wave of emotional values. Moreover, this time, he couldn't rely on fighting her if he continued to do so. Yuan Shanghai would probably really lock him in the training camp and not let him out. Lin Yuan turned over, burying his face in the pillow. On the 13th day at the training camp, Lin Yuan finally recognized a rather uncomfortable truth: his mental strength was insufficient. The day after the supplementary training ended, Lin Yuan stood in front of the points exchange window at the logistics office of the training camp, his gaze fixed on an option labeled Specialized Guidance for Mental Strength Onion 1 Personal Training. Each session consumed 300 points. Lin Yuan bit down on his molars and pressed the reservation button. That afternoon, he followed the address on the reservation notice to the independent training room in the eastern district of the training camp. When Lin Yuan pushed the door open, there was already someone inside. Shenlan turned around, and Lin Yuan was taken aback. Instructor Shun. Yes. Shenlan looked at him and smiled. What's wrong? Not satisfied? No, Lin Yuan hurriedly walked in and closed the training room door. It's just a bit surprising. I didn't expect the reservation system to assign me to you directly. It wasn't the system that assigned you. Shenlan stood in the center of the training room with her hands clasped behind her back. When your reservation application was submitted, Qin Yu was originally going to take you himself, but I volunteered to take over. Lin Yuan blinked. Why? Because I am curious about you. Shenlan's answer was so straightforward that Lin Yuan momentarily didn't know how to respond. I've heard about your situation. Chairman Yuan mentioned your performance to me. Your probing ability consumes mental strength at a level that by the standards of a typical third-tier warrior's mental pool should render you an idiot. Yet you only fell into a coma for less than 2 days, and upon waking your mental state was completely restored without any after effects. Lin Yuan remained silent. Therefore, I want to personally see what your mental strength situation is. Shenlan raised her right hand, fingers spread palm, facing Lin Yuan. Stand still and don't move. A faint silver glow began to emanate from her palm, drifting toward Lin Yuan's head like a thin mist. Lin Yuan resisted the urge to step back and stood still. The silver glow lasted for about half a minute before suddenly dissipating. Shenlan retracted her hand and remained silent for a while. Your total mental strength is 3 times that of a warrior at the same level. Her tone had taken on a hint of confusion when she spoke. Not only the total amount, but the density of your mental strength also far exceeds normal levels. Typically, mental strength density is proportional to cultivation level, but your density is at least equivalent to that of a mid-level 4th-tier warrior. Lin Yuan pressed his tongue against his cheek, his mind racing. The time probing consumed both mental and spiritual energy, and the fact that it could drain him instantly indicated the skill's terrifying consumption. Instructor Shin, can you teach me how to improve the efficiency of using mental strength? Lin Yuan brought the topic back on track. Shenlan looked at him, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. You still haven't realized the crux of the problem. What crux? Your mental strength density has already met the standards, even exceeded them. She paused. I initially planned to teach you the methods of using mental strength from perception to manipulation step by step, but it seems now that there's not much left for you to learn. Lin Yuan opened his mouth. No, Instructor Shun, I really came to learn. I know you came to learn. But your use of mental strength has already reached its peak at the lower tier stage. Your issue isn't that you don't know how to use it, but that you don't know how to conserve it. She raised her right hand and traced a circle in the air. The third layer of using lower tier mental strength is convergence, enhancing the efficiency of mental strength use to its utmost, achieving the greatest effect with minimal consumption. This step I can teach you. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Convergence. Yes. Shenlan moved to the center of the training room, sitting cross-legged, and gesturing for Lin Yuan to sit down as well. Normal probing only needs to confirm the quantity and location of the targets. Shenlan's voice was calm. But you cannot achieve convergence, which is why your mental strength consumption is dozens of times that of normal probing. Lin Yuan fell silent. Dozens of times. No wonder time probing could drain him instantly. The skill itself demanded high consumption, and coupled with his method of using mental strength, it was like opening all the floodgates of a reservoir, spilling everything out without a drop left. The core of convergence lies in selection. Shenlan raised her right hand palm, facing up. A faint silver glow gathered in her palm, becoming brighter while still contained within her hand. Before using mental strength, first clarify what information you actually need. Lin Yuan stared at the ball of silver light that was converged to perfection in her palm. Shenlan closed her fingers, and the silver light dissipated. By filtering out the excess information, the consumption of mental strength can be reduced to 1/5 or even 1/10 of its original amount. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the mental strength pool, and that gray-blue view slowly unfolded in the darkness. He began to try to simulate the probing process, but this time he repeatedly reminded himself in his consciousness to only focus on the location and quantity. The gray-blue view began to contract. The redundant information that would originally flood into his perception was peeled away layer by layer. He felt an unprecedented clarity. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Instructor Shun, Shun Lan sat across from him, displaying a faint smile. You've already learned convergence. I learned it. 3 minutes. Shun Lan stood up and looked down at him. From the moment I started explaining the concept of convergence to you mastering it, it only took 3 minutes. Her voice carried an unmasked sense of amazement. Would you care to explain to me how you managed to do that? As short as 3 months, as long as 6 months. Even those with exceptional talent take at least a month. Shun Lan tucked her hands into her coat pockets, and then you got it. Shun Lan finished his sentence. Do you know how long it takes for an ordinary warrior to learn to converge mental strength? Lin Yuan shook his head. As short as 3 months, as long as 6 months. Even those with exceptional talent take at least a month. Shun Lan tucked her hands into her coat pockets, walked a couple of steps towards the training room door, and then turned back. You are the most peculiar third-tier warrior I have ever seen. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. So you don't need to attend any more personal training sessions. Lin Yuan stood up and bowed slightly to Shun Lan. Thank you, Instructor Shun. No need to thank me. Shun Lan opened the training room door and glanced back at him. What you should truly thank is the unknown potential within yourself. After saying this, she walked out, leaving Lin Yuan alone in the training room. He stood in place watching Shun Lan disappear around the corner of the hallway, then let out a long sigh. The original consumption of the time probing, even reduced to 1/10, still required a significant amount of mental strength. This meant that during his previous 2 uses of time probing, he had almost endured an excess consumption of over 10 times the normal amount of mental strength. No wonder I fainted directly. Lin Yuan wiped his face for the first time, feeling a sense of reverence towards the skill from the Supreme Mage template. That skill was simply not meant for low-tier warriors. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the training ground, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him not yet fully settled. He glanced down at his hands, the tips still shimmering with the golden remnants of the spiritual energy that had overflowed during his recent breakthrough. Third tier level 3. Third tier level 3. The voice of a boy with a buzz cut rang out first from the line, unmistakably filled with shock. When did he reach third tier level 2? Wasn't it just a short while ago that he broke through? Did you forget? He was already at third tier during the national competition. How long has it been since the national competition? The murmurs erupted among the ranks like a pot of boiling water, and Ran stood 3 steps away from Lin Yuan, her gaze lingering on him for a moment before shifting away, her lips curling slightly, but she said nothing. Tang Guo was less reserved. She burst out from the back of the line, circled around to stand in front of Lin Yuan, looking him up and down twice, then abruptly turned to Ran and exclaimed, Sister Ran, he has broken through again. I saw that. And Ran's voice was calm, but Lin Yuan noticed her fingers tightening slightly around the train. Qin Yu's whistle sounded. What's going on? Is a breakthrough that extraordinary? Qin Yu walked over from the edge of the training ground, his gaze sweeping over the gathered students. It's common to break through in the training camp. Count how many have leveled up since the camp opened. No need to make a fuss. Qin Yu approached Lin Yuan, giving him a quick look up and down before patting him on the shoulder. The force of the pat was not light, causing Lin Yuan's shoulder to sink half an inch. Not bad. Qin Yu turned around, putting the whistle back in his mouth, a sharp short blast drawing everyone's attention back. All gather. The line quickly assembled students, standing in 3 rows according to their numbers. Lin Yuan stood in the front row and Ran to his left, and Tang Guo to his right. Zhou Zimo stood in the second row, his gaze passing through the shoulders of the students in front, landing on the back of Lin Yuan's head. Qin Yu raised the tactical tablet in his hand and cleared his throat. The basic strengthening training of the first phase of the training camp ends today. I have observed your performance over the past half-month, and there has been both good and bad. His gaze swept over the ranks, briefly lingering on the faces of a few students. But whether good or bad, that was all foundational training. What follows is the real focus of the training camp. A faint stir arose in the ranks. Qin Yu swiped on the tactical tablet, and the projection screen behind him lit up, displaying a map marked with a multitude of red points, each accompanied by a series of numbers and beast names. Midterm assessment of the training camp. Qin Yu's voice echoed across the training ground. The assessment location is the 4th-tier secret realm outside the training camp, the Blackthorn Forest. The Blackthorn Forest secret realm is rated as a low-level 4th tier. The internal beasts primarily belong to the shadow type, with the highest level beasts rated as mid-level 4th tier. Qin Yu paused for a moment, setting down the tactical tablet. What you need to do is simple: enter the secret realm, hunt the beasts for a duration of 3 days. All beast materials, spiritual plants, and minerals obtained in the secret realm will belong entirely to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the line erupted completely. All belongs to us. Materials from 4th tier beasts. That could be worth thousands of points. Isn't the Blackthorn Forest secret realm under official control? Normally you have to pay points to enter. This time, we're just allowed to take what we want. The boy with the buzz cut had the loudest voice, causing those around him to cover their ears. Yu did not stop the discussion. He waited a few seconds before blowing his whistle. I haven't finished speaking yet. The line quieted down. If you have beast materials from your hunts that you do not need the training camp, we'll buy them back at market price, converting them into points which can be used to exchange for cultivation resources, weapons, equipment, and personal training courses. You should all be clear on that. Lin Yuan nodded. The 300 points he had spent on personal training made him acutely aware of their value. Qin Yu's voice suddenly turned grave. The Blackthorn Forest is a 4th-tier secret realm, not a safe zone of the training ground. The beasts inside can indeed kill. If you get knocked down in the training ground, you can get back up. There, if you go down, you may never rise again. His gaze swept over each student's face. Thus, the rules of this assessment are simple: team up freely, each group equipped with an emergency distress signal flare. Once you encounter danger that you cannot handle, fire the flare, and an instructor will rush over. However, once the flare is fired, that group's assessment will immediately terminate, and all gains from the secret realm will be nullified. The atmosphere in the ranks turned cold. Qin Yu looked at the serious faces and picked up the tactical tablet again. The deadline for forming teams is tonight. We set off at 6 tomorrow morning. You may start discussing freely now. After finishing this sentence, he did not blow the whistle, but turned and walked away. The training ground fell silent for a moment before exploding like a stirred-up hornet's nest. Lin Yuan stood in place, hands tucked into his pockets. Senior. Tangwa bounced over from the side, her eyes sparkling. Let's form a team. I want to team up with you and Sister, and Ran. My healing ability can help you guys recover health while you fight in the front, and I'll provide support from the back. A perfect triangle combination. And Ran walked over, glanced at Tangwa, then turned to Lin Yuan. What do you think? What else can I think? Lin Yuan shrugged, a smile creeping onto his face. I can at least trust you two not to hold me back. Tangwa nodded vigorously, her ponytail swaying like a tambourine behind her. Yes. I will absolutely not hold you back. And Ran looked at the two of them, her lips pressed together briefly, then spoke. Have you seen the information on the Blackthorn Forest? Lin Yuan shook his head. I was breaking through this morning and didn't pay attention. It's a 4th-tier secret realm. She did not continue, but Lin Yuan understood her meaning. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Yuan replied with a smile. I faced a 5th-tier beast back in Wuzhou. And Ran looked up at him. I know, that's why I didn't say we shouldn't go. Tangwa looked between Lin Yuan and Ran, feeling excluded from some unspoken understanding, her mouth pouting. What kind of riddle are you two playing? Nothing. Lin Yuan and Ran spoke almost in unison before exchanging a glance. Tangwa's pout deepened. On the other side of the training ground, Zhou Zimo was standing under a tree, surrounded by his gaze passed through the crowd of students excitedly discussing and fell on the figures of Lin Yuan and Ran standing side by side. Brother Imo, how are we dividing into teams? A tall, lanky student beside him asked. Zhou Zimo did not answer. He withdrew his gaze, pulling out an octagonal black metal piece from his pocket, running his fingers slowly over the patterns on its surface. Let's form a team. Zhou Zimo returned the metal piece to his pocket, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. However, once we're in the secret realm, I have some other business to attend to. He cast one last glance at Lin Yuan's back before turning and walking toward the training camp dormitory area. At 6 o'clock the next morning, 3 military trucks stopped outside the training camp's main gate. As Lin Yuan stepped out of the dormitory building with his backpack, the sky was still not fully bright, and the streetlights at the edge of the training ground cast circles of pale yellow light in the morning fog. Anren walked to his left while Tangwa followed behind, a piece of biscuit clenched in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. The students in the parking lot had almost all arrived. Lin Yuan walked towards the truck and paused when he reached the second one. Zhou Zimo stood beside the truck, leaning against the side of the cargo area with his arms crossed. When he saw Lin Yuan approaching, a sinister smile slowly crept onto his lips. That smile made Lin Yuan's neck tighten slightly. When he faced Song Yuan in the underground dome space of Wuzhou, Song Yuan had looked at him with the same expression. What are you looking at? Lin Yuan stopped, hands in his pockets, tilting his head to look at Zhou Zimo. Unlike before when he would flush red or force himself to appear calm after being confronted, Zhou Zimo simply deepened the curve of his smile and straightened up from the cargo area. It's nothing. His voice was calm, but that calmness was identical to Song Yuan's. I just find you quite interesting. Lin Yuan's tongue poked at his cheek. Interesting. We're not familiar with each other. Indeed we are not. Zhou Zimo nodded, his gaze drifting past Lin Yuan's shoulder to Anren and Tangwa behind him. Let me give you a piece of advice. Zhou Zimo looked at the two girls, his voice steady. It's best to keep your distance from him. Anren raised her head, her expression turning cold. Tangwa swallowed the piece of compressed biscuit in her mouth, her brows furrowing together. What do you mean? Tangwa spoke up before Anren, her voice a pitch higher than usual. Zhou Zimo did not answer. He simply smiled again and turned to walk towards the third truck, glancing back at Lin Yuan before leaving. See you in the secret realm. Lin Yuan stared at his back, a faint red light flickering in his right eye, Is that Zhou Zimo sick? Tang was stuffed the remaining half of her compressed biscuit back into her backpack, her face filled with displeasure. See you in the secret realm. Lin Yuan stared at his back, a faint red light flickering in his right eye, He was indeed arrogant when the training camp first opened, but it was an arrogance that was evident on his face. Now, he just feels off. Lin Yuan did not respond. He turned his gaze away from Zhou Zimo's back, frowning slightly. He surprisingly felt no hostility. Get on the truck. Qin Yu's whistle interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. The students began to board the trucks in groups. Lin Yuan, Anren, and Tang Guo were assigned to the first truck alongside the buzzcut boy and 4 other groups of students. Zhou Zimo boarded the third truck, not sparing Lin Yuan another glance before getting in. The truck started and the convoy drove along the road outside the training camp towards the entrance of the Black Thorn Forest secret realm. Tang was sat across from Lin Yuan, her legs swinging over the edge of the seat, her eyes fixed on the scenery outside the window. Senior, what do you think the demon beasts in the Black Thorn Forest look like? I saw pictures of shadow-type demon beasts in the textbook, but I've never really seen a living 4th-tier demon beast. I've never seen one either. But they should be stronger than any demon beast you've seen before. The creatures in a 4th-tier secret realm won't be too hospitable. Anren sat next to Lin Yuan, flipping through a manual on secret realms, her fingers gliding over a distribution map of shadow-type demon beasts. The types of demon beasts in the Black Thorn Forest mainly consist of shadow wolves, black thorn pythons, and shadow bats, with the highest level being the mid-tier black thorn python king. She looked up, her gaze sweeping over Lin Yuan and Tang Guo. The characteristic of shadow-type demon beasts is that their combat power doubles in shadowy environments. The vegetation coverage in the Black Thorn Forest exceeds 90% with almost no direct sunlight on the ground. This means that once we enter, every step we take will be in their home ground. Tang Guo shivered. Anren, could you please not speak like you're reading a battle report? It's a bit scary. Anren closed the manual, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Are you afraid? Not at all. Tang Guo lifted her chin, her ponytail swaying. With both of you in front of me, why should I be scared? Lin Yuan chuckled softly, then closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. The convoy traveled on the highway for about an hour before turning onto a dirt road flanked by dense forest. The air turned cooler. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. His super hearing had just captured a hint of abnormality. The chirping of insects and the singing of birds in the normal forest had nearly vanished in this dense woodland, leaving only the rustling of wind through the leaves and a distant heavy heartbeat. The heartbeat of a demon beast. The truck came to a stop. Qin Yu jumped down from the passenger seat and blew a whistle. Get off, we're here. The students poured out from the 3 trucks lining up in an open space at the end of the dirt road. In front of the open space stood a towering rock wall, its surface covered with black vines, the roots sinking into the cracks of the rock, resembling countless withered arms reaching out from the stone. In the center of the rock wall, a narrow crack was split open. The crack was 3 meters high and less than a meter wide, with edges that looked too smooth to be natural. A very faint black mist poured out from within the crack, dissipating the moment it came into contact with the sunlight, only for new mist to continuously surge from deep within the crack. Tang Guo stood in front of the rock wall, looking up at the crack with her mouth agape. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Her voice was filled with an unmistakable shock. It's completely unlike what was illustrated in the book. The entrances depicted in the book are all those glowing teleportation gates, beautiful ones. This looks more like a cliff to jump into. The book illustrated entrances to a grade or higher secret realms. A tall, slender boy chimed in, his tone laced with unabashed disdain. For a low-tier 4th-tier secret realm to even have an entrance is already impressive. Do you really expect it to put on a light show for you? Tang would turn to glare at him, but the slender boy had already stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked towards the rock wall. Besides, I have several of these low-tier secret realms at home. He glanced back at Tang Guo, a smirk appearing on his lips. If you want to see a glowing teleportation gate, come to my place someday. It'll show you plenty. A low murmur of laughter arose from the queue. Several students' gazes flickered between the slender boy and Lin Yuan, as if waiting for Lin Yuan to say something. Lin Yuan ignored them. His gaze pierced through the queue and landed on Zhou Zimo beside the third truck. Zhou Zimo stood in the shadow cast by the rock wall, holding that octagonal black metal piece. His lips moved slightly, as if he were whispering something, then he tucked the metal piece back into his pocket and raised his head to look at the crack in the rock wall. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, pulled his hand out of his pocket, and stretched his fingers. Let's go. He waved at Anren and Tang Guo, leading the way towards the crack in the rock wall. Into the secret realm. The air in the Blackthorn Forest is damp. Lin Yuan's shoes crunch on a layer of decaying leaves, making a sound like squeezing a sponge, while black humus oozes from the edges of his shoes, carrying a sweet putrid odor. He stopped and tilted his head to the left. What's wrong? Tang Guo's voice was low, and the healing staff in her hand was already raised. There's something there, Lin Yuan said. and Rand stood half a step behind him, her right hand already resting on her waist, ready to summon a spirit at any moment. Her gaze swept over the muscular lines of Lin Yuan's profile, before following his line of sight into the depths of the dense forest to the left. Nothing could be seen. Black thorn vines hung down from the treetops, densely woven into a wall of dark green. The ground was covered with fallen leaves and dead branches, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy, leaving only a few streaks of grayish-white light. What level? And Rand asked. Lin Yuan did not answer. His consciousness was focusing. The techniques taught by Shun Lan raced through his mind. Target quantity, target location, all other information filtered out. In an instant, as his super hearing expanded, all sounds within a radius of 500 meters flooded in like opening a floodgate. The heartbeat of a fourth-tier monster was much deeper than that of a third-tier, each contraction sounding like a large drum beating in the chest cavity, the sound of blood being pushed from the heart chambers resonating with the force of a high-pressure pump. Within a 500-meter radius, there were at least a dozen such heartbeats. The nearest one was 200 meters away, slowly moving in their direction. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned to the right. There's a big guy 300 meters to the right, fourth-tier, let's avoid it. Tang was stared at him wide-eyed. You can even tell the level. Lin Yuan had already stepped forward, adjusting his direction as he walked, and Rand followed behind him, her gaze lingering on the back of his head for a moment before retracting. Tangwa followed at the back, mumbling, "With hearing this good, were you a bat in your past life?" Lin Yuan ignored her. He led the way, continuously fine-tuning their path. Within 500 meters, he could accurately pinpoint the location of every fourth-tier monster. His route snaked through the gaps between those marked points, avoiding every fourth-tier creature. However, he did not let a single third-tier monster escape. When the first shadow wolf lunged out from the bushes, Lin Yuan didn't even stop. His right hand traced a half-arc at his side, golden spiritual energy coalescing into a whip-like energy strand in his palm, accurately wrapping around the hind leg of the shadow wolf. And Rand dashed out from his side. The moment her spirit summoning activated, a translucent, ghostly figure appeared behind her, striking down on the shadow wolf's head. The skull of the shadow wolf cracked with a muffled sound, its body flipping twice in the air before crashing to the ground motionless. Tangwa cheered from behind, but Lin Yuan had already turned in another direction. "There's another one to your left." As soon as he finished speaking, a second shadow wolf leaped down from the treetops, lunging at Tangwa. Tangwa screamed, swinging her staff wildly forward. A sound wave shot from the tip of the staff, striking the shadow wolf squarely in the face. The shadow wolf staggered from the shock of the sound wave. In that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan's energy whip was already upon it, wrapping around the wolf's neck, tightening, and then yanking sharply. The bodies of the two shadow wolves lay on the fallen leaves, blood seeping into the black humus, exuding a strong metallic scent. Tangwa clutched her chest, breathing heavily. "You scared me. Why did it charge at me?" "Because you are the weakest." Lin Yuan squatted down, pulling out the wolf fangs and several shadow crystals from the shadow wolf's corpse, tossing them into his backpack. "Even monsters pick on the softest targets." Tangwa's face flushed. "I can fight too, I'm not a soft target." Lin Yuan stood up, brushing the dirt off his hands. "All right, let's go. This area has been cleared." An hour later, they stopped to rest in a relatively open space. The black thorn vines were interrupted here by a dried-up stream, revealing several gray rocks on the ground. The canopy above was also thinner, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps, casting mottled patches of light on the rocks. Tangwa sat on a rock covered in moss, pulling out compressed biscuits and a water bottle from her backpack, her cheeks puffing up again. And Rand stood beside her, looking down at the secret realm manual with a furrowed brow. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan asked. "Hunting efficiency." And Rand's finger traced the manual, then she raised her head to look at him. According to the reference data provided by the training camp, the average hunting yield for a 3-person team in a 4th-tier secret realm over 3 days is 8 to 12 third-tier monsters. We've only been here for an hour and have already hunted 4. This efficiency is abnormal. That's because we have Lin Yuan. Tangwa chewed on a biscuit, her words. "His hearing allows us to avoid 4th-tier monsters, so we don't need to take detours or scout. We can just walk straight into the monsters' faces." And Rand did not respond, instead gazing at Lin Yuan with a questioning look. Lin Yuan knew what she was asking. Super hearing was not a capability that a 3rd-tier martial artist could possess, or rather, even a normal 3rd-tier martial artist with enhanced hearing skills could not accurately discern the level of monsters. But he didn't want to explain, and Rand did not press further. "High efficiency is a good thing," Lin Yuan said after this, scanning the distribution of monsters within a radius of 500 meters again before standing up. "Enough resting, let's go." "So soon?" Tangwa hadn't finished her biscuit when Lin Yuan pulled her up. "There are 3 more shadow wolves over there, 2 third-tier and 1 second-tier. Lin Yuan gestured southeast with his chin. "Let's take them out together before they scatter." Tangwa stuffed the remaining biscuit into her mouth and muttered something indistinctly. Lin Yuan had already stepped towards the southeast. In the afternoon, they stopped on a slope that was relatively high. Tangwa sat on a moss-covered stone, legs stretched out, twisting her ankles a couple of times and letting out a satisfying sigh. I can't go on. I really can't. My feet are numb. And Rand stood at the edge of the slope, her gaze crossing layers of treetops, landing on the outline of a distant ruin. What is that? Lin Yuan walked over to her side, following her gaze. Deep in the forest, a gray ruin emerged from the gaps in the treetops, the crumbling walls covered densely with black thorn vines, but from the exposed structural lines it appeared to be some kind of man-made building. Is it mentioned in the manual? Lin Yuan asked. And Rand flipped through a couple of pages, then raised her head, her brow slightly furrowed. No, the manual indicates it's an unscouted area. Unscouted. Lin Yuan repeated the words, then his consciousness sank back into his super hearing. The coverage radius of 500 meters extended towards the ruins, then hit something. He could hear the heartbeats of the monsters inside the ruins, but those heartbeats were so muffled, as if blocked by a layer of soundproof glass, each heartbeat edged with a dull echo. Lin Yuan frowned. There's something in that place that is interfering with my hearing.